New York City Empire State University. In September, sunlight pierced through the thin morning haze and spilled across the red brick retro-style teaching buildings. At the school gate, a vintage bicycle rolled to a steady stop by the roadside. A long, slender leg stepped down and pressed onto the ground. Johnny Gilda casually smoothed back his black bangs that had been tousled by the wind, revealing a face so handsome it could make Hollywood leading men pale in comparison. Who is that guy? Are we getting a new campus heartthrob? Oh my God, his eyes are like they have some kind of magic. I'm about to faint. With that height, he's at least 190 centimeters, right? He's way too handsome. The girls passing by subconsciously slowed down, their hushed chatter buzzing in the air. Not far away, a wild-looking girl with long platinum blonde hair also stopped in her tracks, almost against her will. Felicia Hardy, the future Black Cat, stood there with her red lips slightly parted, her gaze fixed unwaveringly on that departing back. Hey Felicia, why did you stop? We're going to be late. Beside her, Peter Parker backpack slung over his shoulder and looking a bit nerdy asked in confusion. Should I make a sound? Felicia did not even bother to turn her head, her gaze bordering on greedy. Peter, did you see that boy? He is definitely the most handsome guy I've ever seen. Huh, where'd he go? Peter followed her line of sight only to catch the last glimpse of a tall, straight back disappearing at the end of the tree-lined path. Walking along the shaded avenue on campus, Gilda's lips curved with a faint, almost imperceptible smile. This feeling of being watched was something he never seemed to tire of, no matter how much time passed. First period is biology, and it's even being taught personally by Dr. Connors. TSK. Gilda rubbed his chin, calculating inwardly. In this Marvel world, clinging to the right thigh was an art. Although Dr. Connors would one day become that slick green lizard. In the field of biology, this old man was definitely a top-tier authority. Moreover, he had spent his entire summer vacation crazily grinding through problem sets and experiments, barely managing to secure an intern position in the Oscorp laboratory, and had even received extremely high praise from Dr. Connors. This investment in personal connections was guaranteed profit with no loss. In truth, Gilda was a transmigrator, reborn into this Marvel universe before birth, and having survived by keeping a low profile for a full 18 years in this peril-filled world. In his previous life, he had been a hardcore Marvel fan, particularly obsessed with that dating game titled, Crap, I'm Surrounded by Gwen, Wanda, and Polaris. Originally, he had thought that since he had crossed over, there ought to be a clear ding. Then he would be punching Thanos and kicking Odin right. The reality: no system, no mutation, not even the chance to be bitten by a radioactive spider. Aside from a large downtown New York apartment, and a few $1 million left behind by his twice-deceased parents, and this face so devastatingly handsome, it was almost a curse. He possessed virtually nothing else. Fortunately, I've still got a good brain. In my last life, I was at least elite track material for Qingbei. Gilda sighed, softly, a hint of helplessness in his tone. In a world where alien invasions and a purple potato snapping his fingers could happen at any moment, ordinary people were like ants on the roadside, liable to be crushed to death at any time. So he could only study like mad, hoping to change his fate through knowledge. Perhaps, just maybe, he could one day develop a super soldier serum of his own. As these thoughts spun through his mind, he had already reached the front of the teaching building. Suddenly, a striking figure flashed into his field of vision. It was a girl in a light blue shirt and short skirt. Her golden hair was tied back with a black headband, a few loose strands brushing against the pale skin of her neck. She was holding several books in her arms, standing on the steps and looking around. The sunlight fell across her face as though gilding it with a delicate layer of soft focused glow. Gwen Stacy. Gilda's pupils contracted slightly. Even though he had seen her countless times on screen, the impact of seeing her in person still made his heart skip half a beat. That unique blend of intellect and youthfulness in her aura seemed practically designed to make him commit a crime. Tisk, those legs, that temperament. Worthy of a first love goddess indeed. Gilda secretly praised her in his heart. At that moment, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a familiar figure hurrying in from the other side. Peter Parker. The guy had clearly seen Gwen as well. The two of them were walking straight toward each other. And just then, a voice he had been waiting 18 years to hear suddenly rang out in his mind. Ding. Detection host has encountered Marvel's classic high-quality female, Gwen Stacy. Multi-air system initialization complete. System description: this system is dedicated to forging the strongest bloodline clan. As long as the host fathers children with classic high-quality women of the Marvel Universe, he will obtain top-tier rewards from the world of Dragon Ball. Rewards include, but are not limited to, flight technique, ki blast, solar flare, Kaiō-ken instant transmission, and even permanent boosts to base combat power, Saiyan bloodline acquisition, and Super Saiyan transformations. Target detected: Gwen Stacy. Bind. Gilda's steps faltered. He almost burst out laughing on the spot. What the hell? There was actually something this good? Multi-air Dragon Ball system. This wasn't just a cheat, this was a golden thigh to cling to. After all, the Dragon Ball combat system dropped into Marvel would be pure dimensionality reduction. Someone like Raditz with a mere battle power of just over 1,000 could casually blow up a city. By the time you reached the Frisia arc, people were blowing up planets left and right. If he could transform into a Super Saiyan, Thanos Celestials, wouldn't they all just be small fries to swat aside with a single punch? Gilda felt hot blood surge straight to the crown of his head. Not only could he become stronger, he could conveniently resolve certain personal issues along the way. This was tailor-made for an upright gentleman like him. Bind. Of course I'm binding. Gilda howled inwardly. For the sake of protecting Earth, for the peace of the universe, Johnny Gilda would never shirk such a burden. In the future, Big Bear, Wanda, Sundara Polaris, Icy White, Queen, Wild Black Cat. Not a single one could be left out. They would all work together for the noble cause of becoming stronger. However, a meal had to be eaten one bite at a time, and a road had to be walked one step at a time. His primary target now was the Gwen right in front of him. Gilda glanced at the approaching Peter Parker, and his eyes instantly sharpened. Sorry, Peter. For the peace of the universe, a dangerous woman like Gwen should be born by me instead. Gilda straightened his collar, then stretched out his long legs, and suddenly accelerated. Just as Peter Parker finally summoned up his courage ready to say his first hi to Gwen, a tall figure stepped in, precisely blocking the space between the two of them. Excuse me, classmate. Without even turning his head, Gilda gently nudged Peter aside with his broad shoulder. Already skinny and frail, Peter was caught off guard and lost his balance. He staggered backward a few steps and was shoved directly into the stream of students pouring into the classroom. Hey, wait. Peter's outstretched hand froze in midair as he watched himself swept helplessly through the doors of the teaching building. He did not even brush the hem of Gwen's clothes. Done. Gilda's lips curled into a wicked smile before he switched seamlessly into a gentlemanly magnetic tone. He turned to face the slightly startled Gwen. Hi, are you heading to Dr. Connors's biology class? Gwen was taken aback for a moment. She lifted her head, and what filled her vision was a clean, handsome, sunlit face. Especially those eyes. They seemed to carry a subtle gravitational pull. Yes. Gwen nodded, almost reflexively, a slight blush coloring her cheeks. How did you know? I noticed you're holding Advanced Genomics. That's Dr. Connors's most highly recommended book. Gilda pointed to the book in her arms and offered a perfectly measured smile. Let me introduce myself. I'm Johnny Gilda, also a student of Dr. Connors. Back when I was interning at Oscorp's lab, I heard the professor mention that among this year's freshmen, there was a genius named Gwen. I imagine that genius must be you, right? The combo landed smoothly blow after blow. He showcased his top student status, complimented her via Dr. Connors's words. And on top of that, let his looks work their magic. A perfect finisher. Sure enough, Gwen's eyes instantly lit up. You interned at Oscorp's lab? Oh my god, that place is incredibly hard to get into, she exclaimed, her initial sense of distance almost completely melting away. I'm Gwen Stacy. It's nice to meet you, Gilda. Just call me Johnny. Gilda smoothly took out his phone and gave it a little wave. Since we're both Dr. Connors' students, will definitely have plenty of academic exchanges in the future. Do you mind exchanging contact info? I happen to have some of the professor's latest research notes. Maybe you'd find them interesting. Academic exchange. Who seriously exchanged purely academic things anyway? But the pretext was flawless. Gwen was not only a top student, but one with a fierce hunger for knowledge. Coupled with Gilda's highly deceptive appearance and Dr. Connors' implied endorsement. Of course, that would be great. Gwen agreed, almost without hesitation, taking out her phone without the slightest fuss. The two quickly exchanged numbers. The moment Gilda saved Gwen's number, the system's prompt chimed in his mind once more. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully establishing initial contact with Gwen Stacy. Binding complete. Binding reward acquired. Skill, Solar Flare. Skill description, a signature Crane School technique. By concentrating ki into a burst of blinding light, it temporarily blinds enemies. The perfect skill for escapes and ambushes. Ding. Detection. Host has successfully taken the first step toward the multi-air path, issuing additional newbie reward. Congratulations, host, on unlocking the perception and manipulation of ki. Host's current base combat power has been raised to 10 points. Note an average armed adult Earthling's combat power is about 5. Boom. A warm current instantly surged through his entire body. Gilda felt as though every cell in him were cheering and leaping for joy. That was ki. Even though a combat power of only 10 sounded like just doubling a Battle 5 scum, in reality, it was already enough to take bullets with his bare body and rip apart a mecha with his hands. Gilda curled his fingers into a fist, savoring the surging strength within. Looking at Gwen's radiant smile before him, his gaze grew even more fervent. And this was only after just meeting her. If they were to deeply exchange ideas academically in the future, wouldn't he simply soar? Let's go, Gwen. Gilda naturally stepped to the side and made an inviting gesture. I saved you a seat in the front row. Thank you, Johnny. The two of them walked into the teaching building side by side. Soon the two of them arrived at the classroom. The tiered lecture hall was spacious, large enough to hold 200 students. Just as Gilda had anticipated, thanks to Professor Connor's special consideration, the prime seat in the very center of the first row with the best view and acoustics was still empty. Gilda, ever the gentleman, pulled out the chair in that central front row seat and motioned for Gwen to sit down. As for the red-haired girl who had been using her backpack to reserve the neighboring seat, Gilda simply turned toward her with a smile warm enough to melt an iceberg, raising his brows slightly. Beautiful, would you mind giving this seat to my friend? I'll treat you to coffee another day. Oh, of course. The redhead's face flushed scarlet like a tomato as she scrambled to grab her backpack and hurriedly ran toward the back rows. Before leaving, she didn't forget to slip a note with her INS account into Gilda's hand. The whole maneuver was so smooth and practiced that Gwen, watching from the side, could only stare in astonishment. Looks like you're quite popular around here. Gwen sat down and remarked in a teasing tone with a faint hint of sourness she herself did not notice. That's only because they've never met a true genius. Gilda casually crumpled the note into a ball and flicked it with perfect accuracy into a trash can 2 meters away. Then he turned to look at Gwen, his gaze clear and sincere. In my eyes, all those gaudy girls put together still can't compare to a single girl who can understand advanced genomics. The words were almost against the rules. Gwen felt her heart skip a beat. She hurriedly lowered her head and pretended to flip through her textbook while the tips of her ears quietly flushed pink. This boy wasn't just good-looking. He spoke dangerously well, too. Who could possibly resist that? At that moment, a pale blue semi-transparent panel suddenly popped up before Gilda's eyes, visible only to him. Target scan complete. Name: Gwen Stacy. Identity: daughter of New York City Police Commissioner George Stacy, freshman at Empire State University. Figure data: B86, CW58, age 88, romantic history none. Number of interactions 0, current favorability 50, ambiguous interest. Gilda couldn't help but whistle inwardly. These stats were practically perfect, especially that 0 in number of interactions. In this open-minded America, she was a rare creature, practically on par with a giant panda. No wonder she was the white moonlight in the hearts of countless Marvel fans. If she were to put on that tight-fitting spider suit one day, Gilda sucked in a breath and forcibly cut off the thought before it went any further. Ding. Target favorability has reached 50. Issuing stage reward. Congratulations to the host. Base combat power 100. Current combat power of host 110, equivalent to 11 Captain Americas. That is the power of 11 caps. System notice: favorability, reward, mechanism, explanation. Favorability 0, acquaintance, first meeting reward. Favorability 50, ambiguous interest, stage reward. Favorability 100, deep affection, large reward. Successful conception, special skill reward. Birth of offspring, ultimate reward, including but not limited to Super Saiyan transformation and Ultra Instinct experience cards. Staring at the string of rewards, Gilda felt as if even his DNA was starting to stir. So this was the legendary system. He was completely smitten. As long as he could win Gwen over, wouldn't he soar straight into the heavens? A combat power of 110 might be trash in the world of Dragon Ball, but on this Marvel version Earth, he was already a walking humanoid weapon. Even that guy in the red bodysuit swinging around like he was on a playground. Parker, the ordinary Spider-Man's baseline strength was only dozens of tons. In front of him as he was now, that wasn't much at all, more or less an even match. As long as he kept working, found a few more confidants to talk his way into their hearts, and farmed his combat power up. Then activated Kaiō-ken and even transformed into a Super Saiyan. Humph. At that point, forget the purple-skinned Mad Titan. Even the God King Odin himself, Gilda, would have the confidence to arm wrestle him. He could even head to Asgard to have an in-depth discussion on the origin of life with the goddess of death, then drop by Mount Olympus to join that old lecher Zeus for a divine party. What a delightful prospect. While Gilda was indulging in his beautiful visions of the future, Professor Connors walked into the classroom. Though the old man had only one arm, his presence filled the room. All right, everyone, quiet down. Connors knocked on the blackboard, his gaze sweeping across the room. His eyes paused on Gilda for a brief second before he nodded in satisfaction. Today we're discussing cross-species genetic inheritance in reptiles. Who can tell me why the regenerative genes of lizards are so difficult to make effective in mammals? As soon as the question left his lips, the hall fell into dead silence. This was a topic usually reserved for seniors or graduate students. To these brand new freshmen, it was practically written in an alien language. In a corner, Peter Parker pushed his glasses up and was about to raise his hand, but he hesitated. If he tried to show off and wasn't 100% sure, he could easily become the butt of jokes. Before his hand could rise, a voice sounded. Because of rejection reactions, Professor. In the first row, Gilda raised his hand, then stood up to answer. A mammal's immune system would interpret their complex as an invading virus. Unless we can find a formula called the decay rate algorithm to balance this rejection, the cells will collapse instantly. This was the core knowledge point of the future plot of The Amazing Spider-Man. Gilda had long since committed it to memory. Professor Connors' eyes lit up at once, the fervor of meeting a kindred spirit utterly unhidden. Bingo. Absolutely correct. Johnny, it seems your time in my lab hasn't been wasted. This kid is a genius. Connors lavished praise without restraint. The surrounding students cast admiring looks his way. Gwen, seated beside him, practically had stars in her eyes. She knew a bit about the topic herself, but nowhere near enough to pierce straight to the heart of the algorithm problem the way Gilda just had. You're incredible, Johnny, Gwen murmured under her breath, full of reverence. Even I never thought that far. Ding. Favorability of Gwen Stacy has increased to 65 budding affection. The sound of that chime was music to his ears. Gilda's lips curled in a faint smile. He turned his head, winked at Gwen, and sat back down. Basic operation. No big deal. Gwen didn't understand the slang, but that didn't stop her from finding the boy before her even more attractive. System, once favorability reaches 100, can we directly move to real intimacy? Gilda asked, inwardly, his tone impatient. In theory, yes, host. When favorability reaches 100, it signifies the other party is willing to do anything for you. However, given that target Gwen Stacy's personality is relatively conservative and independent, reaching the final step will require not only emotional groundwork, but also dealing with a key NPC, her father George Stacy. George Stacy. That stubborn old man. Gilda rubbed his chin. Indeed, in the original story, George was the kind of doting father who cherished his daughter more than his own life. Peter Parker had tangled himself into knots precisely because he couldn't get past his prospective father-in-law. Got it. As long as I handle the future father-in-law, half the battle is won. A plan was already taking shape in Gilda's mind. He was just a police commissioner after all. In a New York where crime never really slept, all Gilda had to do was lend a hand from time to time or send a few nicely wrapped cases his way. How could he possibly fail to win over one old man? 2 class periods flew by amid Gilda's various displays of brilliance. As soon as the bell rang, Gwen took the initiative to extend an invitation. Johnny, do you want to go to the cafeteria together for lunch? We could talk while we eat. It would be my pleasure. Gilda stood up with a smile and smoothly picked up her stack of heavy textbooks for her. The small gesture made Gwen's favorability toward him ripple upward once more. The two of them walked out of the classroom side by side, looking every bit the perfect pair. At the door, Peter Parker, who had been about to leave, suddenly paused. He watched Gwen's radiant smile and felt an inexplicable emptiness in his chest, as if something that should have belonged to him had been quietly taken away. Strange, why do I care so much? Peter shook his head with a wry smile, then turned to go buy a cheap sandwich to get through lunch. Just then a mocking voice dripping with malice sounded in the corridor. Yo, isn't this our weakling Parker? A moment later, several tall, broad-shouldered members of the school football team surrounded him. At their head was the towering Flash Thompson. He wore a tight t-shirt stretched over bulging muscles, his face twisted into the quintessential bad boy smirk of an American bully. What now, going to your little corner to gnaw on dry bread again? Flash slapped the book out of Peter's hand, pages scattered across the floor. Peter's face flushed bright red. He crouched down to pick them up, only for Flash to plant his foot on the back of Peter's hand. Hey, look at me when I'm talking to you, weakling. Students passing by quickly steered clear. No one dared to provoke the campus bully. Peter clenched his teeth and did not fight back. Right now, he was just an ordinary college student with no strength to speak of. Faced with this kind of physical disparity, he stood no chance. Stop. A clear voice laced with anger rang out. Gwen strode over, brows knitted, her face written full of disgust. Thompson, what do you think you're doing? This is a university, not your personal gladiator arena. At the sight of Gwen, Flash's expression stiffened for a second, but he quickly slipped back into his rogue's grin. Oh, if it isn't the gorgeous Gwen Stacy. What you planning to shield this bookworm? Flash whistled, his gaze roaming over Gwen with blatant impudence. I'm just teaching him a bit of social etiquette, right, Parker? He said, grinding his heel down harder. The extra pressure turned Peter's face chalk white. Gwen's chest rose and fell with fury. She was about to step forward and argue when a strong hand stopped her. Leave this kind of physical work to a man. Gilda handed the books in his hands back to Gwen and leisurely rolled up his sleeves. He looked at Flash Thompson as if he were a walking bag of free favorability points. This scene felt tailor-made for him to show off. In the original story, Peter could only endure this or wait until his mutation to reclaim his dignity. But now, sorry, this Hero Sylvester Beauty script was one Gilda fully intended to take for himself. Hey, big guy. Gilda walked up to Flash. Though they were roughly the same height, the calm, unhurried aura radiating from him pressed down on Flash by a whole head. I'll give you 3 seconds to take your hoof off my classmate's hand. Otherwise, I won't mind giving you a free orthopedic operation. Regarding Gilda's provocative warning, Lightning Thompson clearly showed not even a shred of fear. On the contrary, he seemed to have heard the funniest joke of the century. On that face, which was filled with excess flesh, the expression shifted from shock to extreme disdain. He released his foot from Peter's hand and turned around. With a gaze like one observing a rare, dim-witted creature, he inspected Gilda from head to toe. Huh. Lightning exaggeratedly placed his hand by his ear, making a gesture as if to listen closely. Then he erupted into a piercing, maniacal laugh. Listen. Everyone listen. What did our new school prince say? Orthopedic surgery. Lightning stepped forward, using his solid chest built from his football prowess in an attempt to physically intimidate Gilda despite their similar heights. But Gilda's tall and slender model-like figure indeed appeared somewhat fragile in front of Lightning's muscular bulk. Just you, a pretty boy who relies on his looks. Do you think this is a romantic drama? You want a hero to save the damsel. Oh no, you're looking for a hero to save a weakling. Tsk tisk, could it be? A disgusting sneer appeared on Lightning's face as his gaze flickered between Gilda and the Peter on the ground. You have no interest in women and are instead eyeing this bookworm. Ha ha ha. The surrounding followers immediately joined in with a burst of laughter, whistles echoing. Peter Parker on the ground turned beet red. The awkwardness and humiliation made him wish he could find a hole to hide in. Getting bullied was one thing, but now he had dragged those who helped him into humiliation. This made Peter's already fragile self-esteem begin to sting. Enough, Lightning. Peter suddenly stood up from the ground. Although his body was still trembling slightly from the pain, he gathered his courage to stand in front of Gilda. This is between us, don't involve others. And since we're all classmates, you don't need to go this far. Peter's voice trembled slightly, but this was already the limit of what he could do. However, classmates. The smile on Lightning's face instantly vanished, replaced by a coldness named class distinction. Wake up, Parker. Who said we are classmates? In this school, I am the king, and you. Lightning disdainfully patted Peter's faded shirt. The force was so great that it caused Peter to cough. You are just an ant that can be crushed at any moment. With that, Lightning ignored Peter. Instead, he refocused his aggressive gaze on Gilda. He leaned in close, so close that Gilda could even smell the tobacco on his breath. You kid, good job. Johnny, Gilda right. I'll remember you. Lightning lowered his voice, his tone laced with menace. In this school, sticking your neck out comes with a price. This afternoon after school in that dead end behind the school. If you're a man, don't run. They'll let you know how orthopedic surgery is done. With this harsh remark, Lightning snorted coldly. With his group of arrogant followers, he swaggered through the crowd, leaving a mess of scattered books and the murmurs of onlookers behind. The hallway returned to tranquility. Peter squatted down somewhat dejectedly, beginning to pick up the scattered books. His hands were still trembling slightly, and the gray shoe print on the back of his hand stood out sharply. Gilda, classmate. Peter lifted his head, looking at Gilda with a complex expression filled with apology. Thank you for speaking up for me earlier. But I'm really sorry for getting you involved in this trouble. That Lightning fellow. He comes from a powerful background, and he means business. He really will corner you this afternoon. Looking at Peter's cautious demeanor, Gilda merely shrugged indifferently. He bent down to pick up a thick biochemistry book. Gently dusting off the cover, he handed it to Peter. It's no big deal, Peter. Gilda still wore that faint smile. As if the one being threatened was not him at all. I just can't stand injustice. Moreover, someone needs to teach this muscle-bound ape how to walk upright right. Gilda's voice was soft yet conveyed a comforting confidence. But this did not ease Peter's tension. He knew Lightning too well. He was a mad dog. But Peter wanted to say more, but was interrupted by Gwen beside him. It's okay, Peter, there's Johnny. Gwen quickly stepped forward, her delicate face marked with seriousness. My dad is the chief of the New York police. If Thompson really dares to do anything outrageous, I will contact my dad immediately. I refuse to believe that he can act recklessly in New York. Gwen spoke with determination, exuding an air of a goddess of justice. However, Peter shook his head, a hint of bitterness on his face. It's useless, Gwen. This will only be classified as a conflict between students or a fight. Those cops. Sorry, I don't mean your dad. Peter sighed, lowering his voice. They deal with so many major cases every day that they can't be bothered with petty squabbles. Moreover, once the police are involved, my days at school will only become harder. This was the truth. This is the law of American campuses. Those who snitch and those seeking refuge often face even harsher isolation. Gwen opened her mouth, wanting to argue, but found herself at a loss for words. Despite her overflowing sense of justice, she was not an ignorant, naive person. All right, stop worrying about me. Peter forced a smile, clutching the books in his arms. I'm leaving now. I still have to work at the library. Thank you, Gwen and Gilda. After saying this, Peter turned and fled, his back appearing somewhat desolate and awkward. Watching Peter's retreating figure, Gwen knitted her brows tightly, her fists clenched. Are we just going to watch him get bullied? The rules of this world can sometimes be truly disappointing. Gwen murmured softly, her tone filled with frustration. At that moment, a warm hand gently landed on her shoulder. Don't overthink it, Gwen. Gilda's voice rang in her ear, carrying a strange magnetism. There are always other ways to resolve issues that rules can't handle. Trust me, I will handle this matter well. Gwen turned her head only to collide with Gilda's deep, sea-like gaze. There was no hint of panic in those eyes, only a calmness that suggested he had everything under control. That powerful confidence instantly steadied Gwen's momentarily flustered heart. Really? Gwen instinctively asked. Of course. Gilda smiled slightly, the sunlight casting a glow on his side profile, making him appear almost unfairly handsome. I never lie to pretty girls. Ding. Detected that Gwen Stacy has developed a dependence on the host favorability 10. Current favorability 75 feelings budding. Hearing the system's prompt in his mind, Gilda's smile grew even brighter. If it weren't for boosting favorability, he wouldn't bother with such idle chatter. Police. In this Marvel world, if the police were reliable, the Avengers would have long disbanded to sell roasted sweet potatoes. Not to mention that Lightning Thompson, whose family donated a building to the school, relying on Chief George to catch this rich second generation. To be arrested for a cup of coffee and then bailed out by a lawyer. It's simply laughable. Although this universe currently does not appear to be entirely MCU, it also doesn't fully resemble Extraordinary or comics. It feels more like a mishmash. But there is a universal law. The poor rely on mutations, the rich rely on technology, and the true strong rely on systems. Gilda narrowed his eyes, glancing towards the direction lightning had disappeared down the hallway. Since societal rules can't resolve this trash, then let's use physical rules to solve it. Just right. I just gained 110 combat power, and that surging energy within me is looking for a place to vent. This human meat bag delivered to my door. Wouldn't it be a waste not to use it? Let's go, Gwen. Gilda naturally retracted his hand, slipping it into his pocket. The cafeteria of the Imperial State University is always a breeding ground for hormones and gossip. Especially during the peak lunch hours, the noise level is more boisterous than the New York subway. However, when Gilda stepped through the cafeteria door with Gwen, the previously raucous space fell into a brief, eerie silence. Immediately after, whispers erupted like boiling water in a pot. Oh my God, who is that handsome guy? What a divine face. That's Johnny Gilda. I heard he stole the show in Professor Connor's class this morning. Isn't that the daughter of Sheriff Stacy beside him? Damn, I envy her. Countless gazes concentrated on the two like searchlights, or rather focused on Gilda. At a height of nearly 6 feet with a face as perfect as an ancient Greek sculpture, he was simply a dimensional attack among a crowd of college students still dealing with acne. A crane standing among chickens. No, this was simply a phoenix landing in a henhouse. Gwen followed Gilda with a tray in hand. Though she was already accustomed to being the center of attention, the overwhelming feeling today still made her somewhat, well, how should she put it? Both proud and inexplicably nervous, especially under the gazes of the surrounding girls. The greed and jealousy in their eyes seemed about to overflow. They looked ready to pounce on Gilda and devour him alive. It seems that dining with you is a high-risk activity, Gwen quipped helplessly as she found a spot by the window. You'll get used to it, Gilda replied elegantly, cutting into the steak on his plate, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. After all, the brilliance of a genius can never be concealed, can it? Narcissist. Gwen rolled her eyes at him, but the smile at her lips was impossible to suppress. Just then a waft of fragrance approached. It wasn't the cheap scent of perfume. Instead, it carried a wild essence, a unique aroma of leather and roses. Mind if I share this table? The voice was lazy yet possessed a slightly raspy magnetism ringing out above them. Gilda looked up. What came into view was a head of iconic platinum blonde hair, casually draped over her shoulders. It was a strikingly aggressive and beautiful face. With cat-like eyes and lips like flames, her alluring curves were unmistakable even under a loose sweatshirt. Felicia Hardy, the future Black Cat, the most famous female thief in the Marvel Universe and one of Spider-Man's most complicated love interests. But now, this wild little cat seemed to have set her sights on new prey. Felicia Hardy, Art Department. Felicia boldly pulled out a chair and sat down opposite Gilda, her captivating eyes fixated on him as if she wanted to see right through him. I noticed you at the school gate, classmate Gilda, Felicia said, propping her chin on one hand, her fingers lightly tracing her lower lip in an intensely alluring manner. Your bone structure is truly perfect. Our art department is currently preparing an exhibition themed around the Greek gods. I've been searching for my ideal Apollo. As she spoke, her body leaned slightly forward, revealing a breathtaking expanse of white. Her tone carried a hint of vague suggestion. Though our majors are different, art and biology share a connection to some extent, don't they? For instance, both require a deep understanding of human anatomy. Hiss, this is moving a bit fast. Gwen's grip on her fork tightened suddenly. As a top student, how could she not understand such hints? It was almost as if she had written the words "want a date" on her face. Ahem, Miss Hardy. Gwen cleared her throat, wearing a polite, yet slightly awkward smile, instinctively leaning closer to Gilda. It was a clear claim of territory. Johnny has a heavy research workload right now, and he might not have time to model. Is that so? What a pity. Felicia seemed unfazed by Gwen's hostility, instead smiling even more brightly. She pulled out her phone and directly offered it to Gilda. But exchanging contact information shouldn't be a problem, right? Just in case you ever get interested in art or want to find a place to relax together. Looking at the phone handed to him, Gilda thought to himself, wow, is this the Black Cat? Bold and direct. He liked it. Ding. Detected a classic Marvel quality female, Felicia Hardy. Target identity: future Black Cat, an art department beauty with top-tier thieving skills and combat abilities. Detected a proactive request to establish contact from the other party. Would you like to bind? Do I even need to ask? Turning down such a benefit is foolish. Of course, it would be my honor to dedicate myself to art. Gilda smiled slightly, took out his phone, and scanned it. Ding. Binding successful. Congratulations, host, for receiving the initial binding reward. Sky dance technique. Skill description: a secret technique from the Dragon Ball world allows one to defy gravity and soar freely in the sky. Note, with the host's current mastery of chi, it can achieve supersonic flight. Wow. Gilda's hand holding the phone trembled slightly. Sky dance technique. That's a divine skill. In the Marvel Universe, few can fly. Even those who can typically rely on technology like Iron Man or Falcon, or mutation like Thor or Captain Marvel. But the sky dance technique allows for completely self-powered free flight. Agile, stealthy, and requires no external assistance. Just think, even someone as powerful as the Hulk can crush a continental shelf with a kick, but he's just a flea no matter how high he jumps he has to land. If he encounters a flying opponent, he would still be at a disadvantage. And now he has the sky dance technique paired with a combat power of 110. If he later learns how to release a key blast, wouldn't that make him a human bombing machine? Gilda suppressed the smile at the corners of his mouth. Alright, I won't disturb your little world anymore. After adding each other as friends, Felicia satisfactorily put away her phone and stood up. Before leaving, she even threw a kiss at Gilda. Remember to keep in touch, my Apollo. With that, she sauntered away, her long legs clad in tight jeans swaying gracefully. Only a waft of fragrance remained along with Gwen's face full of dark lines. It seems you are quite popular in the art department too. Gwen stabbed at the mashed potatoes on her plate with her fork, her tone sour. That girl looks very enthusiastic. Indeed. Gilda withdrew his gaze, watching Gwen's jealous little expression, and his heart bloomed with joy. What does it mean when a woman gets jealous? It means the feelings are mutual. However, compared to that wild artistic style, Gilda cut a piece of the tenderest beef and naturally placed it on Gwen's plate, his eyes filled with affection. I still prefer the rigor and elegance of science. Like the future biology PhD sitting beside me. Gwen was momentarily stunned, looking at the beef on her plate, and then at Gilda's eyes, which seemed to speak volumes. Her previous irritation vanished in an instant. Her cheeks flushed. Smooth talker, Gwen murmured, lowering her head to eat the piece of beef. But internally she felt sweet and happy. Ding. Detected Gwen Stacy's pleasant mood. Affection 10. Current affection 85. Deeply rooted feelings. Nice. Gilda felt secretly satisfied. Indeed, without comparison, there's no harm done. Felicia's assist this time was simply perfect. The afternoon passed quickly, especially sitting next to a beautiful and bright academic powerhouse. 2 tedious history classes turned into a romantic session filled with affectionate glances. When the class bell rang, signaling 5 in the afternoon, the sunlight outside had begun to turn golden, dyeing the entire campus in shades of crimson and gold. Phew. Finally over. Gwen closed her textbook, stretching lazily, her beautiful curve fully exposed, but then her brow furrowed again. Johnny, let's walk together later. Gwen looked at Gilda with some concern. I'm worried that Thompson guy will really bring people to confront you. And Peter, I wonder how he's doing. We'd better leave together. If they dare to act, I'll call the police. Looking at Gwen's tense demeanor, Gilda felt warm inside. Although this girl's plan to call the police was probably useless. But he appreciated her concern. Don't worry, Gwen, Gilda said casually while packing his backpack. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. I told you I will handle it well. But since you're worried about Peter, let's go get him first. Gwen obediently nodded. The two walked toward Peter Parker, who was by the classroom door. Gilda walked ahead, his steps light. His hand was in his pocket, fingers lightly rubbing. The chi within him flowed joyfully through his meridians like a rushing river. Sky dance technique, combined with a combat power of 110. Lightning Thompson. Huh. I hope that guy can take a punch and not cry for his mom. At the entrance of the classroom, a crowd bustled about. Peter Parker kept his head down, trying to shrink himself into his faded backpack, like a transparent person striving to minimize his presence. Suddenly, a long and powerful hand reached over, naturally wrapping around his shoulder. Hey Peter, why are you walking so fast? Gilda's face, which made all the girls in school scream, leaned in with a spring breeze of a smile. Peter tensed up, instinctively wanting to break free. Gee, Gilda, I have something to do. I need to go. Don't be so formal, just call me Johnny. Gilda's grip tightened slightly, rendering Peter utterly immobile. Gwen said she was worried about you, and I think as the proud students of Professor Connors we should look out for each other, right? With that, he turned his head and winked at Gwen beside him. Right, Gwen? Gwen looked at Gilda's heroic demeanor with a glint of admiration in her beautiful eyes. In this indifferent New York, how many people would be willing to stand up for a bullied nerd? Johnny was not only handsome and talented, but also so righteous and responsible. Ding. Detected that Gwen Stacy holds a high recognition of the host's character. Affection 5. Current affection 90. No one else will do. The sound was crisp. Gilda was overjoyed inside, yet maintained an air of righteousness on the surface. That's right, Peter. Gwen stepped forward, her tone resolute. Thompson has no sense of boundaries. If the 3 of us walk together, at least he will think twice. Peter looked at the 2 of them, especially at Gwen's concerned gaze. A wave of warmth surged through him, but was quickly followed by a pang of bitterness. He wasn't stupid. He glanced at Gilda's hand resting on his shoulder, and then at the atmosphere between him and Gwen, which seemed to have no room for a third person. Right now he felt like one of those supporting characters in movies meant to accentuate the protagonist's halo. All right. Thank you both. Ultimately, Peter lowered his head and relented. The 3 of them walked side by side to the school gate, their shadows elongated by the setting sun. Actually, regarding the interspecies gene decay rate that the professor mentioned this morning, I've thought about it afterward. Gilda didn't let the atmosphere cool down, casually throwing out an academic topic. If we introduce radioactive isotopes for labeling, we might be able to detect the critical point of rejection response earlier. Upon hearing the academic question, Peter's eyes instantly lit up and his previous self-doubt was cast aside. Yes, I think so too. Actually, I've seen similar papers in Osborne's public journal. If we could combine. Peter was just about to enthusiastically showcase his talents. To combine it with Richard Parker's decay rate formula from back in the day, right? Gilda interrupted him with a smile, directly stating the core of what Peter wanted to say. Unfortunately, that formula lacks a key constant, the so-called 00 experimental subject serum. Peter's mouth fell open. The words he was about to say were abruptly choked back. This was a bit of a dimensionality reduction attack. How did he know even this? That was a hypothesis only found in my father's manuscript. Gwen beside them looked at Gilda, who was speaking confidently, her eyes filled with admiration that she couldn't hide. Johnny, you know so much, it's like you can read what Peter is thinking. Just a little, just a little. Gilda humbly waved his hand, but secretly chuckled to himself. Sorry, Peter, for the sake of my affection with Gwen. Your moment of glory, Gilda, have completely taken care of it. Preventing fire theft, and Peter, such things must be nipped in the bud. Just as the three were about to walk out of the school gate, the originally bustling crowd suddenly parted, like Moses parting the sea. A few big guys wearing team jackets, chewing gum, blocked the way in a fan shape. The leader was none other than Lightning Thompson. He leaned against the iconic stone pillar at the school gate, spinning a football in his hand, a sinister grin on his face. Look who it is. Lightning straightened up, surrounded by 5 or 6 teammates. Our new school heartthrob along with his little sidekick. What's wrong, still breastfeeding? Do you need the beautiful Stacy to escort you home? Seeing this, the surrounding students hastily quickened their pace to slip away, fearing to be caught up. Thompson. Gwen suddenly stepped forward, blocking the two like a protective lioness. This is the school gate. There are cameras and security everywhere. If you dare to act recklessly, I'll call the police right now, and I mean it. As she spoke, she really took out her phone. However, Lightning remained unfazed, even whistling playfully. Relax, beautiful lady. Lightning raised both hands, pretending to surrender, yet the mockery in his eyes remained unchanged. We are civilized people. We just want to invite these 2 gentlemen to the alley over there to discuss football tactics. After all, Gilda said this morning that he wanted to perform orthopedic surgery on me. I'm eager to learn, can't wait to ask you about it. As soon as he finished speaking, the teammates behind him suddenly moved. They did not attack Gwen, but used their physical advantage to create a wall. What are you doing? Let go. Gwen urgently pushed against the big guy in front of her. But her strength was no match for these athletic strongmen. Hey ladies, please. Lightning wrapped his arm around Peter's neck, tightening it, causing Peter's face to instantly turn red. With his other hand, he attempted to grab Gilda's collar. Gilda slightly shifted to the side, discreetly avoiding that sweaty hand. He did not resist, even fixing his cuff, maintaining a calm smile. Since Lightning is so eager to learn, I certainly can't hold back my teachings. Gilda turned to look at the anxious Gwen, giving her a reassuring look. Wait for me here for 5 minutes, Gwen. I'll go give them a lesson and be back soon. With that, he even took the initiative to step forward towards the famous brawling ground next to the school, heading into a dead-end alley full of graffiti and trash bins. Good to see you're wise. Lightning snorted coldly, dragging Peter along. Watching the figures of the 3 disappear at the alley's entrance, Gwen stomped her feet anxiously, but was blocked from seeing by the 2 remaining teammates. Inside the dark alley, the stench of rotting garbage and urine filled the air. This was the most authentic smell of New York. Lightning slammed Peter against the wall, producing a dull thud. Cough, cough, cough. Peter clutched his chest, sliding down the wall, gasping for breath. TSK, tisk, look at you 2. Lightning crossed his arms, looking down at them. His followers blocked the exit, laughing maliciously. You stick together after school. If someone didn't know, they'd think you were a couple. The thing I hate the most in my life is that kind of spineless sissy. Lightning spat with a snarl, his eyes turning fierce. In this school, I am the law. Parker, since you've found a new backing, I'll teach you what it means to face reality. Finishing his sentence, Lightning didn't even bother to glance at Gilda. In his eyes, this pretty boy was all talk. If it came to a fight, he would probably pee his pants. First, let's deal with Parker, this soft persimmon, to get things started. Hold him down. 2 henchmen immediately stepped forward, 1 on each side, restraining Peter's arms. No. Wait. Peter struggled in terror, but to no avail. Bang. Lightning delivered a straightforward, heavy punch right to Peter's abdomen. Ugh. Peter curled up like a shrimp while almost spilling out. The intense pain left him unable to scream, only able to emit pained wheezes. Stop. You're breaking the law. Gwen's scream came from the alley's entrance, but she was quickly pushed back by the remaining teammate. Oh, that's refreshing. Lightning shook his hand, a perverse satisfaction on his face. He turned, directing his violent gaze towards Gilda, who had been watching from the side. Gilda leaned against the wall, hands in his pockets. He felt neither anger at Peter being beaten nor fear of the impending violence. He even felt like laughing. Is this it? This kind of childish brawl doesn't even qualify as violence. The chi within him was slowly circulating. With a combat power of 110, the world around him seemed to slow down. Hey pretty boy. Lightning approached Gilda grinning as he cracked his knuckles. Scared silly. Now if you kneel and call me daddy, I might consider not hitting your face. After all, if your face gets messed up, how will you seduce rich ladies in the future? Gilda sighed, extending a finger to gently dig at his ear. I have to ask, are your villain lines all wholesale? There's not even a hint of creativity. I gave you a chance, Thompson. Too bad you didn't cherish it. Upon hearing this, Thompson became furious. Seeking death. Lightning roared, swinging the fist that had just hit Peter, ready to smash it into Gilda's nose. However, just as he was about to strike, boom, a thunderous explosion erupted unexpectedly from the street next door, immediately followed by piercing alarm sounds and the screams of the crowd. The ground trembled violently, and the garbage bins in the alley were knocked over. Lightning was startled by the sudden explosion, his movements halting as he looked fearfully towards the direction of the blast. Everyone froze in place. The world outside the alley has descended into chaos. Screams, police sirens, and the thunderous sound of heavy objects crashing to the ground echoed everywhere. At the entrance of the bank on the street outside the alley, shards of bulletproof glass littered the ground. Roar! Accompanied by a roar, a colossal figure broke through the bank's thick wall and charged onto the street. It was a monster nearly 2.5 meters tall, covered in a layer of gray, rough, and thick battle armor that resembled rhinoceros skin. On its head there was a massive single horn. The two heavy metal safes it held in its hands seemed as light as plastic bags. The Rhinoman Alexei Sisyevich was the #1 bulldozer under Golden's command. Huh, New York police. Just a bunch of monkeys in uniforms. The Rhino Man laughed maniacally, and instead of retreating from the first police car that came roaring in, he charged forward. Lowering his head, he aimed his horn at the front of the car, crashing into it like an out-of-control tank. Boom! The police car was sent flying, tumbling twice in the air before crashing heavily onto the fire hydrant at the roadside, a column of water shooting skyward. Open fire! Open fire! Stop him! The shrill sound of brakes screeched as more than a dozen police cars quickly formed a blockade. A middle-aged police officer with graying hair and a stern expression stepped out of the car, holding a megaphone and giving loud commands. He was none other than George Stacy, the chief of the New York City Police Department. He was also Gwen's father. At that moment, Chief George was sweating profusely, his expression grave to the extreme. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire erupted instantly. Countless bullets poured down on the Rhino Man like rain. However, clang, clang. Those 9mm bullets capable of piercing human flesh struck the Rhino Man's skin, merely sparking and bouncing off uselessly. Not even a scratch. Damn. Is this what those super criminals are like? We need heavy weapons. Where's SWAT? Chief George slammed his fist against the car door. In the face of such inhuman strength, ordinary police officers appeared utterly powerless. The Rhino Man patted his chest, a cruel smile spreading across his face. Is this your welcome ceremony? Too weak. He charged again, directly breaking through the police's defenses. Looks like the New York police are having a team-building exercise today. Then let me have some fun. Meanwhile, in the dark alley, the explosions and chaos outside only momentarily stunned Lightning Thompson. He turned around to see Gilda still leaning against the wall, hands in her pockets, wearing an expression of indifference that seemed to carry a hint of amusement. This deeply wounded Lightning's fragile self-esteem. A sense of shame from being looked down upon instantly overshadowed his surprise at the distant explosions. What are you looking at? Lightning spat viciously. The explosions outside are the police's business, not ours. Besides, Lightning's face revealed a sinister smile as he pointed towards the alley entrance. With the chaos outside, those police officers must be overwhelmed already. Even if that gorgeous lady calls the police, now do you think anyone will come to help you, you pitiful worm? This is the dark side of human nature. In the midst of chaotic order, perpetrators often feel safer and bolder. Thompson, are you insane? Gwen's eyes turned red with anxiety. Her golden hair looked a bit disheveled due to her urgency, adding to her already striking beauty. She stared intently into the alley and shouted loudly, Johnny, forget about your pride, Ron. Or just give in. She was truly scared. Although Johnny was tall, Lightning was the star quarterback of the school football team. His explosive power and physique were simply unmatched by ordinary students. She didn't want to see any scars on Johnny's perfect face. Even more so, she didn't want to witness this talented boy's pride being broken because of her. This intense feeling of heartache and protectiveness surpassed what she herself realized, far exceeding that of an ordinary classmate. Given it, Lightning let out a sinister laugh, cracking his neck. Too late. Gwen, just watch closely. Watch how I turn your idol into a pile of begging trash. From now on, no girl will scream for this pretty boy again. Before he could finish his words, Lightning roared, his entire being lunging forward like a hungry bear. With a running start, his fist, as big as a sandbag, hurtled straight towards Gilda's face. If that punch landed, a shattered nasal bone would be the least of it. No, Gwen screamed in terror, instinctively covering her eyes with both hands. Through her fingers, she closed her eyes in despair, not daring to look at the bloody scene that was about to unfold. However, 1 second, 2 seconds, the expected sound of fist meeting flesh did not come. Instead, slap. A light sound as if catching a thrown tennis ball. Immediately after, a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig suddenly erupted in the narrow alley. Gwen's body shuddered. That sound. It didn't seem like Johnny's. She shakily moved her fingers away and opened her eyes. In the next second, her beautiful eyes widened in shock, her cherry lips slightly parted. She seemed frozen in place. In the alley, Gilda remained in that leaning posture against the wall, not even bothering to take his hand out of his left pocket. His right hand casually lifted, 5 long fingers firmly gripping Lightning's massive fist. No matter how hard Lightning tried to exert himself, his fist remained as if welded in place. Is this it? Gilda tilted his head slightly, looking at the terrified and sweating Lightning in front of him. A mocking smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Boring. Just as he finished speaking, Gilda's right wrist seemingly casually twisted and turned downwards. Crack. The crisp sound of bones misaligning echoed loudly in the quiet alley. Oh. Lightning's entire body uncontrollably twisted and knelt down in the direction of Gilda's grip. That arm, originally meant for violence, was now bending at a strange angle. The intense pain contorted his face into a shade of red, and tears and snot flowed out uncontrollably. Let go. Let go. It's going to break. Lightning knelt on the ground, frantically pounding the earth, completely devoid of his earlier arrogance. Boss. The few lackeys blocking the door finally reacted. Seeing their boss subdued with a single move, they exchanged glances and, emboldened by their numbers, cursed and rushed forward. Damn it, how dare you touch our boss? Kill him. Facing the charging group, Gilda didn't even lift an eyelid. He simply tightened his grip on Lightning's fist slightly once more. Don't come over. Stay the hell away. Lightning let out a piercing scream, feeling as though his wrist was about to be crushed. Terrified, he yelled at his underlings, back off. Get away from me. My hand. My hand is going to be ruined. The lackeys came to a halt, glancing at each other, unsure whether to advance or retreat. Gilda looked down at Lightning, who was kneeling at his feet with a cold gaze devoid of warmth. I told you I came to perform orthopedic surgery on you. You see, I am a man of my word. So how's my skill? Are you satisfied? It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Let go. For God's sake, let go now. In the alley, Lightning Thompson's screams were more pitiful than a slaughtered pig. His face, usually arrogant, was now twisted into a crumpled mess. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead in a steady stream. The excruciating pain in his wrist made him feel as if his bones were about to be crushed in the next moment. That kind of strength was simply beyond what a human should possess. Let go. Gilda raised an eyebrow slightly. Not only did he not let go, but his fingers tightened slightly. Crack, crack. The sound of bones grinding together echoed once more. Oh, bastard. Do you know who I am? The intense pain drove Lightning into madness. He knelt on the ground, trembling from the agony, yet still spewing harsh words. My dad is a school board member. If you dare to ruin me, I swear I will make it impossible for you to survive in New York. They'll have someone kill you. Kill your whole family. Upon hearing this, Gilda felt a laugh bubbling up. Kill me. And my entire family. Gilda chuckled lightly. Thompson, it seems you still haven't grasped the situation. Right now your hand is in my grasp, and so is your life. Since you've said that if I let you go now, wouldn't that just invite your revenge later? What? What do you want? Don't be nervous, it's just a little lesson to help you remember your place. Before he finished speaking, Gilda suddenly pulled his left hand from his pocket, transforming it into a hook punch. Bang! A muffled thud. Gilda's fist landed solidly on Lightning's abdomen. He controlled his strength for this punch. He probably used only about 110 points of combat power. Maybe around 0.5. After all, if he exerted a little more force, this guy's stomach might just burst. It would be disgusting to see intestines spilling all over the place, scaring the beautiful Gwen beside him. But despite that, puffed, cough, cough, cough. Lightning's eyes bulged in an instant, and his entire face turned deep purple. He opened his mouth desperately, trying to gasp for air, only to find not a single breath could be drawn into his lungs. The acidic fluids from his stomach mixed with the pizza he had for lunch uncontrollably spewed out. He curled up on the ground, unable to even scream. This punch had completely incapacitated him. Gilda stepped back in disdain, avoiding the mess on the ground. He turned his head to look at Peter Parker huddled in the corner and put on a sunny smile again. Peter, this punch is for you. How does it feel? At this moment, Peter Parker was leaning against the wall, watching Lightning, who was in agony on the ground, with a complex expression. He hadn't expected Gilda to be so ruthless. That decisiveness and fierceness were worlds apart from his usual gentle demeanor. But it was undeniable. Watching the bully who usually tormented him lying on the ground like a dead dog filled Peter with an unprecedented sense of pleasure. However, soon enough the moral shackles ingrained in him, reminiscent of Uncle Ben, resurfaced. John. Peter swallowed hard, speaking somewhat stutteringly. This is enough, right? Even though he's a jerk who bullies people, we can't become like him. If we hurt him badly, we'll get into big trouble. Violence doesn't solve problems, will we? Upon hearing this, Gilda couldn't help but roll his eyes. As expected, this is Peter Parker. Even after being bullied down to the dirt and gaining superpowers, his fundamentally old-fashioned kindness could not be changed. This was also what Gilda despised most about him. It's what is commonly referred to as being a saint. In this brutal Marvel world, such a personality only serves to endanger those around him. Peter, you are wrong. Before Gilda could open his mouth to retort, Gwen, who had been standing at the alley's entrance, suddenly walked over. Looking at Lightning on the ground, there was not a trace of sympathy in her eyes, only a glimmer of delight. Violence indeed cannot resolve all problems, but it can deal with those who create problems. For someone like Thompson, reasoning is useless. Only by making him feel pain and fear will he learn to respect others. After speaking, Gwen turned her gaze to Gilda, her beautiful eyes shining with admiration. Johnny, you did the right thing. Such scum deserves a good lesson. Ding. Detected Gwen Stacy's approval of the host's violent behavior, highly aligned values. Favorability 1. Current favorability, 91, only marrying the one who is worthy. Is it already 91? Gilda looked at Gwen in surprise. He didn't expect this version of Gwen to be so appealing to him. No wonder she was the daughter of the police chief. The blood of violence truly flowed within her. This is not a little white rabbit, it's clearly a little leopard that hasn't grown up yet. Loved it. Since my wife has spoken, I must reward this pig with another punch. Did you hear that, Peter? Gilda shrugged, looking at Peter's dazed expression, his lips curling into a slight smile. This is why Gwen is a goddess, and you can only watch from the sidelines. Sometimes a man should be a bit ruthless. After saying this, Gilda raised his hand again. He aimed another punch at Lightning, who had yet to recover. Bang! This punch landed on Lightning's face. A few bloodstained teeth flew out. Lightning didn't even grunt, rolling his eyes back and fainting. The world went silent. Gilda let go, casually tossing Lightning's now deformed hand to the ground. All right, next. Gilda looked up, his gaze sweeping over the school team's lackeys blocking the alley. His eyes were icy, like he was staring at a group of lambs ready for slaughter. What? Do you want to have a go too? The lackeys had long been stunned by Gilda's brutal methods. Though they usually followed Lightning to show off, they were ultimately just a group of sheltered students. Even when they fought, it was usually just shoving or a group beating on someone who wouldn't fight back. They had never seen a scene like this. A punch that made someone vomit stomach acid and 2 punches that knocked out teeth and caused fainting. Was this even a fight? No. The group exchanged glances, all seeing the fear in each other's eyes. Just as they hesitated about whether to turn and run, one of the sturdier-looking guys suddenly gritted his teeth and pulled out a spring knife from his pocket. What are we afraid of? He's just one person. Let's go all in. If our boss gets hurt, his family won't let us off. Get him. Someone took the lead, and the remaining few seemed to have found their backbone. When people are in extreme fear, they often unleash a blind ferocity. Die. The guy with the knife shouted, angrily charging forward, first the blade aimed directly at Gilda's abdomen. Seeing this, Gwen's face instantly turned pale. Johnny, be careful. That's a knife. Meanwhile, outside the alley, a black SWAT armored vehicle soared into the air. After rolling several times in the air, it crashed into a shop on the opposite side of the alley with a loud bang. The sound of shattering glass was deafening. Following that, a massive gray figure accompanied by clouds of dust and debris appeared in everyone's sight. It was the Rhino. At this moment, he had completely entered a state of rage. His body was covered in bullet wounds, but those attacks felt like mere tickles to him, igniting his ferocity. Get out of my way. Everyone get out of my way. The Rhino roared, casually flipping over a taxi that was blocking his path. His bloodshot eyes darted around. The police's firepower was overwhelming, especially the helicopters hovering above and the heavy machine guns set up in the distance. Although they couldn't penetrate his armor, the hits still hurt. He needed cover or an escape route. Quickly, his gaze locked onto the alley entrance over here. This alley was narrow and deep, connecting to a complex sewer system. As long as he dashed in there, those heavy weapons would be rendered useless. Haha, there's always a way out. The Rhino laughed maniacally, lowering his head with his massive horn aimed at the alley entrance. With a powerful stomp, the asphalt road exploded. He charged forward like a speeding train, with an unmatched momentum, rushing towards the alley. And directly across from the alley, behind the police barricade, George Stacy, who had just commanded a wave of fire, was preparing to order the use of armor-piercing rounds. He instinctively looked in the direction the Rhino was charging. At that moment, his heart skipped a beat, and his pupils dilated to the extreme. At the entrance of that alley, amidst all the dust and chaos, he saw a familiar golden figure. It was his precious daughter, whom he kissed on the forehead every morning before leaving home. Gwen. At this moment, Gwen, due to the earlier commotion, was leaning against the wall, standing right at the outermost edge of the alley, right in the center of the Rhino's charging path. The thunderous roar drew closer, heavy and ominous. The ground began to tremble violently, sending ripples across the puddles in the alley. What is that sound? The group of school team followers who had previously brandished their spring knives were now frozen in place, preparing to rush at Gilda. They turned in horror to look toward the mouth of the alley. In the next moment, everyone's pupils contracted to the size of pinheads. Through the smoke and dust at the alley entrance, a massive gray figure as large as a small mountain was bowing its head. The horn capable of piercing an armored vehicle charged fiercely toward the alley. A rhinoceros man. The overwhelming sense of oppression was suffocating. Oh my God, a monster. Run, run away. The previously boastful follower who had threatened to kill Gilda now trembled so much he could barely hold onto his knife. With a clatter, it fell to the ground. The boy responsible for blocking the alley and restricting Gwen's movements screamed and scrambled away, rolling and rushing toward the other end of the alley. As for Gwen, who the hell was thinking about anyone else? Humanity was laid bare in that moment. When disaster struck, everyone fled. Only Gwen stood alone at the outer edge of the alley. She stared at the approaching monster, watching the horn glimmering with a cold light. An overwhelming fear engulfed her like a tidal wave. Although she was the daughter of the police chief, and usually very opinionated, she was still just an 18-year-old girl who hadn't left school. Faced with such an inhuman monster, her legs felt as if they were filled with lead as she could not move an inch. Am I going to die? Gwen's mind went blank. She watched as the rhinoceros man's grotesque face rapidly loomed larger in her vision. At that moment, time seemed to slow down. She could even see the rough patterns on the rhinoceros man's armor and the bloodshot, crazed eyes. In despair, she closed her eyes. At this critical moment, a sharp sound pierced the air. Suddenly, Gwen felt a powerful hand grasp her waist. The hand was broad and warm, carrying an incredible sense of reassurance. Then a tremendous force pulled her, and her body was lifted off the ground. As the world spun around her, the moment her feet left the ground, the massive body of the rhinoceros man brushed against her hair and crashed fiercely into the alley. The wind howled and debris flew, but Gwen felt no pain at all. She was tightly cradled in a solid embrace. It was an intoxicating scent of masculine hormones. Gwen trembled and opened her eyes. What greeted her was Gilda's breathtakingly handsome side profile, so close it took her breath away. At that moment, his gaze was sharp. Holding her in one arm, he landed steadily beside the alley entrance. Are you okay? Gilda looked down at the girl in his arms, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It seems I've saved you once. Shouldn't you consider repaying me with your body? Gwen's face turned crimson, flushing all the way to her ears. Her heart raced wildly in her chest, beating so fast it felt like it might burst. The relief of surviving mixed with the sweetness of being protected by someone she liked. Her legs turned to jelly, and she slumped into Gilda's embrace, not wanting to get up at all. Ding. Detected that the host has completed the Hero Saves the Beauty achievement. Gwen Stacy is greatly shocked and moved. Affection 9. Current affection 100. Unwavering loyalty. Congratulations, host. Successfully courted the first Marvel goddess. Reward for first completion: King Kai Fist 2x experience. Card 1. E Afterimage Fist. King Kai Fist skill description: a secret technique passed down from North Kai burning life force to forcibly double all attributes, allowing for desperate bursts, level crossing counterattacks, a godly skill that inflicts 1,000 damage to the enemy while harming oneself. Afterimage Fist skill description: Turtle School's movement technique using afterimages to deceive the visual senses, causing opponents to attack the air in a frenzy, a must-have skill for teasing enemies and executing last-minute counterattacks. Next, please strive to complete the communication achievement. Hearing the system's prompt in his mind, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Gilda's eyes. Wow, this is a huge profit. King Kai Fist. That's the signature move of Son Goku from Dragon Ball. Although it's only 2x and just an experience card. But one must know that the effect of King Kai Fist is to exponentially enhance all of the user's attributes. Strength, speed, defense, destructive power, all doubled. Gilda's current base combat power is 110. With the 2x King Kai Fist, that becomes 220. What concept does a combat power of 220 represent? In the early Dragon Ball, the likes of Tien Shinhan, who could shatter a martial arts arena with a single blow, had a combat power around this figure. What about in the Marvel Universe? That would definitely place him in the top tier. Captain America, Black Panther, Spider-Man. In front of Gilda using King Kai Fist, they would be nothing. Even that Wolverine with his incredible healing factor, or that Venom who enjoys munching on brains, Gilda was confident he could take them on head-on. As for the Afterimage Fist, that was even more practical. Utilizing high-speed movement to create afterimages to confuse enemies. Whether for offense or showing off, it was a divine skill. This is a sure win. Gilda tightened his grip around Gwen's waist, feeling the incredible elasticity beneath his fingertips. He was in high spirits. Meanwhile, across the street from the alley, Police Chief George Stacy was slumped beside the police car, gasping for breath. Cold sweat soaked his back. In that moment, he truly thought he was going to lose his daughter. God bless. God bless. Chief George looked at the young man holding his daughter beside the alley entrance. His eyes were a whirlpool of complex emotions. Gratitude, relief, and a hint of sourness as a father witnessing his precious daughter being courted. But now is not the time for such thoughts. Quick, everyone, surround the alley. Support team, bring heavy weapons, follow me. Chief George roared, drawing his sidearm, the first to charge toward the alley. Meanwhile, inside the alley, it was akin to a hellish nightmare. Those previously arrogant members of the school team were now scattered like bowling pins knocked down by the Rhinoceros Man. Roar! The Rhinoceros Man didn't care whether he was trampling garbage or people beneath his feet. He only wanted to escape. Thud! The previously boastful Lightning Thompson had not yet recovered from the pain of his severed hand when he tried to struggle to his feet, only to be brushed aside by the edge of the Rhinoceros Man's massive foot. His body flew sideways, crashing against the wall with a loud bang. It was bad news. Not only was his hand broken, but he likely had several ribs fractured as well. He fell unconscious, his life hanging by a thread. As for Peter Parker, at the moment the Rhinoceros Man charged and driven by instinct for survival, Peter made a twisting motion. He slid along the wall narrowly, avoiding the Rhinoceros Man's direct charge. Oh my God! He crouched behind a trash can, watching the creature wildly demolishing walls in search of an escape, then glancing at Gilda, who had saved Gwen like a god descending from the heavens. The sense of loss and inferiority in his eyes grew stronger. Was the gap between him and Gilda truly so vast? At the alley entrance, Chief George, accompanied by a team of SWAT officers armed with riot shields and automatic rifles, rushed over. Gwen, are you okay? George rushed forward, examining his daughter with trembling voice. Dad, I'm fine. Gwen stepped down from Gilda's arms. Though her legs were still a bit shaky, she tried to stand tall. She tightly grasped Gilda's hand, her eyes filled with pride. It was Johnny who saved me. George glanced at Gilda and nodded. Young man, thank you. This place is too dangerous. We'll leave the rest to the police. Get Gwen out of here now. George's tone was firm. He turned to look at the Rhinoceros Man, who was attempting to pry open the manhole, cover, his eyes flashing with determination. Everyone prepare tear gas. We must not let him escape. However, a light chuckle sounded from behind George. Gilda released Gwen's hand, gently patting her shoulder to signal her to step back. Then he leisurely rolled up his sleeves, revealing his well-defined forearms. Mr. Chief. Gilda looked at George, and then at the massive brute wreaking havoc in the alley, a confident smile spreading across his face. With all those sticks you're holding, you won't be able to hold back that brute. His armor, even an RPG, might not be able to penetrate. George frowned. Young man, what do you mean by that? This is not the time for heroics. That is a supervillain. I know, Gilda shrugged. He certainly understood that this was a supervillain, but he knew even more that this was the perfect stage to showcase his strength in front of his future father-in-law. Moreover, it was the perfect moment to solidify his image in front of Gwen. This way he could pave the way for future interactions between him and Gwen. And besides, that Rhinoceros Man looked like he needed a good beating. As a law-abiding American citizen and a future flower of Empire State University, how could I just stand by and watch a criminal roam free? Gilda shook his finger at George and the wide-eyed police officers. Leave this dirty work to me. With that, amidst the shocked gazes of everyone, Gilda slipped his hands into his pockets. With a leisurely pace, he strolled step by step into the dark alley filled with danger and violence. His back was simply too handsome. That boy, what is he doing? A few special police officers who had just set up their blast shields looked at the figure casually strolling deeper into the alley with one hand in his pocket. Their eyes were nearly popping out. That was a Rhino Man. A monster that could toss SWAT armored vehicles like toys. Who does this person think he is? Captain America. Quick, bring him back. Don't let him get himself killed. George reacted, shouting as he was about to rush forward. However, just as his hand was about to touch Gilda's clothing edge, a sharp sound erupted from above without warning. Immediately, a fierce wind blew, making it hard for everyone to open their eyes. A huge shadow suddenly enveloped the entire alley entrance. Everyone instinctively looked up. Between the gaps of the tall buildings, a green creature with wings was hovering in the air. Its massive mechanical wings spanned nearly 10 meters wide. Vulture, one of the elders of the Evil Six. Is that another supervillain? George Stas's face turned pale in an instant. One Rhino Man had already given them a hard time. Now another one that could fly has come. Caw caw cawed. Alexei, you worthless piece of trash, can't you handle a bunch of uniformed garbage? In midair, Vulture let out a sharp, eerie laugh like that of a night owl. He swung his wings violently. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of sharp steel feathers rained down like a torrential downpour. Take cover. Quick, take cover. The terrified police shouted as they raised their shields and scattered. Clang, clang, clang. The steel feathers pierced the ground walls and police cars, sparking a flurry of sparks. A few officers who couldn't dodge in time screamed as they fell to the ground, blood staining their uniforms. Amidst the torrential steel rain, only Gilda remained. He continued to stand in the center of the alley, not having moved an inch. He slightly raised his head, gazing at the arrogant figure in the sky, a trace of amusement flashing in his eyes. Vulture, what day is it today? A zoo convention. Johnny, watch out above your head. In the corner of the alley, Gwen, shielded by the police, yelled. Seeing the steel feathers heading straight for Gilda, her heart nearly stopped. She wanted to rush out, but was firmly held back by the female officer next to her. However, facing this attack that could turn a person into a sieve, Gilda merely sidestepped casually. Swish, swish, swish. A few steel feathers grazed his clothing and embedded themselves into the ground, but not a single hair on him was harmed. That composure, that anticipation, as if he had already seen through all the trajectories of the projectiles. Moi. Vulture in midair let out a soft exclamation, narrowing his eyes beneath the mask. Interesting, you actually managed to dodge. Lucky little bug. However, he did not continue to engage. His mission was to provide support, not to kill. Alexei, stop playing around. The boss is still waiting for us. Vulture shouted into the depths of the alley. At this moment, the Rhinoman, initially planning to escape through the sewers due to the police's heavy firepower, heard Vulture's voice. His small green eyes instantly lit up. Help has arrived. Air support has come. Since he had air superiority, why should he run away? Roar. The Rhinoman suddenly turned around. His heavy gray armor looked particularly menacing in the dim alley. He abandoned the half-open manhole cover. His eyes filled with brutality and killing intent locked onto Gilda, standing in the center of the alley. You blind little bug. Daring to stand in my way, now you will die. The Rhinoman charged forward again. This time in the narrow alley there was no room to dodge. He lowered his head, his horn charging towards Gilda. The force of this collision. Don't even mention flesh and blood. Even a main battle tank could be turned into a pancake. It's over. Outside the alley, Director George closed his eyes in despair. He had seen too many scenes like this. In the face of such absolute power, humanity seemed so fragile. That young man, although somewhat skilled and courageous, was ultimately just a human. Sigh. George sighed heavily, clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his flesh. Young man, you are just too impulsive. Especially in front of women, always wanting to show off. It's a pity the price is too high. Gwen covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. Johnny. Facing this fatal blow, Gilda curled the corner of his mouth into a cold smile. This guy is indeed very strong. If I were to take it heat in now, I'd probably end up like a piece of paper lying on the ground. After all, this guy is much stronger than Spider-Man, and even stronger than he is now. But who told you that battles have to be about brute force? Against a tank that relies solely on strength without brains, the best strategy is to make it unable to even catch a whiff of exhaust fumes. Just as the Rhinoman's horn was less than half a meter away from Gilda's chest, the stench of wind pressure even ruffled Gilda's hair at that moment. Gilda moved. Phantom fist. The next second, the Rhinoman felt as if he had collided with a mass of air. There was no resistance, no sense of collision. He went straight through Gilda's body. What a... The Rhinoman slammed on the brakes. The immense inertia carved 2 deep grooves into the ground until he crashed into the wall at the end of the alley. Boom. The wall collapsed, dust flying everywhere. The Rhinoman shook his dizzy head and angrily turned around. Bastard, where did you hide? However, when he saw the scene before him, he was dumbfounded. Everyone, including Vulture in the sky and all the police and Gwen outside the alley, were all stunned. Completely stunned. In the originally empty alley, several Gildas had appeared without anyone noticing. They were in various postures. Some had their hands in their pockets, some were crossing their arms with a cold smile, and some were fixing their hairstyles. Each one was vivid, all exuding the same aura. Surrounding the Rhinoman. What is this? Vulture almost lost control and crashed the aircraft from the sky. Having been in New York for so many years, he had seen mutations, technology, and even magic. But this technique of duplication. Is this some kind of ninjutsu? Hey, big guy. The 10 or so Gildas spoke simultaneously, their voices overlapping, creating a strange echo. Are you looking for me? Guess which one is the real body. If you guess right, there's a prize. If you guess wrong. All the Gildas simultaneously revealed a radiant smile. My fists pack quite a punch, you know. The feeling of being surrounded by a dozen Gilda was evidently quite unpleasant, especially for a single-celled being like the rhinoceros man, whose brain capacity was likely smaller than his biceps. This visual deception was almost more unbearable than death itself. Fake. All fake. Let's see how long you can hide. The rhinoceros man's bloodshot eyes seemed ready to spew fire. He resembled a mad bull swinging his massive arms. He violently struck at the closest few phantoms. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of his fists howled through the air. Yet with every attack, the Gilda that originally stood there would dissipate the moment his fists made contact, only to reappear in another corner with a mocking smile. Oh dear, you were a bit slow there. TSK tisk, that punch had some strength, but too bad it hit nothing but air. Big guy, are your eyes just for venting? The dozen Gilda spoke in unison. That kind of three-dimensional surround sound mockery instantly skyrocketed the rhinoceros man's blood pressure to the edge of explosion. Oh, I will kill you. I will tear you to pieces. The rhinoceros man, in a fit of impotent rage, smashed the walls on either side of the alley, sending debris flying. Fool. In the sky, the circling Vulture couldn't bear to watch any longer. Although he was also shocked by such a bizarre ninjutsu. He, after all, possessed air supremacy and had a broad view. Among the dozen flickering figures, he keenly detected a hint of incongruity. Alexei, stop acting like a headless fly, the Vulture shouted. Meanwhile, he adjusted the angle of the thrusters on his wings. A mechanical claw suddenly pointed at a figure leaning against the wall on the right side of the alley. That's the real one. 3 o'clock direction. Ram him. Hearing his teammates prompt, the rhinoceros man's previously dazed eyes instantly focused. He fixed his gaze on the Gilda leaning against the wall, who was looking down at his nails. A cruel smile cracked across his lips. Found you, little mouse. Without any hesitation, the rhinoceros man launched himself again. This time he held nothing back. The jet ports behind his armor even spat out 2 streams of blue flames. Boost. He charged toward the real body with a thunderous crash. Die. The terrifying momentum made the police outside the alley, who were planning to assist, instinctively pull their triggers. Bang, 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 bang. Bullets hit the rhinoceros man's back, but apart from sparking, they couldn't slow him down at all. No. Gwen, who was being held tightly by George, closed her eyes in despair. Even Chief George's heart was in his throat at that moment. Even though he had mixed feelings about this young man who had just ruined his plans, he certainly did not want to witness a justice-filled youth turned into a puddle of mush. However, just as the rhinoceros man's horn was about to pierce the Gilda's chest, the Gilda, who had been looking down, suddenly raised his head. He revealed a row of neat white teeth at the charging behemoth. You guessed wrong. That was me a second ago. What a... The rhinoceros man's pupils constricted sharply. Before his brain could process it, the Gilda before him vanished. Another phantom. Damn it. I can't stop. The rhinoceros man panicked as he tried to brake. But with such extreme speed and the thrust, the inertia was astounding. Boom. A deafening crash echoed. The rhinoceros man's horn, along with his head and half his body, smashed squarely into the thick concrete load-bearing wall. The entire building trembled violently, as if a magnitude 5 earthquake had occurred. Dust and smoke rose. Roar. I can't. Get it out. From within the wall came the rhinoceros man's muffled and awkward roar. His prideful horn was now firmly wedged in the reinforced concrete. No matter how much he kicked with his 2 sturdy legs outside, he couldn't move an inch. He resembled a large gray mouse trapped by a mousetrap. The vulture in the sky twitched his mouth in disbelief. Sorry. I misjudged you. Ha ha ha. The real Gilda manifested behind the rhinoceros man. He looked at the rhinoceros man, who was stuck and trying hard to pull his head out, and couldn't help but laugh. This is awkward, isn't it? Why do you have to grow a horn? Is it a lightning rod? The police outside the alley were stunned. Gwen opened her eyes and saw this scene. Her tense body instantly relaxed. Good opportunity. But Chief George was the first to react, his professionalism prompting him to give an immediate order. Now's the time. Attack. But Gilda was faster than them. Since you're stuck, then don't come out. Aura, aura, aura. Gilda's figure instantly appeared behind the rhinoceros man. His fists fell like raindrops. Bang, 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 bang. Each punch carried the terrifying strength of Captain America. The dull thuds sounded like drums, making the bystanders' eardrums ache. Yet useless. Useless. Huh. Such an attack was like scratching an itch for the big guy. The rhinoceros man couldn't pull his head out, but his mouth was still defiant. His rhinoceros battle armor was made of specially modified high-polymer material capable of withstanding 2 hits from anti-tank missiles. Ordinary punches and kicks didn't faze him at all. Put in some effort. Haven't you, Eden? The rhinoceros man even had the leisure to mock. Oh, is that so? Gilda paused and shook his slightly warmed wrist. Indeed, this turtle shell was quite tough. Even with a combat power of 110, opening up this thick armor with bare hands would take considerable effort. But who said it was necessary to break the turtle shell? Since you don't like scratching, let's give you a facelift. Gilda walked to the side of the rhinoceros man, looking at his head, which had to be tilted due to being stuck. Especially that face, which was partially exposed despite being protected by a helmet. Then he'll give you a facelift. Gilda's mouth curled into a proud, sinister smile. He slightly crouched, gathering strength for a precise and fierce uppercut. From below, at an extremely tricky angle, it directly blasted toward the rhinoceros man's exposed chin. This punch contained all of Gilda's energy. Rising dragon punch. Bang. Crack. The rhinoceros man's jaw shattered instantly. The tremendous impact directly transmitted to his brain. The rhinoceros man, who had been yelling, suddenly fell silent. His eyes rolled back, revealing a large expanse of white. Then his massive body began to convulse violently. As if his bones had been pulled out, he slumped down. If not for his horn being stuck in the wall, he would have likely collapsed to the ground. One punch. Oh, phew. Gilda blew on his fist and readjusted his slightly disheveled collar. He turned around and flashed a bright smile at George and Gwen outside the alley. All done. At that moment, everyone gaped, staring at the boy standing next to the giant beast, as if they were looking at an alien. My God. Chief George could barely steady his gun. That was a rhinoceros man. A monster that had left the entire police department helpless. Just like that. Knocked out with a single punch. Who on earth is this young man? Gwen was even clutching her chest, her gaze toward Gilda, overflowing with affection. So handsome. So strong. This is the man Gwen Stacy has set her sights on. Damn. 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 In the sky, the vulture was nearly crushing the control stick in anger upon witnessing this scene. Useless. All of them are useless. To be taken down in one encounter, how am I supposed to report this to the boss? In that case, then none of you can live. Since I'm up in the sky, this is my territory. Eat bombs, insects. The Vulture sharply ascended, and the cargo bay beneath his wings opened. Dozens of pumpkin-sized microbombs were dropped down like dumplings, indiscriminately hurled at the police and Gilda gathered at the alley's entrance. Not good. Bombs. Chief Georges' expression changed drastically. Scatter. Quickly scatter. He grabbed Gwen beside him and desperately lunged toward the distant cover. Boom, 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 boom. A continuous series of explosions rang out. Flames soared into the sky and waves of heat rolled over. Although the police reacted quickly, many were still blown away by the shockwave. Ha! Run! Scream! The Vulture circled in the smoke-filled sky, letting out a triumphant laugh. This is air supremacy. As long as I'm up in the sky, you ground-dwelling ants can only take hits. Watching the chaotic crowd below, the Vulture felt a great sense of superiority. He changed direction, locking his gaze on Gilda, standing in the alley. Kid, you can fight, huh? Too bad you can't fly. Now it's your turn. The Vulture grinned maliciously, activating the thrusters on his wings to full power. He didn't dive down to engage in hand-to-hand combat, but hovered at an altitude of 10 meters. Preparing to unleash all remaining firepower for a saturation strike against this kid who had spoiled his good plans. However, just as he was about to press the launch button, he saw the boy. The young man standing in the smoke slowly raised his head. Is this your dying wish? Gilda spoke indifferently. What? The Vulture froze. Then he witnessed a scene that he would never understand in his life, one that could shatter his worldview. Gilda did not make any jumping motions. A faint layer of white aura suddenly surrounded his body. Then his feet, slowly defying the laws of physics, left the ground. 1 meter, 2 meters, 10 meters. Without any jet device, without any wings, and without any leverage. He flew up straight with arms crossed behind his back at a constant speed with no logic whatsoever. What? The Vulture's grin instantly froze, replaced by a kind of extreme terror that felt otherworldly. His eyeballs nearly popped out of their sockets, his mouth agape enough to fit a light bulb. He flew. How is this possible? No wings. No thrusters. Not even any mutation features. This is unscientific. The Vulture's mind was in chaos. Not just him. On the ground, Chief George, who had just poked his head out from behind cover. Looking at the figure hovering in midair, the walkie-talkie in his hand fell to the ground with a thud. He can fly. Gwen covered her mouth in disbelief, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. Johnny is also a superhero, even in the corner of the alley. The recently awakened Lightning Thompson, who was about to crawl away in the chaos, looked up to see the man who had traumatized him floating in the sky. I must still be dreaming. Lightning rolled his eyes and promptly fainted again. 10 meters above the ground. The face of the Vulture, hidden beneath his flight mask, was now twisted in extreme shock. He stared intently at the young boy hovering in the air before him. The mechanical wings trembled slightly due to the operator's shaking hands. You. The Vulture's voice became sharp and trembled. How can you possibly fly? This is unscientific. There are no propulsion devices, no anti-gravity equipment. What the hell are you? This was completely beyond his comprehension. Even those so-called mutants, or the Captain America exalted by the Avengers, could not defy the laws of physics to such an extent, could they? Faced with the Vulture's ghost-like questioning, Gilda simply brushed aside, his tousled hair blown by the wind. Fly. Is that really difficult? If you just want to fly, can't you just do it? It's innate, there's nothing I can do about it. Puff. The Vulture nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Innate? What the hell does that mean? Do you think you're some kind of bird person? Stop pretending to be supernatural. The Vulture, having been in the underground world for many years, quickly regained his composure after the brief shock. He had to run. This strange kid was too eerie. As for that foolish Rhino, let him get caught. But before running, he had to buy himself some time. So what if you can fly? My wings use the most advanced turbo propulsion technology. They can reach speeds of 150 kilometers per hour. In the sky, I am the king. The Vulture roared. The turbo engine behind him suddenly spewed out a jet of blue flame. Using the immense thrust, he instantly shot backward, creating distance. At the same time, all the feather launchers on his wings activated. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of sharp steel feathers shot toward Gilda like a storm. Die? Freak. The Vulture was confident that even if this kid could fly, he could not evade such a widespread attack. As long as he could hold him for a second, he could dive into the clouds and escape. However, ideals were lush while reality was stark. Just as the Vulture turned to accelerate away, he suddenly lost sight of the boy in his retina. Gone. Is this your maximum speed? A somewhat disappointed voice suddenly rang in the Vulture's ear. He stiffly turned his head and saw the boy who should have been shot to pieces by the steel feathers now flying alongside him at the same speed. Not a single bead of sweat was on that handsome face. He even wore a look of disdain in his eyes. Too slow. Gilda shook his head. Really too slow. Even a fly could fly with more passion than you. In front of Gilda, who mastered the art of chi and air dance. This mechanical-powered flying speed felt like a turtle crawling. You? The Vulture's pupils shrank to pinpricks. He was about to maneuver his wings to evade. But Gilda had evidently lost his patience with the play. Down you go. Gilda said casually, his right hand, which was originally in his pocket, suddenly shot out. Bang! It solidly slammed into the Vulture's metal mask. The immense force directly dented the mask, crushing the nasal bone and several front teeth into fragments. The Vulture's brain instantly crashed, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. The once rapidly operating aircraft lost control and spiraled down toward the ground. Gilda's figure flashed, and he grabbed the Vulture's ankle. Like lifting a dead chicken, it was effortless. Boom! A muffled sound echoed again in the alley. Gilda descended from the sky, casually tossing the unconscious Vulture beside the Rhino man, who was still stuck in the wall. Two villains, one big and one small, were neatly arranged. Job done. Gilda dusted off his hands and turned around. At this moment, the alley was surrounded tight. Countless dark gun muzzles were aimed this way, but upon seeing Gilda emerge, those SWAT officers instinctively swallowed hard and took a step back in unison, their eyes filled with awe and shock. The earlier scene had a tremendous impact on their worldview. Flesh and blood flight. A single punch knockout. Is this something humans can do? Johnny. A graceful figure rushed past the police line without hesitation. Gwen, like a startled deer, crashed into Gilda's embrace. She clung tightly to Gilda's waist, her body still trembling slightly. At the moment Gilda soared into the sky, she felt both proud and terrified. Terrified that Gilda might get hurt, even more scared that this boy might fly away and never return. I'm fine, you fool. Gilda gently ruffled Gwen's smooth golden hair, feeling the girl's attachment to him, which made his heart feel wonderful. This is the benefit of a hero saving a damsel in distress. Cough, cough. A deliberately loud cough sounded nearby. George Stacy walked over with a dark expression. He looked at the two tightly embraced figures, especially his own precious daughter, wishing he could merge himself into that stinky boy's body. George's mood was incredibly complicated. Sour. Too damn sour. Although this kid saved his daughter and himself, and even helped the police department solve two major troubles, this did not mean he could so boldly flirt with his daughter right in front of him. Gwen, let go first, George said with a stern face. Only then did Gwen realize her face flushed like a ripe apple, reluctantly loosening her grip. But she still stood beside Gilda, unwilling to step away. Her protective demeanor made George feel even more disheartened. What a guy? She hasn't even gotten married yet, and her elbow is already turning to the Atlantic. Mr. Gilda. George took a deep breath, forcing himself to return to the authoritative demeanor of a police chief. He looked at Gilda, his gaze sharp. While I appreciate your assistance earlier, there is something regarding your ability to fly and your scientifically unexplainable strength. I believe I need to invite you back to the police station for a cup of coffee and to take a statement. At this point, George paused, his tone softening slightly. Don't worry, it's not an arrest. Just a routine inquiry. Gilda was not surprised by this. If George didn't ask, that would be strange. After all, this is the Marvel Universe, not Harry Potter. A regular college student suddenly flying is big news. Of course, Chief. Gilda smiled slightly and appeared very cooperative. This is also the responsibility of a good citizen. However, Gilda pointed at the already unconscious Lightning Thompson and those few members of the school team who were scared to pee their pants. These bullies should also face just consequences, right? George glanced at those bullies. And that boy Peter, who was curled up behind the garbage can with his eyes covered, quickly understood what had just happened here. A hint of disgust flashed in his eyes. Rest assured, no one can override the law in my jurisdiction, not even if he is the son of a board member. An hour later, New York City Police Department Chief's office. The blinds were drawn tightly and smoke filled the room. George Stacy sat behind the desk, holding a nearly burnt-out cigarette. His sharp, eagle-like eyes were fixed on the young man sitting across from him. Outside the door, one could vaguely hear Gwen's anxious pacing and her repeated inquiries to the officers. Is it done yet? Gilda sat in the chair, relaxed, even curiously examining the decor in George's office. Mr. Gilda. George extinguished the cigarette and leaned slightly forward. Let's get straight to the point. I've checked your background. An orphan, both parents deceased, inherited a fortune, excellent grades, a regular lifestyle. Besides being excessively handsome, your resume is as ordinary as anyone among New York's millions. However, everything that happened in the alley today is far from ordinary. Being able to create duplicates, knocking out a Rhino man in heavy armor with a single punch, and even flying without any external force. Tell me, kid, what exactly are you? A mutant? Inhuman? Or the product of some secret laboratory experiment? George's gaze became extremely serious. This was not only a police chief's vigilance over extraordinary powers, but also a father's scrutiny over a potential future son-in-law. If Gilda turned out to be a dangerous and unstable factor or a pawn of some evil organization, then for Gwen's safety, he would never allow them to be together, even at the cost of his own life. Seeing George's vigilant demeanor, Gilda understood that this was a critical moment. This answer would directly determine whether he could successfully navigate the relationship with Gwen. It might even decide whether he could gain some official tacit approval in this Marvel world. He had to weave. Oh no. He had to provide a reason that was both reasonable and could showcase his harmless yet powerful nature. Mr. Director, actually, this matter is quite sci-fi. 10 years ago, near my old home in the suburbs, I found a piece of meteorite fragment shimmering with purple light. George's eyebrows twitched violently, ash from his cigarette falling onto his trousers. Meteorite. That's right, it's the remnants of some alien technology. Johnny began his performance, his tone so sincere that even he began to believe it. I was only 8 at the time, and out of curiosity I touched it. As a result, that thing transformed into a beam of light and drilled into my body. I fainted for 3 whole days, and when I woke up, I had some inexplicable powers. Johnny sighed, wearing a face of, I'm troubled too. As I grew older, these abilities became stronger. Flying, creating duplicates, and that kind of strength that can break through concrete. I swear I have never been to any secret laboratory. I'm just an ordinary genius college student. George stared at Johnny for a full half-minute. This kind of cliched alien encounter would be tossed into the shredder by a Hollywood director. But in this New York where supervillains appear at every turn, this strangely became the most scientific explanation available. Even if he thought Johnny was talking nonsense in the absence of any evidence, he had no choice but to temporarily believe. At least this kid's record was as clean as a blank sheet of paper. Alien technology, huh? George rubbed his temples, his voice revealing a deep fatigue. Johnny, although this sounds like something out of Star Wars in this crazy world, I can only temporarily keep it on record. Johnny shrugged, but inwardly he was chuckling. Tisk, the old man's ability to handle pressure still needs improvement. If one day I turn into a Super Saiyan with hair turning golden and crackling with electricity, wouldn't you be scared enough to go meet Jesus? But George changed his tone, suddenly becoming extremely serious. This matter is not over yet. Because you displayed supernatural powers in public, the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics has already intervened. Hearing that full name, Johnny's heart skipped a beat. Goodness. The Department of Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics. Isn't that the S-H-I-E-L-D? These agents who come running at the slightest hint, are they that quick? That black egg Nick Fury is probably already imagining cutting me into thousands of pieces for research, right? The Department of Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics. Johnny pretended to be puzzled, raising an eyebrow. What is that? Some kind of mysterious charity organization. It's a national agency dedicated to handling non-natural events. George shot him an annoyed glance. However, I've already negotiated with them. Considering you are still a student, and today was indeed in self-defense and for the sake of justice, they agreed to conduct an investigation without affecting your studies. Johnny nodded but couldn't help but sneer inwardly. I hope that Egg doesn't mistake me for some kind of freak and lock me up. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind going dark and flattening the 3-fly building with one punch, then peeling off his black skin. Before that, I still want to be a playboy in a New York penthouse chatting about life with Gwen and Wanda. As for the investigation, they can do as they please as long as it doesn't delay my degree. Johnny looked indifferent. The atmosphere in the office eased a little. George extinguished the cigarette, but his gaze softening yet becoming sharper. That was the exclusive look of a father-in-law assessing his son-in-law. Next, let's talk about personal matters. I saw it at the alley today. The look you had when you saved Gwen, and how Gwen looked at you. Johnny remained silent, quietly listening. Old dang, you really understand, I haven't even begun to exert my strength yet. Johnny, I've checked your background. You're an outstanding kid, even somewhat ridiculously so. George fixed his gaze on Johnny's eyes. Gwen is my only daughter. She is my life. I know that young people like you with immense power are always easily tempted by external influences. I don't care what kind of person you will become in the future. I only ask one thing from you. You must treat Gwen seriously. Johnny let the words go in one ear and out the other, but he wore a solemn expression of a model student. Director, Gwen is my goddess, so of course I will treat her well. Johnny raised his hand earnestly, but inwardly he added, but Director, I want to get stronger. The system insists on making me prosperous with many children. I can't help it. For the peace of the universe, to prevent Thanos from snapping his fingers. I can only endure and be a hardworking playboy. I hope you can understand my good intentions in the future. George looked at Johnny's sincere face and finally let out a sigh of relief. I hope you can remember what you said today. George patted Johnny on the shoulder with considerable force, as if venting some kind of emotion. Also, the way you dealt with the Rhino and Vulture today was splendid. If it weren't for your intervention, I don't know how many of my men would have sacrificed today. With Gwen by your side, I can rest easy. George waved his hand, signaling that the record was complete. Johnny happily stood up, adjusting his collar. The father-in-law approved. Isn't that equivalent to getting a pass to Gwen's room? If I can win over Gwen, wouldn't that be tonight? Once I go out, I have to find a way to ask this girl out for a big dinner. Steak, red wine, candlelight, and then, hee. All right, you can go out now. Gwen is waiting outside and is about to wear down the floor. George waved his hand impatiently. Johnny politely nodded, opened the heavy office door, and walked out. In front of him was Gwen's stunning face, filled with anxiety and concern. The glow of the setting sun cast a halo on her golden hair. At that moment, Gwen looked as beautiful as a painting. Johnny, are you okay? Did my dad make things difficult for you? Gwen dashed over like a fledgling swan, disregarding the odd looks from the surrounding officers, and tightly grasped Johnny's hand again. Johnny held her delicate palm in return, leaning close to her ear and inhaling the faint scent of her shampoo. It's fine, I got along quite well with our dad. Johnny chuckled softly, feeling Gwen's body shudder slightly as he leaned closer to her pink earlobe. After such a scare, you must be hungry, right? I'll take you to a quiet place. Shall we calm down? Gwen felt Johnny's burning gaze. Under the watch of those enchanting eyes, she felt a shiver run through her body. The modesty that originally belonged to the goddess had long since transformed into a gentle touch amidst the turmoil of the day. Gwen murmured, lowering her head, allowing Johnny to lead her away. In the twilight of New York, the golden red afterglow paints the streets and alleys with abandon. Johnny held Gwen's hand, striding confidently along the edge of Fifth Avenue. To be honest, this feeling is rather wonderful. Not long ago, he was performing cosmetic surgery on a Rhino man in an alley. Now he was shopping with a goddess like an ordinary college student. This rhythm of bouncing between violence and tenderness is truly exhilarating. Johnny, where are we going later? Gwen asked quietly, her head almost buried in the ample curves of her chest. Her heart was racing even faster than when she faced the Rhino man. Feeling the warmth in his palm, Johnny casually squeezed her delicate fingers. This sensation is like kneading a piece of top-quality smooth jade. No wonder she's the goddess with a 100 approval rating. Even her sweat smells sweet. After a whole day, my stomach is already protesting. Johnny turned his head, flashing Gwen a dazzling smile. I know a Michelin one-star French restaurant nearby. The chef's truffle steak is quite decent. Shall we try it? Gwen, clueless about Michelin stars, was feeling flustered, her mind tangled like a ball of yarn. French cuisine, isn't it? Too formal. She looked down at her somewhat disheveled dress along with a bit of dust from earlier in the alley. Formal? Gwen, even if you wore a burlap sack, you'd still be the center of attention in my eyes. Johnny took out his phone and skillfully dialed the reservation number. In this Manhattan, where money speaks, as long as you act like a wealthy heir at table, that's as easy as pie. After hanging up, Johnny noticed Gwen's steps had become somewhat stiff. He looked down. Goodness, she was fixated on their clasped hands. Her fingertips trembled slightly, and the blush on her cheeks was about to spread down her neck. Gwen's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. Oh my God, Stacy, are you crazy? How long have you known this guy? Not even 24 hours, right? Holding hands should be a process that naturally follows at least 3 dates, 2 movie outings, and 1 flower delivery, right? Why is it so natural now? She wanted to withdraw her hand, but feared that might make Johnny think she was rejecting him. What if he never pats my head again? What if he doesn't save me anymore? The phrase "caught between a rock and a hard place" was probably tailor-made for Gwen at this moment. What's wrong, Gwen? Johnny stopped in his tracks, leaning in closer with a playful grin. Is the sun in New York too warm, making your face all red like that? He was feigning ignorance. As a seasoned player, if he couldn't recognize this kind of youthful reaction, all those gigabytes of learning materials from his past life would have been in vain. A bit. Today's sun is indeed quite strong. Gwen hurriedly nodded, her gaze darting around nervously. Johnny couldn't help but scoff internally. Strong sun. The sun was practically sinking below the horizon. This girl, truly naive, turned as red as a ripe tomato at a mere tease. I think it's maybe not the sun's fault. Suddenly Johnny stopped, leaning slightly forward, his voice dripping with mischievous magnetism. It might be because my hand is quite warm, so it rubbed off on you. Gwen's brain buzzed, a wave of warmth rushing to her head. He must be flirting with me. He must be doing it on purpose. How come I don't hate this feeling at all? Her mind involuntarily replayed the focus he had when he called himself a genius, the tenderness when he patted her head, and the domineering way he pulled her out from under the Rhino man's horn. It's over. Gwen, you've completely fallen. This man is not only ridiculously handsome and extraordinarily strong, but he's also so. Johnny, don't say any more. Gwen's voice was barely above a whisper. Yet her hand, instead of pulling away, secretly shrank closer into Johnny's palm. The power of a 100 approval rating is indeed undeniable. Soon they arrived at the French restaurant located at the top of a skyscraper. With a grand gesture, Johnny booked a private room by the window, candlelight, fresh flowers, and a panoramic view of Manhattan. Here you can elegantly cut your steak while looking down at the traffic below, as insignificant as ants. Of course, this ambience comes at a cost of $1,500. This price might mean 3 months of eating dirt for an average person, but to Johnny it was worth every penny. This isn't just about eating steak. This is a ticket to a home run. Johnny, is this wine a bit too much? Gwen glanced at the bottle of red wine with a complex French label on the table, feeling a bit awkward as she pursed her lips. Thanks to her studious mind, she instinctively calculated the cost of this meal in her head. $1,500. Good heavens, that's burning money. It's fine, Gwen. Money only gains its soul when spent on you. Johnny elegantly filled her glass, his eyes brimming with a carefree drink. As you like, I've got plenty of money attitude. However, internally, he quietly praised the system. To ensure that tonight's academic exchange would go smoothly, he specifically chose a powerful Bordeaux with a strong aftertaste. This wine is sweet and nectar-like when you drink it. But once the alcohol kicks in, the after effects can turn any reserved girl into a lazy kitten. Is it despicable? No, this is called mutual consent. Looking at Johnny's earnest gaze, Gwen felt moved. He spent so much money just to have dinner with me. I can't waste it either. Since it's ordered, I might as well try to finish it. Thus, two people, each with their own motives, one innocent, one seeking connection, began to eat and chat. They chatted about interesting stories from school, Professor Connor's quirks, and even their future plans. Johnny was good at listening, occasionally inserting a deep or humorously sarcastic comment. Gwen's clear laughter echoed in the private room. Glasses of red wine were poured one after another. I must say Gwen's tolerance for alcohol is quite poor. After 3 glasses, her bright blue eyes were already misty with a layer of watery haze. The room was dimly lit, only the cluster of orange candlelight flickered in the center. Outside the window, moving neon lights and the cold moonlight contrasted with the man across from her, who looked like a sun god straight out of a myth under the filter of alcohol. Johnny. Gwen rested her chin on her hand, gazing at him with dreamy eyes. I used to think boys should be as stubborn and dull as my dad says. But you seem different from what I saw today. Johnny set down his glass, naturally moving around the table to stand behind Gwen. He leaned down, his warm breath brushing against the porcelain-like skin of her neck. Gwen's body trembled, and a tingling sensation climbed up her spine. What's different? Johnny's voice was husky. His large hand had unknowingly rested on her shoulder, his fingertips gently stroking her delicate skin. You're very bad. Gwen turned her head. The distance between them was now so close that they could count each other's eyelashes. She could smell the scent of red wine mixed with cedar on Johnny. That aggressively masculine aura shattered her last shred of scholarly rationality. Johnny said nothing. Instead, he responded with a kiss that was both domineering and tender. Gwen's pupils dilated, then slowly closed. She felt like a leaf swaying in a storm. She could only cling desperately to Johnny's collar, allowing herself to sink into this vortex filled with the scent of red wine. Johnny felt a jolt of excitement as well. This feeling was indeed 1,000 times stronger than the virtual interactions in that broken game. After a long while, their lips parted. Gwen, Johnny whispered in her ear, his voice laced with an irresistible allure. It's getting late. It's quite far to return to Queens. I just happened to book a room nearby where we can stargaze. Shall we continue our discussion on biology there? Gwen, embarrassed, buried her head in his chest. With both hands tightly gripping his shirt, she responded with a whisper as soft as a fly. Johnny smiled wickedly, a sign of confidence. He pulled Gwen into his arms and strode out of the restaurant. Tonight's academic research was bound to require a lot of physical strength and spirit. Meanwhile, at the top of a skyscraper in Manhattan, a man weighing at least 400 pounds with muscles as hard as granite stood expressionless in front of a huge floor-to-ceiling window. Wilson Fisk, the feared kingpin of New York's underworld. Behind him, his trusted aide Wesley handed over a tablet with a serious expression. Sir, the latest news. Alexei the Rhinoman and Tumas the Vulture have been arrested. This situation is a bit troublesome. The police say someone is preventing their bail. Fisk said nothing. His eyes, deeply set in his flabby face, were fixed on a photo on the screen. It was a surveillance snapshot from an alley near Empire State University. In the photo, a young man dressed in a black hoodie, strikingly handsome, was throwing a punch at the Rhino man's jaw with a hint of mockery. Johnny, Gilda, Fisk said slowly. He squeezed the expensive cigar in his hand firmly. Crack. That cigar, worth the equivalent of a month's salary for an average person, was instantly crushed into a pile of debris under his tremendous strength. Tobacco flakes fell from his fingers. Investigate his background thoroughly. In New York, no one can cut off Fisk's financial lifeline and still live well. In the early morning of New York, the air still held a trace of the night's chill. Outside the Hilton Hotel on 5th Avenue, Johnny strode out hand in hand with Gwen. Today, Johnny appeared as refreshing and radiant as ever. A satisfied smile, one that only men understand, lingered on his handsome face. He seemed like an Iron Man reactor that had just been fully charged, exuding an energetic vibe. In contrast, Gwen, usually a confident academic goddess, appeared like a wounded kitten. With each step, her beautiful legs wrapped in thigh-high stockings would tremble slightly. A hint of fatigue marked her brows, but more pronounced was the shyness and allure of a girl newly touched by the rain. Slow down. Johnny. Gwen tugged at the corner of his shirt, her voice slightly hoarse, a remnant of last night's heated academic debate. Sorry, I'm just used to it. Johnny quickly slowed his pace, wrapping his hand around her delicate, boneless one. His other hand naturally rested on her slim waist, supporting her like a human crutch. Does it still hurt? Johnny leaned down, whispering in Gwen's ear using a voice only the two of them could hear. His tone carried a mix of teasing and tenderness. You still dare to say? Gwen's face flushed bright red like a ripe tomato. She playfully pinched the soft flesh at Johnny's waist, but didn't dare to apply much force. Johnny, with a thick skin, chuckled as he hailed a taxi. He gentlemanly helped Gwen into the car, even thoughtfully placing a soft pillow behind her. This seamless gesture warmed Gwen's heart. That naughty guy. Although he was as domineering as a beast in certain aspects, he was gentle like a prince in everyday situations. Is this the feeling of being in love? Empire State University. As the two appeared on the campus avenue, they inevitably became the center of attention, once more especially with Gwen's slightly unnatural walking posture. In the eyes of some seasoned observers, it was the most obvious battle report. Hey, look who it is. A teasing voice rang out. Felicia Hardy leaned against a lamppost, twirling a car key in her hand. Her cat-like eyes scanned the two of them back and forth. Finally, they settled on Gwen's unusually flushed cheeks. Good morning, geniuses from the biology department. Felicia whistled and strutted over. She leaned in close to Gwen, sniffing her, a playful smirk appearing on her face. Tisk, 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 Gwen, your scent has changed. It's a mix of hormones and the sweetness of milk. Last night's academic exchange must have been quite intense, right? Felicia's words nearly made Gwen want to find a hole to hide in. No, don't say that. Gwen hastily waved her hands, her gaze darting away, unable to face Felicia. WWE just happened to meet at the school gate. Right, Johnny? She looked at Johnny with an adorably guilty expression. Johnny suppressed a laugh and nodded seriously. That's right, Felicia. As upright university students, we were discussing the possibilities of DNA sequence recombination in a room with a large floor-to-ceiling window and a starry ceiling all night long. As for the scent you mentioned, Johnny raised an eyebrow, his eyes brazenly sweeping over Felicia's curvaceous figure. Maybe next time you could come and smell it yourself. Cut it out, you little pervert. Felicia shot him a glare, but her eyes sparkled with more interest. Such a man daring enough to flirt with her face was rare to find. But speaking of which, Felicia shifted her teasing tone and glanced at Johnny. You're quite the famous figure at school now. The news about yesterday's incident in the alley has spread like wildfire. Beating a rhinoceros like a punching bag and still able to fly. Tisk tisk, now the forum is guessing which alien prince's illegitimate child you are. But you need to be careful. That Lightning Thompson is a waste, but his father is a school trustee. I heard that guy is still lying in the ICU after an 8th bone surgery. His family probably won't let this go easily. Johnny shrugged, looking nonchalant. I acted in self-defense. Everyone saw it. He insisted on dragging me into the alley to discuss feelings. As for the fracture, maybe he just lacks calcium. Seeing Johnny's unconcerned demeanor, Felicia couldn't help but giggle. All right, you have a good mindset. Anyway, good luck, my Apollo. With that, Felicia winked at Johnny and turned, swaying her hips as she walked away. Gwen watched Felicia's retreating figure, instinctively tightening her grip on Johnny's arm, her vigilance at an all-time high. The first class of the morning was English literature. For a science student like Johnny, it was nothing short of a lullaby. He sat in the back of the classroom, propping his chin on one hand, while the other mischievously played with Gwen's small hand beneath the desk. This made Gwen glance at him with a flushed face from time to time. Just then, a long-awaited system notification sounded in Johnny's mind. Congratulations, host. Successfully completed the first deep interaction with Shrank Comprehensive Scoring Beauty, Gwen Stacy. Reward calculation for the multitude of children and blessings system in progress. Reward 1. Given the host's outstanding performance and high favorability, basic combat power doubled. Boom. A more violent surge of heat swept through his body instantly. Originally 110 points of combat power skyrocketed. 220 points. But that's not all. Ding. Special situation detected. Congratulations, host. Triggered hidden achievement. 1 shot, 1 kill. Detected target. Gwen Stacy has successfully conceived. Family adds a new member. Congratulations. Triggered critical hit. Reward basic combat power 10. Uffed. Johnny nearly spat out his drink. What the heck? Pregnant. That's too accurate. That accuracy. A sharpshooter. Before he could regain his composure from the shock, a terrifying energy erupted within him like a tsunami. 220 points of combat power. Multiplied by 10. 2,200 points. Johnny clenched his fists tightly. He felt incredibly powerful now. If the previous 110 points of combat power belonged to the peak of humanity or low-level superhumans, then the current 2,200 points. That was undeniably planet-level power. To put it into perspective, in the original Dragon Ball, Raditz, who scared the hell out of Piccolo when he arrived on Earth, only had a combat power of about 1,500 points. And Raditz could easily obliterate a city with a single strike, even withstand an energy blast. Now he was far stronger than Raditz. Johnny's gaze instantly became incredibly fervent. He quickly calculated the power comparisons in the Marvel Universe. Currently, Iron Man Tony Stark, wearing Mark III or IV. His combat power barely reached 2 to 300. Even that Hulk-busting armor designed for dealing with Hulk would max out at just over 1,000. As for others, Aquaman Namor, who swims in the water, those Super Skrulls who can only mimic, even the Vision with the gem on his head, or the Accuser Ronin wielding a hammer. In front of his current self, they would all be like younger siblings. Woo, awesome. Johnny couldn't help but roar in his heart. And this was only after conquering Gwen. If he could also win over Felicia, Wanda, Northstar, and the others, wouldn't he immediately transform into Super Saiyan 4, tearing Thanos apart and stomping on the Celestials? This multitude of children and blessings system is really something. Johnny turned to look at Gwen, who was diligently taking notes beside him, his eyes filled with tenderness and fondness for the experience pack. What is she, a girlfriend? She is clearly my lucky goddess, my superpower bank. And she might already be carrying my little scion. Just thinking about this made Johnny's hand unconsciously rest on Gwen's flat stomach. Johnny, what's wrong? Gwen turned her head in confusion, feeling the warmth on her belly. Her face turned red again. Here, we're in class. It's nothing, I just suddenly think you look especially beautiful today. Johnny leaned closer to her, whispering. In his heart, he thought, my dear son or daughter, you better grow well. Whether Dad can transform into Super Saiyan depends on you. However, just as Johnny was immersed in the joy of his power surge, bang! The classroom door was violently pushed open. The loud noise startled everyone. The English teacher at the podium adjusted his glasses and was about to get angry. But upon seeing the visitor, he immediately shut his mouth. Standing at the door was a middle-aged, balding man in a suit with a face full of flesh. Behind him followed several burly school security guards. Dean of Empire State University, Dean. He was also notoriously snobbish, a lackey for wiping the behinds of the trustees' sons and daughters. Dean's face was grim as he scanned the classroom. Finally, he locked onto Johnny, who was sitting in the back. Johnny, Gilda. Dean shouted, spitting as he spoke. Stand up, pack your things, and come with me to the academic affairs office right now. Now, immediately. The classroom erupted in an uproar. All the students turned to stare at Johnny in the back. Whispers filled the air. It's over, the dean has personally come. It must be because of yesterday's incident with Lightning Thompson. I heard Thompson's dad barged into the principal's office with a legal team early this morning, threatening to make the attackers serve time. Oh, what a pity, such a handsome new heartthrob is about to be expelled and might even go to jail. Gwen's face turned pale instantly. She tightly grasped Johnny's hand. Johnny. Her voice trembled. Although her dad was the police chief, sometimes the law could seem powerless against the forces of capital. Especially since Lightning was indeed seriously injured, this was a severe assault case. If the school insisted on pursuing it. Don't be afraid. Johnny gently patted the back of Gwen's hand, giving her a reassuring look. Then he slowly stood up, facing the imposing dean and security guards. There was no trace of fear on his face, only a playful smile. Would a being with 2,200 points of combat power fear a dean? Don't be ridiculous. Mr. Dean, right? Johnny leisurely adjusted his collar. What's with all the anger? Coincidentally, I also wanted to discuss with the school the definitions of campus bullying and justifiable self-defense. Lead the way. In the corridor of the Imperial State University. Gilda, I hope you understand your current situation. The dean walked ahead. While adjusting his somewhat tight suit and tie, he spoke in a voice as unpleasant as a duck's quack. He glanced back at Johnny, who was leisurely standing with his hands in his pockets, and his eye muscles twitched involuntarily. This kid is about to meet his end, yet he still acts like this. Does he really think that being handsome allows him to wipe his butt with school rules? You'd better pray that Master Thompson gets out of the ICU soon and is willing to forgive you. Dean stopped in his tracks and turned around. With a chubby finger, he pointed vaguely at Johnny's chest, spitting as he spoke. Otherwise, you will face more than just expulsion from school. The Thompson family's legal team is more than capable of wiping out your pathetic inheritance, leaving you to pick up soap in prison for the rest of your life. Hearing this, Johnny raised an eyebrow. He looked at the middle-aged bald man with a face full of flesh and a false sense of authority. A trace of disdainful, cold laughter curled at the corner of his mouth. Mr. Dean, did you forget to brush your teeth this morning? Or did you eat too much in the bathroom just now? Johnny extended his hand, fanning the air in front of his nose in disgust. What a big mouth you have. You. Dean's face turned red from being choked. Do I need to explain the term self-defense to you? And also the definition of campus bullying. I believe the Board of Trustees would be very interested to see how their highly paid dean is covering for a board member's son who leads the bullying. Johnny looked down at him mockingly. What do you think, Mr. Dean's lapdog? You. Dean was so angry that he trembled, all over, his fingers shaking as he pointed at Johnny. This is outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. After so many years at the Imperial State University, which student didn't show him utmost respect, like a mouse meeting a cat? Yet this Johnny Gilda not only disregarded him, but also turned around to lecture him. Good. Very good. Dean laughed angrily, his eyes turning sinister. I hope that when you reach the Board of Trustees' office and face Mr. Thompson, your mouth can still be so tough. Johnny shrugged. Walking behind, he wanted to see what the Board of Trustees was planning to do about him. Meanwhile, Washington, D.C., the 3 Flying Building, headquarters of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics S.H.I.E.L.D. In an office, Agent Phil Coulson was holding a steaming cup of coffee. Furrowing his brows, he looked at an electronic report in his hand. What was displayed on the screen were the surveillance snapshots from the alley in New York yesterday. Although the image was somewhat blurry, it was still clear to see. How that black-haired youth pulled a several 100-kilogram bald eagle from the sky, as if he were carrying a chick. And that kind of flight completely defying the laws of physics. Alien meteorite fragments. Coulson couldn't help but laugh as he looked at the report from the New York Police Department. This excuse is a bit too perfunctory. In this day and age, aliens wouldn't even use such an old cliché script. As a seasoned agent dealing with various supernatural phenomena for many years, what kind of scenes had Coulson not witnessed? If this had happened 10 years ago, perhaps it could have been brushed aside. But now, ever since that Tony Stark in an iron suit flew around recklessly, and that blonde muscular man with a hammer smashed floors everywhere, the world's atmosphere has long been tilted to the point of absurdity. However, Coulson took a sip of coffee, his gaze becoming somewhat profound. Although the reasoning is absurd, this kid's strength is genuine. According to the on-site investigation, the power behind that punch that knocked out the Rhino was at least over 50 tons. And that kind of flying ability had no propulsion or heat source reaction. It was as if the legendary superhero comics had come to life. Coulson put down his cup, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. The purpose of S-H-I-E-L-D is to respond to such inexplicable threats. Originally by protocol, such a high-level superhuman should be directly controlled by the rapid response team, and then sent to the sandbox base for evaluation. That is sliced research. But the director is currently fast-tracking the Avengers initiative. Coulson thought of the one-eyed director who had been troubled by recent matters. Although that arrogant Tony Stark joined the advisory group, he completely disregarded orders. The Hulk is a ticking time bomb ready to explode at any moment. Captain America is just a super soldier. S-H-I-E-L-D is currently in dire need of high-end combat power, especially someone like this, who seems to be handsome, even a bit like his younger self. With a clean background and a sense of justice, at least he beat up a criminally young man. With a slight guidance, he might become a good blade. Ding ding. At that moment, the communicator on the table lit up. An agent from S-H-I-E-L-D, responsible for monitoring, sent an urgent report. Sir, the target, Johnny Gilda, was just taken away by the Dean of Imperial State University. According to intelligence, the Thompson family board member is preparing to use connections to sue him for intentional injury and is pressuring the school to expel him. They may even resort to some unorthodox means. Upon seeing this message, Coulson's eyes narrowed. A gentle smile returned to his face. Unorthodox means, in this land besides us at S-H-I-E-L-D, who else would dare use unorthodox means against a target of this danger level? This is simply like pulling teeth from a tiger. If this young man is truly pushed to his limits, with the combat power he displayed yesterday, forget about just one Thompson family, the entire Imperial University might be turned upside down by him. At that time, wouldn't it be them at S-H-I-E-L-D who would have to clean up the mess? Stupid capital and bureaucracy. Coulson shook his head, stood up, and adjusted his well-fitted black suit. It seems this is a good opportunity for contact. Sending timely help is far more impressive than adding flowers to a brocade, isn't it? Rather than letting this young man turn against society because of its darkness and become a radical like Magneto, it's better to lend him a hand now. Let him feel the warmth from the official side. This way, if they want to pull him into the Avengers in the future or ask for his help with some tricky troubles, he would be more amenable, wouldn't he? What do we call this? This is called human feelings and social customs. Thinking of this, Coulson picked up the car keys. Notify the action team, take 3 agents, and come with me to Imperial State University. Also, Coulson instructed into the communicator. Help me contact the Education Department of New York City and the patriarch of the Thompson family. Tell them that S-H-I-E-L-D is executing a classified mission involving national security. If anyone dares to cause trouble at this time, then they can go have tea at Guantanamo. After hanging up the communication, Coulson strode out of the office. Let's go meet this lucky one who picked up an alien meteorite. In the conference room of the Imperial State University. Creak. As the door was pushed open, Johnny walked in with his hands in his pockets, looking relaxed. He didn't look like a student coming to face judgment. Rather, he resembled a leader inspecting the work. Hey, someone close the door, it's a bit windy. Johnny even had the leisure to turn around and instruct Dean, who was following behind him. You. Dean's face turned purple with anger, just about to erupt. But thinking of the important figures sitting inside, he immediately changed to a fawning expression and hurried in. In the center of the conference room, around a massive oval conference table, sat a group of middle-aged men in suits. And sitting at the head of the table was a man with a corpulent figure, a face full of flesh, and an exceptionally sinister gaze. Harrison Thompson, the father of Lightning Thompson, who was still lying in the ICU. One of the largest board members of the Imperial State University. Bang! Seeing Johnny enter, Harrison slammed the table and stood up. His chubby face trembled slightly with anger. Is it you? Harrison rushed up to Johnny in a few steps. His finger, adorned with a gold ring, was nearly poking Johnny's nose. Is it you bastard who hurt my son? Spit flew everywhere. Johnny disdainfully tilted his head back. Speak if you want to, but don't spray saliva. Also, I acted in self-defense, thank you. Self-defense. Harrison laughed in anger, a chilling coldness seeping through his laughter. You crushed someone's hand bones, broke 3 ribs, and even caused a serious concussion. You call this self-defense? Exactly. This is what this kid did. Next to him, Dean immediately rushed over like a lapdog, pointing at Johnny and shouting loudly. Mr. Thompson, this kid is a troublemaker at school. He shows no respect to his elders, disregards school rules, and is simply a bad apple. I suggest immediate expulsion. He should also be sent to jail. Looking at Dean's frantic display, Johnny couldn't help but click his tongue. Mr. Dean, it seems you have quite a knack for guarding the house. You must eat a lot of bones in your spare time. You bastard. Dean turned pale with anger, but didn't dare to act too wildly in front of Harrison. He could only glare at Johnny with a resentful gaze. Enough. Harrison's furious roar interrupted Johnny's mockery. He stared fiercely at Johnny, his gaze malevolent. Kid, you're quite arrogant, huh? It seems you still haven't grasped the situation. In here, I am the law. Not only will you be expelled from school, but you will also have to compensate for all my son's medical expenses. That's the best private hospital with the best ICU room, and every minute costs a fortune. That little savings of yours probably won't even cover the interest. Get ready for bankruptcy. Prepare to spend the rest of your life in prison. Harrison's words were like a death sentence. The other school leaders around also displayed expressions of gloating. In their eyes, offending Harrison meant this student with no background was already a dead man. However, facing this overwhelming blame and threat, Johnny's face revealed a strange smile. Bankruptcy. Prison. Just based on you. Johnny shook his head, suddenly taking a step forward. In the astonished gazes of all, he walked straight toward the massive conference table. Then he plopped down in the head seat that originally belonged to Harrison. He rested his legs on the table and leaned back. His posture was as arrogant as it could be. I think you might have misunderstood something. Johnny surveyed the stunned crowd before finally focusing on the trembling Harrison. First of all, your son was openly bullying a classmate at the school gate. Secondly, I was acting heroically. Lastly, and most importantly, Johnny extended a finger and lightly tapped the table. If I hadn't stepped in to deal with those 2 super criminals, your precious son would have been trampled into a meat paste by the rhinoceros long ago. So, Johnny spread his hands, looking utterly reasonable. Shouldn't you be thanking me? Expel me. Compensate. You must be dreaming. I think you not only can't expel me, but should rather hold a school-wide commendation ceremony for me and give me some outstanding youth award or something. As for the scholarship, Johnny stroked his chin. Just a token gesture of full scholarship would suffice. And any good academic resources in the future should also prioritize me. After all, a genius like me who excels in both literature and martial arts is the living billboard of your school. In the entire conference room, one could hear a pin drop. Everyone stared at Johnny as if he were a fool. This kid, is he crazy? Having hit the board member's son, he wasn't even thinking about how to plead for mercy. He actually turned around and negotiated terms with the board member, demanding commendations, scholarships. How much fake wine did he drink? Huh. Harrison suddenly erupted into wild laughter. He laughed until tears almost came out. Good, good, good. He pointed at Johnny, laughing until he doubled over. I've lived so many years, and this is the first time I've seen such an ignorant thing. Who do you think you are? Save my son. That is what you should do. Injuring my son is your crime. Dean and the other leaders also started laughing. Their eyes were filled with mockery and disdain. Gilda, are you still not awake? This is the real world, not your hero dream. You have to pay the price for injuring someone. Prepare to rot in prison. Harrison's smile faded, leaving only cruelty and coldness. No need to waste words with him. Security. Throw him out. The expulsion notice will be sent to your home shortly. As for the lawyer's letter, Harrison sneered. They'll let you know what the power of capital means. You can get lost. Just then, ding-ling-ling. A rapid ringtone abruptly sounded in the quiet conference room. Harrison frowned. He impatiently took out his phone. This was his private number, and not many knew it. Hello, this is Harrison. What's the matter? I'm dealing with that ungrateful student. However, in the next second, Harrison's once arrogant face instantly froze. The original anger and arrogance quickly receded like a tide. What replaced it was an incredible shock and deep fear. What? Homeland. Strategic defense. Protected subject. What? How is this possible? Harrison's voice trembled, cold sweat instantly breaking out on his forehead. The voice on the other end was calm. I am Phil Coulson. Regarding Mr. Johnny Gilda, he is currently a high-profile protected subject of our Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau. Any adverse accusations against him must be retracted immediately. If your foolish actions cause Mr. Johnny any distress or lead to any absurdity like expulsion, then the Thompson family will face serious consequences. This. Harrison felt the sky was about to fall. The Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau. That legendary, mysterious organization that supersedes everything. How could they intervene for an ordinary college student? And such an ultimatum with no room for negotiation. Meanwhile, ding ding ding. In the conference room, several other school leaders' phones rang one after another. Hello, Director of Education. What? Withdraw the punishment. Must commend. Even the mayor personally ordered it. The voices on the other end of the line rose and fell. Each person who finished their call turned as pale as if they had eaten a fly. They looked fearfully at Johnny, who was still sitting in the head seat calm, and even playing with the pen on the table. Their expressions had completely changed. What was this? A poor kid without a background. This was clearly an untouchable Buddha. Johnny watched this scene. Although he didn't understand exactly what had happened, from their expressions it was clear that something interesting had occurred. Interesting. Inside the conference room, Harrison Thompson's hand trembled slightly as he held his phone. He looked at Johnny, who sat in the main seat with an air of nonchalance and a hint of a mocking smile. His heart felt as if it were being tightly gripped by someone, making even breathing difficult. The National Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau, that privileged agency that only existed in legends. They actually came forward for this student without any background. And it's the highest level of protection order. What does this mean? It means that this seemingly harmless young man in front of him is backed by the entire machinery of the state. And just now he had even boasted about making him rot in jail. And even demanded compensation. Harrison felt a chill surge from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. It's over. He's kicked a titanium alloy steel plate now. Mr. Harrison, what are you waiting for? Johnny casually toyed with the pen in his hand and spoke lightly. Did you not say just now that you would have the security throw me out? What? Did the security get lost? No. No. Harrison suddenly came to his senses, his face instantly contorting into a smile that was more painful than crying. Misunderstanding. It was all a misunderstanding. Student Gilda, I was impulsive just now. I didn't understand the situation. Please don't take it to heart. The speed of this face-turning was faster than flipping a book. The other school leaders around also retracted their earlier gloating expressions. Each one sat upright, eyes on the nose and nose on the heart, fearful that the flames would burn them. Only Dean, standing beside them, appeared oblivious. This guy clearly hadn't grasped the situation. Or perhaps the information overload from that brief moment had short-circuited his already limited brain. Director Thompson, what are you talking about? Dean approached with a confused expression, pointing at Johnny and loudly reprimanding him. Gilda, you disrespectful thing. Get off that chair immediately. Is that a place for you to sit? You think you're worthy to speak to Mr. Thompson like that? I see you really don't want to keep your position. Harrison trembled with anger. Even at this moment, he was still causing him trouble. He pointed at the door and yelled, "Get out. Now. Immediately. Disappear from my sight." Huh. Dean was utterly dumbfounded. This script doesn't match, does it? Wasn't he just going to kill this kid? How come in the blink of an eye he wanted me to leave? TSK. Johnny shook his head, a look of regret on his face. It seems that no matter how vicious the dog bites, the master doesn't feel it. Dean, your guarding career seems to be lacking, huh? Dean was so furious that he almost spat out old blood. He glared at Johnny with resentment, but under Harrison's murderous gaze, he could only slink away with his tail between his legs. Just then the big door of the conference room was pushed open again. Four agents in black suits and sunglasses, exuding an air of no entry for outsiders, walked in. Leading them was a middle-aged man with a slightly high hairline and a gentle smile on his face. Phil Coulson, the well-meaning agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., also the most trusted confidant of that black egg director. Johnny raised an eyebrow. He arrived rather quickly. Hello everyone, I'm Phil Coulson. Coulson presented his credentials and smiled slightly at the crowd. From the National Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau, we have some national security issues that require Mr. Gilda's cooperation in the investigation. I believe none of you have any objections, right? As soon as Harrison saw the eagle emblem on that credential, his legs felt weak. He hurriedly ran up, nodding and bowing. No objection. Of course, no objection. Everything will follow your arrangements. About the phone call. Coulson glanced at him, his smile still gentle, but his eyes were chillingly scary. Remember what I said. If Mr. Gilda faces any unfair treatment at school, or if anything happens, then we will conduct a thorough security review of the entire Empire State University. I believe Mr. Harrison should know what that means. Harrison broke out in a cold sweat, desperately nodding. Understood. I will definitely comply. After reprimanding Harrison, Coulson finally walked in front of Johnny. Mr. Gilda, please come with us for a moment. There are some things we need to discuss elsewhere. Johnny shrugged and stood up from his chair. Let's go. The air here is a bit murky. I would like to get some fresh air as well. Under the awestruck gazes of the school leaders, Johnny swaggered out of the conference room, following Coulson and the others. At the school gate, a completely black Chevrolet Suburban SUV parked by the roadside. The windows were tinted with one-way film, making it impossible to see inside from the outside. Johnny sat in the back seat next to Coulson. Want something to eat? Coulson pulled out a pink donut from a paper bag and handed it to Johnny. I won't be polite then. Johnny took the donut and bit into it. Strawberry flavored and quite sweet. I've read over the record you made at the police station. Coulson looked at Johnny, his gaze somewhat profound. Alien meteorite fragments. Mr. Gilda, while I really want to believe this story, I have to say it sounds a bit like a science fiction plot from last century. Really? Johnny swallowed the bite of donut, looking innocent. I used to think it was a dream too when I was a child. But art stems from reality, doesn't it? Who would have thought that in this day and age, even aliens casually throw away their trash? Coulson stared at Johnny for a few seconds, then suddenly smiled. That makes sense. In a world where even gods fly around with hammers, picking up a meteorite fragment doesn't seem like a big deal. He didn't dwell too much on this issue. After all, as long as the person was under control, whether it was a meteorite or not was unimportant. What mattered was whether this knife could be utilized by S.H.I.E.L.D. We've already resolved the matters with the school board on your behalf. Coulson took out a document from his briefcase and handed it to Johnny. This is your new file. In addition to retaining your student status, we have also applied for a full scholarship for you, as well as some special academic privileges. You can regard this as a small token from us. Johnny glanced at the document and raised the corners of his mouth. Wow. S.H.I.E.L.D. does things authentically. Not only was the trouble resolved, but they also provided a lot of benefits. What do you call this? This is what it means to lean on a big tree for shade. Thanks. Johnny closed the document. But I suppose you guys aren't doing charity, right? Of course. Coulson nodded. We hope you can maintain this current lifestyle and study well. If needed, we will contact you for some ability assessment tests. Of course, this will be under the premise of not affecting your normal life and rest. After all, for a young man like you with great power, if you go astray due to lack of guidance, it would be a loss for all humanity. Johnny rolled his eyes. Guidance. They probably want to monitor him, right? But he didn't mind. As long as it didn't interfere with his pursuit of girls, everything else was negotiable. All right then. Johnny stretched lazily. Just don't take up too much of my dating time. After all, you know, being in college dating is a serious matter. Coulson smiled and handed Johnny a business card. This is my personal number. Feel free to reach out to me if you encounter any troubles. Wishing you a pleasant life, Mr. Gilda. The SUV stopped by the roadside. Johnny pushed the door open and got out. It was just the break between classes. The campus boulevard was bustling with people. After taking just 2 steps, a familiar fragrance hit him. Hey, big name. Felicia Hardy suddenly appeared from somewhere. She was wearing a tight black leather jacket that accentuated her impressive figure. Her cat-like eyes sparkled with curiosity. Was that a S.H.I.E.L.D. vehicle just now? You're quick to connect with the official channels, huh? Gwen has been worried sick, constantly messaging me about your situation. So how was it? Did they slice you up for research? Johnny smiled and shook the document bag in his hand. How could that be? We just discussed some academic issues regarding alien civilizations and casually offered some constructive suggestions for the school. That's good to hear. Felicia sighed in relief, pulling out her phone to send a message to Gwen, reassuring her. Then she lifted her head, her alluring eyes fixed on Johnny. Her tongue lightly licked her red lips, carrying a hint of subtle seduction. Since everything is fine, can I treat you to something? I know a great Japanese restaurant nearby. I want. Felicia leaned closer to Johnny's ear, her breath like orchids. I want to taste what the hero who saved the whole school is like. Hiss. This boomerang came a bit too fast. Looking at Felicia's inviting demeanor, Johnny felt a thrill in his heart. How could he refuse a beauty of this caliber like a black cat coming forward? Moreover, the multi-child system was still waiting for an upgrade. It would be my honor. Johnny's lips curled into a sly smile as he naturally wrapped his arm around Felicia's slender waist. Meanwhile, in the slowly departing S.H.I.E.L.D. SUV, Coulson took out his phone and sent Harrison a stern text message. The content was simple: meet all reasonable requests from Johnny Gilda, including but not limited to scholarships, award ceremonies, and any academic resources that may be needed in the future. If not complied with, the consequences will be borne by him. At this moment, Harrison, who was sweating cold in his office, saw this text message, nearly smashing his phone in anger. But what could he do? Faced with a behemoth like the National Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau, this small board member could only resign himself to his fate aside from impotent rage. Bastard. Harrison gritted his teeth. You've got some guts. Inside a private tatami room at a Japanese restaurant, the lighting was soft and intimate. Johnny sat cross-legged on the floor facing Felicia, whose smile bloomed like a flower. Here, try this. The uni at this place is absolutely fresh. Felicia lifted a golden mound of sea urchin with her chopsticks, not toward her own bowl, but toward him. Leaning forward, she offered it directly to his lips. Her feline eyes gleamed with unabashed provocation. Johnny didn't hesitate. He opened his mouth and accepted it. His tongue brushed lightly against the tip of her chopsticks. Felicia recoiled as if struck by electricity. 2 rosy clouds rose to her cheeks, yet the mirth in her eyes deepened. How is it? Rich, tender, silken. Johnny's appraisal lingered with quiet implication. His gaze never strayed to the uni. Instead, it settled upon the tantalizing curve of Felicia's neckline. And just like you. Oh, you. She feigned indignation, casting him a playful sidelong glance. Yet her tone held not a trace of annoyance, only quiet, unmistakable delight. By the third round of sake, Felicia set down her chopsticks. Beneath the table, her long legs brushed gently against Johnny's calf. Hey, Johnny, what exactly did you do yesterday in that alley? She rested her chin on her palm, eyes shimmering with unfeigned curiosity. Rhino and Vulture, they're both notorious hard cases even for NYPD. Especially Rhino. I heard even anti-tank missiles can't crack his hide. And yet you shattered his jaw with one punch. And then there's your flying. Felicia leaned closer, her breath warm and sweet against his skin. I've heard rumors. You're a mutant. Or maybe a lab-engineered soldier. Watching her wide-eyed, eager expression, Johnny set down his glass and curved his lips into a knowing, enigmatic smile. Want to know? Felicia nodded vigorously. It's really quite simple. Johnny shrugged, dusting off the very same cover story he'd used on George and Coulson. As a kid, I found a glowing meteorite in my backyard. One touch, and everything changed. Extraterrestrial tech. Those who understand, understand. Really? Felicia's eyes widened, disbelief written across her face. That's all. That's all. Johnny spread his hands. Sometimes life outstrips cinema in sheer wonder. Whoa. A soft sigh escaped her, tinged with genuine envy. I'm so jealous. Your luck is extraordinary. Not only are you devastatingly handsome, but you possess powers beyond imagination. Unlike me, I must rely solely on these hands to earn my keep. She extended her slender porcelain-white fingers into the air and made two delicate clawing motions, like a wild kitten sharpening its nails. Johnny smiled faintly, saying nothing. He knew well this seemingly guileless campus queen was destined to become the legendary Black Cat, the most elusive thief of all. Those hands would indeed earn her a living, and quite handsomely too. The meal ended on a note of pure delight. Felicia wasn't merely beautiful, her words flowed like honey, effortless and charming. And that subtle, lingering flirtation, it suited him perfectly. When the bill arrived, Felicia reached for her credit card first. This one's on me, a token of thanks for satisfying my curiosity. She winked at Johnny, but as a gesture in return. Are you free tonight? I know an exceptional bar. We could continue our conversation in depth. That suggestion had long since crossed from implication into outright invitation. Johnny stroked his jaw, though temptation tugged strongly at him. He weighed his promise to Gwen and the wisdom of patience. Slow burn allure always bore richer fruit. Let's talk on the phone. He gave his mobile a light, casual shake, neither refusal nor acceptance. That delicate dance of pursuit only heightened Felicia's fascination. Back at school, the moment Johnny stepped into the classroom, he collided head-on with Gwen. Johnny, you're back. She rushed forward, anxious and searching, her eyes sweeping over him from head to toe. How did it go? Did the school board give you trouble? I heard SHIELD agents took you away. Did they try to dissect you? At the raw concern in her voice, warmth bloomed in Johnny's chest. Don't worry, I'm fine. He ruffled her golden hair, then drew her gently into his arms. They simply invited me for afternoon tea and a rather earnest discussion about safeguarding world peace. See, perfectly intact. Phew, thank goodness. Gwen exhaled deeply, burying her face against his chest and nuzzling softly. You scared me half to death, I thought. Suddenly she froze. She tilted her head, sniffing delicately at his collar. Then she lifted her gaze, her sapphire blue eyes narrowing with quiet suspicion. Johnny, why do you smell like miso soup from a Japanese restaurant? And what is this fragrance? It's familiar, almost like a sharp inward breath caught in Johnny's throat. Indeed, her intuition was terrifyingly acute. Especially for the daughter of a police commissioner, her investigative instincts were honed to razor's edge. Oh, that. Johnny remained utterly unruffled, lifting his arm to sniff at himself as if confirming her observation. A street vendor cornered me on the way back and insisted on spraying me with perfume. As for the miso, SHIELD agents' boxed lunches were pungent. Some of it must have clung to me. Is that so? Though doubt still flickered in her eyes, Gwen chose to trust him, his unwavering open gaze disarming her skepticism. After all, in her heart, Johnny was the hero who'd stood unflinchingly before Rhino for justice. How could such a man ever lie to her? All right, just steer clear of perfume peddlers next time, she muttered, smoothing his collar with gentle fingers. I don't care for that scent. The afternoon classes dragged on, monotonous and endless. At last the bell rang. Freedom. Gwen had planned to walk with Johnny through the park, savoring the golden hush of twilight together. But no sooner had they stepped beyond the school gates than her phone chimed. Hello, Dad, she answered, and her expression shifted instantly. What? A party at home tonight. I must be there. But, she glanced at Johnny beside her, hesitating. Can I bring Johnny along? Though Commissioner George Stacy's voice was inaudible on the other end, the slow dimming of Gwen's hope told the whole story. Her request had been denied. Okay, I understand. She hung up and looked at Johnny, her face etched with sincere apology. I'm sorry, Johnny. Dad says important guests are coming and it wouldn't be appropriate. He just doesn't want to meet you. She added wryly. It's all right, I get it. Johnny grinned, pinching her cheek playfully. Fathers-in-law always find fault with their future sons-in-law. Go on home. You'll enjoy the evening more than I would. I could use some rest too. Yesterday left me utterly drained. At the phrase, utterly drained, Gwen's cheeks flushed crimson. She knew exactly why he was exhausted. So rest well. Rising onto her toes, she pressed a soft, fleeting kiss to his cheek. Then she climbed into her family's car, glancing back at him again and again until she vanished from sight. With Gwen gone, Johnny stretched languidly ready to mount his vintage bicycle and pedal home. Hey, handsome. A familiar figure materialized beside his bike, like smoke given form. Felicia had changed into something bolder, fiercer. A micro-skirt, sheer black stockings, and a crop top revealed just enough to ignite the imagination. A walking, breathing embodiment of raw magnetism. What a coincidence. Johnny arched a brow. No coincidence at all. I've been waiting for you. Felicia leaned against his bicycle, her long legs crossed, posture effortlessly seductive. Saw your girlfriend leave. Lonely now, aren't you? How about a stroll along the riverbank? The evening breeze is divine. Afterward, we could share dinner. And then, she winked at him, her tongue tracing slowly, deliberately across her lower lip. Engage in some adult recreation to aid digestion. This was no longer subtlety. It was a full frontal assault. Ding. Target Felicia Hardy's affection toward the host has surged dramatically. Current affection level 95, irresistibly entranced. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked a milestone reward, 10,000 nations heaven-shaking palm. Skill description, a supreme technique of the turtle hermit style. Condenses inner chi into high-voltage lightning, delivering paralyzing shock and devastating impact. Note: Master Mateto once nearly obliterated a fully transformed Great Simon with this very move. Holy hell. A true gem. Johnny's eyes blazed with sudden fierce light. 10,000 nations heaven-shaking palm. A masterful crowd control ability. Not only does it wound, it locks enemies in place frozen mid-motion. Truly the ultimate art for subduing foes, or slipping away unseen. With this technique, thick-skinned brutes would crumple under a single blast of 1,000 volts. Charred crisp outside, quivering inside. Perfection. And Felicia's affection had skyrocketed that fast. 95 already. Clearly tonight promised no rest at all. Since a lady extends such a gracious invitation, Johnny swung a leg over his bicycle and patted the rear seat. Climb aboard. Hold on tight. I'll show you how to fly. Felicia mounted without hesitation, her arms circling his waist, her body pressing flush against his back. Feeling the soft warmth behind him, Johnny whistled low and pushed off. His bicycle shot forward like an arrow loosed from the bow. Yet as the two laughed and chatted, gliding toward the riverside, they failed to notice. At the shadowed edge of the school gate, a sleek black Ford had already ignited its engine, silent and watchful. The black Ford sedan trailed Gilda from 20 meters behind. The windows were tinted with deep black anti-explosion film, completely isolating the interior from the outside world. However, this seemingly ordinary car was currently packed with formidable characters that could make even the entire New York Police Department an S.H.I.E.L.D. feel a shiver of dread. In the driver's seat, Bullseye chewed gum while casually toying with a playing card in one hand. A hint of impatient, murderous intent flickered in his dead fish-like eyes. I say, isn't that fat man being a bit too cautious? A figure dressed in green armor with a menacing face scoffed from the back seat. Green Goblin Norman Osborne. Of course, at this moment, he was still wearing a mask hiding his arrogant face from view, calling all of us just to deal with a snot-nosed college kid. Is that fat man just swimming in money? Less nonsense, Osborne. A man wrapped in blue electric arcs spoke coldly from the passenger seat. Electro Max Dillon. Although he hadn't yet transformed into a pure energy form like in the movies, the unstable sound of electric currents still sent shivers down one's spine. That kid is no simpleton. That Rhino guy may be a fool, but his resilience is among the best. One punch could knock the Rhino out. Such force, even your green armor might not withstand it. That's just because the Rhino is too stupid. Green Goblin scoffed dismissively, playing with a pumpkin bomb in his hand. As long as I fly in the sky, he becomes a living target. All right, everyone shut up. A man in the corner wearing a large spherical helmet resembling a fishbowl spoke up. Mysterio Quentin Beck. His voice filtered through the helmet, sounded ethereal and eerie. The boss task is to capture him alive. Gold said he's quite interested in this young man. He wants to sit down with him, have a nice cup of tea, and chat about life. TSK, TSK, TSK. Bullseye spat out his gum with disdain. That fat man thinks everyone he meets is a talent he wants to recruit. Not afraid of losing his big teeth. But Bullseye's gaze shifted towards the two figures walking by the river in the distance. A cruel smile crept across his lips. Since the boss has paid, we must do this job well. Be gentle when you strike, don't kill him outright. Especially that woman. Bullseye licked his lips. She looks quite alluring. The several villains in the car exchanged knowing, sinister chuckles. By the Hudson River, the evening breeze was gentle and the sunset painted the river's surface in hues of gold and crimson. Johnny pushed a vintage bicycle with Felicia curling up beside him like a lazy kitten. Their shadows stretched long on the ground, intertwining together. Johnny, what do you want to do in the future? Felicia kicked a small stone by the roadside, seemingly casually asking. Do you want to be a superhero like Captain America, saving the world in tight spandex? Or a playboy like Stark? Johnny paused, gazing at the shimmering surface of the river. A hero? He chuckled, his eyes deep. Perhaps. But I prefer to be a strong person who can do as I please. Only by being strong enough can I protect what I want to protect, right? For example, Johnny turned to look into Felicia's captivating eyes. To protect beautiful wildcats like you. TCH, smooth talker. Felicia's cheeks flushed slightly, but the joy in her eyes was undeniable. She stretched lazily, her beautiful curves revealed under the sunset. I don't want to be any kind of hero. It's too tiring, and I'd be bound by rules and restrictions. I prefer to be a free-spirited wildcat. Felicia leaned closer to Johnny, her voice dropping to a mysterious whisper. I heard that at Tiffany's on 5th Avenue, a new sapphire called the Heart of the Ocean has arrived. Its luster is as enchanting as your eyes. I was wondering, if someone could steal it from me tonight, then I might just fall in love with him. This was a blatant hint and a test. She was probing Johnny's limits and whether they were on the same wavelength. Johnny raised an eyebrow. Well, is she trying to recruit me to become a male and female thief? This plot is a bit exciting. Stealing is a crime, Miss Hardy, Johnny said with a serious tone. But the next second, he broke into a mischievous grin. However, if it's to make a beauty smile occasionally, playing the role of a gentleman thief doesn't seem too bad. They'll consider it. Felicia's eyes lit up as she directly hooked her arm around Johnny's, pressing herself against him. Then you better think carefully if you come to a decision. Tonight, I have a reward. An hour later, in a high-end restaurant in the center of Manhattan. The same formula, the same taste. Red wine candle steak. And opposite, the increasingly dazed beauty with a flushed face. Johnny felt like a soulless machine, just there to raise affection points. However, watching Felicia's demeanor, as if she were ripe for the picking, this mechanical labor seemed to become enjoyable. After several glasses of red wine, the atmosphere reached its peak. Johnny naturally stood up, walked to Felicia's side, leaned down, and kissed her chattering lips. Felicia responded passionately, wrapping her arms around Johnny's neck. After a long time, their lips parted. Shall we go to my place? I live on the 15th floor, and there's a large floor-to-ceiling window. The moonlight is beautiful tonight. We can admire the moon while discussing the mysteries of the human body. Are you sure? You still have the mood to admire the moon? Of course. Johnny took her mischievous hand and kissed it by his lips. As long as I'm with you, I can find joy in anything. Especially doing things we enjoy doing. 20 minutes later, a vintage bicycle stopped in front of a high-end apartment building in Manhattan. Johnny embraced Felicia and swaggered into the lobby. Meanwhile, in the black Ford sedan parked by the roadside, several heads leaned toward the window. Tisk, this kid is quite fortunate in love. Electro remarked with jealousy as he watched the two enter the elevator. That girl has a fantastic figure. If only I could zap her. Shut up, Max. Bullseye interrupted his fantasies, pointing upstairs. 15th floor. The lights are on. Everyone looked up. They saw a huge floor-to-ceiling window on the 15th floor illuminated by warm yellow light. Through the gaps in the curtains, two figures could be vaguely seen. Soon the movements of one figure began to grow a bit wild. Clothes began to come off one by one. A lewd laugh echoed in the car. Even the usually reserved Green Goblin couldn't help but let out a strange chuckle. Looks like this kid is preparing for a big night. Such a nice bicycle, but unfortunately he won't be able to ride it tonight. Boss Gold is getting impatient. Mysterio adjusted his helmet, his voice carrying a hint of mockery. What do you think if we rush in now? Will it scare him so much that he won't be able to get up again? Ha ha ha. Laughter erupted in the car. This sense of mischievous thrill filled the group of psychologically twisted villains with immense excitement. Don't rush, don't rush. Bullseye leisurely took out a few throwing knives, playing with them in his hands. Let's wait a bit longer. Wait until he has taken off all his clothes. Wait until he's at his highest interest level. Then we'll present him with a grand gift. I imagine his expression at that moment will be quite spectacular. Thus, several people sat in the car staring at the well-lit window, watching the two figures draw closer, finally merging into one. Almost there. Bullseye suddenly flung open the car door. Action. Let's go cool off this pair of lovebirds. Outside the door, the target I was holding a few flying knives with his ear pressed against the door. Listening to the indistinct sounds coming from inside, a lewd smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Tisk from the sound, the battle is quite fierce. I almost don't want to interrupt. The impatient green demon urged, stop the chatter and take action. Once he finishes and enters sage mode, what's the point? What we want is to catch him off guard at the peak of his excitement. Alright, you're just eager to watch the show, right? The target I shrugged and took a step back. He raised his foot and kicked fiercely at the seemingly expensive solid wood door. Inside the door, Johnny, who was originally immersed in a state of tenderness, suddenly froze. What's wrong? Felicia languidly wrapped her arms around his neck, her gaze dreamy. Someone's coming. Johnny's voice turned cold, and the visitor does not bear good intentions. He could clearly sense the unmasked malicious aura coming from outside the door. What kind of person? Felicia instantly sobered up, nervously gripping the sheets. I don't know, just a few pests. Johnny patted her smooth back, his tone calm. Hide first, get dressed. Don't let these filthy things taint your eyes. After speaking, he casually grabbed a towel and wrapped it around his waist. With his upper body bare, his well-defined muscles glistened under the light. Just as Felicia had just hidden in the wardrobe. Bang! The door was kicked open. Immediately, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 glimmering flying knives shot towards Johnny's face, throat, and heart in a triangular formation. The speed was as fast as lightning. However, faced with this lethal strike, Johnny didn't even blink. He simply raised his right hand casually, just as the 3 flying knives were about to pierce him. With a gentle wave. Clink, clink, clink. 3 crisp sounds rang out. Those 3 flying knives capable of piercing steel stopped steadily between his fingers. What a... The target eye at the door, still in a throwing stance, almost popped his eyes out. How is this possible? He is the target eye known for hitting every mark. How could there be someone in this world who could catch his flying knives with bare hands? Before he could recover from his shock. Yeah. A strange shout. The green demon on a flying skateboard rushed in like a green mad dog. Kid, try this. He raised the pumpkin bomb in his hand, ready to throw. Shut up. Johnny frowned. His figure instantly vanished from the spot. The next second, he appeared above the green demon's head. Without any fancy moves. Just a simple downward kick. Bang! A muffled sound. The green demon, along with his skateboard, was kicked down from midair. He crashed heavily onto the floor. The hard marble floor cracked instantly, dust rising everywhere. Cough, cough, cough. The green demon curled up on the ground, feeling as if his internal organs had been displaced, unable to even scream. At this moment, everyone was stunned. The target eye was stunned. The lightning man who was just about to strike was stunned. The mysterious guest who was preparing to create an illusion was also stunned. Is this a university student? Ding. Detected that Felicia Hardy witnessed the host's power admiration value skyrocketing. Current favorability 100 life and death together. Congratulations, host, for receiving full value reward, piercing wave. Skill description: a unique technique of the crane immortal flow, concentrating chi at the fingertip, instantly unleashing a high penetration beam. Whoever it points at dies, specifically treating all forms of defiance. In the gap of the wardrobe, Felicia covered her mouth, watching the man standing proudly in the living room like a war god. Her eyes filled with obsession and fervor. So strong, so handsome. This is the man that Felicia has set her sights on. Hearing the system's prompt tone, Johnny's mouth curled into a cruel smile. Piercing wave. Just in time. He extended his right index finger, aiming at the lightning man who was crackling with electricity, preparing to sneak attack. You want to zap me, right? Johnny's fingertip flashed with a faint light. Piercing wave. Whoosh. A golden beam, thin as a thread, yet containing terrifying energy, instantly pierced through the air. The lightning man didn't even have a chance to react. That beam directly pierced through his forehead. Puff. The blue light in the lightning man's eyes instantly extinguished. The body fell straight down. Instant kill. Max. The target eye and the mysterious guest screamed in terror. What the hell kind of skill is this? Laser. Damn it. Let's fight him to the end. The target eye frantically pulled out various weapons from his pocket. Darts, playing cards, even a pen. He threw them at Johnny as if they were free. However, Johnny just stood there, a faint white aura enveloping his body. Those lethal weapons, at the moment they touched the aura, were all bounced away. This is impossible. The target eye was utterly despairing. How could he fight now? Physical immunity. Illusion. Quickly use the illusion. He shouted at the mysterious guest behind him. The mysterious guest finally reacted. Hastily activated the holographic projection device on him. Buzz. The scene in the living room changed instantly. Dozens of mysterious guest figures appeared out of thin air, densely filling the entire space. Each one made the same movement, making it impossible to distinguish the real from the fake. Huh, kid. The mysterious guest's voice came from all directions, tinged with madness. Now let's see how you hit. You can't find my real body at all. Oh really? Johnny scoffed disdainfully. Trying to show off in front of a master. Using clones in front of me. Phantom fist. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, Johnny's figure began to split. 10, 20, 50. In the blink of an eye, the entire living room was filled with Johnny's phantoms. The number exceeded that of the mysterious guest's illusions by a factor of 2. The mysterious guest was dumbfounded. What kind of operation is this? Your illusions are realistic, but unfortunately, dozens of Johnnies spoke simultaneously, their voices cold. You can't feel the chi. In Johnny's perception, among those dozens of mysterious guests, only one emitted a faint life aura. That was the real body. Over there. All the Johnnies looked simultaneously at a figure in the corner. The real body was instantly exposed. No. The mysterious guest, terrified, tried to retreat. But it was too late. Johnny's figure merged instantly and appeared in front of him. With his hands pressed together, lightning flickered in his palms. Heavenly Palm of Nations. ZZZZ. A terrifying high-voltage current instantly engulfed the mysterious guest. Before he could even let out a miserable scream, the mysterious guest was directly turned into a piece of charcoal. A smell of grilled meat filled the air. In the blink of an eye, the foreman group was left with only 2 survivors. One was the green demon lying on the ground half dead. The other was the target eye trembling at the door. Johnny glanced at the green demon on the ground. That guy was tightly clutching a pumpkin bomb, seemingly wanting to take them both down with him. You want to blow up my house? Did you ask me first? Johnny raised his hand and shot a chi blast. Boom. The green demon, along with the bomb in his hand, was blasted out of the window. Now, only the target eye was left. Johnny leisurely walked up to him, looking down at this once invincible king of assassins. Speak. Who sent you here? What do you want? The target eye trembled as he raised his head. Looking into Johnny's emotionless eyes, his mental defenses completely collapsed. It's Gene Bing. He wants to capture you, and said he wants to recruit you. I'm just a thug. Please spare me. I have money. I have $50 million in a Swiss bank. It's all yours. Just let me go. Johnny raised an eyebrow. Gene Bing. That fat ass. Just as I thought. I don't want the money. Johnny waved his hand in disgust. However, I can give you a chance to live. Clean up this place. Take them away and throw them in the river. Don't stain my carpet. Get lost. The target eye felt as if he had been granted amnesty. He hurriedly got up and struggled to drag the 2 bodies. He rolled and crawled out the door. Afraid that Johnny might change his mind, the wardrobe door opened. Felicia, wrapped in a towel, walked out looking at the empty doorway. Uncertain, she asked, "You just let him go? That's not like you." Johnny walked to the balcony, taking a deep breath, watching the figure below who had just disposed of the bodies and was preparing to escape. A cold smile crept at the corner of his mouth. Let him go. You're thinking too much. I just let him help me clean up the bodies. After speaking, he slowly raised his right index finger, aiming at the black car that had just started 15 floors below. You disturbed my enjoyment, and you want to live? Die. A flash of golden light flickered at his fingertip. Whoosh. A piercing wave instantly pierced through the night sky. It accurately hit the target eye inside the car, instantly blowing his head off. Johnny turned to look at Felicia. His gaze rekindled with passion. That fat ass named Gene Bing, I will go settle the score with him. But now, he picked Felicia up by the waist. We still have more important things left undone. I need you to help me cool off my earlier anger. Felicia let out a soft cry, obediently wrapping her arms around his neck. Then, no one is allowed to disturb us this time. Rest assured. Johnny grinned wickedly, striding toward the bedroom. Tonight, even if God comes, he has to wait at the door for me. Unless he doesn't want to live. The first golden ray of dawn filtered through the floor-to-ceiling window, spilling softly across the bedroom. Johnny stretched languidly and sat up from bed. Last night's battle had been nothing short of fierce. He turned his head, only to find the space beside him utterly empty. The wild little cat who'd clung to him like an octopus just hours before had vanished without a trace. Left so early. Johnny arched a brow and swung himself out of bed. Stepping into the living room, he found it immaculately tidied. Even the chaotic aftermath of last night's skirmish had been erased, save for several hairline fractures marring the marble floor at the center of the room where the ill-fated Green Goblin had crashed down. Those cracks were indelible battle scars. No amount of scrubbing could erase them. TCH. Looks like I'll need to call maintenance to replace the slab. Johnny muttered, shaking his head as he picked up his phone and dialed the building's property management. After hanging up, his gaze fell upon a small note left on the table. A crimson lipstick imprint beside elegant flowing script. Good morning, my dear Apollo. Though I long to linger in your arms, today's life drawing class is ruled by that dreadfully stubborn professor. So I slipped away for now. Last night was extraordinary. Let's do it again soon. Yours, your little kitten. Johnny's lips curled into a roguish smile as he studied the note. She stayed up so late last night, yet still has the energy to attend class. This wildcat's constitution must be truly exceptional. Just then, ending. Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed your first profound interaction with Felicia Hardy, a woman rated class in comprehensive evaluation. The Blessing Soft Abundant Offspring system is calculating your reward. In reward and recognition of your heroic performance last night, you have been granted the ultimate secret technique of the Turtle School, the Kamehameha Wave. Skill description: a pinnacle art of the Turtle School. Channel spiritual energy to form and unleash a focused wave of ki. Its destructive power scales precisely with the volume of energy invested, capable of obliterating celestial bodies or dispatching a mosquito. Truly an indispensable divine technique for travel combat or discreet elimination. What the Kamehameha Wave? Johnny's eyes flared with sudden brilliance. This was Dragon Ball's most iconic technique. Though he already possessed the Dodo Beam, precise and piercing, it lacked area impact and wide-scale devastation. The Kamehameha was different entirely. It was the very technique that shattered moons into stardust. With this, should Thanos' armada ever descend, or even the Celestials themselves appear, A full-power Kamehameha would reduce them to cosmic ash in an instant. The vision was breathtaking. Pity. Johnny glanced at his system interface and sighed faintly disappointed. This time the one-shot conception achievement did not trigger. It seems I'll need several more such encounters before Felicia carries our little Saiyan air. Still, he stroked his chin, a seasoned driver's knowing grin spreading across his face. When it comes to matters like these, more is always better. After freshening up and slipping into casual attire, Johnny stepped out of his apartment. At the building's entrance, he found yellow police tape cordoning off the area. Several uniformed officers bustled about, and among them stood figures in sleek black suits unmistakably bearing the quiet authority of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Mr. Gilda, please hold a moment. An agent stepped forward to intercept Johnny. We'd like to conduct a brief routine inquiry regarding last night's disturbance. Of course. Johnny nodded amiably. I slept like the dead. I heard absolutely nothing. Once the formalities concluded, he hopped onto his bicycle and pedaled toward campus. At the corner donut shop, Agent Coulson held half a chocolate-glazed donut, watching Johnny's retreating figure through the glass. Subject is proceeding normally, emotions stable, en route to university. Into his lapel comm, he murmured his report, though a flicker of unguarded awe shimmered in his eyes. Last night's 4 targets. Bullseye, Green Goblin, Mysterio, Electro, each one a thorn in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s side. Formidable, unpredictable, dangerous. Yet this young man single-handedly subdued them all in one night and erased every trace. Not even a body left behind. Coulson swallowed the last bite, suddenly finding it oddly difficult to swallow. That level of combat prowess. That ironclad composure. He was born for heroism. The director was right. This talent must be recruited into the Avengers, immediately. Otherwise, if he ever succumbs to darkness, he'd dwarf those 4 men combined, by 10,000-fold. Empire State University. In the classroom, Gwen sat near the front, idly flipping pages, distracted, restless, until Johnny entered. Her eyes lit up instantly. Johnny, she whispered, patting the seat beside her. He walked over and sat down, taking her hand as naturally as breathing. About yesterday, when my father turned you down, you're not upset, are you? Gwen watched him carefully, her expression soft with apology. You know how he is, old-fashioned, unbending. Silly girl, I'm not angry at all. Johnny smiled and gently pinched her cheek. Fathers-in-law are supposed to scrutinize their daughters' suitors. That's only natural. Once we give him a grandson to hold, he'll be grinning ear to ear. What are you saying? Gwen flushed crimson, shooting him a mock-scolding glance, but the upward curve of her lips betrayed her delight. Lunch together. To make up for it, I'm treating today. An honor indeed. Johnny accepted readily. The class was Professor Connor's biology lecture. Today Professor Connors seemed deeply unsettled, his hair disheveled, bloodshot, eyes burning with unnatural fervor, his entire demeanor vibrating with manic energy. His lecture revolved obsessively around reptilian regenerative genetics. 3 sentences in, he was already scrawling indecipherable hypercomplex equations across the blackboard. That feverish gleam in his eyes made Johnny frown inwardly. So, he's preparing to become the lizard. Yet Johnny made no move to intervene. Not yet. A scientist consumed by obsession is deaf to reason. At noon in the cafeteria, Johnny and Gwen selected a sunlit table by the window. As they ate, they debated the geneticarate problem discussed earlier in class. Then almost casually, Johnny's gaze drifted toward the cafeteria entrance and froze. At a nearby table sat Peter Parker, beside a stunning redhead whose fiery tresses blazed like living flame, her figure radiating raw magnetic allure. Even clad in simple jeans and a t-shirt, her statuesque proportions defied concealment. Mary Jane Watson, the Spider-Man mythos' most iconic love interest. They appeared deep in conversation. Peter, though still shy, wore an easy, genuine smile. They seemed genuinely happy together. Well, Johnny mused, impressed despite himself. Scarcely did I claim Gwen, yet he's already courting Mary Jane. Truly the Peter Parker effect. His romantic fortune is legendary. Johnny rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Granted, a friend's wife must never be coveted. But Peter hasn't yet become Spider-Man, and Mary Jane isn't his girlfriend. At most, they're childhood friends, or neighbors. Besides, her physique was undeniably extraordinary, vibrant, effervescent, utterly distinct from Gwen's quiet intellect or Felicia's untamed ferocity, perfectly aligned with Johnny's deepest aesthetic instincts. If only I could. Before the thought fully formed, ding. Detected Marvel Universe's quintessential paragon, Mary Jane Watson. In designation, future supermodel and acclaimed actress, pivotal confidant to Spider-Man. System recommendation, embrace universal compassion. For the flourishing of your lineage, designate her as a priority target. In anticipated rewards, the Kaiō-ken spirit-cutting blade, advanced flight technique, and massive combat stat augmentation. Johnny nearly choked on a laugh. That dog of a system knows me too well. The Kaiō-ken, a blade that could cleave any substance. And colossal combat enhancement. Who could resist such temptation? Peter, Johnny sighed, inwardly glancing at his friend across the room. I admit, it feels somewhat ungentlemanly. But, to preserve universal harmony, to defeat Thanos, I suppose I must bear this burden for you. Clearly you're ill-equipped to handle such incendiary charm. Allow me to relieve you of that particular hardship. At that moment, a handsome young man in an expensive custom suit with a meticulously styled slicked-back hairstyle walked into the cafeteria. He carried a tray and scanned the room before striding directly toward Peter's table. Harry Osborne, the heir of the Osborne group. Hey, Peter. Harry casually sat down next to Peter. His innate noble aura instantly made the ordinary dining table feel somewhat out of place. Harry, you came to the cafeteria for a meal. Peter exclaimed in surprise, quickly making introductions. Mary Jane, this is my best friend Harry Osborne. Harry, this is Mary Jane. Hello, Mr. Osborne. Mary Jane's eyes instantly lit up. She extended her hand, her smile brighter than when she faced Peter. That look was all too familiar to Johnny. It was the gaze of someone who saw hope for a leap in social class, especially for a girl like Mary Jane who came from a poor background and yearned to rise above. The young master of the Osborne group was like a prince from a fairy tale, even if this prince appeared somewhat brooding. "'Tis poor Peter." Johnny silently sighed to himself. This was not an introduction of friends, it was clearly inviting a wolf into the house. In the original story, you were thoroughly betrayed by these two. It seemed that history was following its familiar path. However, since betrayal was inevitable, rather than giving Harry this emotionally unstable second-generation heir an advantage, why not let it be me, the one devoted to maintaining peace in the universe? After all, why should the benefits flow to outsiders? Is that Harry Osborne? Gwen also recognized the newcomer, a bit surprised. I didn't expect him to come to school as well. I heard the Osborne group is doing something big lately. Do you know him? No. Johnny wiped his mouth, stood up, and adjusted his collar. But I was just thinking of getting to know him. He looked at Gwen, his gaze sincere, or so he thought. You know, I'm researching the rate of genetic decay, and the Osborne group is an authority in this area. If I can connect with this young master, it would greatly benefit our research. After all, in this society, having more friends means more paths to take. Gwen paused for a moment, then nodded. That's true, go ahead. They'll wait for you. This reason was unassailable. In the world of top students, academic exchanges were always legitimate and noble. Johnny's lips curled up as he strode toward Peter's table. Hi, Peter. Johnny approached the table, casually resting a hand on the back of Peter's chair. What a coincidence, having a meal with friends. Peter looked up, seeing Johnny, and smiled, saying, Johnny, you're here too. And who is this? Johnny asked, feigning ignorance as his gaze fell on Harry. Oh, this is Harry Osborne. Peter quickly introduced. Harry, this is Johnny Gilda, whom I told you about. He's the one who knocked out the Rhino with a single punch. Upon hearing this, Harry, who had been somewhat indifferent, suddenly had a sharp glint in his eyes. He put down his knife and fork, stood up, and voluntarily extended his hand. I've heard much about you. Your name has been quite the talk in the upper circles of New York these past few days. Even my father speaks highly of you. Although Harry was proud, he also admired strength, showing enough respect for someone capable of taking on supervillains. You're too kind, Mr. Osborne. Johnny smiled as he shook Harry's hand, applying just a bit of pressure. Harry's expression slightly changed, then he revealed an even more appreciative smile. Just call me Harry. All right, Harry. Johnny released his hand, and his gaze naturally turned to the red-haired beauty beside him. And who is this lovely lady? Mary Jane could no longer sit still. From the moment Johnny walked over, her gaze had not left this man. He was so handsome. The confidence and charisma radiating from him was 100 times more charming than Harry's brooding, aristocratic demeanor. Not to mention, he was the current campus heartthrob, the mysterious superhero, Mary Jane Watson. Mary Jane extended her delicate hand, tousling her red hair. She revealed a practiced, flawless smile. You can call me MJ. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Gilda. The last two words were lightly pronounced with a hint of allure. Johnny took her hand. Soft, smooth. No wonder she was destined to be a superstar. Her upkeep was indeed impressive. MJ, nice name. You have a unique aura that reminds me of the actresses from Hollywood's golden age. Would you be interested in exchanging contact information? I happen to be investing in some film projects lately, and there might be opportunities for collaboration in the future. Investing in films? That was obviously nonsense. He was only investing in human genetic engineering. But for someone like Mary Jane, who was eager to enter the entertainment industry, it was a knockout move. Of course. Mary Jane's eyes sparkled as she quickly took out her phone. That's exactly what I wanted to say. The exchange of numbers went incredibly smoothly. Harry, seeing this, was not to be outdone. Since we're all friends, let me save my number too. Harry took out his phone and smiled at Mary Jane. The Osborne group also has an entertainment company. Mary Jane was naturally welcoming, her laughter vibrant and lively as she observed this harmonious scene. Johnny sneered inwardly. Harry was indeed a shy yet bold character. He claimed to be friends, yet his moves to impress the ladies were quick. However, sorry. No matter how fast your moves are, can they be faster than my system? Ding. Detected that the host successfully established contact with target. Mary Jane Watson. Binding successful. Received initial binding reward. Basic combat power 200. Current combat power 2400. A familiar surge of heat flowed through him again. Johnny felt his strength had risen another level. 2,400 points. This feeling was absolutely exhilarating. Alright, I won't disturb you any longer. Having achieved his goal, Johnny decided to leave while the getting was good. After all, Gwen was still watching over there. Going too far could easily lead to trouble. My girlfriend is still waiting for me over there. He emphasized the words my girlfriend. It was not only for Harry's benefit, but also to showcase his value to Mary Jane. In a country as open as America, being taken meant one was even more desirable. See you later, everyone. Johnny gracefully turned and walked away. Watching Johnny's retreating figure, Harry took a sip of coffee, his eyes flickering. Peter, your friend is quite interesting. Peter forced a smile, lowering his head to push his pasta around, tasting like cardboard. He wasn't stupid and could certainly sense the undercurrents of their brief interaction. Meanwhile, Mary Jane rested her chin on her hand, her gaze following Johnny. It wasn't until he returned to Gwen's side that she reluctantly retracted her gaze. Harry, Peter. Mary Jane suddenly seemed to remember something and brushed her hair back. I have an important audition on Broadway tonight. If you have time, could you come and support me? Of course. Peter immediately raised his head, eyes filled with anticipation. No problem, Harry nodded like a gentleman. Meanwhile, not far away, Johnny, who had overheard everything, chuckled. Broadway audition. He hadn't been to Broadway in a while. It would be nice to see Mary Jane's performance and perhaps look for opportunities to develop a relationship with her. Johnny, what are you laughing at? So happy. Gwen looked at him curiously. Nothing. Johnny cut a piece of steak and fed it to Gwen, his gaze deep. I just suddenly feel that tonight's night view will be beautiful. By the way, Gwen, I have to deal with a little personal academic matter tonight. I might not be able to accompany you tonight. A matter of academic privacy. Gwen blinked her vivid blue eyes. Though puzzled, she obediently nodded. All right then, don't overexert yourself. After all, you barely rested the night before last. At this, Gwen's cheeks flushed with an involuntary rosy hue. Her bashful demeanor sent a warm surge through Johnny's chest. He nearly pulled her aside for another quiet moment, but restrained himself. For a greater purpose, mastering the chi circle slash and advancing the flight art. For universal peace, namely preventing MJ from ensnaring Peter. Johnny held back. Don't worry, I'll take care of myself. He offered a knowing smile. That afternoon's classes were unbearably dull for a prodigy like Johnny, akin to listening to monks chant sutras. At long last the bell rang. Gwen lingered, clutching her textbooks, walking slowly beside Johnny. Her clingy, almost adhesive affection struck passing single students like a crushing blow. As the two strolled down the corridor toward the stairwell, the drum track still feels weak. We need more explosive power. A familiar, assertive female voice drifted from the adjacent activity room. Moments later, several girls carrying instruments emerged through the door. At their head stood Mary Jane Watson, her fiery red hair a beacon wherever she went. She now wore a sleek, rock-inspired leather ensemble. Her form-fitting leather pants accentuated her long, sculpted legs, wild sensual. Utterly unlike the approachable, elegant charm she'd exuded at lunch in the cafeteria. MJ, Johnny raised an eyebrow and paused. Mary Jane spotted him too. Her expression, previously serious in rehearsal discussion, instantly bloomed into a radiant smile. Hey, Gilda. She strode forward, her gaze lingering on Johnny for a beat before casually sweeping toward Gwen beside him. What a coincidence. Indeed it is. Johnny smiled faintly, his eyes glancing discreetly over the guitar and bass-carrying girls behind her. You were just discussing the drum track? You formed a band. Of course. Mary Jane tossed her crimson mane with confident flair. The Mary Jane Band. I'm lead vocalist. How about it? Care to catch a rehearsal? We're performing at the upcoming school festival. The invitation sounded addressed to both, but her captivating eyes remained locked solely on Johnny. Johnny didn't commit outright, only gave a non-committal shrug. If I'm free, I'll consider it. Just then, Mary Jane appeared for the first time to truly notice Gwen. She appraised her up and down, eyes flashing with genuine admiration, yet subtly edged with competitive instinct. This must be your girlfriend. Absolutely stunning. This aura, wow. She was literally born for the stage. Flustered by the praise, Gwen extended her hand politely. Hello, I'm Gwen Stacy. Gwen. Lovely name. Mary Jane clasped Gwen's hand, and suddenly her eyes lit up as if struck by inspiration. Hey Gwen, would you consider joining our band? Huh. Gwen froze, utterly unprepared for the sudden pivot. Me? But I don't play any instrument. No problem. Mary Jane's enthusiasm bordered on overwhelming. She immediately linked arms with Gwen. Skill can be trained, but beauty and presence are innate. We're actually looking for a drummer who commands the stage, and your image is absolutely perfect. Besides, drumming is incredibly cathartic. Watching Mary Jane's effortless familiarity and observing Gwen's expression shift from startled confusion to tentative intrigue. Johnny stood silently, his gaze turning oddly contemplative. Mary Jane Band. Gwen Stacy. Drummer. This plotline felt strangely familiar. Johnny rubbed his chin. In the alternate universe lore he'd once read, Spider-Gwen. Wasn't Gwen indeed the drummer for the Mary Jane Band? And if this trajectory held true, Wouldn't that mean Gwen would soon be bitten by that accursed radioactive spider? Then donning that iconic black and white hooded form-fitting suit. Instantly the image materialized in Johnny's mind. Its design was famously flattering, especially along the legs and hips. If Gwen ever wore it, strutting before him, even conducting academic exchanges in full regalia, Johnny felt something stirred deep in his DNA. The visual impact would dwarf even the most alluring sailor uniforms or black stockings by 100-fold. Actually, not a bad idea. Privately, Johnny awarded Mary Jane a mental round of applause. Brilliant assist. Since MJ's extended the offer, Gwen, you should give it a try. Johnny stepped in smoothly. I imagine you'd look utterly mesmerizing behind the drums on stage. Hearing such enthusiastic support from her boyfriend, Gwen's hesitation vanished entirely. Well, I'll give it a shot. Fantastic. Mary Jane gleefully exchanged contact details with Gwen, her fervor so intense one might mistake them for long-lost sisters. Johnny knew better. This was classic indirect strategy: bring the queen into the circle first, build rapport, then open avenues to approach him directly. This woman operated at a far higher level than straightforward players like Felicia. At the school gate. I'll head off now, Johnny. Gwen rose onto her toes and pressed a soft kiss to Johnny's lips. Rest well tonight. Don't overwork yourself. Go on, I will. Johnny watched until Gwen climbed into Captain George's police cruiser and its taillights faded around the corner. Done. Home is settled. Now, time to hunt. Johnny swung onto his vintage bicycle and pushed off. Wheels spinning, he sped toward Manhattan's most vibrant district, the Broadway corridor. Broadway. Outside the Schubert Theater, a black Bentley Mulsanne glided smoothly to the curb. The door opened. Harry Osborne descended, impeccably dressed in bespoke tailoring radiating effortless elegance. Next came Peter Parker, clad in a noticeably modest, slightly ill-fitting suit, awkward and reserved. Last emerged Mary Jane, resplendent in formal attire, a crimson rose in full bloom. Thanks for the ride, Harry. Mary Jane swept her hair aside and flashed him a dazzling smile. This car rides like a dream. It's my honor to serve you, MJ, Harry replied with a graceful bow, his gaze filled with undisguised admiration. Peter watched their exchange, heart souring, but forced himself to smile, fist raised in encouragement. MJ, you'll nail today's audition. You're the best. Thanks for the good wishes, Peter, Mary Jane replied with a smile, charming yet unmistakably polite. Shall we go in? Harry checked his watch. I've secured the finest private box, so you'll shine brilliantly on stage right before our eyes. The trio entered the theater, chatting warmly, just as their figures vanished through the doors. Screech, a sharp braking sound cut the air. Johnny halted his bike mid-step, foot planted firmly on the pavement below the theater steps. He tilted his head upward, gazing at the neon-lit marquee above. The Phantom of the Opera. Broadway. He casually locked his bicycle to a nearby railing. Last time I sat through a show here was back in high school. He smoothed his black casual suit, less opulent than Harry's yet elevated by his striking features and athletic poise. Standing there, he was pure street-style editorial gold. But who in their right mind comes to Broadway for culture? A mischievous grin tugged at Johnny's lips. He hadn't come to refine his taste. He'd come for the crimson-haired enchantress, and for the system's tantalizing reward. Peter and Harry were both here. Even better, the thrill of stealing someone's spotlight, right under his closest friends' noses, was the very essence of the multitude fortune system. Johnny strode confidently to the box office. One ticket, best possible view. Preferably one that lets me see backstage. The interior decor of the Schubert Theater is extravagantly luxurious. A massive crystal chandelier hangs from the ceiling, complemented by red velvet curtains. The air is permeated with the scent of expensive perfume and the pungent odor of decaying wealth. Johnny bought a ticket located in a corner of the top tier. Though the view is somewhat obstructed, it offers tranquility, and the vantage point is remarkably high. Standing here, the entire layout of the theater is laid out before him. The lights on stage and the commotion in the VIP boxes below cannot escape his keen gaze. Johnny leans against the railing, idly playing with a coin in his hand. His eyes are drawn to a luxurious box on the second floor. There, Harry Osborne is elegantly crossing his legs, holding a glass of champagne. Peter Parker sits beside him somewhat awkwardly. Gripping a bottle of cola, he gazes nervously at the stage. Rich people end up together while the poor watch with their own eyes. Johnny shakes his head, a smirk of mockery curling at the corner of his mouth. However, he is not here to witness these two friends indulge in their affections. His gaze slightly shifts. It passes through the curtain at the side of the stage, locking onto the backstage area. Backstage, outside the dressing room. Mary Jane has changed into a medieval court gown. The corset accentuates her ample bosom, and her snow-white skin glows under the lights, radiating a porcelain-like sheen. Her red hair is styled high, revealing her long and graceful swan-like neck. Beautiful, breathtaking beauty. It must be said this woman is truly a natural seductress. Whether it's the purity of the girl next door or the nobility of a stage queen, she can effortlessly embody both. Tisk, that figure, that aura. Johnny strokes his chin, his gaze growing somewhat heated. If only I could see her in that outfit, kneeling. Ahem. Johnny quickly suppressed the inappropriate images flooding his mind. After all, they are in a public place and must maintain their image. At this moment, the audition backstage seems to have already begun. Mary Jane is performing a monologue for several judges. Her voice is captivating and her expressions are spot on. Even the director, who usually wears a stern face, cannot help but nod, revealing a look of satisfaction. It seems this audition is nearly a sure thing, as long as nothing unexpected occurs. However, just then an unexpected event strikes. Bang! The previously closed iron door backstage is violently kicked open. A few burly men in black suits with brutish faces storm in. Leading them is a tall, bald man with an eerily pale complexion. Tombstone, one of the mob bosses of New York's underworld. He is also a capable lieutenant of Kingpin, although he occasionally works independently. The moment this guy appears, the previously noisy backstage falls silent. The ominous aura, as if having crawled out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, leaves everyone present feeling breathless. Who is Mary Jane? Tombstone scans around, his voice deep and hoarse. His gaze quickly locks onto Mary Jane, who is standing in the center of the stage. A glimmer of lewdness flashes in his eyes. Oh, found her. Indeed, a rare gem. Tombstone grins, revealing a mouthful of stark white teeth. He strides forward, ignoring the staff around him, who dare not speak out. He stands directly in front of Mary Jane. At nearly 6 feet tall, he looms over her like a wall, casting her entirely in shadow. Hey girl, you look pretty good. Tombstone extends a large hand, attempting to touch Mary Jane's face. Come with me for a bit. I have a private room upstairs with fine wine and a good show. Just as I'm missing a leading lady to share a drink with. Mary Jane's face pales, instinctively taking a step back to evade his hand. Sir, I am auditioning. She strives to maintain her composure, but her voice still quivers slightly. Please have some respect. Audition. Tombstone seems to have heard an amusing joke. Huh? Audition for what? He turns his head, casting a cold glance at the director. Hey, old man. I want this girl. She is the lead actress for this play. Do you have any objections? The director, trembling in fear, shakes his head repeatedly. No objections. Of course not. You see. Tombstone turns back to Mary Jane, the smile on his face becoming even more brazen. This is the rule. In this Broadway, if I say you are the lead actress, then you are the lead actress. But the premise is... He steps closer, the nauseating smell of tobacco and blood rushing into Mary Jane's nostrils. You first need to serve me well. Come with me, and after tonight you will be the most famous star on Broadway. Otherwise... Tombstone's gaze suddenly turns cold. Forget about acting. Whether you can walk out of this theater in one piece is another issue. This is a blatant threat. Mary Jane bites her lip tightly, her eyes red-rimmed. All she wants is to be an actress, to succeed through her own efforts. Why? Why must she always encounter such scum? Up in the high stands, Johnny, who has been watching everything unfold, suddenly feels his expression turn cold. Tombstone. Johnny sneers, the coin in his hand being crushed into a different shape. A piece of trash from the underworld. He dares to touch a woman I have my eye on. I see you're just looking for a death wish, wanting to give yourself a real tombstone, huh? He originally planned to wait until Mary Jane finished her audition for a romantic encounter. But this guy ruined it. This not only disturbed his amusement, it also provoked his authority. In this Marvel world, any prey targeted by him, Johnny Gilda, has already been marked by him. No one else can touch them, not even God. Seeking death, Johnny's body shifts, slightly preparing to fly directly over and teach this white-skinned pig a lesson. Let him understand why flowers are so red. However, just as he is about to act, his movements suddenly freeze. That is Harry and Peter. My. Johnny raises an eyebrow, retracting the foot he had stepped forward with. Looks like I'm not the only one here to play the gallant protector. That makes sense. Harry is one of the major investors in this theater. Causing trouble on his turf isn't that slapping him in the face. Johnny leans back against the railing, watching the commotion below with great interest. Since someone is willing to step forward and take the heat first, he doesn't mind watching the show for a while. Just right. He also wants to see how much weight this prince of the Osborne group really carries. Most importantly, he understands the nature of a character like Tombstone. He won't be intimidated by Harry's Osborne background. Let them go first. Then, as the hero making the final entrance, he can capture Mary Jane's heart even more. Backstage, Molly Jin cowered in a corner, her delicate face drained pale as paper. The coarse hand of Mubei hovered about to touch her trembling shoulder. Stop! A harsh shout and the rapid patter of footsteps shattered the suffocating silence. The dressing room door was burst open with a bang. Holly Aosaben, resplendent in an expensive suit, stormed in with Bida Paik at his side. At the sight of them, Molly Jin, who had been on the verge of despair, suddenly found a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Holly, Bida. She seemed to clutch at a last straw, her voice trembling with tears. Save me. The director, seeing Holly, almost prostrated himself in relief, ready to call him his master. In this New York, where capital reigns, the name Aosaben could sometimes open doors more readily than the mayor's. Mubei ceased his advance. He turned slowly, his gray, lifeless fish-like eyes sweeping coldly over the two uninvited guests. Mubei split his mouth into a grin, exposing a row of white teeth, his tone edged with amusement. Well, who Who do we have here? Is this not the heir of the Kaiō-ken group? He mocked. Not sipping champagne in your mansion, coming down to this gutter to feel life. Holly forced down the tremor in his chest. He straightened his spine and smoothed his slightly disordered tie, striving to preserve the dignity and authority of a top-tier scion. I am one of the shareholders of this theater, Holly said, chin raised, casting a superior look at Mubei. And here what I say is the rule. Sir, I don't care what line you run, Mubei replied. Now get off my turf at once and stay away from Miss Wozen. Otherwise the Kaiō-ken group's lawyers and security will teach you what regret feels like, Holly declared, his words landing with authority. In New York social circles, invoking the Kaiō-ken name usually guaranteed victory. Yet this time he had clearly miscalculated. Mubei burst into a harsh, grating laugh, as if hearing the world's funniest joke. Ha ha ha. His laughter made the surrounding glass hum. Kaiō-ken. Lawyers, he scoffed. Boy, have you grasped the situation. Mubei's mirth vanished in an instant. He took a step forward, and his enormous shadow swallowed Holly. This is the backyard of Diu Chufeng, not your huerji. You talk to me like that. Bold like your dead old man. Full of nerve, Mubei sneered. Holly frowned, an ill omen creeping into his stomach. What do you mean? How do you know my father? Holly demanded. Know him? Heh. Mubei leaned close, the nauseating stench of blood washing over them. He lowered his voice a sinister whisper. Master Holly, aren't you curious why since last night you cannot reach your great father? Kaiō-ken group executives are searching for him, yet you keep claiming he is on holiday. Tsk, what a dutiful son. Holly's face drained of color. Indeed, since last night man Kaiō-ken had been missing. Phones unanswered, no one at home, even his hoverboard and LVMO armor gone. Holly had assumed his father was holed up in some secret lab conducting those damned human enhancement experiments. How do you know what I did and where he is, eh? Holly's voice trembled, his earlier bluster evaporated. Of course I know, Mubei said, eyes full of mockery regarding him like a lamb in a slaughterhouse. Because we all work for the same boss. Last night your father, your LVMO incarnation, went with Bitten and the others to pick on a young man. What happened? Mubei made a snap gesture across his own throat. All wiped out. They even tossed the bodies into the Heartthrob River to feed the fish. What a... Holly reeled as if struck by lightning, stumbling back 2 steps and nearly collapsing. Father dead. Man Kaiō-ken, invincible man dead. Impossible. No, you're lying. This can't be. Holly roared, but the panic in his eyes betrayed him. Believe it or not, Mubei shrugged, utterly indifferent. Regardless, this news will reverberate through the underworld by dawn. If I were to release it now, tsk, tomorrow would the Kaiō-ken group stock be worth anything? Then the heir who has lost his father's shelter, will he still swagger at me? The words struck like a blade through Holly's fragile defenses. Without his father, without the Kaiō-ken group's menace, Holly Kaiō-ken was in the eyes of these desperados nothing but a fat lamb ready to be pinched to death. He opened his mouth to retort, to threaten, but not a whole sentence would form. His legs shook uncontrollably. Seeing Holly so cowed, Mubei snorted with disdain. Be sensible and get out of here. Before you go bankrupt, go home and drink a few good bottles. With that, Mubei gestured. The black-clad thugs behind him grinned viciously and closed in, their covetous eyes roaming over Holly's expensive suit. Molly Jian watched the scene and felt her hope die inside. She had believed Holly was a hero descending on a cloud of radiance. And yet, this was his courage. He would not even resist. Despair engulfed her once more. Then, at that moment, Bida Paik, who had stood silent behind Holly, spoke. Though frightened and trembling when Bida saw the despair in Molly Jian's eyes, the blood of justice rushed to his head and swept away caution. Don't touch her. Bida lunged forward and spread his arms to shield Molly Jian and Holly. His slight frame looked absurdly frail against Mubei. This is a public place. What you're doing is illegal. I've called the police. I order you to leave immediately. His voice was loud, but lacked real force, threaded with a tremor. The backstage fell into a brief, stunned silence. Then, ha. Mubei laughed so hard he seemed on the verge of tears, looking at Bida, as one would a fool. Order me, he jeered. Kid, did school make you stupid? Or do you want to take a swim in the Heartthrob? Holly, is this your friend? Mubei shook his head, his gaze turning ruthless. It seems you refuse a polite warning and insist on punishment. Since you want leave, none of you will leave. He signaled. The waiting henchmen pounced like wolves. A thug at the front landed a punch squarely on Bida's face with a heavy thud. Ugh! Bida screamed and was hurled backward, slamming into a dressing table. Bottles and jars shattered across the floor. Bida! Molly Jian cried. Before she could react, 2 burly men seized Holly, one on each side. Let me go. Do you know who I am? Holly struggled desperately, but pampered as he was no match for professional thugs. A slap landed hard on Holly's face. Shut up, you little bastard. The scene spiraled into chaos, violence, confusion, screams. Above the theater, in the private boxes, Gilda toyed with a warped coin, watching everything below unfold. He observed Holly's fall from arrogance to ruin, and by brave impulse snuffed out in an instant. Tisk tisk, heroic rescue, is it? How tragic, it's almost unbearable to watch. Xiangni shook his head and smoothed his sleeve. Though Ha Li and Bai Da had failed spectacularly, they had undeniably created the perfect entrance. Molly Jian was now trapped in utter terror and despair. At such a moment, any sliver of light, no matter how small, would be seized. She would rush toward it without hesitation and cling to it for dear life. And besides, his light was not a mere sliver, but a 2400-watt spotlight. Enough. The supporting actor's part is done. Now the leading role shall make an entrance. Xiangni turned and chose not to drop dramatically from above. That would be too sensational and might terrify Molly Jian. To play it right was to play the whole set, the kind of serendipitous fated romance. He strode toward the side door that led backstage. There the light was perfect and the atmosphere primed. Bang, bang, bang. The dull sound of flesh colliding echoed, accompanied by the brittle crack of bones resonating in the narrow backstage dressing room. "Oh, stop hitting me. Stop it." Harry Osborne curled up on the ground, his expensive tailored suit now stained with dust and blood. He held his head with both hands, letting out a piercing scream. The suave young Master Osborne now resembled a stray dog. The news of his father's death combined with the physical agony had utterly shattered all his psychological defenses. "Please, spare Harry." Mary Jane huddled in the corner, her tears had already smudged her carefully applied makeup. Despairing, she screamed, trying to stop the violence. However, her pleas were met with the cruel laughter of the grave marker. "Huh, did you hear that? This girl is worried about you." The grave marker sat on a well-preserved chair, legs crossed, playing with a dagger. "Hit him harder. Let this kid know that without that green-skinned old man, he's nothing." "Yes, boss." Several henchmen sneered, their leather shoes raining down on Harry. On the other side, Peter Parker was not faring any better. Though he desperately tried to struggle and save Harry and Mary Jane, his frail frame was held against the wall by a burly man with one hand around his neck. Cough, cough. "Let go. Let go." Peter's face turned red, his feet dangling in the air, but it was of no use. Smack. The burly man retaliated with a slap, leaving Peter seeing stars. "Be good, nerd." Watching this scene, the grave marker nodded in satisfaction. He stood up, his towering figure casting a shadow that completely enveloped Mary Jane. "TSK, TSK, TSK." The grave marker walked up to Mary Jane and squatted down, his dead fish eyes fixated on her chest, which was heaving violently with fear. "Do you see, beautiful lady? This is reality. Your prince can't save you. Your knight is just a worthless fool. In this world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, only power is the hard truth." The grave marker reached out with his rough hand, trying to pinch Mary Jane's chin. "No, please." Mary Jane desperately shrank back, her back pressed tightly against the cold wall. She had originally thought that through the audition she could change her fate and escape the alcoholic and violent family. She had thought that climbing onto the Osborne family tree would let her soar to new heights. But now, her dreams were shattered. Reality was as cruel as the dirty hand that was about to touch her, suffocating. "Am I destined to rot in this quagmire for my entire life?" Mary Jane closed her eyes, tears streaming down from the corners. At that moment, a soft sound broke the tension. The iron door connecting to the side entrance backstage was slowly pushed open. A beam of light shot in through the crack of the door. "Who?" The grave marker paused, suddenly turning his head. In that backlit direction, a tall and slender figure, hands in pockets, leisurely walked in. "I say." A magnetic voice tinged with mockery and coldness resonated. "This place is quite lively, huh? Mind if I join?" Johnny Gilda stood at the door with a nonchalant smile on his face. His gaze swept over Harry lying on the ground like a dead dog, then glanced at Peter hanging on the wall. Finally, it landed on Mary Jane, whose face was streaked with tears. "Looks like I arrived just in time." Johnny shook his head and sighed. Such a pretty face, it would be a shame if it got ruined by tears. "Who the hell are you?" The burly man holding Peter yelled, and reluctantly let Peter go, turning to approach Johnny. "If you don't want to die, get the hell out of here." Before he could finish his sentence, Johnny raised his hand. He swung a punch. Bang! A dull sound echoed. The burly man flew back, crashing heavily at the grave marker's feet. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood along with a few pearly white teeth. At his chin, it had completely caved in, exposing his pink gums. His jawbone had been knocked out. It really flew out. "Oh!" The belated pain made the burly man scream like a slaughtered pig rolling on the ground in agony. Everyone was stunned. The henchmen who were beating Harry stopped, looking at the scene in terror. Though Harry and Peter had swollen eyes and blurred vision, they both saw the figure standing at the door and instantly erupted with unprecedented light in their eyes. "Johnny! Johnny! Save MJ! Save us!" Harry screamed with all his might. Johnny ignored them, striding forward, his leather shoes echoing on the floor. "Who else wants to try?" Johnny surveyed the remaining henchmen, his gaze as indifferent as if he were looking at a bunch of corpses. "Damn it! Let's all go together. Kill him." Though the henchmen were scared, they were still desperate men. They exchanged glances, pulling out clubs and daggers, shrieking as they charged, unaware of their own death. Bang! 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 3 dull sounds rang out. No one saw how Johnny made his move. They only saw the three henchmen who rushed forward, flying back faster than they came. Crack, crack, accompanied by the chilling sound of bones cracking. The fates of these three were the same as the first. Jaws shattered, bloodied. One unfortunate soul had his jawbone shattered right through his cheek, hanging on by flesh swaying. Ugh. Witnessing this bloody scene, the director nearby couldn't help but vomit. Mary Jane was even more terrified, covering her mouth, her big eyes filled with horror. But more than that was a deep shock. This man was powerful, ruthless, yet damnably charming. Johnny stepped over the moaning henchman and walked straight up to the grave marker. At this moment, the grave marker's face, which had originally been pale and fierce, turned iron gray. Cold sweat dripped down his bald head. He stared intensely at Johnny's overly young face. In his mind, the photo sent by the boss of the Green Goblin began to overlap with the face in front of him. It's you, eh? The grave marker's voice trembled, losing the arrogance he had earlier. Johnny Gilda, the ruthless one who wiped out the Green Goblin, Bullseye, Electro, and Mysterio in one night. The monster that even the Green Goblin had to treat with caution. Oh, you know me. Johnny raised an eyebrow, stopping less than 2 meters away from the grave marker. Since you know me, then you should understand. I have a bit of a temper. Johnny glanced at Mary Jane, who was cowering in the corner, then looked at the fallen Harry and Peter. Finally, his cold gaze locked onto the grave marker. A chilling smile spread across his face. Touching someone I have my eye on. How would you like to die? The grave marker swallowed hard, instinctively taking a step back. He panicked. He was truly panicking. He knew how strong the Green Goblin's equipment was, and he had witnessed Electro's destructive power. Even those 4 monsters had fallen to this kid's hands, leaving no bones behind. Did he have enough weight to be of any concern to him? Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. The grave marker forced out a smile, even uglier than crying, raising both hands. Mr. Gilda, I didn't know she was your friend. If I had known, even if I had 100 times the courage, I wouldn't have dared to move. I'll leave right now. Right away. Saying that, he attempted to back away, trying to slip away unnoticed. Leave? Johnny tilted his head as if he had heard a joke. You hit me and scared my girl. You think you can just leave with a misunderstanding? Do you think I'm running a charity, eh? Johnny turned to look at Mary Jane. At this moment, Mary Jane, though out of danger, was still in shock. In her beautiful eyes, beyond the fear of the grave marker, more was a deep awe for Johnny's terrifying power, and a hint of a desire to rely on him. This gaze was too familiar to Johnny. It was a signal that prey was about to fall into the trap. At a time like this, Johnny thought to himself, if I don't give you something harsh, how could I make you remember me for a lifetime? With that thought, Johnny's aura suddenly erupted. In the next life, remember to keep your eyes wide open. Johnny clenched his right fist, an ethereal white glow began to radiate. As for now, go die. This punch he did not plan to hold back. He intended to use the most violent means to directly smash this gang leader who dared to act tough in front of him. With this punch, Mary Jane's favorability would definitely soar. Boom. The air was rapidly compressed, producing a thunderous explosion. Johnny's fist hadn't even touched the body of the tombstone yet. The terrifying force of the punch had already caused the pale skin beneath the tombstone's shirt to ripple like waves. No, my skin is bulletproof. You can't kill me. The tombstone's eyes widened, teeth clenched tightly, his muscles tense to the extreme. He attempted to withstand the blow with his proud, mutated skin. In his understanding, even a rocket launcher could not penetrate his defenses in one shot. However, in the next moment, puff, the expression on the tombstone's face froze instantly. He lowered his head, staring blankly at his chest. There, the once indestructible gray skin had transformed into a massive hollow. And behind him, Johnny's bloodied fist was slowly retracting, still gripping a heart that was faintly pulsating. Thud. Johnny casually tossed the lump of flesh onto the ground. Bulletproof. He shook the blood droplets off his hand, a sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. I'm sorry. My fist is armor-piercing. Cough, cough. The tombstone opened his mouth, trying to say something. But all that came from his throat were bubbling sounds. A torrent of blood mixed with internal organs surged from his mouth. His eyes, filled with fear and disbelief, gradually lost their luster. Boom. The massive body fell backward, crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. One of the giants of New York's underworld, the tombstone, was left chilled to the bone. The director was utterly stunned, slumped in his chair. Mary Jane covered her mouth, forgetting even to breathe. Her beautiful eyes widened in shock, fixed on Johnny. Is this the power of that man? Not only could he send someone flying, but he could also pierce through them. Is this even human? This must be a superhero. In the corner, Harry and Peter supported each other, their faces equally dazed. Though they had known Johnny was strong, was he really this strong? Isn't this a bit excessive? This was practically rubbing their worldview into the dirt. At that moment, Ding detected that target Mary Jane Watson witnessed the host's divine might, resulting in immense shock and a sense of security. Affection level greatly increased. Current affection level 100, unwavering loyalty. Congratulations, host. Successfully wooed the 3rd Marvel goddess. Obtain stage reward teleportation experience card 3. Skill description: Adralat Star Secret Technique. As long as you can sense chi, you can instantly move to the target side. Note this is a one-time consumable, please use it carefully. Obtained full value reward: Sky Dance Technique Advanced Version. Skill description: no longer limited by chi usage, efficiency, flight speed greatly increased. Up to 100 Mach. From now on, the sky will be your backyard. Listening to the system's prompt in his mind, Johnny felt overjoyed. Awesome. This is absolutely exhilarating. Not only did he resolve a problem, but he also filled up his affection level and gained a divine skill. Though the teleportation experience card is one-time use, it is definitely a lifesaver or ambush tool at critical moments. As for the advanced version of the Sky Dance Technique, 100 Mach. How much is that? That's 100 times the speed of sound. Approximately 34 kilometers per second. At that speed, even Iron Man's latest armor would be left in the dust behind him. This treatment is no different from that of Superman. Johnny took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement. He turned around, the coldness on his face vanished in an instant, replaced by a gentle and caring smile. He ignored the corpse and blood on the ground, striding directly towards Harry and Peter in the corner. Are you guys okay? Johnny glanced at the two, his tone filled with concern. I am not dead. Harry, with half of his face swollen, struggled to stand up to express his gratitude. Johnny, thank you. If it weren't for you, I... At that moment, the door was opened again. This time a group of doctors rushed in. They had received an emergency call and arrived in time. Seeing the doctors take over, he no longer paid attention to the two unfortunate companions. Instead, he turned his gaze to the still, trembling Mary Jane curled up in the corner. Johnny approached Mary Jane, crouched down, and extended his hand, which still had a faint metallic scent of blood, gently cradling her tear-streaked face. It's all right now. The trash has been cleaned up. As long as I'm here, no one can hurt you. Mary Jane gazed at the man before her, looking into his deep ocean-like eyes, then glancing at the corpse not far away that had brought her endless terror. An unprecedented, overwhelming emotion instantly shattered her rationality. Johnny. Mary Jane could no longer hold back. She suddenly lunged into Johnny's embrace, her arms tightly wrapped around his neck. Whoa! She cried out loudly, releasing all her grievances, fears, and the relief of surviving. Johnny instinctively held her slender waist, gently patting her back, feeling the tremors and attachment of the woman in his arms. There, don't cry anymore. We're classmates, it's only right to help each other. If you cry more, you won't be pretty anymore. After this emotional exchange, the distance between the two instantly transformed from ordinary friends to something much closer. Before long, the shrill sound of police sirens echoed outside the theater. Chief George Stacy charged in with a large group of police officers. Looking at the chaos on the ground and the body with a gaping hole in its chest, George's eyelids twitched violently. He glanced at Johnny, who was comforting Mary Jane, and sighed helplessly. This kid again. How many days has it been? He's practically a regular at the police station. However, this time it's the Tombstone, the super criminal, that has been a headache for the police for many years. This kid, though his methods are a bit harsh, must be said to have done a splendid job. The police quickly secured the scene and began taking statements. With Mary Jane, the director, and Harry and Peter as eyewitnesses, along with the Tombstone being a wanted criminal who had committed armed assault, Johnny's actions were undeniably preliminarily judged as self-defense. Though this defense was a bit excessive. Considering the opponent was a criminal with superhuman attributes, it still fell within the realm of reasonable retaliation. After taking statements, Harry and Peter were lifted onto the ambulance. Before leaving, Harry grabbed Johnny's hand, persistently stating that the Osborne group would be Johnny's strongest backing from now on. Johnny simply smiled and nodded. He hoped so. However, he wondered if he would still say that when you find out your father was killed by me, though he hadn't meant to kill his father. Johnny. At the entrance of the theater, Mary Jane tugged at Johnny's shirt, her swollen red eyes filled with hope and longing. Do you have time tonight? I want to talk to you alone. There are some things I wish to say only to you. This hint could not be more obvious. Johnny looked at Mary Jane, who appeared pitiful, yet carried an underlying allure. He secretly chuckled. Having just won over Felicia, now MJ was presenting herself on a silver platter. This abundant fortune system truly was a boon for the industry. Of course, Johnny reached out to smooth her disheveled red hair, his gaze gentle. I never refused the invitation of a beautiful woman. But I still need to go to the police station to take a statement, so I might not have time yet. No worries, just call me whenever you have time. All right then. Mary Jane nodded vigorously, her tears turning to smiles. In that moment, her charm outshone the streetlights around them. After Gilda and George left, the already nervous director, trembling, walked over. Miss Watson, congratulations, you passed the audition. You are the female lead of this play. The only female lead. Just kidding. Even a tough guy like a grave marker was knocked out by this woman's friend with a single punch. If he dared to deny her the role, he feared he would meet a similar fate. Is it really true? Mary Jane froze for a moment, then burst into joy. Thank you. Thank you, director. She was so excited that her words stumbled over one another. She knew all of this was brought to her by this man. If it weren't for his timely appearance to save them, she wouldn't be standing here now. He gave her a second chance at life, and it was he who provided her with the ladder to her dreams. New York City Police Department interrogation room. The coffee here was as terrible as ever, carrying the scent of an old rag. Johnny sat on the metal chair. Across from him, Commissioner George Stacy wore a grim expression. The ballpoint pen in his hand tapped rhythmically on the notebook. So what you mean is, the 2-meter-tall, 300-pound bulletproof supercriminal accidentally ran into your fist, and then due to excessive inertia he ended up with a puncture wound in his chest, and his heart mysteriously vanished. Sounds reasonable, doesn't it? Johnny shrugged, his expression sincere. Commissioner, you know that force is mutual. When he charged at me, it was too forceful. I merely raised my hand slightly to greet him. Who would have thought his physical condition was so poor? He looked solid, but was as fragile as a potato chip. This is a typical case of a high-speed object colliding with a stationary one. It was purely accidental, purely self-defense. George's mouth twitched violently. How could he be as fragile as a potato chip? That was a grave marker. A crime lord who had plagued the New York Police Department for over a decade. If it were in the past, anyone who dared to fool him like this, George would have locked him up in a holding cell for 24 hours to cool off. But now, looking at the young man before him with a faint smile, George felt a wave of helplessness. Agent Coulson from the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics Support had already contacted him. This kid's file had been encrypted to the highest level. Not to mention killing a wanted criminal in self-defense at the theater. Even if it was, no one would care. Smack. George closed the notebook, rubbing his temples in annoyance. All right, stop with the physics talk. Since the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics Support has said it's fine, I can't be bothered with you. People like grave markers. If they die, they just die. It saves taxpayers a bit on prison meals. At this point, George suddenly shifted the conversation, leaning forward. It was a gaze from an old father. But Johnny, now that the official business is over, let's talk about personal matters. That red-haired girl, Mary Jane Watson. As far as I know, she is Gwen's classmate. Just now at the theater entrance, the way she looked at you was far from that of an ordinary classmate. That kind of gaze. You understand what I mean, right? Johnny raised an eyebrow. TSK. This old man had sharp eyes. He even noticed such details. No wonder he had been a detective for decades. But to try to con me, he was still too inexperienced. Commissioner, you're wronging me. Johnny feigned innocence, even adding a hint of "you don't understand me" grievance. You saw the situation at the time. That grave marker not only wanted to exploit her, but also intended to kill her to silence her. In that desperate moment, I appeared like a deity, saving her life. Under the influence of that kind of suspension bridge effect, it's perfectly normal for any regular woman to feel a bit of admiration and reliance on me, isn't it? That's human instinct, and it affirms my charm. Johnny spread his hands, speaking with conviction. But I assure you, I have only the purest classmate feelings for her. Just like my love for Gwen, pure and unblemished. George frowned at this. This kid's tongue was thicker than a city wall. Suspension bridge effect, pure and unblemished. No one would believe it. A man knows a man best. The kind of gaze, that kind of aura was clearly that of a fox ready to cheat at any moment. Yet he couldn't find any substantial evidence. Humph. George snorted coldly and stood up. I hope you're telling the truth. Johnny, you have great potential. Your future is limitless. But I still want to remind you of something. Gwen is a pure good girl. If you dare to hurt her. George adjusted his police uniform, his hand intentionally or unintentionally resting on his sidearm. Although I can't beat you, I promise I will make you regret it. This is a father's promise. Johnny also dropped his playful expression and nodded seriously. Don't worry, George. In this world, no one loves Gwen more than I do. After all, she is my main wife, my systems initiator. That's good. George waved his hand. All right, you can go now. As Johnny stepped out of the police station, the night had deepened. The neon lights of Manhattan painted the sky in an ambiguous shade of purplered. Johnny glanced at his watch. It was 8:30 in the evening, just as the nightlife began. He took out his phone and skillfully dialed the number he had just saved. Hello, is this MJ? It's me, Johnny. I just came out from that talkative old man. Are you free now? Right now? Of course I have time. Great'll come find you. After hanging up, Johnny hailed a taxi. He managed to get past his father-in-law. Next, it was time to reap new fruits. After picking up Mary Jane from Broadway, Gilda left her bicycle parked at the entrance. Then she took a taxi to a jazz bar on 9th Avenue. The lighting was dim and the saxophone's melody was lazy and mesmerizing. Mary Jane Watson sat in a corner booth. She had changed out of her glamorous costume and was now wearing a black off-shoulder cocktail dress. Her red hair fell casually over her shoulders, glowing like a burning flame in the warm light. Johnny's gaze unabashedly swept across her exquisite collarbone and deep neckline. You look even more enchanting tonight than on stage. Smooth talker. Mary Jane shot him a playful glare, but the smile on her face betrayed her true feelings. Shall we order something? The tapas here are quite good. The two ordered some snacks and a bottle of whiskey. After a few rounds of drinks, the atmosphere gradually became a bit delicate. Johnny did not rush to the main topic. Instead, he chatted with Mary Jane about amusing stories from Broadway and their dreams for the future while sipping his drink. He was well aware that for a woman like Mary Jane, who had a strong sense of pride and ambition, being too direct would backfire. He needed to gradually dismantle her defenses like a frog slowly boiled in water until she couldn't help but jump into the pot herself. Johnny. After another glass of whiskey, Mary Jane's gaze had begun to waver. She rested her chin on one hand, her glistening eyes fixed intently on Johnny. You know, when you walked into the theater today, I felt like you were an angel sent by God. Although you look fierce when you kill him, not afraid at all. In fact, I feel very safe. Mary Jane reached out gently, placing her hand over Johnny's across the table. Her fingertips lightly traced his knuckles. So, Johnny turned his hand to grasp hers, leaning slightly forward. What do you want to say? MJ, are you trying to thank me? Or? Mary Jane bit her red lip as if she had made a certain decision. Johnny, I actually like you a lot. Ever since the first time I saw you in the cafeteria, I was drawn to you. But, her tone suddenly shifted and a flicker of struggle and helplessness flashed in her eyes. You have a girlfriend already. And Gwen is a good girl. She invited me to join her band today, and she trusts me so much. I can't betray her. It's natural to like someone. I understand that. Johnny smiled, his expression a mix of confidence and roguish charm. After all, a wonderful man like me is like a firefly in the night. It's hard not to be noticed. As for my girlfriend, Johnny paused, his gaze becoming somewhat profound. Actually, before he could finish, a slender finger gently pressed against his lips, cutting off the words he was about to say. Shoo. Mary Jane looked at him, her expression complex. There was longing, reluctance, and a hint of feminine cunning. I understand. Men are always greedy. How could a powerful man like you only have one woman? But Johnny. Mary Jane raised her glass and downed the remaining liquor in one go. The spicy liquid flowed down her throat, making her cheeks even rosier. This time it won't work. Because of Gwen. I don't want to be that kind of sneaky mistress, nor do I want to ruin my friendship with Gwen. At least, not now. Hearing this, Johnny couldn't help but curse inwardly. This woman had quite the high standards. Clearly the feelings were already at 100, and her gaze was almost melting. Yet she could still hit the brakes at this moment. Is this the legendary push and pull? Or is she negotiating conditions with me? Nevertheless, on the surface, Johnny maintained a nonchalant demeanor. He released Mary Jane's hand and leaned back against the chair. He picked up the bottle and poured himself another glass. Since you've said that, what else can I say? I respect your choice. Seeing Johnny's attitude of, if you don't want to then fine, I won't force you, Mary Jane felt a bit anxious. She bit her lip, unwillingly asking, Johnny, do you have me in your heart? Even if it's just a little? Yes, Johnny replied, bluntly shaking his glass, watching the amber liquid swirl inside. How much? How much do you have for me? Mary Jane pressed further. Johnny raised his head, looking at Mary Jane, revealing a smile. Every beauty holds the same weight in my heart. Both you and Gwen are treasures I want to protect. Mary Jane couldn't help but laugh. You are so uninteresting. How can you say such a scummy line so confidently? Although she said it was uninteresting, the hint of disappointment in her eyes faded away. In its place was a sense of satisfaction from having her feelings confirmed. At least he wasn't lying to me. He truly wants me. That's enough. Mary Jane filled her glass again, then raised it, shaking it at Johnny. Johnny, I actually don't mind how many women you have, because I know a strong man like you is destined not to belong to just one person. But I don't want to make Gwen sad. Mary Jane leaned forward, her red lips curling upward, uttering a line that made Johnny's heart race. If one day Gwen agrees, if she doesn't mind having another sister, then I can dance for you anytime. Even. She licked her lips, her gaze sultry to the extreme. We could do it together. Damn. Johnny nearly fumbled his drink. This implication. No, this was already a clear invitation. Once I deal with the main girlfriend, I can unlock the achievement for a duo. Who can resist this? You said it yourself. Johnny took a deep breath, his eyes burning with intensity. Of course. Mary Jane smiled and clinked glasses with him. When I Mary Jane speak, I always keep my word. But it depends on whether you have the ability to convince your Princess Gwen. Johnny downed his whiskey in one go, feeling the alcohol burn in his stomach. His fighting spirit was completely ignited. Dealing with Gwen. That's not difficult at all. Just use a little strategy. The days of a duo are just around the corner. Just wait. Johnny set down his glass, his eyes sparkling with confidence. That day won't be far off. On the streets of New York at midnight, neon lights flickered. Johnny hailed a yellow taxi for Mary Jane, watching as the car disappeared into the flow of traffic around the corner. Johnny stood by the roadside, stretching his arms wide. Despite having consumed a fair amount of whiskey, both of them maintained their limits. That is, they wouldn't get drunk. Because if both of them were intoxicated, who would take them home? Tisk, what a pity. Johnny smacked his lips, reminiscing about the whiskey-scented kiss he had shared moments ago in the tavern. Although he couldn't directly secure the future superstar tonight, he still felt quite accomplished. After all, some things become less interesting when they are too easily obtained. That feeling of wanting to refuse yet being drawn in. The promise of as long as the main one approves you may take your pick only heightened the allure. Gwen shouldn't be a problem. Johnny mounted his vintage bicycle, pedaling leisurely. His mind was already sketching out a bright future. Though Gwen had a somewhat proud personality, she was truly devoted to him. coupled with Mary Jane's high emotional intelligence and skills. If these two were to get together, what if they added the wild Felicia into the mix? Hiss, three's a crowd. Or perhaps four-player mahjong. The image was too beautiful to behold. This multi-partner system is truly a man's ultimate dream. Johnny couldn't help but silently applaud the system in his heart. Not only could it make one stronger, but it also allowed for the enjoyment of multiple partners. This was the life a transmigrator should have. As for tonight, forget it, let's consider it a day off for Cohen. Johnny hummed a little tune, his figure gradually blending into the night of New York. Meanwhile, in Hell's Kitchen, at the top of Fisk Tower, a massive floor-to-ceiling window framed a brooding Wilson Fisk, who stood like a mountain of flesh. He gazed down at the dazzling city below, his expression darkening. The air in the office was suffocatingly tense. Wesley stood behind him, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. You mean? The tombstone is dead. Yes. Yes, sir. Wesley swallowed hard, cautiously reporting. Just 2 hours ago at the Schubert Theater on Broadway, Johnny Gilda punched straight through Tombstone's chest. Even his heart was crushed. Bastard. Fisk abruptly turned, slamming his fist down on the sturdy office desk. Boom. The solid wood desk splintered into pieces with chips flying everywhere. His face, full of muscle, was now etched with ferocity and brutality. Green Goblin Bullseye Electro Mysterio. And now Tombstone has fallen. Is this kid treating my men as mere cannon fodder for leveling up? What does he think I Wilson Fisk him? Ever since he took control of the New York underworld, no one had dared to challenge his authority like this. One after another, people were killed. This was like someone defecating on his neck. Sir. Wesley adjusted his glasses, his voice trembling. That Johnny Gilda is too dangerous. Almost all of our elite scent out have been wiped out. What if he comes straight here? Wesley dared not continue. But the implication was clear. This kid was unscrupulous and possessed outrageous strength. If he truly came for a decapitation operation, the security at Fisk Tower might not hold up. However, hearing this, the fire in Fisk's eyes did not extinguish. Instead, it blazed even stronger. Come here. Heh. Does he really think that killing a few of my men can threaten me, Wilson? In my dictionary, the word fear does not exist. Fisk sneered. Let him come. What I'm afraid of is that he won't come. Does he really think a little superpower lets him walk freely in New York? Though he said this, Fisk was a once great tyrant, not just a muscle-bound brute. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the anger boiling within. Reason regained its dominance. Wesley. Yes. Contact that impersonator. The mercenary who can imitate even Captain America for the right price. Tell him I have a big business to discuss with him. Also, Fisk paused, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Contact those ninjas from the Hand. Tell them that if they can help me eliminate this Johnny Gilda, I'll agree to let them establish a base at my docks. Wesley's heart jolted. The Hand. A group of fanatics worshipping evil. It seemed the boss was truly determined to kill this time. Yes, sir. He'll take care of it right away. Wesley did not dare to delay, quickly exiting. Fisk turned and gazed once more at the night scene outside. In his small eyes, a chilling light glimmered. Johnny Gilda. No matter if you are a mutant or an alien, I will make you understand that in this New York, only I, Fisk, am the true king. The following morning, at the top-floor conference room of Osborne Group, around the huge conference table sat members of the board, all dressed in suits. Each face bore an expression of greed. At the head seat, the chair that once belonged to Norman Osborne sat empty. Ladies and gentlemen, an old man with graying hair tapped the table, breaking the silence. He was the second largest shareholder of the Osborne Group and the leader of this coup. I believe everyone knows why we are gathered here today. Norman Osborne has been missing for 2 whole days. Although that kid Harry publicly claims his father has gone on vacation in Europe. But, the old man sneered, throwing a document onto the table. Even a fool knows that is a lie. Vacation? He didn't even move his private jet, nor was there any record of his passport leaving the country. Is that vacation? Moreover, I have received reliable information. The underground world has gone wild. Norman Osborne is dead. They even tossed his corpse into the Hudson River to feed the fish. As these words settled, the room erupted in chaos. Though everyone had their suspicions, the confirmation still shocked them. And there's an even more explosive piece of news. Our young master Harry, who was supposed to take over, was beaten to a pulp last night on Broadway by the underlings of the mob boss Tombstone out of jealousy. It is said that 4 ribs were broken and he suffered a concussion. He is currently lying in the ICU of a private hospital on oxygen. Upon hearing this news, the old foxes present immediately brightened up. Norman was dead. Harry was incapacitated. What does this signify? It signifies that the vast Osborne Group is now a piece of unowned fat meat. Ladies and gentlemen, the old man stood up, his tone impassioned. The Osborne Group cannot be without a leader for a day. For the sake of the company's stock prices and the interests of the shareholders, we must take immediate action. I propose we immediately announce the news of Norman Osborne's death and activate the emergency plan to restructure the board, kicking that wasteful Harry out of the picture. Agreed. Seconded. It should have been done long ago. A crowd eagerly raised their hands, impatient to carve up this massive cake. As for the truth, As for Harry's life or death, in the face of capital's interests, that was of no importance. In Manhattan, at a high-end apartment, Johnny walked out of his bedroom humming a tune while buttoning his shirt. Although he had slept alone last night, he had surprisingly good sleep quality. After all, without having to sweat in bed, he was naturally full of energy. He picked up his phone from the table ready to check for any good morning messages from Gwen or Felicia. However, a news alert that popped up on the screen momentarily stunned him. Breaking. The Osborne Group has issued an official obituary. Chairman Norman Osborne has sadly passed away due to a sudden heart attack. Osborne's stock plummeted 20 at opening. The board has announced an emergency restructuring and Prince Harry Osborne may be ousted. TSK. Johnny shook his head as he looked at his phone screen. These capitalists are really quick to act. Norman died just the night before, and his body probably hasn't even drifted into international waters yet. And these guys can't wait to start feasting on the remnants. Heart attack. Hey, they really came up with that. However, Johnny didn't pay too much attention to this. Who ran the Osborne Group had nothing to do with him. As long as they didn't provoke him, that was enough. As for that unlucky Harry, well, he hoped he could lie in the hospital for a few more days. After all, he still had to take care of his good friend Mary Jane. Forget it, off to school. Johnny put away his phone and grabbed the key to his vintage bicycle. Today I still need to run into Gwen. If I could take advantage of the situation to subtly hint at the three's a crowd plan. As he thought about this, Johnny's smile deepened. He pushed open the door. The sun was just right. It was yet another day full of hope. The morning sunlight poured onto the shaded path of the Imperial State University. Johnny leisurely rode in through the school gate on his iconic vintage bicycle. Just as he parked his bike and looked up, Johnny couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Tisk, what a scene. Two stunningly beautiful women, each with a completely different style, yet equally captivating, were walking side by side. The one on the left wore a light blue knitted sweater, her blonde hair tied up, carrying a backpack. Exuding an aura of intellect and youth, she was none other than his girlfriend Gwen Stacy. The one on the right, clad in a tight leather mini-skirt, had platinum blonde hair cascading down. As she walked, her hips swayed like a lazy Persian cat. Felicia Hardy. The two of them walking together. It was a collision of ice and fire, a blend of innocence and allure. The passing boys couldn't help but gawk, their eyes nearly popping out. Johnny. Upon seeing Johnny's figure, Gwen's eyes instantly lit up. She almost jogged over, grabbing Johnny's arm and scrutinizing him from head to toe. In her beautiful eyes there was concern and fear. Are you okay? My dad just told me before leaving that last night at the Broadway theater. I heard you ran into that murderer's tombstone. Did you even fight him? Shh. Oh my gosh, why didn't you tell me? Are you hurt? Listening to Gwen's rapid-fire questions was a bit overwhelming. Johnny felt warmth in his heart. He casually ruffled her hair, making her smooth golden locks a bit messy. Don't worry, silly. Do I look like someone who's in trouble? That tombstone looked scary, but it was just a bloated thug. I did a little stretching, and he went down like that. Dealing with scum like him is easier than solving a calculus problem. Hearing Johnny say that, and seeing his energetic demeanor, Gwen finally let out a sigh of relief and patted her chest. You scared me. My dad said the scene was horrific, I thought. Come on, Gwen, I told you you're overthinking it. Felicia stepped in with a smile, her cat-like eyes sweeping over Johnny with a hint of mischief. It carried a meaning only the two of them understood. Your boyfriend is a superhero who can use a rhinoceros as a punching bag. A mere tombstone. It probably wouldn't even be enough to fill his gaps. Felicia's voice was laced with a lazy magnetism. Gwen blushed at that, but quickly lifted her chin, wearing a proud expression. Of course, Johnny is the strongest. Seeing Gwen's protective demeanor made Johnny unable to suppress a laugh. This girl really idolized him blindly. But he liked it. The three walked alongside for a while. Due to differing majors, Felicia stopped in front of the art building. All right, I won't be your third wheel anymore. Felicia waved at the two. Before leaving, she winked at Johnny, making a phone gesture. See you later, my hero. With that, she turned and left. The swaying figure made the surrounding boys gulp. Johnny pulled back his gaze, about to head to the lecture building with Gwen. Ding dong. His phone in his pocket vibrated suddenly. Johnny took out his phone to check. It was a message. Send her, little wildcat. TSK Tisk, my great hero. Sounds like last night was intense. Not only did you kill the tombstone, but you also saved that red-haired little star. I heard you guys went out for drinks later. You were really playing it fast, catching Mary Jane so quickly. Looking at the text on the screen, Johnny's lips twitched slightly. Goodness. This woman. Is she monitoring me or something? How does she know everything? Johnny's fingers flew across the screen. How do you know? Are you stalking me? Almost instantaneously, he received a reply. Stalking? How harsh. I prefer to call it concern. After all, you're the man I've set my sights on. What if some other vixen steals you away? But that Mary Jane is indeed a beauty. I wouldn't mind. Looking at that playful emoji at the end, Johnny felt a surge of heat in his heart. This little wildcat. Is she hinting at me? No. This is already quite blatant. Johnny smirked and replied, since you're so concerned, shouldn't you show some appreciation? I'm very upset about you monitoring me. A few seconds later, Felicia sent a voice message back. Johnny held the phone to his ear. From the receiver came Felicia's laughter, slightly breathy. I wouldn't mind tonight, would be perfect. And if you want to go as a couple, that's fine too. As long as you can handle that little princess beside you. Whenever she's ready, just call me. I'm really looking forward to it. Hiss, this enchantress. Johnny felt his anger flare up in an instant. Who can withstand this? Just wait. Watch me deal with Gwen. The two entered the classroom. They had barely sat down when the class bell had yet to ring. The teacher, who usually wore a serious expression, walked in today with a beaming smile. Ahem, everyone quiet down. The teacher clapped his hands, his smile warmer than when he sees his own father. I have an important announcement. This class is suspended. All students gather immediately in the auditorium. Today the school will hold a grand award ceremony. What? An award ceremony? What's going on? I don't know, I haven't heard of any major events lately. Who cares as long as we don't have class? Amidst the chatter, the teacher quickly walked down from the podium. He headed straight to Johnny's seat. He bent down, lowered his voice, and said in Johnny's ear, Classmate Gilda, this is a special event organized by the school committee for you. To honor your bravery in fighting crime. Director Thompson said this is the honor you deserve. After saying that, he even deliberately winked at Johnny. The implication was clear, they were giving you enough face. Hey, let's put the past behind us. Johnny raised an eyebrow. Oh ho, Harrison Thompson is quite swift. Just yesterday, he was reprimanded by S.H.I.E.L.D. And today he has set the stage. He really has a strong desire to survive. Got it. Johnny nodded, indifferently, unaffected by the praise. He turned to look at Gwen beside him. He saw Gwen looking at him with absolute admiration. In her bright blue eyes, it was as if the stars and the sea were hidden. Johnny, is this your award ceremony? A school-wide recognition? Gwen's voice trembled slightly. In the heart of a girl at this age, there is nothing that can make her prouder than this kind of attention and honor. This is her boyfriend, the hero of the entire school. Basic operation. Johnny smiled slightly and naturally held Gwen's hand, feeling the warmth from her palm. His heart was already bursting with joy. His favorability was about to skyrocket. Now he had the confidence. After receiving the award, while Gwen's emotions were at their peak, he would bring up that bold idea of his. The success rate should be at least 98%. Let's go, my princess. Let's see what surprise they have prepared for me. The grand auditorium of the Empire State University. This magnificent building, capable of accommodating 3,000 people, is currently filled to capacity. However, for Johnny, sitting in the center of the front row, this solemn atmosphere brings a hint of, well, how should I put it? A sweet burden, or perhaps the thrill of adrenaline surging. Johnny sits on a plush red velvet chair, appearing somewhat uneasy. His situation is rather delicate, even perilous. To his left sits a girl in a light blue collegiate-style long dress. Gwen Stacy, pure and lovely like a lily. To his right is a girl in a tight black leather outfit, her shaped curves undeniable even while seated. Felicia, hardy, exuding the scent of wild roses. And directly in front of him, a red leather jacket draped over the back of the chair. Mary Jane Watson, with her fiery red hair slightly turned towards him. Her large eyes, adorned with smoky makeup, occasionally peek through the gaps in the chair, casting him a glance filled with affection. Good heavens. This is not an award ceremony at all. It's clearly a high-end battleground. Here, I am Johnny Gilda. If that rookie Peter Parker were sitting here, he would have probably already wet his pants from anxiety. Gwen, what a coincidence you're sitting here too. Mary Jane turns around, her face sporting that standard Hollywood smile, enthusiastically greeting Gwen as if they were long-lost sisters. Yeah, MJ. I heard your band has been rehearsing hard lately. Make sure to get some rest. Oh, it's worth the effort to give everyone a perfect performance during the anniversary celebration. By the way, Gwen, I've been saving that drummer position for you since last time we talked. When are you coming to try it out? Really? That's great. Once Johnny is done with this, he'll go. The two girls chat enthusiastically across Johnny, leaving him stuck in the middle. His eyelids twitch involuntarily. Just then, a restless little hand silently reaches over from the right. It lightly pinches Johnny's thigh. It's Felicia. This little wildcat can't help but indulge in her mischievous habits even in such a solemn setting. TSK Tisk, my great hero. Felicia leans closer to Johnny's ear. Her warm breath brushes against his earlobe, carrying a faint scent. Her voice is barely above a whisper, audible only to the two of them. Your luck is truly unmatched. Having girls on both sides isn't enough. There's one in front ready to throw herself at you too. I think this school is quite thoughtful, specially arranging such a favorable position for us. So do you feel accomplished? Or? Felicia's fingers draw circles on his inner thigh, her tone teasing. Feeling a bit overwhelmed. Hiss. This temptress. Johnny feels a surge of electricity shoot up his thigh. He calmly presses down on the mischievous little hand, turning his hand to scratch Felicia's palm. Behave yourself. Johnny keeps his gaze forward, his lips moving silently. This is school, mind the impression. Coward. Felicia pouts, though the laughter in her eyes grows stronger. Clearly you weren't saying that when we were in bed the other night. You were the one shouting. Ahem. Johnny suddenly coughs, twice forcefully interrupting Felicia's suggestive words. If Gwen heard this, the plan for the three of them might not even get started before it turns into a disaster. Luckily, at that moment, the microphone on stage crackled to life. Hello, hello. The harsh sound of electricity instantly captured the attention of the entire audience, saving Johnny in the nick of time. The portly principal stepped onto the stage, sporting a standard bureaucratic smile. Good morning, students and teachers. Today we gather to honor an outstanding, exceptional student of Empire State University with a spirit of fearlessness. He faced brutal criminals without flinching or fearing. With his fists, he upheld justice. He protected our campus. He is, the principal took a deep breath, Johnny Gilda. Wow. As his name was called, the entire auditorium erupted. Thunderous applause exploded like a tsunami. Especially the girls. Each screamed as if they had seen Justin Bieber. Oh, Johnny, I want to have your babies. So handsome. That side profile is killing me. I heard he knocked the Rhino man away with a single punch. Is that true? That's so manly. Amidst the shrill cries, the boys' reactions were decidedly sour. So what if he looks good? What's the big deal? Seriously, what's wrong with the girls today? Do they only care about looks? Defeating the Rhino man. I bet he was already on his last legs. Just as these sour remarks were about to ferment, a few no individuals swiftly rebutted them. Pick up a scrap. Why don't you try? His strength is real and substantial. And do you know? He's not just good at fighting. He's an invisible rich second generation. I heard he has a penthouse overlooking the entire city in downtown Manhattan. Plus, he has several $1 million in savings. Even the newspapers have endorsed him. The New York Police Department considers him a hero in the fight against crime. With conditions like that, tisk, we should just call it a night. As those words left his lips, the previously defiant boys fell silent. Handsome, strong, and not just that, but also wealthy. Wealthy is one thing, but with an official backing. This. How can anyone live with this? Is this the legendary Hexagon warrior? This world is so unfair. Countless boys let out desperate cries from their hearts. Amidst the envious gazes, Johnny straightened his collar and stood up from his seat. First, he turned his head, offering a gentle smile to Gwen beside him. Then he raised an eyebrow at Felicia on the other side. Lastly, he nodded at Mary Jane in front of him. His actions were smooth and fluid like a master pouring water. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he confidently walked up to the podium with his long legs. The light shining on him accentuated his already perfect features. At that moment, he was the center of the entire world. Congratulations, Miss Gilda. And he who presented the award was none other than Harrison Thompson, the school board trustee, who had earlier stormed into the conference room, demanding Johnny's expulsion. His face now bore an obsequious smile, and beads of nervous sweat glistened across his forehead. He held the heavy Outstanding Youth Medal in both hands, as if it were an imperial edict, and offered it to Johnny with reverent care. You are the pride of our school, the very embodiment of student excellence, and, when faced with violence, you stood tall. When confronted with peril, you charged forward without hesitation. Such courage and conviction deserve emulation by every one of us. And thank you, Mr. Thompson, Johnny replied, accepting the medal with a faint, enigmatic smile fixed upon Harrison. Your praise leaves me utterly flustered. And then, satisfied, he gave Harrison's shoulder a firm, approving pat before turning and raising the medal high above his head. Whoosh! And the roar of applause surged once more, tidal and thunderous. Bathed in the spotlight, Johnny surveyed the sea of fervent, adoring faces below. A triumphant smirk curled at the corner of his lips. Exhilarating. And this was precisely how it ought to be. With the system and true strength at his command, this was the rightful reception of a transmigrator. What nonsense. Low-key cultivation. It simply did not exist. He would be bold, unapologetically conspicuous, commanding the gaze of all. Nee's gaze pierced through the crowd, landing with uncanny precision upon the three women seated in the front row. Gwen covered her mouth with both hands, her eyes sparkling with unmistakable pride, and as though she might leap up and kiss him on the spot. Felicia reclined languidly in her seat, a subtle smile playing upon her lips, her gaze suffused with proprietary certainty. He is mine. As for Mary Jane, no words were needed. Her smoldering stare burned so fiercely it seemed poised to scorch right through Johnny's tailored suit. Tsk, and what a splendid system indeed. Johnny mused inwardly. Three glass beauties, utterly irrevocably under his sway. Just a little more effort to gently reshape Gwen's traditionally minded heart, to draw Felicia and Mary Jane, ever compliant and perceptive, fully into his orbit. And then, Na Triad united at last would be but a matter of time. And still, Johnny's eyes narrowed slightly. The real question is, how do I broach it? And shall I simply say to Gwen, darling, I'd like them both to join our family and serve as godmothers to your unborn child? That would likely earn me a shotgun chase down 3 city blocks from Captain George himself. And I'll need a subtler approach, gradual, deliberate. And perhaps begin with the notion of best friends as a gentle entry point. Johnny stroked his chin, already weaving a meticulous, albeit delightfully devious, plan in his mind. In no matter. And let me accept this award first, then we shall see. At long last the thunderous ovation ebbed into silence. And Johnny descended the dais with effortless grace, the weighty medal cradled in his hand under the collective gaze of envy, awe, and begrudging admiration from faculty and students alike. The moment he settled back into his seat, a delicate symphony of fragrances enveloped him, and left Gwen's soft milky sweetness. Right, Felicia's bold, intoxicating rose perfume, and just ahead Mary Jane's refined, luxurious cosmetic scent. Good heavens. And this wasn't merely a seat. It was a veritable lair of silk and snares. And Johnny, you were absolutely incredible. And Gwen was the first to lean in. Her cerulean eyes shimmered with starlit adoration, cheeks flushed with exhilaration. And she clutched his arm tightly, as if yearning to fuse herself to him entirely. The way you raised that medal on stage, absolutely breathtaking, and I saw it. You had every girl in the auditorium utterly spellbound. And with that she subtly puffed out her chest. Na's silent, radiant declaration, he is mine. And keep it low-key. Keep it humble. Johnny lightly pinched Gwen's cheek, a faint, knowing smile gracing his lips. In merely a chance encounter with a few misguided criminals, and a modest contribution, nothing more. Just a light stretch of the limbs, hardly worth mentioning. And such was the art of speech and showcasing power while cloaking it in humility. Elegant, effortless, supremely confident. Oh, was it truly mere coincidence? At that moment Na's voice, languid laced with playful irony, drifted from his right. And Felicia rested her chin upon one palm, her feline eyes gliding over Johnny with slow, deliberate intent. Her gaze lingered meaningfully upon his, and Gwen's clasped hands then flickered forward to Mary Jane. In encountering criminals, that was accidental. But your presence here, seated precisely between us, was that also happenstance? In the moment Felicia finished speaking, the air stilled for a heartbeat. In the implication hung thick and undeniable, and was his blossoming romantic fortune genuine serendipity, or meticulously orchestrated design? Even the suggestion, subtle yet searing, that their intimate encounter 2 nights prior might likewise have been a beautiful accident. Na's sharp intake of breath, and Johnny's pulse skipped. This wildcat grew bolder by the day, and daring to shift gears here of all places. And Mary Jane stiffened almost imperceptibly. Na, veteran of glittering social arenas, she grasped Felicia's subtext instantly. Was this a declaration of ownership, or a probing test? And instinctively she glanced back at Johnny, her eyes betraying a flicker of uncertainty. Was a full-blown love triangle about to erupt? And Gwen, however, and brilliant, guileless scholar goddess, remained blissfully unaware of Felicia's veiled acceleration. She blinked those wide, innocent eyes, puzzled. An accident? What accident? And isn't Johnny seated here because the school assigned him this spot? Watching Gwen's sweet, bewildered expression, Johnny exhaled inwardly in relief, yet cold sweat prickled his spine. If Gwen caught even a whisper of the double entendre's painstakingly cultivated image as the flawless, devoted boyfriend, would shatter instantly. Ahem. At this critical juncture in Mary Jane pivoted sharply, her face adorned with a Hollywood-perfect, dazzlingly artificial smile. Oh, Gwen. And Felicia's only teasing darling. And she means that meeting someone as extraordinary as Johnny feels like winning the lottery, a miraculous stroke of luck, doesn't it? As she spoke, Mary Jane winked at Johnny. Not clear, unspoken message, how's that for a safe sister? Johnny returned a look of profound appreciation. And astute. And brilliantly, astonishingly astute. And no wonder she'd become a global superstar. Her improvisational brilliance was unmatched. Oh, is that what she meant? And Gwen's face lit up with sudden understanding, followed by a radiant, heartfelt smile. And absolutely. Meeting Johnny has been the greatest blessing of my entire life. Phew. And Johnny released a long, quiet sigh of relief. Yet before the breath could fully settle, Felicia showed no intention of yielding ground. And she regarded Mary Jane, a mischievous, knowing smile curving her lips. And so Miss Watson understands quite well, I see. And still, and she stretched languidly, her graceful contours unfolding with arresting elegance. Gwen and I share alma mater ties, and some familiarity. And but you and I remain strangers, don't we? And with that, she extended her hand, adorned with an exquisite costly ring, her gaze alight with a signal only Mary Jane could decode. And since we're all dear friends of Johnny's, why not make proper introductions? And from this moment forward, we'll be Sister Sanal Buttname. What do you say, in Sister Sanal Buttname? And she emphasized the phrase with deliberate, knowing weight. A layered, unmistakably seasoned intimacy reserved for those who understood the language of desire. And Mary Jane paused. And then her eyes sparkled with sudden, delighted comprehension. And she understood. Of course, I'd be honored. And she clasped Felicia's hand firmly, her smile now warm, genuine, and deeply intentional. And I've long wished to meet you, Felicia. I'm certain we'll become inseparable sisters. And beside them, Gwen watched the 2 women exchange smiles and warmth, her own joy pure and unclouded. Wonderful. Now we can all hang out together. And let's exchange Instagram handles and phone numbers too. NAS, the three women exchanged contacts with animated ease. Johnny, seated squarely between them, felt his scalp prickle. In good heavens. In truly good heavens. And he hadn't even begun his campaign. Yet Felicia had already launched the offensive, assembling his inner circle without delay. Her insight, her initiative. And who precisely was the one bearing the divine advantage here? And was he the blessed transmigrator? Or was she? And now that was the definition of an indispensable consort. The remaining proceedings of the award ceremony were rather mundane. It was nothing more than the principal's speech and the student representative's remarks, mere lullabies. Finally, they managed to endure until the end. Johnny, shall we go have lunch? Gwen linked her arm with Johnny's, her face full of expectation. I know a new Italian restaurant that just opened nearby. The food is really good. He'll go too. Before Johnny could respond, Felicia chimed in. I'm hungry as well, and since the three of us just became friends, shouldn't we celebrate a little? Count me in. Mary Jane was not to be outdone, closely following behind. I've heard about that restaurant too. I want to try it as well. Oh dear. Is this what they call three women creating a scene? Johnny looked at the three stunning beauties and felt a surge of satisfaction within. Walking down the street with such a lineup, the attention they garnered was enough to twist passersby's necks. All right, let's go then. Johnny waved his hand grandly. Today is a happy day, or it's on me. On the way to the restaurant, Gwen and Mary Jane walked ahead, deeply engrossed in their conversation. MJ, do you think I should make that beat a bit heavier? Yes, the rhythm needs to hit on the strong beats to have impact. The two were lost in the world of music while Johnny and Felicia lagged a couple of steps behind. So how about it? My great hero. Felicia leaned against Johnny, her voice low and laced with a hint of pride. That assist was pretty good, right? Not only did I help you keep Mary Jane steady, but I also helped bridge the gap between Gwen and her. Shouldn't you reward me a bit? Johnny turned his head to look at Felicia's exquisite profile, feeling a stir of excitement within. This little wildcat was quite the charmer. She was practically a worm in his stomach. You? Johnny shook his head helplessly, his tone full of fondness. You're just too good at this. As for the reward. Johnny hadn't finished speaking. Peck. Felicia suddenly stood on her tiptoes and in a flash stole a kiss on Johnny's cheek. The speed and stealth of the action were such that Gwen in front didn't even look back. Only Mary Jane, walking slightly ahead, caught a glimpse of the scene. In that moment, Mary Jane's steps faltered slightly, her eyes flashing with unmistakable jealousy. How infuriating. She stole a march on me. How dare they play like this in broad daylight? This is too thrilling. I want to kiss too. Meanwhile, Johnny was stunned by the sudden ambush. He instinctively touched his cheek where there still lingered a hint of moisture and warmth along with Felicia's unique rose fragrance. Hiss. In the middle of the day, is this a test of one's composure? Johnny glanced at Gwen, who was still chatting away with Mary Jane. Suddenly, a mischievous impulse surged within him. He reached out his hand and silently explored ahead under the thin layer of her knitted fabric. He gently pinched the outer thigh of Gwen, which was firm and elastic. Ah! Gwen jolted like a startled rabbit. She nearly dropped the book she was holding. What happened? Gwen exclaimed in panic, looking around. Just now. It felt like something bit me. Bit you? Johnny feigned innocence as he returned his hand to his pocket, frowning slightly, pretending to be serious. Where? Let me see. Right here. Gwen pointed to her thigh, her face reddening like an apple. That feeling was so strange it tingled. Mary Jane, seeing Johnny's upright gentleman expression, nearly burst into laughter. Bitten. That must have been a hand bite. This man is too wicked. But I really want it. Ahem, it might just be static electricity. Mary Jane stifled her laughter and tried to smooth things over. Huh, really? Gwen looked a bit confused at Felicia. Felicia shrugged her expression, saying, I don't know. Yet her eyes sparkled with mischief. They had successfully brushed the incident under the rug, and the four continued on. Johnny intentionally slowed his pace, walking alongside Felicia. He lowered his voice, speaking through clenched teeth. Can we not be so provocative next time? My heart can't take it. Can't take it. Felicia chuckled lightly, her laughter tinged with disdain and provocation. I think you enjoyed it quite a bit, didn't you? How was the feeling of that pinch just now? Was it tighter than Gwen's? Johnny was momentarily speechless. This woman had truly become cunning. What's there to be afraid of? Felicia leaned in closer, almost whispering in Johnny's ear. With me around, it'll help you win Gwen over eventually. This good girl, as long as you slightly break her bottom line, she'll flood out like a burst dam. Suddenly, Felicia's gaze turned somewhat dangerous, even a bit insane. I can't wait any longer. During dinner, I'll tell her everything. What? Johnny abruptly halted, his pupils shaking. Tell Gwen. Now. During dinner. This is not a surprise, but it's a shock. If he just lays it all out with Gwen's traditional personality, won't she flip the table right there? This is too fast. It's as if he's on a rocket. No. Johnny grabbed Felicia's arm, cold sweat nearly dripping from his forehead. Please don't act recklessly. We haven't even eaten yet. Do you want me to have my head served on a platter? Seeing Johnny's panicked expression, Felicia burst into laughter. She broke free from Johnny's grip and quickly caught up with the two ahead. Johnny stood there watching her sway as she walked away. He ground his molars. This little wildcat. One day I'll make sure you won't be able to get out of bed. Wait for me. Johnny took a deep breath and hurried after her. No matter what, this meal would surely not be too peaceful. The Italian restaurant was not far from the school, decorated in a retro style reminiscent of the Renaissance. While it couldn't compare to the luxury of a Michelin star, it had its own unique charm. The four found a cozy booth in the back. The seating arrangement was quite intentional. Johnny sat at the innermost part with Gwen naturally seated beside him. Felicia and Mary Jane sat across from them. This arrangement looked all too much like a three-way interrogation. I'll have a black truffle pasta and also a tiramisu. Felicia closed the menu, her cat-like eyes peering over at Johnny across the table. However, her legs clad in black stockings were not behaving under the tablecloth. They quietly stretched over to Johnny's calf, gently brushing against him. Hiss! Johnny's grip on the water glass tightened slightly, almost crushing it. This little wildcat was getting bolder. In broad daylight, and sitting next to the main lady too. I just want a plate of meat sauce noodles. Mary Jane also ordered her meal, her gaze drifting subtly towards Johnny. Johnny, what about you? Gwen turned her head, completely unaware of the undercurrents swirling beneath the table. Me. Johnny discreetly pulled his legs back to avoid Felicia's teasing. Just like Gwen's order will do. Then make it 2 servings of seafood risotto. Gwen happily made the decision for him. Soon the dishes arrived. Johnny took a bite of the risotto, and it was indeed quite delicious. The grains were plump, fully infused with the essence of seafood. How is it? I told you this place is great. Gwen had a look that seemed to seek praise. It really is good. Felicia elegantly twirled a forkful of pasta and brought it to her red lips. Her gaze, however, turned a bit dreamy, her tone carrying a hint of depth. Gwen's taste in choosing things has always been excellent. Whether it's choosing a restaurant or choosing men. Cough, cough. Johnny nearly choked on a bite of food. This woman, is she starting again? He chewed on the calamari rings while shooting Felicia a warning glance. The look meant take it easy, don't crash. However, Felicia seemed completely oblivious. She put down her fork, propped her chin on one hand, and looked at Gwen, suddenly asking, "Hey Gwen, don't you think that if something good is enjoyed by one person alone, it would be a bit selfish?" Huh. Gwen was momentarily stunned, clearly not keeping up with the leap in logic. What do you mean? Look, Felicia pointed at the tiramisu on the table. Like this piece of cake, even though I love eating it. But if it were shared with good friends, wouldn't the joy double, or even triple A? Isn't it better to share the sweetness together? Gwen blinked, feeling that the metaphor was a bit strange, but she nodded nonetheless. That's true, sharing is indeed a virtue. If you like it, we can order another one. The naive Gwen was completely unaware of the underlying implications. Johnny on the side was breaking out in a cold sweat. Goodness. Sharing cake. Are you trying to slice me up like a cake too? Is this what they call a high-end situation? It's not just about cake. Felicia did not stop there, but rather pressed on. A dangerous glint sparkled in her eyes, her tone becoming even more suggestive. Some things, if one wants to monopolize them alone, can be quite exhausting. Not only do you have to guard against others' covetous glances, but you also have to constantly worry about whether you can handle it. At this time, if you have a few good friends to help share the burden, for example, to help take care of it, or to use it together, wouldn't that reduce the pressure a lot? After finishing her sentence, Felicia deliberately glanced at Mary Jane beside her. Mary Jane caught on immediately and quickly agreed. Yes, Gwen. I also think Felicia makes a good point. With the pressure of society being so great now, helping each other is the way to go, especially when facing some overly energetic troubles. Mary Jane said, casually glancing at Johnny. The two of them were in perfect sync. The collaboration was seamless. Gwen's hand holding the spoon paused midair. Though she was innocent, she wasn't foolish. This sounded. Why does it feel so strange? Taken care of. Using. Overly energetic. Are they really talking about cake or something else? Felicia and MJ. Gwen frowned hesitantly, asking, what are you two actually talking about? I feel like. I almost understand, but also like I don't. Looking at Gwen's confused yet slightly wary expression, Johnny knew he couldn't let these two sirens continue. If they kept hinting like this, Gwen's CPU was going to overheat. Cough, cough. Johnny coughed heavily twice, interrupting this dangerous conversation. The food is getting cold, let's eat first. As he spoke, he kicked Felicia hard under the table. Enough already. Don't take such big steps, or you'll end up pulling something. Felicia winced in pain, shooting Johnny a reproachful glare. But she understood that there was a limit to everything, so she restrained her alluring demeanor and shifted to another topic. By the way, Gwen. Mary Jane also skillfully shifted the topic. She took a sip of lemon water, her expression becoming somewhat serious. Peter and Harry got beaten pretty badly at the theater yesterday. Now they're both still in the hospital. Mentioning this, the atmosphere at the table became slightly heavy. Gwen sighed and put down her spoon. I heard my dad mention it this morning. Peter is fine, though he has a bruised face, it's just superficial injuries. The concussion is mild, the doctor said he just needs a few days of rest before he can be discharged. But Harry. Gwen shook her head, showing a hint of sympathy on her face. He is seriously injured with 4 broken ribs and internal bleeding. And, Gwen lowered her voice and looked around. I heard that there's been a big issue with the Osborne group. His father, Mr. Norman Osborne has passed away and the board is in turmoil over restructuring. Harry not only has to deal with serious physical injuries, but also such family upheaval it's really pitiful. Mary Jane's eyes dimmed slightly upon hearing this. Although she had some snobbish tendencies, Harry was hurt while trying to save her. I hope he can pull through, Mary Jane's sighed. Johnny quietly listened from the side, without saying a word. He elegantly sliced the seafood on his plate, but inside, he was sneering. Pull through? That's tough. Those old foxes on the board who devour without spitting out bones won't stop until they've squeezed every last bit of value out of Harry. However, this was good news for Johnny. Heroes emerge in troubled times. With the Osborne group in chaos, he had the chance to pick up some scraps. Then when the time comes, he could easily lend Harry a hand and snag some shares. Wouldn't that be delightful? By the way, Mary Jane seemed to suddenly remember something and took out a flyer from her bag. Even though Harry is in the hospital, now he mentioned something to me before. The Osborne group has a very important biotechnology exhibition next week. It is said that they will showcase their latest gene research achievements, including that so-called Super Spider project. Mary Jane handed the flyer to Gwen. Originally, Harry invited me and Peter to go with him, saying we could use the VIP entrance. Now that they can't go, these tickets will go to waste. Gwen, you're a top student in biology, you should be interested in this, right? Upon hearing the words Super Spider, Johnny, who was drinking water, subtly paused for a moment. Super Spider? An exhibition? Why does this plot seem so familiar? Isn't this the very exhibition where Peter Parker was bitten? The origin of Spider-Man? Really? Gwen exclaimed, her eyes instantly lighting up like two big light bulbs. As a proud disciple of Professor Connors, she had absolutely no resistance to this kind of genetic technology. A groundbreaking display of cross-species genetics. Oh my, this is cutting-edge technology. Of course I want to go. I dream of going. Gwen excitedly grabbed Johnny's arm. Johnny, can we go together? This is a rare learning opportunity. Johnny looked at Gwen's excited little face and then at the flyer in her hand. His mind was racing. According to the original plot, Peter Parker would be at this exhibition because he needed to take pictures for Mary Jane, and he would be bitten by a mutated spider that had escaped, thus beginning his underdog journey. But now, Peter was still lying in the hospital murmuring. Harry was also questioning life in the ICU. This means that crucial mutated spider is unlikely to bite Peter this time. Then who will it bite? Johnny's gaze involuntarily fell on Gwen beside him. Blonde hair, a top student, and now showing great interest. Plus earlier at school, Gwen had joined Mary Jane's band. Goodness, all these factors have come together. Isn't the plot correction a bit too strong? With Peter out of the picture, it seems they are forcibly pushing Gwen into the spotlight, transforming her into the stylish and beautiful ghost Spider-Gwen. Hiss. Johnny's mind instantly conjured up the image of Gwen in that black, white, and pink bodysuit, swinging between buildings, especially the figure beneath that suit. If only she could wear that and engage in a scholarly exchange with him in midair, unlocking some high-difficulty poses like a high-altitude hanging hook. Johnny felt a bit of heat rising in his nostrils. This was not just a visual feast. More importantly, if Gwen really became Spider-Woman, her physical abilities would surely be greatly enhanced. Stamina recovery. Doesn't that mean she could last longer in future battles? Not begging for mercy after just one night. Wonderful. This is simply a win-win. Let's go. Of course we have to go. Johnny slapped his thigh with enthusiasm, his face breaking into a smile even brighter than Gwen's. How could we miss this technological feast that concerns the future of humanity? That's great. Johnny, you're so wonderful. Gwen was so happy that she directly kissed Johnny on the cheek, completely oblivious to her boyfriend's slightly creepy gaze. Felicia and Mary Jane exchanged glances. They both saw a hint of confusion in each other's eyes. This man, why does he seem even more excited than Gwen? It's just a few spiders, right? Is it really that serious? Oh, since everyone's going. Felicia's eyes twinkled and she launched another offensive. She stretched lazily, deliberately pushing her ample chest forward. Then why don't we go together that day? After the exhibition, I know a great hot spring hotel nearby. We can soak and relax together. Being open with each other can also enhance our sisterhood. Hot springs. Being open. Gwen's little face instantly turned red. She looked flustered as she glanced between Felicia and Johnny. This. Isn't it a bit inappropriate? What's inappropriate about it? Mary Jane also chimed in, her smile alluring. We're all girls, what are we afraid of? As for Johnny, she threw a flirtatious glance at Johnny. We can send him to the men's bath, or let him give us back massages. Uffed. Johnny felt his blood pressure rising. These two enchantresses. They are really going all out to create benefits for him. This is what they call going straight for it. Skipping all the foreplay. Looking at Gwen's flustered yet not outright rejection, Johnny silently gave a thumbs up to Felicia and Mary Jane in his heart. It's settled. It seems that this trip to Osborne will not only yield a Spider-Woman. Who knows, it might even unlock some incredible new achievements. Ahem, well. Johnny cleared his throat forcefully, suppressing the smile at the corner of his mouth. I think this proposal is very constructive. For the sake of academic research and sisterhood, although I might be at a slight disadvantage, am willing to willingly serve the ladies. Pervert. The three women simultaneously spat at him, yet in their eyes there was clearly a hint of amusement. The lunch, filled with suggestive implications, ultimately concluded in an extremely bizarre yet harmonious atmosphere. Although Gwen felt shy about the honesty expressed by Felicia, under the relentless persuasion of the three, the naive little rabbit eventually nodded in a daze, agreeing to the weekend itinerary of the Osborne Technology Expo spa relaxation. Watching Gwen's eager yet bashful expression, Johnny silently gave a thumbs up to the two capable companions in his heart. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, it was the weekend. Osborne Tower. The sudden death of Norman Osborne, coupled with the severe injury and hospitalization of Prince Harry. This plunged the massive corporate empire into unprecedented turmoil. Yet even so, the long-prepared cross-species genetics technology expo was held as scheduled. After all, for those old foxes on the board eager to carve up the benefits, this was an excellent opportunity to showcase that the Osborne group remained strong. The hall was crowded with people, countless journalists, scholars, and invited guests like Johnny. As they moved between various booths, "Wow, Johnny, look. This is the biological cable technology mentioned by Professor Connors." Gwen wore a white lab coat-style jacket paired with fitted jeans. She appeared both capable and vibrant. Excitedly, she pointed at the model in the display case like a child who had just received a new toy. If this could be applied to prosthetics, it would surely benefit many people. Johnny smiled and followed her, playing the perfect flower protector, while Felicia and Mary Jane followed behind. The two were dressed relatively low-key today, wearing sunglasses and exuding an aloof vibe that said, "Keep your distance." Yet the occasional glances they shot at Johnny revealed their true thoughts. This is indeed interesting," Johnny casually replied, but his gaze did not linger on the cold, lifeless instruments. His eyes were quickly scanning the crowd. He was searching for that thing, the small object that originally belonged to Peter Parker, but was about to change Gwen's fate. The mutated spider, codenamed 42. "Ladies and gentlemen, please walk this way. Next we will visit the core area of this exhibition, the special biological cultivation room." The sweet voice of the tour guide rang out. Johnny's eyes instantly narrowed. Here it comes. The crowd followed the guide into a circular glass-walled exhibition hall. In the center of the hall stood a gigantic honeycomb-like transparent device. Countless spider webs crisscrossed within, and there were colorful large spiders resting on those webs. These spiders are specially bred species through genetic editing. The strength of the silk they produce is 10 times that of steel. The guide continued to elaborate. However, Johnny had no mind for such nonsense. With the extraordinary perception brought by his combat power of 2,400 points, he instantly locked onto one of the most unique spiders. Its back bore strange blued patterns, and its multifaceted eyes sparkled with an almost intelligent light. At this moment, it was not obediently staying in the web like the other spiders. Instead, it was quietly slipping out through a gap in the ventilation at the top of the display case, following a thin strand of silk. As expected, a playful smile curled at the corners of Johnny's mouth. The power of historical correction is indeed formidable. Even without Peter, this spider still managed to escape. It seemed to be searching for something, or was being guided by some fate. It slowly descended along that silk strand. Right below it stood a rotund man who was busy recording data. If left unchecked, this priceless mutated spider would likely bestow superpowers upon this greasy passerby. That cannot happen. This is the external aid I reserved for my wife. Sorry, pal, Johnny muttered inwardly. His fingers moved slightly, requiring no grand gestures. Just a snap of his fingers. Whooshed. A faint force imperceptible to the naked eye precisely struck the strand of silk that hung the spider. Crack. The silk snapped. The mutated spider, swinging in midair, instantly lost its balance and guided by the force. It traced a beautiful parabolic arc in the air, soaring over the head of the rotund man and straight towards Gwen, who was curiously observing the inside while leaning on the glass railing. Gwen seemed to sense something and instinctively wanted to look up. But everything happened too quickly. The spider deftly landed on her delicate long neck. Startled, the spider instinctively bared its fangs. It bit down hard on that tender skin. Hiss! Gwen's body shuddered violently, and she gasped. She instinctively reached back to slap her neck. Slap! The mutated spider, having completed its historical mission, hadn't even had the time to enjoy the air of this world before it was swatted into a puddle of mush by the future Spider-Woman herself. What's wrong, Gwen? Johnny immediately rushed over with concern, his acting skills soaring to an Oscar-worthy level. He gently pushed aside Gwen's golden hair, revealing 2 tiny red spots on her pale neck that were beginning to ooze blood. The surrounding skin had started to take on an eerie red hue. It seems I was bitten by some bug. Gwen frowned, feeling a sharp sting at the wound. Then an indescribable wave of dizziness washed over her. Her body swayed, nearly losing its balance. So hot, Gwen murmured, feeling as if her blood was boiling. The sound of her heartbeat was loud like a drum. Thump, thump, thump. A bug, eh? Johnny cast a glance at the already preserved spider corpse, casually using his toe to crush it, erasing all evidence. It seems the hygiene conditions here are quite poor, even unknown poisonous insects are present. Johnny quickly embraced the swaying Gwen. His hand covered her burning forehead. Oh my Gwen, your temperature is so high. It seems you are having an allergic reaction or a fever. Felicia and Mary Jane rushed over as well. What happened? Felicia glanced at Gwen's flushed face, her eyes flickering. This symptom. Why does it seem like she ate something she shouldn't have? Stop looking, just get her out of here. Without a second thought, Johnny directly picked Gwen up in a princess carry. There's nothing worth seeing at this lousy exhibition anymore. Let's head to the hotel. He turned his head and exchanged glances with his two accomplices. I think Gwen desperately needs to cool down right now. That spa hotel should have a private doctor or special treatment services, right? Felicia understood immediately, her cat-like eyes bursting with excitement. Of course, the service there is exceptionally attentive. Moreover, the hot spring water is the best for relieving fatigue and cooling down. Although Mary Jane was somewhat worried about Gwen's condition, she chose to trust under Johnny's determined gaze. What are we waiting for? Let's go. Thus, they hurriedly left Osborne Tower. No one noticed that behind them the researcher originally responsible for guarding the spider display was staring in horror at the empty web. It's over. 42 is missing. In the luxurious business car heading to the spa hotel, Gwen curled up in Johnny's arms, her consciousness becoming a bit hazy. It was not merely the effect of the toxin, but also a severe reaction brought about by genetic recombination. Her body was undergoing earth-shattering changes. Every cell was being torn apart and then recombined. Hot. Johnny, I'm so hot. Gwen instinctively tugged at her collar. Her dazed eyes were filled with moisture. She instinctively sought a source of coolness, and Johnny's icy palm felt like a lifeline to her. She clung tightly to Johnny, wrapping around him like an octopus. Hang in there, we're almost there. Johnny soothed the turbulent energy within her, while enjoying this rare initiative. TSK. This is just the beginning of the transformation, and her stamina is already so remarkable. Wait until we reach the hot spring. That scene will be something even deities would envy. Felicia and Mary Jane, sitting opposite, watched the enticing scene before them. Both of their breaths quickened. Felicia licked her lips, her long legs restlessly crossing. It seems today's hot spring party will be even more interesting than I imagined. Mary Jane's face was as red as a tomato, yet her gaze never left. The tantalizing thrill made her heart race, as if it might stop. Johnny, are you sure? Gwen, like this is really just a fever. Of course. The elongated luxury business vehicle smoothly drove into a top-notch hot spring resort located on the outskirts of Manhattan. The surroundings were serene, nestled between mountains and water. Most importantly, it offered excellent privacy. It was the preferred place for countless celebrities and wealthy individuals to meet and relax. We're here, Johnny said softly while Gwen in his arms merely hummed indistinctly. At this moment, Gwen appeared as if she had just been pulled out of water. Her entire body was scorching hot, the sweat soaking her white lab coat, clinging tightly to her. This accentuated the perfect curves that were originally hidden beneath her loose clothing, especially her long legs wrapped in fitted jeans, restlessly rubbing against Johnny's thigh due to the heat. Hiss! This mischievous little sprite. Johnny took a deep breath, suppressing the fire within. Quick, lend a hand, he said to Felicia and Mary Jane, who had been waiting nearby. The two women hurried over, somewhat flustered, helping Johnny open the car door. Oh my, why is it so hot? Mary Jane exclaimed in surprise when she touched Gwen's arm. This temperature must be around 40 degrees, right? Stop talking and hurry inside, Felicia said, appearing much calmer, a strange light flickering in her cat-like eyes. I've booked the largest suite with a private hot spring. It's just behind us. No one will disturb us. Without another word, Johnny directly picked Gwen up horizontally. He strode towards the independent villa nestled deep within the bamboo forest. Inside the villa, steam rose. Outside the enormous floor-to-ceiling windows was a lush bamboo forest. Inside was a natural hot spring pool large enough to resemble a swimming pool. Rose petals floated on the surface, creating an atmosphere both romantic and ambiguous. Johnny placed Gwen on the lounge chair by the pool. At this moment, Gwen had completely lost consciousness, instinctively wanting to tear off her clothing, to alleviate the burning heat within her that felt as if it would ignite her. Johnny, save me, she murmured softly, her voice hoarse and alluring. It seems the situation is more serious than I imagined. Johnny frowned, pretending to be serious. The toxins in her body are erupting. Ooh, we must cool her down physically right away. He turned to the two women behind him. You two go close the doors and windows. And Johnny's gaze swept over them, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of his lips. Since it's a physical cooling process, we need to be honest with each other. This clothing is too much of a hindrance. Moreover, I might not be able to handle this alone. Do I need assistance? You understand what I mean, right? Felicia and Mary Jane exchanged glances. Both women's faces turned as red as ripe apples. This implication. No, this was already a clear indication. This meant, understood. Of course understood. Felicia was the first to react, licking her lips, her gaze turning fervently intense. For the sake of saving Gwen, this little sacrifice is nothing, She set her long fingers, already resting on the zipper of her leather jacket. Zip. The sound of the zipper sliding down echoed harshly in the quiet room. Although Mary Jane felt a bit shy. In the atmosphere, she bit her lip. Let's do it. After all, we have to face it sooner or later. She also began to unbutton her clothing. Moments later, the room was filled only with the sound of flowing water and hurried breaths. 3 perfect bodies that could drive any man insane were laid bare before Johnny without reserve. Felicia's wildness, Mary Jane's sexiness, and Gwen's innocence on the lounge chair, though somewhat disheveled now. Goodness, this scene. It was simply paradise. Johnny felt a bit of heat rise in his nostrils. But after all, he was a time traveler who had seen great worldly affairs LSB. Taking a deep breath, he forcibly suppressed the turmoil within. All right, let's get Gwen into the water first. Johnny directed the 2 assistants to carefully help Gwen shed her last constraints. When that body as white as mutton fat jade was fully revealed, even Felicia and Mary Jane as women couldn't help but swallow. So beautiful, especially the spot on her nape, the place bitten by the spider. At this moment, it was emitting a faint glow resembling some mysterious totem. Is this the sign of poisoning? Mary Jane asked with concern. No, this is a sign of evolution, Johnny silently thought. But he said, that's right, the toxins have spread. Treatment must start immediately. Saying this, he held Gwen and slowly walked into the hot spring pool. The warm spring water instantly enveloped the bodies of both. Gwen seemed to feel the comfort, her tightly furrowed brows relaxing slightly. However, the heat within her still hadn't dissipated. She instinctively wrapped around Johnny like a beautiful snake. Johnny, come on, let's start. Johnny glanced at Felicia and Mary Jane, who were still hesitating by the pool. What are you waiting for? Come down. This is a group therapy session. Just relying on my energy alone might not be enough to suppress this toxin. We need to harmonize yin and yang, understand? What the hell, harmonizing yin and yang? Felicia rolled her eyes in her heart. Could he find a worse excuse? But she didn't call him out. Instead, she was the first to jump into the water. The splashing water wet Johnny's face. Here I come, my great doctor. Felicia swam over to Johnny, pressing her body against him. I also feel a bit hot. Am I infected too? Do you need to treat me as well? This little wildcat, always ready to tease. Seeing this, Mary Jane no longer held back, her face flushed as she stepped into the water. In an instant, the originally spacious hot spring pool suddenly felt a bit crowded. Birds and bees, the springtime scene was vibrant. Johnny was surrounded by 3 stunning beauties. That touch, that visual impact, made him feel as if he had become an ancient emperor. Ahem, let's be serious. Johnny straightened his face, pretending to be serious. Now it's treatment time. You 2 hold Gwen's hands and feet. I will begin to circulate my energy to drive out the poison. How do you do that? Mary Jane asked curiously. Of course. Johnny leaned close to Gwen's ear, gazing at her rosy lips. Using the most primitive yet effective method. After saying this, he kissed her. At the same time, the energy within began to slowly circulate. Through contact, it gradually flowed into Gwen's body, guiding the raging mutated energy, reshaping her muscles and flesh. Gwen's body suddenly tensed. It was a wonderful sensation mixed with pain and ecstasy. She instinctively wanted to struggle. But with Felicia and Mary Jane's assistance, she couldn't move at all. She could only passively endure what Johnny was giving her. As time passed, the redness on Gwen's body gradually faded, replaced by a faint lustrous sheen. Her muscle lines became tighter, her skin tougher. Even her breathing grew long and powerful. During the treatment, the other 2 assistants weren't idle either. Felicia's hands were restlessly roaming under the water. Mary Jane, blushing, was helping Johnny wipe the sweat off his forehead. If this scene were seen by outsiders, they would probably faint from a nosebleed. After an unknown period, Johnny sighed deeply, releasing Gwen. Done. At this moment, Gwen had fallen into a deep sleep. The little face that had been somewhat pained was now peaceful and serene. Only the slight rise and fall of her chest proved that she was still full of vitality. Ding. Detected target. Gwen Stacy has successfully fused with mutated spider genes. And under the host's energy guidance, completed perfect evolution. Congratulations to the host. Step 1 of the cultivation plan achieved. Reward: residual image, fist, advanced, enhanced chi perception. Note: due to the host's special care, Gwen Stacy's spider sense will be greatly enhanced and will ignore most conventional physical damage. Hearing the system's prompt, Johnny's lips curled up. Perfect. Not only did this save my wife, but I also leveled up. This deal is quite worth it. Johnny, is she okay now? Mary Jane asked with concern, looking at the sleeping Gwen. She's fine, just let her sleep. Johnny placed Gwen on the lounge chair beside him, covering her with a bath towel. Then, he turned around, looking at the 2 beauties still soaking in the water. The flames reignited in his deep eyes. The patient is taken care of. Next, isn't it your turn? I consumed quite a bit of energy to save her just now. Now I'm feeling weak. I need to replenish my energy. Felicia and Mary Jane exchanged glances. They both saw a hint of spring in each other's eyes. Replenish your energy. Felicia licked her lips, swimming over like a mermaid. Well, we are very professional, you know. Is that so? Johnny chuckled mischievously. Then let me see just how professional you are. That night, the splashes in the hot spring pool seemed to have never ceased. And from that villa deep within the bamboo forest there were occasionally sounds that would make one blush and their heart race. Until dawn. The morning sunlight filtered through the gaps in the bamboo curtain, casting a mottled glow on the tatami mat by the hot spring. The air still lingered with the intoxicating atmosphere of last night's revelry, mixed with a faint scent of sulfur and the fragrance of shower gel. Johnny opened his eyes. He felt refreshed, the chi within him surging like a rushing river. This is the benefit of mana replenishment. Not only was he not tired, but he felt even more energetic. He lowered his head for a glance. Goodness. This scene was simply a work of art. On the left, Felicia curled up in his arms like a lazy kitten, her platinum blonde hair casually spread across his chest. On the right, Mary Jane's long, beautiful leg lay carelessly across his stomach, completely unbothered by her sleeping posture. And not far away on the lounge chair, Gwen was still asleep, but she was clearly in a different state. Her originally delicate body now faintly exuded a beauty filled with explosive power. Even the rhythm of her breathing carried a peculiar cadence. That was the aura of a strong person. It seems the nurturing plan was very successful. Johnny's lips curled into a satisfied smile. He gently moved Mary's leg aside and got up to approach Gwen, just as he reached out wanting to smooth out her slightly messy hair. Suddenly, whooshed, Gwen's eyes snapped open. A glint flashed in her azure gaze. That was spider sense. Almost instinctively, Gwen's arm shot out, like lightning gripping Johnny's wrist. The speed was so fast that it created a sound of breaking air. Moi. Johnny raised an eyebrow. This reaction speed was impressive. Although it was still a bit slower than his own to an ordinary person, it was practically instantaneous. Johnny. Gwen recognized the person in front of her, and the wariness in her eyes vanished in an instant, replaced by confusion. What happened to me? I feel. She released her grip, looking at her palm with some bewilderment. I feel so light. And, plop. She instinctively tried to push herself up with the lounge chair's armrest. Just as her palm touched the armrest, there was a crisp crack. That solid wooden armrest was actually crushed by her. Wood chips flew everywhere. Gwen was dumbfounded. What? What is happening? She looked at her hand in horror, then at the broken armrest. Did I become a monster? Shoo. Johnny raised a finger, signaling for silence. He pointed at Felicia and Mary Jane, still fast asleep. Then he leaned closer to Gwen, his deep-set eyes filled with mirth. Don't be afraid, silly. Remember that spider from yesterday? Spider? Gwen paused for a moment, then recalled the incident at the Osborne Tower. You mean, after I was bitten by the spider? Exactly. Johnny nodded, beginning his persuasion education campaign. That was no ordinary spider. It was the culmination of the Osborne Corporation's efforts in trans-species genetics research. Its unchanging venom was actually the key that unlocked your genetic potential. Congratulations, my dear. Johnny held Gwen's hand, his gaze fervent. You've evolved. Evolved, oi. Gwen was still a bit dazed. Like Captain America. Pretty much. Johnny shrugged. But you are even more powerful than him. Give it a try. Johnny pointed at the wall beside them. Focus, imagine your palm has suction. Gwen skeptically extended her hand and pressed it against the wall. In the next moment, a miraculous event occurred. Her palm clung to the smooth wall like it had barbs firmly adhering to the tiles. Then, under Johnny's encouraging gaze, she tried to lift her foot. 1 step, 2 steps. She was actually walking on the wall, like walking on flat ground. Oh my God. Gwen hung upside down from the ceiling, her long hair cascading down. The exhilarating feeling of defying gravity made her face flush with excitement. Have I become a superhero? You're Spider-Woman. Johnny corrected. He stood below, perfectly positioned to see the slightly tight collar of Gwen's robe due to her upside-down position. TSK. This view. Quite delightful. Come down quickly, don't wake your 2 sisters. Johnny opened his arms. Gwen relaxed her grip and gracefully fell into Johnny's embrace. Johnny, this is incredible. I feel like I could punch a cow to death. Yeah, I believe you can. Johnny chuckled and pinched her nose. But this power still needs some adaptation. In the future, we can gradually refine it in practical combat. Practical combat. Gwen blinked, suddenly recalling last night's heart-pounding scenes. And Felicia and Mary Jane were also present. Boom. Memories flooded back. Gwen's face instantly turned crimson. She hastily pushed Johnny away, her gaze evasive. Last night. Was it too absurd? Looking at Gwen's mortified expression, Johnny knew the crucial moment had arrived. This was the prelude to a battlefield of emotions. Whether he could blend these 3 women together completely depended on this moment. Absurd. Johnny's smile faded and his expression turned somewhat serious. Gwen, what do you think of Felicia and MJ? They are great. Gwen instinctively replied. They were taking care of me all night, right? Johnny sighed, his tone deep. You know, my identity is somewhat special. In the future, I may face various dangers. I can't be by your side all the time. And they? Johnny glanced at the 2 still asleep. They are not only your good sisters, but also trustworthy partners. Only together can we become stronger. Only then can we protect each other in this perilous world. This speech was delivered with great righteousness. It elevated the idea of forming a harem to the level of for survival and protection. Gwen was persuaded. She was naturally innocent coupled with her blind admiration for Johnny. This logic didn't seem unreasonable. But Gwen still felt conflicted. This doesn't quite conform to. Rules are dead, but people are alive. Johnny interrupted her, cupping her face with both hands. What matters is that we are happy together, right? And Johnny leaned close to her ear, mischievously whispering, weren't you enjoying it last night? I saw you were all. Don't say that. Gwen shyly covered Johnny's mouth. I got it. As long as you don't abandon me. How could I? Johnny kissed her palm. You will always be my main wife. I got it. Gwen's voice was faint as she buried her head deeply into Johnny's chest, not daring to look at the two pairs of teasing eyes nearby. So embarrassing. Although last night's memories were a bit hazy, under the impact of that violent energy, she felt as if she had become a small boat, floating and sinking in the turbulent waves stirred by Johnny. And that feeling of soul-deep trembling strangely made her crave it. Ahem. Felicia woke up. She lay on the tatami mat, her cat-like eyes sizing up Gwen. I say, dear Gwen, is your skin looking a bit too good? Mary Jane also woke up, nodding with envy. Is this the benefit of the mutation? Johnny, I want to be bitten by a spider too. Watching the three women in a delightful scene, Johnny felt great. He gently patted Gwen's surprisingly firm back, feeling the feedback in his palm. Even without applying force, he could feel the explosive strength contained within her delicate body. The physique of Spider-Woman truly lived up to its name. All right, no more envy. Johnny stood up from the lounge chair, casually wrapping a bath towel around his waist. His streamlined muscles glistened like ivory in the morning light. The three women gazed at him with renewed interest. Since you're awake, stop lazing around. Gwen's strength has surged, and if she doesn't adapt quickly, she might crush the doorknob when we go out. We need to undergo special training. Upon hearing the words special training, the three women blushed in unison. They all knew what this so-called special training truly implied. Then let's get started quickly, I can't wait. Felicia climbed up from the tatami mat, her face brimming with excitement and allure. As for Mary Jane, after last night's experience, she naturally couldn't resist trying again. And Gwen, she also wanted to experience that unique feeling once more. Only Gilda was secretly planning to prepare a Spider-Woman costume for Gwen, and then personally help Gwen put it on, finally placing the mask on her head. I must say, the joy of the wealthy is so simple and unadorned, yet utterly mundane. As a top-tier hot spring resort, it not only boasts hot springs, but also a vast private forest area that is not open to the public. This provides an excellent venue for Johnny's special training program. After all, allowing Gwen to perform unarmed demolition or scale walls on the streets would certainly be problematic. I fear that the next day the black egg of a director from S.H.I.E.L.D. would personally show up to check the water meter with Hulk in tow. Who? In the clearing of the forest. Gwen wore the lab coat that, although dried, still appeared somewhat wrinkled. However, this did not diminish her current excitement and eagerness to try. Johnny, are you really going to hit this tree? Gwen pointed at an ancient oak tree thick enough for two people to embrace together and looked uncertainly at her small fists. This hand, just yesterday, could only be used to hold test tubes and pins or grasp certain indescribable items. Now it was going to be used to strike a tree. Strike with confidence. Johnny leaned against a large rock with one arm around a beautiful woman who was watching. He played with Felicia's silver hair with one hand while resting the other on Mary Jane's shoulder. He looked more relaxed than a wealthy landlord. Trust your instincts and trust the deep development I gave you last night. Your current physical strength is far beyond that of an ordinary human. Well, Gwen took a deep breath. She closed her eyes, trying hard to recall the sensation of the chi flowing within her body. It was the energy that Johnny had left inside her last night, a sense of power that made her feel invincible. Gwen shouted as she threw a punch. There were no fancy moves, just a direct strike. However, at the moment she threw the punch, the air seemed to tear apart, emitting a sharp, explosive sound. Boom! Wood chips flew and leaves danced wildly. That century-old oak tree, which had stood tall for 100 years, didn't even shake before a massive hole exploded through its trunk. Immediately after, the upper half of the trunk along with its heavy crown collapsed with a loud crash, raising a cloud of dust. Cough, cough, cough. Felicia waved her hand to disperse the dust in front of her, her cat-like eyes wide open in shock. Did Gwen do this? That's so brutal. Mary Jane shrank her neck in fear, staring at the golden-haired girl standing in the ruins, looking innocently at her own fist. If there were to be a fight at home in the future, if Gwen were to do this to herself. Hiss. I dare not imagine, I simply cannot imagine. Wow. Gwen looked at her masterpiece and jumped up excitedly. The originally loose lab coat flew up and down with her movements. The beautiful scenery inside was vaguely visible. Johnny, did you see that? I did it. I'm really a strong man now. I saw it. Johnny laughed as he helped her remove a leaf from the top of her head. His eyes were filled with admiration and a sense of satisfaction that came from nurturing. However, having strength alone is not enough. Spider-Woman relies not just on brute force. There's also agility, reflexes, and Johnny pointed to his own head. That amazing spider sense. Now let's try that aspect. Saying this, Johnny picked up a few small stones from the ground and weighed them in his hand. Turn around and face away from me. I'm going to throw one, okay? Gwen obediently turned around. Although she didn't know what Johnny was planning, she had absolute trust in him. Whoosh! Johnny flicked his wrist. A stone soared through the air towards the back of Gwen's head. He controlled the force well. But it was definitely not light. If it were an ordinary person, this would surely leave a bump on their head. However, at the moment the stone was about to hit, it was as if Gwen's head had eyes. She tilted her head sharply to the left. Swish! The stone grazed her ear and embedded itself in the tree trunk in front. Huh. Gwen touched her ear, looking astonished. Just now, I think I felt something. It was as if a voice in my head told me that danger was coming. That's it. Johnny snapped his fingers. That's your spider sense, your sixth sense. From now on, even if your eyes are closed, no one will be able to sneak up on you. Of course. Johnny's tone shifted, a mischievous smile appearing on his face. Except for me. Because in a way we are one. Gwen's face turned red again. This man, why does he always bring up that topic in every third sentence? But being teased by him at such a moment didn't seem so bad. All right, the basic test is over. Johnny clapped his hands and stood up straight. Although the earlier tests were very successful, he felt that something was still missing. Looking at Gwen in her loose lab coat, while it had its own charm, it was incredibly inconvenient for fighting. Moreover, it wasn't visually appealing enough. As a future superhero, how could she not have a set of dedicated battle attire? Especially one that could protect the body, accentuate her figure, and allow for certain special operations. Gwen. Johnny walked in front of her, his gaze serious as he scrutinized her. Now that you possess this kind of power, you may have to face all kinds of dangers in the future. Just like the gravestone from last night or the Rhino man from before. You need a set of gear, a battle suit that belongs to you. Hearing the words, battle suit, Felicia and Mary Jane also leaned in. Women, after all, have an irresistible weakness for clothing. Even if it's battle gear. A battle suit. Like Iron Man's. Gwen felt a mix of anticipation and distress. But I can't make one. And that kind of tin can would definitely be uncomfortable, right? Who said it would be a tin can? Johnny shook his head, already envisioning the classic outfit from Spider-Gwen in his mind. A fitted suit in black and white with a hood and a pair of stylish dance shoes. A design that perfectly blends youthful vigor with mystery. It seemed tailor-made for Gwen. Leave it to me. Johnny confidently patted his chest. I already have the design. As for the materials, he thought of the so-called biocable technology from Oscorp and those special spider silk. Although Norman, that old ghost, is dead, the technology still exists. With a little maneuvering, acquiring some high-tech materials would be a piece of cake. I will make you a 1EO fake battle suit in the whole world. Johnny leaned close to Gwen's ear, his voice low. Not only strong in defense, but also breathable. Most importantly, it will be very, very fitted. It will perfectly outline every inch of your skin. At that time, you can wear it just for me to see, okay? Gwen's ears instantly turned as red as blood. She could tell from Johnny's words what he meant. This was clearly not about making a battle suit at all. It was just to satisfy his particular preferences. However, looking at Johnny's fervent gaze, Gwen found that she couldn't say no. Even a hint of anticipation lingered in her heart. He'll listen to you. Gwen shyly nodded. Ding. Detected an increase in Gwen's status attachment to the host. Current status: body and mind submissive. Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward: master level tailoring skill, including complete Marvel costume design blueprints. Skill description: not just sewing and mending. You will become a trendsetter. Whether it's bulletproof, fireproof, or for special occasions. Cough, cough. In short, there's nothing you can't do. The system truly understands me. Johnny felt ecstatic inside. With this skill, it won't just be Gwen. Can Felicia's black cat suit be slightly modified too? For example, maybe lower the zipper a bit. Or, if Mary Jane, if she wants to join the ranks of superheroes too, he could also custom make a suit for her. Alright, training is over, Johnny said cheerfully, waving his hand. Since everyone is here and the environment is so good, how about we? His gaze swept back and forth over the three beautiful women. That look in his eyes was like a hungry wolf watching three little rabbits. Felicia was the first to react. She licked her lips and moved closer. How about what? Is it another training session out here in the wild? I think it's a good idea. There's no one to disturb us, and this feeling of returning to nature should be quite stimulating, right? Although Mary Jane felt a bit shy, she did not object. She even glanced around the bushes. After confirming there was really no one, she blushed and nodded. Only Gwen had yet to recover from her earlier embarrassment. She was still shocked by this sudden outdoor training. Here, isn't this inappropriate? What if some small animals see us? Uff! Johnny almost burst out laughing. Small animals. If they see us, they should applaud. Don't worry. Johnny pulled Gwen into his arms assertively, declaring his dominance. With me here, not even a mosquito can fly in within a 10-mile radius. And, weren't you excited just now? That feeling of power surging within. Do you need an outlet? Gwen bit her lip, feeling the restlessness within her that had yet to settle. Indeed, after the mutation, her energy seemed exceptionally vigorous. If she didn't do something to expend it, she felt like she might explode. Then, be gentle. Gwen eventually compromised. Or rather, she followed her own heart. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves. In this tranquil clearing in the woods, a special lesson on the harmony of life officially began. Meanwhile, New York Hell's Kitchen. In a dim underground room, a man wearing a skull mask with a shield and a long sword on his back. He was quietly looking at a photo in his hand. The photo featured Johnny's strikingly handsome face. Johnny Gilda. The mimicry master's voice was hoarse and cold. You managed to kill Bullseye and the others. That seems you have some skills. However, in front of me, all your moves will become the weapons I use to kill you. He slowly drew the long sword from behind him, the blade glinting coldly. The price offered by Kingpin is very high. High enough to buy 100 of your lives. Are you ready to face your doom? Genius boy. The sun was high in the sky. The sunlight in the woods became somewhat dazzling. The absurd and intense outdoor training finally came to an end with a few suppressed gasps. The air was filled with a blush-inducing atmosphere. Johnny leaned against the broken old oak tree and casually lit up a post-coital cigarette. Though he didn't usually smoke at times like this, he felt something was missing to complement this sage-like moment of emptiness. Looking at the three women on the grass, disheveled, yet exuding stunning charm, Johnny felt an immense sense of satisfaction. This is called the blessing of abundance. Especially Gwen. After the earlier practical test, it must be said her post-mutation physique was extraordinary. Her stamina had increased exponentially. The little rabbit that used to cry for mercy after half an hour could now withstand an hour without even panting. She could even unlock some previously unimaginable challenging positions. For example, using that remarkable flexibility and suction on the tree trunk. Cough, cough. Johnny took a deep breath, dispelling those inappropriate images from his mind. So how about it? He exhaled a puff of smoke, looking at Gwen, who was lying on the grass arranging her hair, teasingly asked, is the fire all out now? Do you still feel energy running wild inside you? Gwen's little face was as red as a ripe tomato. She shot Johnny an annoyed glare, but her eyes betrayed her lingering affection. You are so bad. How can someone help others relieve their urges like this? Though she complained verbally, she had to admit. After the intense exercise earlier, the restlessness within her caused by the genetic mutation indeed calmed down significantly. What replaced it was an unprecedented sense of comfort and clarity, as if every cell had been fully nourished. This is called targeted therapy. Johnny spread his hands, justifying his actions. Besides, I see that you enjoyed it quite a bit. Just now, who was it that clung to the tree bark begging me to not stop? Oh, shut up, shut up. Gwen was so embarrassed that she directly pounced on Johnny, reaching out to cover his mouth. Her shy and charming appearance made Felicia and Mary Jane nearby giggle. All right, stop flirting. Felicia adjusted her leather jacket and lazily stretched. Her shaped curves were fully revealed in the sunlight. Now that the special training is over, shouldn't we head back? I haven't forgotten that someone promised to make Gwen a costume. Speaking of the costume, Gwen's eyes instantly lit up. She released Johnny and looked at him with eager anticipation. Oh yes, Johnny, the costume you mentioned. Can you really make it? Of course. Johnny extinguished the cigarette, pulled Gwen's slender waist, and lifted her up. A glint of confidence flashed in his eyes. I said I would make you a one-faken costume in the world. As for the materials, he thought of those few cans of high-strength biological fiber liquid he had casually taken from Oscorp earlier. Originally, he intended to take them back to study if he could make bulletproof underwear or something. Now they would come in handy. Plus the master-level tailoring skill awarded by the system. Handcrafting a Spider-Man suit. Easy peasy. In Manhattan, Johnny's upscale apartment. Upon returning home, Johnny immediately dove into the guest room he had transformed into a temporary studio. System extract the design blueprints. Ding. The complete design blueprints for the Marvel suit have been extracted, loading master-level tailoring skills. A stream of clarity surged through his mind. Johnny felt as if his hands possessed some kind of magic. Knowledge about cutting, sewing, and materials was instinctively etched into his mind. He looked at the jars of biofiber liquid on the table along with some high-polymer elastic fabrics he had ordered online. His gaze became focused and fervent. This was not merely making clothes. It was crafting a piece of art. A masterpiece that could perfectly showcase Gwen's figure while providing top-tier protection. Here we need to cinch the waist to accentuate the curves. Here we need to add thickness to prevent any wardrobe malfunctions. The hood design must be preserved to enhance the mystery. As for the color, Johnny envisioned the classic black, white, and pink color scheme from Spider-Gwen in his mind. It was practically tailor-made for Gwen. Let's get to work. The scissors flew and the needle and thread danced, all under the influence of master-level skills. Johnny's hands moved so swiftly that they left only afterimages. The three women peeking through the door crack couldn't help but be mesmerized by his focused demeanor. Is this what a serious man looks like? Mary Jane leaned against the doorframe, her eyes dreamy. So handsome. Indeed. Not only can he fight, but he can also make clothes. This man is simply a treasure. Only Gwen, twisting the hem of her shirt, felt both excited and nervous. Could he really pull it off? 2 hours later. Done. Johnny snipped the last thread, gazing at the suit in his hands, resembling a work of art. He nodded in satisfaction. The perfect, streamlined design. A black base complemented by a white hood and pink inner lining patterns. It not only replicated the classic look from the comics. Johnny also utilized the properties of the biofiber, making special treatments in key areas, providing defense comparable to a bulletproof vest. Moreover, it fit like a second skin, not hindering flexibility in the slightest. Of course, the most important aspect was the breathability and feel of the fabric were absolutely top-notch. Gwen, come in. Johnny shouted toward the door. Coming. Gwen took a deep breath and pushed the door open. When she saw the suit on the table, she was taken aback. It was stunning. The design was filled with both a sense of technology and youthful charm. It struck her heart in an instant. Is this for me? Gwen incredulously touched the smooth fabric. Of course. Johnny walked up behind her and gently pushed her shoulder. Go try it on. I can't wait. Okay. Gwen blushed, hugging the suit as she entered the changing room. 5 minutes later. Click. The door to the changing room opened. Johnny, Felicia, and Mary Jane all turned their gazes at once. The next second, the entire room fell into a dead silence. Gwen stepped out wearing the black, white, and pink-fitted suit, looking a bit awkward. The tight fabric perfectly outlined her curvy figure, shaped by regular workouts. Her slim waist, long, beautiful legs, and that pert. The hood covered half of her face, revealing only her delicate chin and enticing red lips. Mysterious, sexy, yet brimming with a dangerous vitality. Gulp. Johnny couldn't help but swallow hard. The visual impact was overwhelming. It was even more stunning than in the comics. Was this the real-life Spider-Gwen? I love it. How do I look? Gwen nervously tugged at the hem of her suit. Is it too tight? No, it's just right. Johnny snapped back to reality, striding forward. His gaze was fiery, as if it could melt Gwen. It's practically made for you. Perfect. Really. Upon receiving confirmation, a smile finally appeared on Gwen's face. She tried moving her limbs, surprised to find that the suit felt like a second skin with no sense of restriction at all. She could even feel a gentle flow of air circulating around the fabric, almost as if it assisted her movements. This is incredible. Gwen excitedly struck a classic Spider-Man crouch pose. Johnny, you're a genius. Of course. Johnny wore a proud expression. Don't forget whose boyfriend I am. At that moment, Felicia and Mary Jane also gathered around. The two looked at Gwen's outfit with envy in their eyes. Wow, this fabric feels so comfortable. Felicia took the opportunity to touch Gwen's outfit, clicking her tongue in amazement. Johnny, I want one too. I want one as well. Me too. Mary Jane chimed in eagerly. I want to be a superhero too. As the three women buzzed around him, Johnny felt a headache coming on, but inside he was thrilled. This was the romance of a man, personally crafting a squad of beautiful warriors. This sense of accomplishment was even more exhilarating than defeating Thanos. All right, everyone will get one. Johnny waved his hand grandly. Form a line one at a time. As long as you make sure I'm comfortable, you can have anything you want. Pa, pervert. The three women exclaimed in unison, yet their smiles were brighter than flowers. As night fell, the Manhattan skyline was painted in a multitude of colors by neon lights. Johnny stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the bustling night view outside. Behind him were the three women who had just tried on their new suits, excitedly showcasing them in the living room. Everything appeared so wonderful. However, at that moment, Johnny's brow suddenly furrowed slightly. His enhanced super senses shrewdly detected an unusual aura. It was an extremely faint yet murderous gaze coming from the top of the building across the street. It was locked onto this place. Huh. Johnny's expression instantly turned cold. Who was the fool this time? Was it that fat pig Kingpin who still hadn't given up? It seems. The entertainment for tonight has arrived. He turned around and looked at Gwen, who was having fun. Gwen, what is it, Johnny? Gwen took off her hood, looking at him with a puzzled expression. Now that the new suit is done, isn't it time to test its performance in a real battle? Johnny pointed out the window. We have guests arriving. Shall we greet them? Gwen was momentarily stunned. Then her spider sense suddenly kicked in. Danger. Something dangerous was approaching. Her blue eyes instantly sharpened. The aura of a superhero awakened within her for the first time. All right. Gwen pulled up her mask. The white goggles obscured her eyes, leaving only a battle-ready phrase. I've been wanting to try this out. Let's go. Johnny wrapped his arms around Gwen's waist and smashed through the floor-to-ceiling window. Amid the gasps of Felicia and Mary Jane, the two descended like bats in the night, leaping from dozens of floors high. Their target, the assassin hidden in the shadows on the rooftop across the street. Imitating the master, the night wind howled. Johnny held Gwen tightly as they swiftly wove through the towering buildings of Manhattan, feeling the tension of her body taut from her first experience of high-altitude jumping. A slight smile appeared at the corner of Johnny's mouth. "Don't be nervous, just relax," he whispered in Gwen's ear, his voice carried away by the wind, yet still clearly reaching her ears. "Remember what I taught you. Use your chi to sense the environment around you, and rely on your spider sense to lock onto the target." "Okay." Gwen took a deep breath, trying to calm her racing heart. Though it was her first time in actual combat, she felt an unprecedented sense of security enveloped by Johnny's powerful aura. Whoosh! Johnny paused, briefly landing steadily on the rooftop of the building opposite them. They had arrived at an abandoned clock tower in Manhattan where rusted gears and a massive bronze bell looked especially eerie under the moonlight. Right here, Johnny released Gwen and directed his gaze towards the shadows atop the clock tower. There stood a figure clad in a blue and white tactical suit carrying a round shield and a longsword. A man wearing a skull mask stood silently. The Mimic Master, one of the top mercenaries in the Marvel Universe. He possessed a photographic memory, able to instantly learn and mimic all of his opponent's techniques, earning him the title of Human Copy Machine. Clap, clap, clap. The Mimic Master slowly emerged from the shadows holding a longsword that was still dripping with blood. That was from the two unfortunate security guards he had just dispatched. "Not bad," his hoarse voice altered by a voice changer echoed. "Your alertness is commendable. No wonder you managed to kill the target. You brought a helper? What's wrong? Do you know you're not my match on your own?" "Helper?" Johnny seemed to have heard a hilarious joke. He casually scratched his ear with a look of disdain. "Big guy, do you have some misunderstanding about yourself? She's not a helper. She's here to level up. As for you," Johnny extended a finger pointing at the Mimic Master, "you are just the experience pack." Arrogant. The Mimic Master narrowed his eyes. As a top assassin, when had he ever endured such an insult? "Since you seek death, I shall grant it." Before his voice faded, the Mimic Master moved. He suddenly hurled his round shield with a swift motion. The movement, the posture, the angle. It was identical to that of Captain America. Whoosh! The round shield whistled through the air, spinning towards Johnny's face. The speed was so fast that it left a trail in the air. "Gwen, it's up to you." Johnny did not even move, merely speaking calmly to Gwen beside him. "This is your first lesson. In the face of ranged attacks, aside from dodging, you can also." Before he could finish, Gwen was already in motion. Her spider sense went into overdrive. In her sight, the rapidly spinning shield seemed to transform into slow motion. She instinctively raised her wrist. Whoosh! A white strand of web shot out from the launcher on her wrist, perfectly gluing itself to the flying shield. This was the high-strength biological fiber liquid created by Johnny using Osborne's technology, crafted specifically for Gwen's web shooter with his master-level skills. It was 10 times stronger than steel cable, with an adhesive power comparable to super glue. "Come back to me," Gwen exclaimed, her arm straining as she violently yanked. The shield changed its trajectory like a yo-yo, tracing a massive arc in the air. Then, with even greater speed than before, it slammed hard towards the Mimic Master. The Mimic Master was taken aback. Not only had she caught his flying shield, but she could also counterattack. What kind of technique was this? Was it Spider-Man's? But he had no time to ponder. The shield was already upon him. He instinctively drew the longsword from his back, blocking with it. Clang! A loud crash echoed. The Mimic Master felt a terrifying force transmit through the blade. His grip shattered, and he was sent staggering back 5 or 6 steps, almost losing his balance and falling off the clock tower. What tremendous strength! The Mimic Master was horrified. This seemingly delicate girl had strength surpassing even Captain America. This information was incorrect. Wasn't Kingpin's fat ass supposed to say there was only one Johnny Gilda? How did another female monster suddenly appear? "Nice job." Johnny whistled generously, offering his praise. That technique of using force against force was executed excellently. It seems the in-depth communication last night was not in vain. You're quite perceptive. Gwen's face flushed, but the excitement in her eyes was impossible to hide. "So, I really am this strong." She clenched her fist, the thrill of mastering her strength intoxicating her. "Don't get too proud." The Mimic Master roared in anger. He discarded his somewhat deformed longsword and drew 2 short sticks from his waist. The signature weapons of Daredevil. "That was just a warm-up. Next I will get serious." The Mimic Master flickered and dashed towards Gwen like a specter. The short sticks transformed into a flurry of strikes, enveloping her in a dense barrage. This time he showcased his signature skills, combining Daredevil's combat techniques. He also incorporated Black Widow's acrobatics and Iron Fist's chi manipulation. It was a fusion of the best of many styles. However, faced with this overwhelming assault, Gwen remained remarkably calm. Her spider sense acted like an all-encompassing radar, perfectly predicting all of the Mimic Master's movements. She dodged left, avoided right, crouched down, and leapt up. Gwen danced effortlessly amidst the flurry of attacks, as if performing a graceful ballet. The black, white, and pink battle suit drew elegant arcs under the moonlight. No matter how the Mimic Master attacked, he couldn't even touch the hem of her clothing. How is this possible? The Mimic Master grew increasingly alarmed. Every attack of his was perfectly anticipated, and the opponent could even land a few strikes during her evasions. This was not a battle at all. It was simply being toyed with. Too slow, Gwen's voice echoed from above. She had somehow jumped onto a beam of the clock tower hanging upside down. Is this all you've got? Gwen mimicked Johnny's tone, provocatively beckoning with her fingers. If it is, then I will get serious too. As soon as her words fell, Gwen pushed off with her legs diving down like a cannonball. Let me show you this. She swung her wrist vigorously in midair. 2 strands of web shot out, sticking to the Mimic Master's feet. Then she pulled hard. Thud. The Mimic Master was yanked down like a dog eating shit, crashing heavily to the ground. Before he could rise, Gwen had already landed on his back. Bang! A powerful elbow strike smashed into his back. Puff! The Mimic Master spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling as if his spine were about to break. But that wasn't the end. Gwen seized his collar, lifting him off the ground. Then came a flurry of ferocious punches. Aura, aura, aura. Each punch sliced through the air, landing solidly. The Mimic Master was battered like a punching bag, unable to retaliate. The overwhelming sense of despair from being fully overpowered was causing him to consider fleeing for the first time. Where did this monster come from? Even more twisted than Johnny Gilda. Bang! The Mimic Master was sent flying by Gwen's powerful punch. His body shattered the copper bell atop the clock tower. The enormous bell let out a sorrowful wail. They fell together to the layer of mechanical gears below. Dust and smoke filled the air. Huff! Huff! Gwen stood in place, breathing heavily. Though she was physically invigorated, it was her first real battle. The sensation of fists striking flesh excited her, yet made her hands tremble slightly. Is this it? She asked in disbelief, staring at the deformed copper bell. Not yet. Johnny emerged from the shadows nearby, still fiddling with the coin in his hand. This guy was hired at a great cost by King, so he won't die so easily. Moreover, Johnny pointed to the ruins below. Look! In the heap of scrap metal, a hand clad in an armored glove suddenly shot out, pushing aside a massive gear. The Mimic Master staggered to his feet. His tactical suit was tattered, and half of his skull mask was shattered, revealing a face smeared with blood. Cough, cough. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with malice and madness. Damn it, little girl. You've thoroughly enraged me. I'm going to tear you to pieces. The Mimic Master bellowed, pressing a button on his belt. Virum. The sound of harsh mechanical operations erupted. His tactical suit suddenly began to transform, with countless tiny mechanical arms extending from his back. Like spider legs, they supported his body. Even more terrifying were the 2 blue glowing high-frequency vibration blades that popped out from his arms. Full power mode. How interesting. Johnny raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of amusement flashing in his eyes. This equipment was even more advanced than in the original. It seemed that King, that fat bastard, had indeed spared no expense to kill him. Johnny, what should we do? Gwen felt a wave of anxiety at this sight. After all, this technologically advanced killing weapon was quite overwhelming for her as a novice. What are you afraid of? Johnny stepped behind Gwen, placing his hands on her shoulders and giving them a gentle squeeze. Remember what I told you last night. The best defense is an offense. Moreover, he whispered in Gwen's ear, his voice laced with persuasion. You are my woman. If you can't even defeat a mere tin can, how can you conquer the stars and the sea alongside me? Hearing this, Gwen's heart ignited with a fire. Yes, she was Johnny's woman. How could she embarrass him? I understand. Gwen took a deep breath, her eyes becoming resolutely determined. She suddenly pulled down her hood, covering her beautiful face once more. Come on, Spider-Woman reporting for duty. You're asking for death. The Mimic Master sneered, the mechanical arms behind him exerting force. He charged forward like a cannonball. The high-frequency vibration blades in his hands sliced through the air, emitting a painful shriek. Die. Faced with this fierce attack, Gwen did not retreat. Her legs slightly bent, she became like a bow ready to unleash its arrow. At the moment the blade was about to reach her, swish, she moved. This time she chose not to evade, but to confront head-on. She shot out 2 strands of webbing that stuck to the Mimic Master's swinging arms. Then, hiya! With a fierce shout, Gwen exerted her waist power and leaped into the air. Using the web's tension, she not only dodged the attack, but instead she spun like a top and flew over the Mimic Master's head. What a! The Mimic Master was startled just as he was about to look up. But it was already too late. Gwen's long, beautiful legs clamped down on his neck like a pair of scissors. The deadly scissor kick. This move was something Johnny had specifically taught her last night. She didn't expect to use it so soon. Down you go. Gwen exerted force with her waist and leaned back sharply. Boom. The Mimic Master's massive body was slammed to the ground by her shoulder throw. The tremendous impact shook the entire clock tower. Crack. Several mechanical arms behind the Mimic Master instantly broke, sparks flying everywhere. It's not over yet. Gwen, emboldened by her success, did not loosen her legs, but instead flipped onto the Mimic Master's back. Then, it became a brutal onslaught from the mounted position. Bang, bang, bang. Her fists fell like rain. Each punch landed squarely on the back of the Mimic Master's head. Take that. How dare you use blades? How dare you scare me? While Gwen punched and scolded, it seemed she released all the pent-up pressure from this time. Poor Mimic Master. The dignified king of mercenaries was now being rubbed against the ground like a rag doll, without even a chance to fight back. Enough. Johnny saw that it was about time and hurriedly stepped forward to pull Gwen away. If this continued, it wouldn't be sparring, it would be a beating. Huff. Gwen stopped, feeling a bit embarrassed as she glanced at Johnny. Then she looked at the Mimic Master on the ground, now barely recognizable. Am I too violent? No, just right. Johnny smiled and wiped the sweat from her forehead. You must be ruthless towards enemies like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. You did well, Gwen. I am very satisfied. Hearing Johnny's praise, Gwen felt a surge of happiness. She removed her mask, revealing her rosy little face. So, am I qualified? Of course. Johnny nodded, his gaze gentle. From today onward, you are officially Spider-Woman. And also my Johnny Gildas. Exclusive hero. Yuck. Gwen playfully pouted and directly leaped into Johnny's embrace. The two embraced tightly amidst the ruins. The moonlight bathed them as if draping a layer of silver veil over the newlyweds. Meanwhile, the Mimic Master on the ground, still convulsing, had now completely become a backdrop, not even daring to emit a groan. Fearing to disturb the delight of these two. Let's go. After a moment of tenderness, Johnny released Gwen. With such a commotion, the police are probably on their way. We should leave. What about him? Gwen pointed to the Mimic Master on the ground. Don't worry, someone will come to clean up the aftermath. Johnny smiled mysteriously, pulling out his phone to send a location to Coulson. Hey, is this Agent Coulson? I'm sending you another performance report. The location is an abandoned clock tower in Manhattan. Remember to bring a stretcher, the person might be a bit worse for wear. After hanging up, Johnny wrapped his arm around Gwen's waist. Let's go. The two jumped down from the clock tower, once more disappearing into the vast night, leaving behind a ruined Mimic Master trembling in the cold wind. S-H-I-E-L-D. Rapid Response Team Base. Coulson looked at the stretcher in front of him, where lay a form that, if not scrutinized closely, would hardly seem human. A deep silence fell. So this is the Mimic Master. He pointed at the pile that looked as if it had just been rescued from beneath a hydraulic press, his tone filled with uncertainty. Yes, sir. An agent swallowed hard and reported, according to the on-site investigation and the residual DNA comparison, it is indeed the Mimic Master, Anthony Masters. He has suffered multiple shattered bones, several ruptured organs, and a severe concussion. If it weren't for the life support system in his armor still functioning, he would have met his maker by now. Coulson took a deep breath. The image of Johnny's seemingly sunny and harmless smile flashed in his mind. That was quite a vicious attack. He muttered to himself, however. This also indicates that our young friend has not only a trump card in his hand, but quite a few of them. What kind of person is the Mimic Master? He is someone who could go toe-to-toe with Captain America. Yet in Johnny's hands, he couldn't even mount a decent resistance and ended up in this state. This combat power. It seems only a monster of Hulk's caliber could suppress him, right? Have we tracked down the girl who appeared with him? Coulson suddenly asked. We have tracked her down. An agent handed over a document. Based on the residual spider silk samples and surveillance footage comparison. Although the other party was wearing a mask, her physical characteristics, and the agent paused, hesitating to continue, are highly consistent with George Stas's daughter, Gwen Stacy. Gwen? Coulson raised an eyebrow. That Gouda Twushes. How interesting. It seems our Mr. Johnny is not only a reckless fool, but he also inadvertently brought his girlfriend along for the ride. Is this the legendary couple's act? Coulson stroked his chin, a meaningful smile gracing his lips. This is getting more interesting. In that case, let's help them clean up their mess. Seal off the site and publicly declare it as a gas explosion. Yes, sir. Manhattan, a luxury apartment. Huff. Gwen removed her mask, her golden hair cascading down like a waterfall. Her face, slightly flushed from intense activity, was dotted with fine beads of sweat. In her striking blue eyes, an unprecedented sparkle shone. That was amazing. She excitedly waved her fist. The feeling of controlling power is simply incredible. Johnny, did you see that? Wasn't my scissor kick just now super cool? Looking at Gwen's expectant expression, Johnny smiled and stepped forward to tuck a loose strand of hair away from her forehead. Cool, absolutely cool. You're basically my Valkyrie. He instinctively wrapped his arms around Gwen's waist and gave her a light peck on the lips. However, after such an intense fight, isn't it a bit? Johnny grinned mischievously, his hand beginning to wander. That? Which? Gwen's face turned crimson, her gaze starting to dart away. But her body honestly softened, leaning against Johnny. What do you think? Johnny whispered in her ear, his voice low and husky. You were so imposing just now while riding on top of me. Now why are you shy? I was doing it for the battle. Gwen retorted, flustered. Yes, for the battle. Johnny scooped her up in his arms and strode toward the bedroom. Then next up, let's have a battle for reproduction. Ugh, stop it. A night without words. The next morning, when the first rays of sunlight streamed into the room, Johnny was already up and alert. Looking at Gwen still peacefully asleep beside him, her serene, sleeping face filled him with a sense of accomplishment. Last night's battle was indeed intense. But one must admit Gwen's mutated state indeed made her extraordinarily resilient. Not only was her recovery rate astonishing, but her adaptability to new poses was also perfect. This filled him with limitless anticipation for future multi-person brawls. System. Johnny silently recited in his mind. Check current status. Host Johnny Gilda, current combat power 2400 skills, sky dance technique, advanced Kamehameha, Kame wave, solar fist, universal, shocking palm, phantom fist, advanced chi sensitivity, enhancement, master level tailoring. Conquered targets: Gwen Stacy, pregnant, mutated, Felicia, Hardy, 1-0, Mary Jane, Watson, 1-0. Gazing at the magnificent panel, Johnny nodded in satisfaction. Although his combat power hadn't skyrocketed again for the time being, he now had Gwen as a powerful ally. Coupled with his repertoire of Dragon Ball skills, he could basically say he could walk sideways on this Marvel Earth. As long as he didn't provoke that bald-headed Ancient One. Or trouble the god Odin. Essentially no one could do much to him. But Johnny squinted. He thought of the Mimic Master from last night. Gold and that fat idiot seemed dead set on causing me trouble. In that case, don't blame me for being rude. I originally wanted to keep you as an experienced baby for Gwen. But it seems you are a bit disobedient. Johnny walked to the window, looking at the Fisk Tower, standing in Hell's Kitchen in the distance. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. Since you won't behave, then he'll find someone who will listen. Just then, knock, knock, knock. A series of urgent knocks sounded. Johnny frowned. Who could it be so early? He casually grabbed a bath towel and wrapped it around his waist, walking over to open the door. Outside the door stood two figures clad in black, tight-fitting night attire, wearing red masks. They were ninjas. And association. Johnny immediately recognized the iconic outfit. Johnny Gilda. One of the ninjas spoke in broken English. Gold and Boss sends his regards. Additionally, he asked us to relay a message to you. If you know what's good for you, just come with us. Otherwise, the ninja shook the katana in his hand, the threat unmistakable. Otherwise what? Johnny leaned against the door frame, looking at these two oblivious fools with a mocking expression. Are you going to chop me into pieces? Or are you going to turn me into sashimi? Heh, the ninja sneered. It seems you're not in the mood for a drink. In that case, don't blame us for being rude. Before the words fell, both ninjas simultaneously drew their swords, transforming into two shadows rushing toward Johnny. However, before they could reach Johnny, whoosh, a white figure suddenly descended from the sky. Who dares to touch my man? A delicate shout rang out. Immediately after, bang, bang, two dull thuds echoed as the two ninjas were sent flying. They crashed heavily against the wall opposite, unable to peel themselves off. Gwen. Johnny looked in surprise at the girl dressed in pajamas with slightly disheveled hair. Yet her gaze was incredibly fierce. This girl woke up surprisingly quickly, and her morning mood seems quite intense. Are you okay, Johnny? Gwen turned around, looking at Johnny with a face full of concern, completely ignoring the two ninjas who had already lost consciousness. I'm fine. Johnny smiled and shook his head, reaching out to pull her into his embrace. But how can we let girls handle such violent matters? Next time, leave such rough work to me. No way. Gwen raised her head, looking serious. I'm a superhero now. Protecting my boyfriend is my responsibility. Looking at Gwen's earnest expression, Johnny felt a warmth in his heart. With a wife like this, what more could a man ask for? However, since the Hand Association dares to come knocking, it means that Gold and that fat idiot are thoroughly anxious. It seems it's time to teach that fat idiot a lesson. A glint of coldness flickered in Johnny's eyes. Since he wants to see me so badly, then I'll oblige him. Tonight, we'll go to Fisk Tower and deliver a grand gift to that Emperor of Hell's Kitchen. A big surprise. Night falls. Hell's Kitchen. Fisk Tower. Top floor office. Jean Bing stands before the floor-to-ceiling window. Failed. Yes, boss. Wesley lowers his head, not daring to breathe. The two elite ninjas sent by the Hand didn't even make it past that kid's door before they were sent flying by that girl named Gwen. Jean Bing squints, his small green eyes a hint of confusion flashing in them. The daughter of that police chief. The obedient girl who only knows how to study. Are you sure you're not joking? I swear it's true. Wesley wipes the cold sweat from his forehead and hands over a tablet. This is footage captured by nearby surveillance cameras. Though blurry, it's confirmed that the one who acted was indeed that girl. And furthermore, Wesley pauses, his voice tinged with a disbelief that carries a hint of terror. Her strength and speed are even more bizarre than that Johnny's. It's as if a humanoid spider. Crack. Jean Bing's goblet is instantly crushed in his hand. Red wine flows through his fingers, resembling blood. A humanoid spider? Well, well. Jean Bing laughs in anger, the fat on his face trembling. I initially thought there was only one monster. I didn't expect there to be a whole nest. It seems that kid named Johnny possesses some technology capable of mass-producing superhumans. At this point, the fury in Jean Bing's eyes is gradually replaced by a glimmer of greed. If he could acquire such technology, Wouldn't his criminal empire expand worldwide? Even S.H.I.E.L.D. would have to act according to his wishes. Relay my orders. Activate the highest alert. Deploy all the ninjas of the hand. And all those mercenaries, bring them to me. Additionally, he walks to his desk and presses the hidden red button in the drawer. Activate the fortress defense system. Tonight, as long as they dare to come, I will make sure they have no way back. Meanwhile, on the rooftop across from Fisk Tower, 3 figures stand against the wind. Johnny, dressed in casual attire with his hands in his pockets, looks relaxed. Beside him, Gwen has already donned the black and white spider suit that Johnny crafted himself. The hood covers her head, revealing only her delicate chin. Though her expression is obscured from her tightly clenched fists and slightly trembling body, it's clear that this girl is both nervous and excited. As for Felicia on the other side, she remains in her signature tight leather outfit, accentuating her thrilling-shaped curves. Wearing a black mask, she plays with a sharp claw knife in her hand. Her exposed red lips curl into a bloodthirsty arc. Tisk tisk tsk. Felicia looks at the dense crowd of security and mercenaries below the opposite building, unable to resist whistling. Looks like that fat guy is really scared of dying. This setup is even more exaggerated than a presidential outing. That's for sure. Johnny chuckles, his eyes filled with disdain. After all, he's up against us. So what do you think? He turns to the 2 beauties beside him. Are you ready? Ready. Gwen takes a deep breath, her voice carrying a sense of determination. I've been wanting to deal with this big bad guy for a while. My dad has gone gray trying to catch him. Tonight I'll avenge my father. That's the spirit. Johnny nods in satisfaction. This is his good wife. Not only can she warm his bed, but she can also fight. Truly a must-have for home and travel. All right then. Johnny cracks his neck, producing a series of crisp pops. Since everyone is so eager, let's charge straight through the front door. Before the words fall, Johnny kicks off the ground. Boom. The concrete floor of the rooftop instantly explodes. He soars into the sky like a cannonball. The sky dance technique activates. He draws a perfect arc in the air, heading directly for the front door of Fisk Tower. Yow! Felicia follows closely behind. Though she can't fly with her grappling hook and incredible flexibility, her graceful figure gliding between the buildings is even more elegant than Spider-Man. As for Gwen, that's even less to mention. Whoosh! A thread of web shoots out. She moves like a white ghost weaving through the night. Her speed is even a notch faster than Felicia. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. The security guards at the base of Fisk Tower haven't reacted yet when they see 3 shadows descending from the sky. Bang! Johnny lands heavily on the ground. The tremendous impact creates a large crater in the marble floor. The shockwave sends several security guards flying. Good evening, everyone. Johnny slowly emerges from the dust, wearing his signature sunny smile. I'm here to bring warmth to your boss. I wonder if he's home. Open fire. Fire now. The security captain shouts in terror. Tat 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 tat. The dense gunfire erupts instantly. Countless bullets pour down like rain. However, too slow. Johnny shakes his head. He can't even be bothered to dodge. With a casual wave of his hand, whoosh, an invisible wave of energy sweeps out. Those bullets seem to be grasped by an invisible hand. They all come to a halt in midair. Here, have them back. Johnny flicks his fingers lightly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. All the bullets reflect back at a speed even faster than they came. Puff, puff, puff. A series of sounds of bullets hitting flesh ring out. The security guards collapse to the ground, wailing in agony. What? What kind of monster is this? The rest is up to you. Johnny turns to the 2 girls behind him. I'll head upstairs to have a little chat with that fat guy. No problem. Felicia licks her lips, her figure flashing as she plunges into the crowd. She is like a wolf entering a sheep pen, her claw knife flipping up and down, causing screams wherever she goes. Gwen is not to be outdone. Though she isn't as ruthless as Felicia, her elusive web and immense strength still leave the security guards in misery. Is this what it feels like to be a superhero? Gwen delivers a spinning kick, sending a burly man flying. The exhilarating feeling inside her is simply indescribable. Awesome. So exhilarating. Watching the 2 girls have so much fun, Johnny feels relieved. He lifts his head, gazing at the towering top of the building. A glint of cold light flashes in his eyes. Jean Bing, get ready to clean your neck. Your time of death has come. Fisk Tower top floor. In front of the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, Jean Bing stood before a wall made up of dozens of surveillance screens. On his face, every muscle twitched violently. On the screens, a massacre unfolded. It was a one-sided, utterly inevitable slaughter. In the hall below, 2 graceful figures like the scythes of death were reaping the lives of the mercenaries who usually killed without blinking. The White Spectre, Gwen, used strands of silk to suspend the burly men from the ceiling, each punch capable of collapsing their ribs. The Black Shadow, Felicia, sliced through the enemy's defenses with claws, as if cutting through tofu, leaving cries of anguish in her wake. Trash. All of you are trash. Jean Bing roared in anger. His prideful private army, his armed force for survival in the New York underworld. Before these 2 women, they were as fragile as a sheet of paper. Wesley. Jean Bing suddenly turned his bloodshot eyes locking onto the assistant cowering in the corner. What about Johnny Gilda? Why can't we see him on the monitors? Where did he go? Wesley trembled, pushing up his glasses, his voice tinged with a sob. Boss. The surveillance cameras couldn't capture his speed. The last image shows him directly flying. Up here. What? Jean Bing's heart skipped a beat. Fly up. This was the 88th floor. Before he could react, boom. A deafening explosion erupted behind him. The bulletproof, floor-to-ceiling windows capable of withstanding anti-material sniper fire. Like a fragile cookie, it instantly shattered into countless sparkling fragments. A fierce wind howled and stirring up a storm in the luxurious office. Jean Bing instinctively raised his arm to shield his eyes. Through his fingers he saw a figure. A silhouette suspended in the night sky backlit by the enormous full moon resembling a descending deity. Johnny Gilda. He had his hands in his pockets, standing on nothing. In his deep-set eyes was a sense of indifference looking down upon ants. Good evening, Mr. Jean Bing. Johnny slowly floated into the office, his toes lightly touching the ground, making not a sound. Isn't the wind up here a bit strong? Has it blown your already limited brain away? You. Jean Bing lowered his arm, staring intently at the young man before him. Although this was their first meeting, he already hated that face to the bone. Johnny Gilda. Jean Bing gritted his teeth, his voice squeezing through his clenched jaw. You actually dared to come? Since you're here, don't even think about leaving. Jean Bing abruptly pressed a red button on his desk. Initiate the fortress protocol. Kill him for me. The ceiling and walls of the office instantly flipped. A dozen 6-barrel Gatling guns and micromissile launchers emerged. The dark muzzles instantly locked onto Johnny. Red laser targeting dots densely covered his entire body. Die, monster. Jean Bing let out a frenzied roar. Tat-a-tat-a-tat. Flames spewed forth. A metal storm instantly engulfed the entire room. Tens of thousands of bullets and micromissiles formed an impenetrable net of death, drowning Johnny completely. That terrifying firepower coverage. Don't even mention a human, even a main battle tank would be torn to shreds in an instant. Smoke billowed, flames shooting into the sky. The entire top floor shook violently. Huff, huff. Jean Bing gasped, watching the area shrouded in smoke. A cruel smile crept onto his lips. No one can withstand such firepower at this distance. Not even mutants. However, in the next second his smile froze on his face. As the smoke cleared in the center of the wreckage, Johnny still maintained his hands in pockets posture, not a single part of his clothing disheveled. And around his body a faint white aura enveloped him like an eggshell. Outside that aura, countless deformed bullets and fragments floated in midair, densely packed, like frozen raindrops. How is this possible? Jean Bing's pupils shrank to the size of pinpricks, his blood freezing in that moment. These were armor-piercing rounds. Depleted uranium armor-piercing rounds. Yet they couldn't even penetrate that shield. Too noisy. Johnny frowned, using his pinky to dig in his ear. Is this the welcoming ceremony you prepared for me? Too lowbrow. Since you like playing with fire so much, let me give you a little gift. Johnny's lips curled slightly as he extended his right hand, bringing his index and middle fingers together and lightly waving them forward. Chi circle slash. A golden disc-shaped blade of light instantly coalesced at his fingertips. The rapidly spinning energy blade emitted a sound that made one's teeth ache. Go. Johnny flicked his finger. The chi circle slash shot out instantly, like a conscious spirit drawing strange arcs in the room. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of metal cutting rang out continuously. Those cannons and missile launchers that had just been roaring. Before the chi circle slash, they were like butter meeting a hot knife, instantly cut in half. The cut was smooth as a mirror, not even a spark from a short circuit had time to emerge. Boom. All heavy weapons were rendered inoperable in that instant, transforming into heaps of scrap metal. The entire process, in less than 3 seconds. Silence. The entire office fell into a deathly stillness. Only Jean Bing's heavy breathing echoed in the air. Monster. Monster. Wesley in the corner had already wet himself, his legs giving way, collapsing to the ground. Jean Bing looked at the debris all around. He knew. The power of technology had completely failed before this man. Huff. After all, Jean Bing was a once great hero. Even in such a dire situation, he still did not give up resistance. He tore off his suit, revealing a body as hard as rock. That was not fat. That was a high-purity muscle armor. In this world, his physical fitness had already reached the human limit. Even beyond the limit. I don't believe it. I don't believe you can ignore everything. Jean Bing roared like an enraged grizzly bear. With heavy footsteps, he charged towards Johnny. Even if I die, I will take you down with me. He raised his fist, capable of shattering even marble. With all his strength, he struck fiercely towards Johnny's head. This punch, it gathered his lifelong beliefs and pride. However, against such a heavy and forceful blow, Johnny merely sighed in resignation. Why is it that you villains always possess a mysterious confidence in yourselves, eh? He did not dodge, nor did he even take his hands out of his pockets. He merely tilted his head slightly. Bang! Jean Bing's fist grazed Johnny's ear, crashing heavily against the load-bearing pillar behind him. Crack! That steel-reinforced concrete pillar, strong enough to support the weight of the building, was directly blasted into a large pit by this punch. Debris flew everywhere. This power was indeed terrifying. If it were an ordinary person, even Spider-Man would likely be severely injured by such a blow. However, for Johnny, whose combat power reached 2,400 points, it was no different than a baby swinging its fists. Too slow. Johnny's voice rang in Jean Bing's ear. Before Jean Bing could retract his fist, since you prefer to speak with your fists, he'll show you what a true fist is. Johnny slowly extended his right hand. The movement seemed slow, but in Jean Bing's eyes it was impossibly fast. Slap. Johnny's palm lightly pressed against Jean Bing's broad chest. Inch strength. Boom. A terrifying force erupted instantly. Jean Bing's massive body, weighing over 400 pounds, was like a cannonball being launched. He flew out directly. Bang, bang, bang. He crashed through 3 walls in succession, finally embedding himself into the elevator door at the end of the corridor. The heavy metal elevator door was directly dented inward, forming a huge human-shaped indentation. Jean Bing opened his mouth and spat out a large mouthful of blood. He felt as if his sternum had shattered into powder and his internal organs were on fire. The excruciating pain left him without the strength to scream. What? What kind of power is this? Jean Bing's gaze became vacant, his face full of despair. The strength he had once prided himself on was utterly fragile before this young man. This was not a battle of the same dimension at all. Step, step, step. Johnny slowly walked over, stepping on the rubble and shards of glass scattered on the ground. He stood before Jean Bing, looking down at the once invincible underground emperor. His gaze was icy, devoid of any mercy. How is it, Mr. Jean Bing? Do you still think you are the king here? Jean Bing struggled to lift his head, gazing into Johnny's indifferent eyes. He finally understood one thing. Before this man, all the power, wealth, and strength he possessed were merely illusions. As long as this person wished, he could crush him like an ant at any time. Cough, cough. Jean Bing coughed up a mouthful of blood, a wretched smile appearing on his face. You? 1. Kill me. I do not beg for mercy. As the king of the underworld, his last shred of dignity prevented him from begging for mercy. Kill you. Johnny shook his head, a playful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. That would be too easy for you. Moreover, killing you would throw the underground world of New York into chaos for a while. I have no time to deal with such trifles. Johnny extended his hand, patting Jean Bing's bloodied face, as if he were patting a disobedient old dog. Listen, fatty. From today on, your life is mine. Your money is mine. This building, the industries under you, even your debts in Swiss banks. All of it belongs to me. All of it is mine. You will be my dog from now on. Be obedient, and you'll have bones to eat. Disobey. Johnny's eyes flashed with a cold light. A golden beam of light gathered at his fingertips, aimed at Jean Bing's brow. He'll let you know what it means to seek life, but find no way to seek death, but be unable. Feeling the burning sensation at his brow, Jean Bing's body trembled uncontrollably. It was the primal fear of a living being. In this young man's eyes, he saw the true hell. After a long time, Jean Bing lowered his noble head, the underground emperor who once instilled fear across New York. At this moment, before this 20-year-old young man, he completely surrendered. Yes, master. Jean Bing's voice was hoarse and humble. Ding. Detected that the host has successfully subdued the top Marvel villain, Jean Bing. Achievement unlocked: the puppet master of the underground world. Received special reward: mental control beginner. Skill description: can implant a mental mark on targets with weak will or those already subdued, ensuring their absolute loyalty. Traitors will suffer the pain of being devoured by thousands of ants. Listening to the system's notification, Johnny smiled, a genuinely happy smile. This is the way a transmigrator should operate. Killing and fighting is so boring. Gathering a group of subordinates to work for oneself, making money to support oneself and one's wife. That's the way of kings. Very good. Johnny retracted his finger, pulled out a tissue from his pocket, and wiped his hands. Since we are on the same side, let me have you do something first. I heard that the Osborne Group's stock price has been plummeting recently. You should have quite a bit of liquid funds, right? Go. Buy as much Osborne Group stock as you can. I want to become the largest shareholder of the Osborne Group before this weekend. Jean Bing shuddered all over. He did not expect Johnny to have such grand ambitions. Not only wanting to swallow his underworld empire, but also reaching for the commercial giant Osborne. What does this kid really want? But he did not dare to ask nor refuse. Yes, master. He'll go do it right away. Johnny nodded in satisfaction. All right, stop lying down. Quickly find a doctor to patch yourself up. From now on, clear out the top 3 floors of this building for me. I need it for, I'm keeping a concubine. After saying that, Johnny did not even glance at Jean Bing, turning to walk towards the still smoking office door. There, Gwen and Felicia had already resolved the trouble downstairs and were riding the elevator up. TSK. Tonight's exercise has been a bit much. Looks like I need to reward those 2 little treasures well. Johnny adjusted his clothes, a bright sunny smile returning to his face. as if the decisive devil from earlier was not him at all. Gwen Felicia hubby is coming. At the top floor of the Fist Tower, a fierce wind swept through the shattered glass, shards howling in the empty office. Ding! The elevator doors opened. Gwen and Felicia stepped out one after the other, and the sight before them made the two women gasp in shock. The once luxurious office appeared as if it had been bombarded with terrifying cracks adorning the walls, and the expensive Persian carpet turned to char. The once invincible underground Emperor Jean Bing was now being dragged by Wesley towards the emergency medical room, a mere puddle of mud, unaware of his fate. In the center of this wreckage stood Johnny, hands in pockets under the moonlight. His casual attire remained pristine, not a strand of hair out of place. He turned around wearing that signature calm smile, looking gently at the two women. "My dear heroines, you've worked hard." Johnny opened his arms to greet the two beauties. "Have the troubles downstairs been dealt with?" "Of course." Felicia walked up to Johnny, glanced around at the devastation, and a flicker of awe and admiration crossed her eyes. "Just a bunch of rabble not worth mentioning. But here," she pointed to the mess on the floor. "What about that fat guy? Did you take care of him? He's still breathing." Johnny shrugged nonchalantly. "After all, I still need him to make money for me in the future. I want kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. Wesley just took him for emergency treatment, I guess. He'll be laid up for at least half a year." Hearing this, Gwen's beautiful eyes were filled with amazement. Jean Bing, that crime lord who had given her father, Director George, headaches for over a decade. In front of this man, he had no chance to resist, crushed to this state. "Johnny, you're incredible." Gwen walked to Johnny's side, her gaze filled with admiration and reassurance. The absolute sense of security brought by a strong man made her tense nerves from the battle completely relax. "Of course." Johnny smiled, gently wrapping his arms around the shoulders of the two women. "Now that the troubles are over." He glanced at the bustling night scene outside the window, his voice gentle. "It's time for us to go home. Everyone is tired tonight. Let's go home and rest well." Gwen and Felicia exchanged glances, both seeing the tenderness and understanding in each other's eyes. On this night, filled with crises, how fortunate it was to have such a man to rely on. Yes, home. In a high-end apartment in Manhattan. The night was deep and the moonlight flowed like water. The three, having experienced a great battle, exchanged few words. Some emotions do not need intense words to express. Companionship itself is the most enduring confession. That night, the neon lights outside still flickered, while inside was a scene of warmth and tranquility. All the smoke and slaughter were kept outside the door. The bond that belonged to them quietly deepened in this serene time. The next noon, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains onto the floor. Johnny woke up feeling refreshed. The two women beside him were still sound asleep, though last night's battle and hustle had indeed drained them of much energy. Johnny did not disturb them, quietly getting up and going to the living room to pour himself a glass of water. At that moment, the wonderful mechanical voice arrived as expected. Ding! Detected that the emotional bond between the host and Gwen Stacy, Felicia Hardy, has deepened further. United, the three are formidable. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a special achievement reward, Spirit Bomb Beginner. Skill description: a secret technique from the North Realm King, capable of collecting the vitality of surrounding creatures and condensing it into a powerful energy ball. Note: the beginner stage can only collect vitality within a 10-mile radius and requires charging. It deals massive damage to evil creatures. Additional reward: greatly increased reproduction chance, Felicia Hardy. Johnny tightened his grip on the water cup slightly. Spirit Bomb. This was a signature technique of Goku from Dragon Ball. Although it's only beginner level, it is a highly growth-oriented skill. It could be used to clear large swathes of minions or deal with those resilient villains, truly a divine skill. And Felicia's reproduction chance increased. Johnny turned to glance in the direction of the bedroom, a gentle fatherly smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It seems the core task of the multitude blessing system was about to accelerate. The rise of the Saiyan family is just around the corner. Huff. Johnny took a sip of water to calm his emotions. Then he casually picked up the remote control from the table and turned on the TV. The screen was instantly filled with overwhelming news, every channel bombarding the same story. Breaking. The Osborne group once again undergoes significant personnel changes. A mysterious consortium has acquired a majority of Osborne's shares, holding over 51. Reportedly, this consortium acted swiftly, sweeping through the board overnight. With the former chairman Norman Osborne's body barely cold, has the Osborne empire changed hands? Watching the experts on screen passionately analyzing, Johnny smirked. He picked up the phone on the table. Sure enough, there was an unread message. From an unknown number, but Johnny knew it was from that fat guy Jean Bing. Master, I have fulfilled my duty. 53 of Osborne Group's shares have been acquired, and the relevant share transfer documents and official seal have been delivered to your apartment mailbox. Additionally, the old geezers on the board have already been persuaded. They express strong support for your takeover and are willing to cooperate with all reforms without any objections. Young Master Harry Osborne is currently at the Elders' Hospital, and his condition is stable. Looking at this message, Johnny nodded in satisfaction. As expected of Jean Bing. His efficiency is remarkable. Even with all his bones broken lying on a hospital bed, he can still remote control everything and get things done flawlessly. As for how to persuade the board, Johnny could roughly guess that the process was filled with threats and temptations, but that was precisely what he needed Jean Bing to do. Evil men need evil men to grind them. Starting today, the Osborne Group, which possesses the pinnacle of Marvel's biotechnology, will officially bear the surname Gilda. The laboratories here, the interspecies gene technology, and the hidden high-tech equipment will all become his resource pool for growing stronger and arming his beloved companions. Knock, knock, knock. Just then a knock echoed at the door. Johnny walked over to open it, but there was no one outside. Only a black high-end briefcase lay quietly on the carpet embossed with the Osborne Group's logo. Johnny picked it up and weighed it in his hands. It was heavy, the weight of power and wealth. Not bad. He turned and closed the door, tossing the briefcase onto the sofa, his gaze sweeping towards the bedroom. With Osborne's resources, Gwen's suit can be upgraded and Felicia's equipment can also be renewed. Next, a glint of brilliance flashed in Johnny's eyes. Shouldn't I prepare a gift for Mary Jane as well? After all, I can't be biased. Since I've already secured two, the third one should be on the agenda. Mary Jane. Johnny looked out at the bustling Manhattan, a slight smile tugging at his lips. Are you ready to embrace your transformation? By evening, Johnny stood by the roadside hailing a taxi. To Queens, he stated, giving an address. That was the home of Mary Jane Watson. Unlike his upscale apartment in Manhattan, the night in Queens felt more grounded, or perhaps more noisy and chaotic. However, this did not dampen Johnny's good mood. After all, he was there to reap the rewards. Half an hour later, the taxi stopped in front of a somewhat old apartment building. Johnny paid the fare, adjusted his collar, and walked up the stairs. The lights in the hallway flickered and the walls were covered in graffiti. He could even hear the sounds of arguing and dishes breaking from the neighboring room. Is this MJ's original family environment? Johnny shook his head. No wonder this woman was so eager to climb the social ladder, seeking fame and grasping every opportunity to change her fate. Growing up in such an environment, one would either sink into the mud or must learn to utilize all their assets to secure a ticket to the upper class. And MJ was clearly the latter. Knock, knock, knock. Johnny stood in front of a somewhat weathered wooden door, gently knocking 3 times. He didn't have to wait long. Almost as soon as the knock faded, hurried footsteps could be heard from inside. Click. The door opened. Mary Jane, dressed in loungewear, appeared at the doorway. She had evidently just showered, her hair still damp and draped over her shoulders, emanating a cheap, yet pleasant scent of body wash. The slightly oversized t-shirt concealed her impressive curves, but revealed a pair of long, fair legs. This casual, homey vibe held a different kind of allure compared to her glamorous appearance at the banquet. Johnny. Upon seeing the man at the door, the initially weary look in Mary Jane's eyes instantly brightened up with surprise, astonishment, and a hint of panic. She instinctively tugged at the hem of her shirt, feeling that her casual attire was perhaps too informal. You? What are you doing here? What? Not welcome. Johnny leaned against the doorframe, a signature mischievous grin returning to his face, his gaze unabashedly scanning Mary Jane, especially lingering on her long legs for 2 seconds. I remember someone mentioning that as long as I wanted, I could come find her anytime. Even, do you have some secrets to share with me? Mary Jane's face flushed bright red. She certainly remembered her words. She just hadn't expected such a joyous surprise to arrive so quickly and suddenly. Of course, you're welcome. Mary Jane quickly stepped aside, letting Johnny in. Come in. It's a bit messy here, don't mind it. Johnny entered the room. The apartment was small, even cramped. The living room was cluttered with various cheap cosmetics and clothing that Mary Jane had prepared for additions. Though messy, it was filled with a sense of striving to live. Would you like something to drink? I only have instant coffee and water. Mary Jane stood awkwardly to the side, her hands entwined. In front of someone like Johnny, a top-tier rich kid, even if it was taken, she felt a tinge of inferiority due to her humble background. No need to fuss. Johnny turned around, stepping closer to Mary Jane. I didn't come here just to drink water. His aggressive gaze bore down on her. Mary Jane's heart raced, instinctively retreating until her back pressed against the cold wall. There was nowhere left to escape. Then, what are you here for? She lifted her head, her eyes misty and breathing rapid. She asked knowingly. This was part of the allure. To fulfill a promise. Johnny reached out a hand, pressing it against the wall beside Mary Jane's ear. A typical wall push posture. The intense masculine aura instantly enveloped her. I've taken care of things with Gwen. Johnny leaned down, his nose almost brushing against Mary Jane's. His voice was hoarse and deep, carrying an irresistible charm. She agreed. What a... Mary Jane's eyes widened in disbelief. Gwen? She really agreed. Of course. Johnny smirked, lightly twirling a strand of Mary Jane's red hair around his finger. We not only had an in-depth discussion about the mysteries of biology, but also casually explored the feasibility of expanding family members. She's a kind girl and a smart girl. She knows that some joys cannot be endured alone. They need good sisters to help share the load. Although Johnny's words were heavily embellished, At this moment in this narrow, ambiguous space, Mary Jane's mind was entirely clouded with joy. Gwen agreed. What did that mean? It meant she could finally stand beside this man with pride. Even if she wasn't the only one, so what? As long as she could capture this man's heart, as long as she could become his woman, her fate would be completely rewritten. Johnny. Mary Jane's eyes glistened, the excitement of her dreams coming true, making her tremble. She reached out her hands, wrapping them around Johnny's waist, pressing herself against him. Thank you. You're welcome. Johnny's large hand slid down her back, finally resting on her astounding curves. He squeezed gently. Mary Jane let out a soft moan, her body melting against him. But mere verbal gratitude isn't enough. Johnny whispered into her ear with a mischievous grin. I'm a practical person. I prefer to see actions. Mary Jane lifted her head, her alluring fox-like eyes filled with spring water. She stood on her tiptoes, kissing Johnny's lips. I understand. Tonight I'm yours. You can do whatever you want. Boom. What more could one ask for? Johnny felt the energy within him boil instantly. He scooped Mary Jane up and strode toward the modest bedroom. This bed. Johnny glanced at the somewhat narrow single bed, frowning. It might be a bit cramped. No worries. Mary Jane wrapped her arms around his neck, her eyes seductive. We can squeeze in together. Or try some other places. Hiss, this little vixen. She was even more playful than Felicia. Johnny stopped wasting words. He directly tossed Mary Jane onto the bed. Then he covered her with his body. In this small, shabby rental room, a battle regarding destiny rewriting and genetic enhancement officially commenced. System activate auxiliary mode. Johnny silently thought. In times like this, how could he do without the system's assistance? Ding. Detected that the host is engaging in an important life event. Auxiliary mode activated. Endurance enhancement. Perception enhancement. Charm aura fully activated. Please enjoy this wonderful night, host. This night in this old apartment in Queens was destined to be a sleepless one. The neighbor upstairs would probably be cursing again tomorrow. Uncertain how much time passed, the wind calmed and the rain ceased. Mary Jane lay limp in Johnny's arms like a cat drained of energy. Her eyes were dazed, still not recovering from the soul-exiting sensation. So powerful. This man. In every aspect, he was despairingly strong, yet addictively captivating. How was it? Johnny lit a post-coital cigarette, leaning against the headboard, a look of contentment on his face. Now you believe in my strength, right? You bad guy. Mary Jane weakly punched him. I feel like I'm about to fall apart. Falling apart is better. Johnny chuckled, picking up the briefcase he had brought with him. He opened it. From inside, he took out a syringe glowing with a faint green light. It was one of his spoils from raiding the Osborne laboratory. It was a serum for human enhancement optimized by the system low version. Although it couldn't compare to Captain America's super soldier serum, nor was it as exaggerated as Spider-Man's mutation. But it was enough to significantly enhance an ordinary person's physical quality, delay aging, and increase endurance. Most importantly, it would help her withstand more in future battles. After all, with Johnny's continuously rising strength, it was really difficult for an ordinary person's physique to keep up with his pace. What is this? Mary Jane looked at the glowing liquid with some curiosity. This is a gift for you. Johnny grasped Mary Jane's arm. You can think of it as a beauty-enhancing elixir that also strengthens the body. It's also your ticket to join our big family. Mary Jane did not resist. She had absolute trust in Johnny. Even if it were poison, she would drink it without hesitation as long as it was given by him. As long as it's from you, I like it. Johnny didn't hesitate either. He injected the serum directly into Mary Jane's body. As the liquid was pushed in, Mary Jane's body suddenly tensed. A warm current instantly flowed throughout her body, repairing the soreness brought on by the previous exertion. Even her skin became more delicate and radiant. So magical. Mary Jane looked at her hands, feeling filled with strength. Is this superpower? I suppose so. Johnny casually tossed the empty tube into the trash, then rolled over and pressed down on her again. His eyes were fiery. Now that you've recovered your strength, shouldn't we start the second round? This time, let's try that legendary universal earth-shattering palm. What's that? You'll know once you try. The morning sunlight was somewhat dazzling. Johnny woke up from Mary Jane's narrow single bed. The red-haired enchantress in his arms was still sound asleep, a satisfied smile on her lips, and the tear stains at the corners of her eyes had long since dried. They were the marks left from last night's overwhelming excitement. Tisk. Johnny gently withdrew his arm, looking at Mary Jane's skin, which had become even fairer and more delicate after the enhancement serum. He sighed inwardly. Indeed, there is no land that can't be cultivated, only exhausted oxen. But thankfully this ox of his is a scion ox with hacks. Even after a night of labor, he was still full of energy, ready to take on 10 more. Rest well, my big star. Johnny leaned down and planted a kiss on Mary Jane's smooth forehead. Then he stood up to get dressed. Today was a big day. The Osborne Group's board was waiting for the new emperor to ascend. In Manhattan, at the Osborne building, this skyscraper, symbolizing the pinnacle of biotechnology, was currently shrouded in a tense atmosphere. The doors to the top-floor conference room were tightly shut. Dozens of powerful board members sat upright, their expressions grim. While they were greedy and wanted to divide Norman's legacy, the sudden emergence of a mysterious consortium had been ruthlessly aggressive. Not only had they acquired more than half of the shares overnight, but even the few hardliners who had originally clamored to resist had mysteriously disappeared last night. Creak. The heavy conference room door was pushed open. A figure as massive as a mountain of flesh stepped in first. Wilson Fisk. At this moment, he was wrapped in thick bandages, a price paid for Johnny's strike that had broken his sternum the previous night. Yet his white suit remained impeccably sharp, and the fierce glint in his small eyes still sent chills down one's spine. Ladies and gentlemen, Fisk's voice was hoarse, carrying a strong scent of blood. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Wilson Fisk. Also Mr. Gildas, agent. Upon hearing the name Fisk, the faces of the business elites in attendance turned ashen. This explained why the acquisition had gone so smoothly and why the opposition had vanished. It turned out this underground emperor was pulling the strings. Mr. Gilda, the white-haired board member leading the group, stood trembling. Could it be that college student? Mind your wording. Fisk coldly cast him a glance, causing the board member to feel as if a venomous snake had locked onto him, and he fell back into his chair. That is your new boss. Just as the words fell, a lively footstep approached. Johnny strolled in with his hands in his pockets, chewing gum, as if he were casually walking through his own backyard. He wore a simple black t-shirt, even foregoing his suit. But the moment he entered the conference room, the air seemed to freeze. It was the aura of a strong man, the imposing presence that had emerged from last night's battle. Johnny walked straight to the head seat, which had originally been Norman Osborne's. He pulled out the chair and sat down confidently, his legs resting on the expensive mahogany conference table. Good morning, everyone. I heard you wanted to reorganize the board and kick Harry out. No one dared to speak. Everyone lowered their heads, staring at their toes as if flowers had sprouted there. Looks like that's a tacit agreement. Johnny nodded, a mocking smile appearing on his face. However, the rules have changed now. From today onwards, the Osborne group is now under the Gilda name. Who is in favor? Who is against? Silence. Absolute silence. Opposition. What a joke. Looking at Fisk's seemingly hungry eyes, and then at Johnny's stance of whoever opposes me shall be eliminated. This group of capitalists who valued their lives nodded their heads like they were pounding garlic. Very well, Johnny said, satisfied as he clapped his hands. Since no one has an objection, let's adjourn the meeting. I dislike hearing nonsense, and I certainly do not appreciate looking at all of your old faces. As long as you obediently follow my orders, you will not miss out on the year-end bonuses. But if anyone dares to make any small moves behind my back. Johnny's fingertips moved slightly. Whooshed. A golden beam of energy shot out in an instant. It flew past the bald head of the white-haired director, directly piercing a large hole in the solid wood wall behind him. The smell of burnt wood filled the air. This is the consequence. Get lost. 3 minutes later, only Johnny and Jean Bing remained in the conference room. Well done. Johnny glanced at Jean Bing, who was standing respectfully behind him. Are you feeling better? Thank you for your concern, my master. It's no longer a problem. Jean Bing lowered his head, his eyes filled with reverence. Last night's battle had completely shattered all his pride. Now all he wanted was to be a good dog. That's good. Johnny stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the city beneath him. Take me to the laboratory. I want to see how many good things that old ghost Norman left behind. Osborne Group's underground laboratory. This is the core forbidden zone of the entire group, as well as the birthplace of countless black technologies. Led by Jean Bing, Johnny moved through without any obstacles. I must say Norman Osborne is indeed a genius, but also a madman. Not only is there the half-finished super soldier serum human enhancement agent, but also various personal flying devices and prototypes of pumpkin bombs. Moreover, Johnny even saw several unhatched symbiote samples in a sealed cryogenic chamber. Interesting. Johnny's fingers lightly traced over the glass chamber. Although these symbiotes were still in a dormant state, they were nowhere near as powerful as venom. But if they were modified using the system, perhaps a few decent biological battle suits could be made. Just as Johnny was curiously touring the place, a heated argument suddenly erupted from a nearby independent laboratory. He'll say it again. My research is sound. That is the key to human evolution. It is the hope for the future. Why are you cutting my budget? That was a woman's voice. Anger, unwillingness, and a hint of hysteria. Johnny raised an eyebrow. This voice sounds familiar. He followed the sound. Through the glass door of the laboratory, he saw a woman in a white coat, her long hair somewhat disheveled, yet still unable to hide her intellectual beauty. She was shouting at several men who looked like supervisors. The woman held a thick data report in her hand, her eyes red. Maya Hansen. The name instantly flashed through Johnny's mind. The developer of the extremist virus. The talented yet somewhat tragic female scientist from Iron Man 3. Unexpectedly, she is working at Osborne Group. No wonder. In this Marvel universe, Osborne is the leader in biotechnology. Where else could a top biologist like her possibly go? Dr. Hansen, please calm down. A bald supervisor waved his hand impatiently. That so-called extremist project of yours has too many risks. Just yesterday, another test subject exploded. That was an explosion, not fireworks. The company no longer has money to burn for you, Mr. Osborne is dead, and this project must be terminated immediately. Terminate. Maya Hansen trembled with rage. We are so close. If we can just solve the problem of thermal energy accumulation, it will be perfect. You short-sighted fools. You have no idea what a great invention this is. Security. Take her out. The supervisor had clearly lost patience and waved his hand directly towards the door. Two security guards rushed in immediately to grab Maya's arms. Let go of me. You can't do this. Maya Hansen struggled desperately, but her frail body was no match for the security guards. Just as she was about to be forcefully dragged away. Hold on. A lazy voice suddenly sounded at the doorway. Everyone froze. Johnny was leaning against the doorframe, playing with a coin, a mocking look on his face as he watched the drama inside. Jean Bing stood behind him like an iron tower, exuding a suffocating sense of oppression. Boss. The supervisor nearly knelt down upon seeing Jean Bing. Maya Hansen was also stunned, stopping her struggle. She looked at the overly handsome young man in front of her, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes. Boss. So young. Let her go, Johnny said casually. The two security guards immediately let go, retreating to the side as if they had touched a hot potato. Maya Hansen straightened her wrinkled lab coat, watching Johnny with some wariness. Who are you? I am the new boss of this company. Johnny stepped forward, his gaze brazenly sweeping over Maya Hansen. I must say, this mature and intellectual female scientist has a unique charm. Especially that face flushed with anger, and despite being concealed by the lab coat, her figure was still evident. TSK. Is this what they call uniform temptation? Dr. Maya Hansen, right? Johnny approached her casually, picking up the thick data report on the table and flipping through it. Extremis virus. Using the Bodis bioelectricity to recombine DNA, thereby gaining super regeneration abilities and fire powers. A good idea. Johnny closed the report, looking at Maya Hansen's eyes filled with expectation. A playful smile crept onto his lips. But your formula is missing a critical variable. That is why your test subjects keep exploding like popcorn. Maya Hansen was stunned. Her pupils dilated as if she had seen something unbelievable. You understand it. This is her life's work, something she has researched for over a decade. The formulas inside are incredibly complex. Even if Tony Stark came, he wouldn't be able to find the problem just by glancing at it. Who is this young man? I understand a bit, just a bit. Johnny shrugged, his nonchalant demeanor extremely pretentious. After all, I'm also considered a biological genius. Actually, it's because the system's knowledge base is too comprehensive. He leaned closer to Maya Hansen, his strong male aura enveloping her in an instant. Dr. Hansen, do you want to complete your research? Do you want the extremis virus to be perfect? Do you want those who look down on you to kneel at your feet in repentance? Every question struck at the depths of Maya Hansen's soul. That is her lifelong pursuit, her obsession. I want. Maya Hansen's voice trembled, her eyes burning with the flames of ambition. That's good. Johnny smiled. He smiled like a creepy uncle luring little girls with a lollipop. I can provide you with unlimited funding. I can give you the top laboratory. Even. Johnny extended a finger and gently tapped Maya Hansen's forehead. I can tell you what that missing variable is. But there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. I need you. Johnny's gaze became deep and intense. To belong to me completely. Both your person and your talent. Ding. Detected a classic high-quality female from Marvel. Maya Hansen. Target identity developer of the extremis virus, high IQ biologist. Detected that the target is in a low point in life, craving recognition and financial support. System suggests the host should not hesitate and take action immediately. The extremis virus is a divine technique for mass-producing super soldiers. Preview of strategy rewards high-temperature resistance, bioelectric control, and a special kind of heat experience. Listening to the system's prompts, Johnny's smile grew even wider. A special heat experience. Isn't that self-heating? Hiss, if used in some indescribable places. That taste. What do you think, Dr. Hansen? Johnny extended his hand palm up, making an inviting gesture. Would you like to sign a contract of servitude with me? Maya Hansen looked at the charming man in front of her. She saw the confidence in his eyes that seemed to penetrate everything. Her heart wavered. Or rather, she had no reason to refuse. For her ideals for revenge against those who belittled her. Don't say it's a contract of servitude. She would be willing to sell her soul to the devil. Moreover, this devil is so handsome. Deal? Maya Hansen took a deep breath, placing her slightly cold hand in Johnny's scorching palm. At that moment, she knew that she was bound to this pirate ship. But she didn't care. As long as she could complete the apocalypse virus, as long as she could prove that the damn Tony Stark had made a huge mistake by ignoring her and burn. Even if it meant selling her soul to the devil, she was willing. Very well. Johnny felt the frail touch in his palm, a satisfied smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. He exerted a slight force, pulling Maya Hansen a bit closer. The distance between them instantly shrank to an extremely ambiguous degree. Since you are now my employee, shouldn't we delve deeper into the details of the work? Johnny's gaze lingered unabashedly on the open collar of her lab coat. Such a mature and intellectual female scientist, once she breaks through that layer of rationality, the passion she unleashes is definitely more intense than a volcanic eruption. This is the laboratory. Maya Hansen's breath quickened, her cheeks flushed, yet she did not push Johnny away. On the contrary, her eyes also revealed a hint of desire. It was an attachment to the strong and a thirst for the unknown. Laboratory, isn't that perfect? Johnny chuckled, lightly surveying the cold instruments and test tubes around. Scientific research requires bold hypotheses and cautious verification. I think the height of this experimental table is just right. Ahem. At that moment, Jean Bing, who had been standing at the door like a background prop, lowered his head with great tact. Master'll go handle those clueless security guards outside and clear this floor. No one will disturb you within half an hour. Look at that. This is professionalism. This is the awareness of a top-tier tool person. Johnny looked at Jean Bing appreciatively. Go on. As the heavy laboratory door slowly closed, the electronic lock that isolated the outside world automatically engaged. The entire space instantly became private and quiet. Only the hum of the instruments and the gradually deepening breaths of the two remained. So Dr. Hansen. Johnny released Maya's hand, leaning against the edge of the experimental table, enclosing her in his embrace. That intense sense of oppression made Maya's legs feel a bit weak. As I mentioned earlier, your formula is missing a variable. Johnny did not rush to take action. Instead, he picked up a marker beside him and casually wrote a complex biological gene sequence formula on the whiteboard behind him. This was the core algorithm of the perfect version of the apocalypse virus provided by the system. The core of the apocalypse virus lies in rewriting DNA by utilizing the brain's repair center. However, the bioelectricity in the human body has its limits. Once overloaded, it will explode like a bomb. Bang! Johnny made an explosive gesture, causing Maya to shrink her neck in fright. Therefore, you need a stabilizer. A cooling liquid that can neutralize this violent thermal energy. Saying this, Johnny added a special symbol at the end of the formula, like the finishing touch to a dragon. Boom. Maya Hansen's previously dazed eyes became clear and fervent the instant she saw that symbol. She was a genius. She understood it instantly. Oh my God. Maya trembled as she reached out to touch the formula on the whiteboard, as if caressing a rare treasure. This is it. The answer I have been searching for 5 years is right here. How do you understand this? This is within the realm of quantum biology. Maya suddenly turned around, her gaze towards Johnny changed. If before she had yielded to power and money, now it was complete admiration born from a crushing superiority in intelligence. For such a highly intelligent woman, the allure of the brain was far deadlier than that of the body. I told you I am a genius. Johnny tossed aside the marker and moved closer once more. Now that I've completed the formula for you. As for the exchange, shouldn't you fulfill your promise? Completely. Belong to me. Maya looked at the man before her, who seemed like an omnipotent god. She felt her cerebral cortex secreting a large amount of dopamine. That feeling of excitement even surpassed the joy of a successful experiment. Of course, boss. Maya actively unbuttoned her lab coat, revealing the fitted professional outfit underneath. She stood on tiptoe, her red lips slightly parted, her gaze sultry. You can experiment however you like. I want to verify something. Johnny lifted her up and placed her on the cold experimental table. His large hand moved upward. Just how hot is the temperature brought by the apocalypse virus? Ding. Detected successful conquest of Marvel potential woman, Maya Hansen. Target identity mother of the apocalypse virus, high IQ scientist. Achievement unlocked, knowledge is power physics. Congratulations, the host has received binding reward, high temperature resistance advanced. Skill description, now even if you bathe in lava you won't feel hot. Combined with Saiyan bloodline, you can basically ignore most burning damage caused by energy attacks. Received additional reward, bioelectricity control beginner. Skill description, you can release bioelectric currents like an electric eel. Although currently it can only be used to charge phones or enhance the stimulation of certain movements, the potential is limitless. Listening to the system's prompts in his mind, Johnny wore a wicked smile as he conducted the human biology research. High temperature resistance. This is quite practical. If he encounters that fire-wielding Ghost Rider or that flame giant Surtur in the future, he can stand and fight without fear. As for bioelectricity control, Johnny's mind moved. A faint blue arc flashed at his fingertips. Maya beneath him suddenly tensed her body, letting out a high-pitched scream. That tingling sensation instantly spread throughout her body. What's wrong? Johnny asked knowingly with a mischievous smile. There's electricity. Maya's eyes were dazed, her whole being seemed as if just pulled out of water. That is the spark of love. Johnny kissed her lips, pushing this experiment to its climax. An hour later, Johnny straightened his clothes and walked out of the laboratory with a refreshed demeanor. Behind him, Maya Hansen was wrapped in her lab coat, lying there with a satisfied and exhausted expression. In her eyes, besides admiration, there was a hint of deep attachment. This man not only solved the problem that had troubled her for 5 years, but also conquered her completely in other aspects. Take good care of her. Johnny instructed Jean Bing, who was guarding the door. Also seal off this floor. No one is allowed to enter without my orders. The project of the apocalypse virus is deemed the highest secret of the corporation. Yes, master. Jean Bing respectfully lowered his head without any unnecessary words. Johnny nodded and strode toward the elevator. The Osborne group had already been taken over. The apocalypse virus was now in their hands. This wave could be considered a bountiful harvest. Next. Standing in the elevator, Johnny gazed at the constantly changing numbers with deep eyes. With the apocalypse virus, we can mass-produce super soldiers. However, having soldiers alone is not enough. We still need equipment. His mind conjured the image of the thing he saw previously in the cryo chamber. Symbiote. Though not of the same caliber as Venom if used for biological armor. Combined with the regenerative abilities of the apocalypse virus. TSK. That image was simply too beautiful. Ding. The elevator reached the top floor. As Johnny stepped out, his phone rang. Looking at it, it was a text message from Gwen. Johnny, are you coming home for dinner tonight? Felicia said she bought a new set. Coffin short, you know what I mean. Seeing this text, Johnny's eyebrows flew up instantly. New. Catwoman suit. Or something even more thrilling. The frustration that had slightly faded in the laboratory instantly flared up again. Is this the side effect of the multi-children system? It really is so incredibly delightful. Reply. Must reply. Wash up and wait for me. Johnny quickly replied to the message, then whistled as he strode out of the Osborne building. As for work, that was Jean Bing's concern. The boss task was to enjoy life and save the world, create people in the process. Meanwhile, in a private hospital's intensive care unit in New York, Harry Osborne, wrapped in bandages like a mummy, was staring intently at the news report on the television. Osborne Group has changed hands. Mysterious tycoon Johnny Gilda becomes the new chairman. It is reported that the board unanimously approved, and the former chairman Norman Osborne has been confirmed dead. Johnny. Gilda. Harry's voice was hoarse, his eyes filled with bloodshot rage, the hatred almost spilling out from his eyes. Although he did not know exactly what had happened, he wasn't stupid. His father had just died, and he had just been severely injured, yet this guy had taken over. There was no way such coincidence existed. It must be you. You killed my father. Took my company. Harry's fingers dug deeply into the bedsheet. I won't let you go. I absolutely won't. Just then a strange green mist suddenly drifted in through the window, accompanied by a chillingly eerie cackle. Do you want revenge, young Osborne? I can give you power. Harry turned his head sharply. In that green mist, a vague figure slowly emerged. That face was none other than the menacing green goblin mask of his deceased father, Norman Osborne. Father. In the Osborne Tower at the chairman's office on the top floor, Johnny sat in a large leather executive chair, swirling a glass of golden whiskey in his hand. Through the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, the bustling splendor of New York lay beneath him. The feeling of having the world at his feet was truly exhilarating. Master. Jean Ping stood before the desk like a wall, his voice respectful and deep. As per your instructions, the production line for the despair virus has begun its transformation. Moreover, all the board members who opposed you have signed the equity transfer agreement before their accidental car crashes happened. Johnny nodded with satisfaction. Well done. To deal with these greedy capitalists, one must use extraordinary methods. He set down his glass, his gaze shifting to the massive cryogenic chamber in the corner of the office. Inside, several clumps of black viscous substance were slowly writhing in a dormant state. Symbiotes. Although not the true venom, these were valuable specimens brought back from outer space by the Osborne Group. How is the progress on the Maya front? Johnny asked. Dr. Hansen is very committed. A rare peculiar expression appeared on Jean Ping's face, which was usually covered in flesh. Ever since you provided her with that formula and Home had a deep exchange with her, she has been working in the lab like a madwoman, claiming she wants to create the most perfect super soldier for you. She even asked me when she could see you again, as she has some academic questions to discuss. TSK. This woman, she knows the taste of the marrow. A sly smile crept across Johnny's lips. It seems that the injection of the enhancement serum wasn't deep enough, and now she wants more. However, the immediate priority was not to play around in the lab. It was another major project. The despair virus is good, but it's focused on physical transformation. To build a truly invincible army, that alone is not enough. Johnny's fingers gently tapped on the table. We need more advanced biological regeneration technology to combine with the symbiote integration. I heard that today a top geneticist from Korea is visiting Osborne. Jean Ping immediately nodded, handing over a document. Yes, Master. Dr. Helen Cho, a world-renowned geneticist and the developer of the regeneration cradle technology. She was originally invited by Norman Osborne for collaboration, seeking funding support from the Osborne Group. Helen Cho. The beautiful doctor who was controlled by Ultron in Avengers 2 and created Vision's body. Johnny's eyes lit up instantly. This is a rare gem. Not only is she beautiful, but her technology. Her research skills are also impeccable. If she could be brought under his wing. Regeneration cradle technology, despair virus symbiote. This is simply a divine manufacturing assembly line. Interesting. Johnny adjusted his collar and stood up. Since she is a distinguished guest as the new chairman, I must personally meet her. Let's go to the conference room. Osborne Tower VIP conference room. DR. Helen Cho sat impatiently in a chair glancing at her watch. She wore a well-tailored professional suit, her black hair neatly pinned up, giving her a capable and intellectual appearance. Her typical East Asian features were as exquisite as a porcelain doll, with fair, delicate skin that even glasses could not hide the brilliance in her eyes. Is this new chairman reliable? Helen wondered to herself. She had come for Norman Osborn's reputation. After all, the Osborne Group's financial strength in the biotechnology field was unquestionable. But who would have known that upon arriving in New York, she heard that Osborne had undergone a change? Did that young man named Johnny Gilda really understand science? Or was he just a barbarian who rose to power through violence? Just as she was lost in thought. Creak. The conference room door was pushed open. A tall and handsome figure walked in with a powerful aura. At that moment, Helen felt as if the entire conference room became brighter. So handsome. As someone who often mingled in the circle of scientific oddities, Helen had never seen such a high-level handsome man. His perfect features, tall stature, and that confidence that radiated from his bones. He was at least 100 times more dazzling than those Hollywood Asian stars. Sorry, Dr. Cho, for keeping you waiting. Johnny smiled as he approached, extending his hand. I am Johnny Gilda, the new master of the Osborne Group. Helen was momentarily stunned, then quickly reacted, standing up to shake hands. You? Hello, Mr. Gilda. His hand was warm and strong. Helen felt her heart inexplicably quickening. Is this the legendary hormonal impact? Ding. Detected Marvel Classic Quality Female, Zhao Hailuan. Target identity world-class, geneticist, mother of the regeneration cradle. Body measurements B88W60H90, current favorability 40, initial stunning system suggestion, host, do not let her slip away. This woman possesses the technology of artificial bodies and is the key to creating the strongest harem. Cough cough, the strongest army. Reward preview cell regeneration technology, nanomedical technology, and the gentle embrace of an Eastern woman. Listening to the system's prompt in his mind, Johnny's smile grew even brighter. A favorability of 40. It seems this face truly has universal appeal. Even the aloof, scholarly female doctor couldn't resist the justice of good looks. Please take a seat, Dr. Cho. Johnny gentlemanly pulled out a chair and casually sat across from Helen, his gaze unabashedly sweeping over her. Professional attire, black stockings, high heels. TSK. This outfit is simply challenging his soft spot. I heard that Dr. Cho is researching a technology called regeneration cradle. Johnny went straight to the point. Using nanomolecules to reshape human tissues and even creating organs and limbs out of thin air. Hearing a discussion about her area of expertise, Helen instantly regained her composure, the starry eyes dissipating, replaced by the confidence of a scientist. Yes, Mr. Gilda. This is a revolutionary technology that can fundamentally change the future of medicine. However, there is currently a significant funding gap, and we've encountered some bottlenecks in the combination of nanomaterials. Bottlenecks? Johnny chuckled softly, leaning slightly forward, his deep-set eyes staring directly into Helen's. Is it because ordinary artificial tissues cannot withstand high-intensity energy transfer, causing cell collapse, right? Boom. Helen's pupils suddenly constricted. She stared at Johnny in shock. How do you know? This is the highest secret in my experiment. And this problem has troubled me for a long time. How did you figure it out? I told you I am a genius. Johnny pointed to his head, beginning his moment of deception, showing off. The material you are using is ordinary synthetic fiber, so of course it can't withstand the pressure. But if... Johnny snapped his fingers. Jinping immediately handed over a silver briefcase from behind him. Johnny opened the case to reveal a vial emitting a faint golden glow. This was an improved base liquid extracted from the despair virus. What if you add this? Using the energy restructuring properties of the despair virus as a bonding agent for the nanomolecules. Then your regeneration cradle should be able to produce a true divine body, right? Helen stared intently at the vial. As an expert, she could tell at a glance that this substance was extraordinary. Her breathing began to quicken, her mind racing. The rush of inspiration made her tremble all over. Genius. This is simply a genius idea. Helen lifted her head, her gaze towards Johnny changed. If before she merely thought he was handsome, now it was a sense of encountering a soulmate, even a kind of admiration for this wisdom. Mr. Gilda. No, Johnny. Helen was so excited that she became somewhat incoherent, even subconsciously using a more intimate form of address. If you are willing to support me, I guarantee within 3 months. No, I will produce results within a month. Of course, supporting you is no problem. Johnny closed the case, a meaningful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The Osborne Group has plenty of money and resources. However, Dr. Cho, you know I am a businessman. With such a large investment, I need to see returns. Or, Johnny stood up, walked around the conference table, and approached Helen from behind. He gently placed his hands on her rounded shoulders, leaning down to whisper in her ear, "I need some more personal guarantees." That warm breath brushed against Helen's sensitive ear, causing her to shudder, a tingling sensation instantly spreading throughout her body. She was not foolish. She certainly understood the implication. In Korea, where such financial giants reign, she had seen a lot of this. But this time, facing this young, handsome, wealthy man who even surpassed her in scientific accomplishments, she found herself not feeling a shred of disgust. In fact, she felt a bit of anticipation. "So, what kind of guarantee do you need?" Helen's voice became soft and slightly sweet, carrying the unique charm of a Korean girl. She slightly turned her head, looking at Johnny with eyes as gentle as water. "Perhaps we can change places and discuss in detail." Hiss. Johnny felt an overwhelming sense of relief and sighed. Korean girls truly understand this awareness, this gaze. It was simply born for the unspoken rules. Of course, Johnny naturally wrapped his arms around her slim waist, his large hand sliding down unceremoniously. "In my office, there is a very comfortable lounge. The soundproofing there is excellent. We can study human anatomy while exploring the secrets of regeneration. What do you think, Helen?" Helen's face flushed crimson, but she did not refuse, instead leaning obediently against Johnny. "I will do as you say." "Appa." The word "appa" made Johnny's bones go soft. Who could resist this? Ding. Detected target, Zhao Helen's favorability skyrocketing. Current favorability 80 heart, secretly in favor. Congratulations to the host for triggering a special event. Academic discussion in the office. The host must seize this opportunity and aim to conquer in one fell swoop. Johnny glanced at Jean Ping, who stood like a statue at the door. "Keep watch at the door. Even if that one-eyed director shows up, let him wait for me." "Yes, master." Jean Ping respectfully closed the door. Johnny scooped up the beauty in his arms and strode towards the lounge inside. Today he would experience thoroughly the gentle embrace that comes from the East. How wonderfully soothing it would be. Osborne Tower top floor lounge. The soundproofing here is indeed, as Johnny said, top-notch. No matter how high-pitched the academic discussions inside are, not a sound can be heard from outside. Only Jean Bing stood at the door. With his extraordinary hearing, he could occasionally catch a faint sound of Korean. "Appa." Jean Bing stood there expressionless like a black iron tower. Yet inside he was in total awe of this new master. What business is this? This is clearly a procurement mission. Not only did they acquire technology, but they also took the female scientist along. After a long while, the lounge door finally opened. A scent mingling high-end perfume and some special heather wafted through the air. Johnny Gilda stepped out looking refreshed. He adjusted his cuff while glancing back. Dr. Zhao Hailuan was staggering behind him, leaning against the wall. Her meticulously arranged hair had now fallen loose, draping over her shoulders, exuding a lazy allure. The delicate features of her face still bore a hint of residual blush. Her glasses were nowhere to be found, and her watery eyes were filled with submission. "Take it easy, Hailuan." Johnny turned around and gently supported her. "Do you still need to digest the experimental data from earlier?" "No, it's fine." Zhao Helen's voice was a bit hoarse, a result of yelling for too long. She lifted her head, her gaze at Johnny filled with admiration, but more than that, an intense fervor. "Boss." "No, Johnny. I think I understand now. The thermal recombination of the dire virus combined with my nanocell regeneration technology. As long as we add the special algorithm you provided as a bridge, we can truly create miracles. Look, this is the awareness of a top scientist. Even after just undergoing 2 hours of intense physical exercise, the first thing on her mind was still research. Such a woman is simply a treasure." Ding. Detected host successfully courting a potential female Marvel character. Zhao Hailuan. Achievement unlocked in depth exchange across borders. Congratulations, host received binding reward nano medical pod blueprint. Skill description: this is the ultimate form of rebirth cradle. As long as there is a breath, even if your head is blown off, probably it can be reattached. Best used with divine beings for enhanced effect. Received additional reward intelligence attribute 10. Current favorability 90 devoted. Listening to the system's prompt, Johnny felt his brain seemed to become clearer. Intelligence 10. That's a good thing. Although he has a system, who wouldn't want their brain to work better? Very good. Since you've understood, let's get to work. He'll have Jean Bing arrange the best laboratory for you right next to Maya Hansen's. I believe you two will have a lot in common. Mother of the dire virus, mother of the rebirth cradle. This is the collision of fire and life. What kind of groundbreaking things will these two women create together? Could there even be a 3-person discussion academic seminar in the future? TSK. Just thinking about it made Johnny feel like a genius. Yes, I'll go now. Mentioning work, Zhao Hailuan seemed to be instantly revitalized. She adjusted her skirt, regaining some of her strong woman's aura, but as she passed by Johnny, she couldn't help but tiptoe and peck his face. "Are you coming to the hotel where I'm staying tonight? I brought a few sets of traditional Korean clothes." Johnny raised an eyebrow. "Hanbok play. That sounds interesting. Check my schedule." Johnny didn't finalize it. After all, he still had a big-bellied main wife at home and 2 fairies waiting to be fed. After sending off the reluctant Zhao Hailuan, Johnny's smile gradually faded. He turned to Jean Bing, who had been standing by the door. Is that thing ready? It's ready, master. Jean Bing walked to the hidden door of the office, entered the password, and went through the retina scan. With a mechanical whirring sound, a wall slowly moved aside. It revealed a special laboratory protected by layers of security measures. In the center of the laboratory, in a huge specially made reinforced glass container, a mass of black viscous substance like oil was violently slamming against the glass walls. It seemed to sense Johnny's arrival, becoming exceptionally agitated. Symbiote, and not an ordinary sample. This is the most potent sample extracted from a meteorite that fell to Earth, which Norman Osborne spent a fortune on during his lifetime. This is power. Johnny walked up to the glass container, pressing his palm against the cold glass. The black substance inside immediately gathered towards him, wanting to devour his hand across the glass. "Wanna eat me?" Johnny scoffed. The chi within him suddenly erupted. Boom. An invisible pressure slammed against the symbiote through the glass. The once arrogant black substance instantly shrank into a corner, as if facing a natural enemy, transforming into a trembling black ball. In this Marvel world, no one can defy him, not even alien beings. Take it to the joint laboratory of Zhao Hailuan and Maya. Tell them, I want a biological battle suit that perfectly integrates the dire virus and regeneration technology. This mass is the raw material. If it can't be done. Johnny looked back at Jean Bing, then tie them both together and send them to my bed to apologize. Jean Bing's mouth twitched a little. This punishment, is it not a reward? Yes, master. While Johnny was busy integrating resources to build his biotech empire, New York Elders Hospital, the window of the intensive care unit had been opened at some point. Harry Osborne, who was originally lying in bed with multiple fractures and reliant on a respirator to survive, was now nowhere to be found. Only an empty bed remained with a tangle of 4 tubes lying on the floor, and the pungent odor of chemical agents lingering in the air. That was the scent of the banned drug long sealed by the Osborne Group, Human Enhancement Agent Green Goblin Serum. Osborne Manor Underground Secret Chamber. This was Norman Osborn's most secret base during his lifetime, which even Jean Bing had not discovered. In the dim light, a figure was curled up on the ground in agony. Ah! Harry Osborne let out a beastly roar. Veins bulged beneath his skin as if countless small snakes were writhing around. The originally broken bones were forcibly healing and restructuring under the influence of that terrifying green agent. The pain was 10 times more intense than having all his bones broken. However, the hatred in his eyes kept him from fainting. Johnny, Gilda, it was you who took everything from me. And you who caused my father's death. Harry trembled as he reached for something on the table in front of him. It was a sinister green helmet. The Green Goblin mask. Next to that mask lay a set of dark green high-tech armor and the iconic glider. Father, you were right. Harry's voice twisted and became frenzied. Power. Only power is real. He suddenly grabbed the mask and forcefully put it on his face. As the electronic eyes behind the mask lit up with crimson light, the once charming nobleman Harry Osborne had completely died. In his place was the second Green Goblin. A chilling, eerie laughter echoed in the secret chamber. Johnny, Gilda, are you ready to face the revenge from hell? I will take everything from you. Your company, your money, and your woman. Harry suddenly stepped onto the glider. The engine roared. He broke through the ceiling of the secret chamber, turning into a green ghost soaring into the New York night sky. Since I can't defeat you, heathen, then I'll destroy everything you cherish. Achoo. While driving home, Johnny suddenly sneezed. He rubbed his nose, a bit puzzled. Which beauty is thinking of me? Or is someone cursing me? He glanced at the exquisite gift box sitting in the passenger seat. It was a gift he had picked up for Gwen while passing by a jewelry store. After all, he had to go home tonight to pay his dues. How could he go empty-handed? Forget it, never mind. Johnny pressed the accelerator to the floor. Who cares who it is? In this Marvel world, as long as you dare to provoke him, then there's only one way to die. The car sped down the bustling streets. But he didn't notice. High above, a pair of red electronic eyes filled with malice were fixed on his taillights. The hunt has begun. The night sky of New York is dotted with stars. Johnny drives his black Maybach Accelero smoothly over the Queensboro Bridge. Soft jazz flows through the cabin. The exquisite gift box on the passenger seat reflects a tempting glow under the streetlights. Tisk. Gwen should be quite proactive when she sees this tonight. At that time, let her wear that spider suit. Johnny's fingers lightly tapped the steering wheel as his mind began to devise tonight's battle plan. At that moment, whoosh, a piercing sound of something cutting through the air suddenly came from above behind. It was the roar of a high-tech engine running at full speed. Johnny raised an eyebrow slightly. The next second, Gia, died Gilda, accompanied by a maniacal cackle. 2 pumpkin bombs, emitting a faint green glow trailing long tails of fire, accurately smashed down onto the roof of the Maybach. Boom, boom, flames shot into the sky. The shockwave from the explosion instantly swept across the entire bridge, causing the surrounding vehicles to lose control and crash into the barriers. However, amidst the billowing smoke, that black Maybach remained as if nailed to the ground, utterly unmoved. Not even a single piece of paint had chipped off. A faint golden energy shield like an eggshell perfectly protected the entire vehicle. That was the application of chi. Really now? The car door slowly opened. Johnny stepped out, casually brushing off non-existent dust from his suit. His expression was cold. His eyes reflected displeasure at being disturbed. Harry Osborne. Johnny looked up at the figure gliding in midair, wearing dark green armor. The corners of his mouth curled into a disdainful arc. Is this your revenge? Dressing up in green skin and flying around like a fly. In midair, Harry Osborne stared intently at the unscathed man below through his crimson electronic eye. The anger in his heart nearly burned away his sanity. How are you still alive? This is a microbomb capable of destroying tanks. Harry roared, his voice processed by a voice changer, sounding hoarse and piercing. Johnny Gilda, you demon. You took my company, killed my father. I want to tear you apart. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The machine guns on the glider opened fire, a dense rain of bullets pouring down. At the same time, Harry hurled 4 or 5 more pumpkin bombs. Indiscriminate attacks. He had gone mad. Under the side effects of the human enhancer, all that remained in his mind was slaughter and destruction. Too noisy. Facing this overwhelming assault, Johnny merely sighed helplessly. He slowly raised his right hand. His index and middle fingers came together. I was originally going to keep you around as a sharpening stone for that unlucky Peter. But since you're so eager to see your dead father, then I'll grant your wish. Before his words faded, Johnny's figure instantly vanished from his spot. Phantom fist. The next second, he appeared out of thin air above Harry's glider. As if teleporting. Voila. Harry's electronic eye had just captured the afterimage, and he hadn't had time to react. A long and powerful hand had already gripped his neck directly. Like lifting a chick. Is this the power you take pride in? Johnny hovered in midair, looking down at the struggling green goblin in his hand. His gaze was as indifferent as if he were looking at a pile of trash. Too weak. Weak enough that I don't even have the desire to strike. Let me go. Harry struggled desperately, the glider sputtering flames trying to break free. Crack. Johnny lightly tapped his toes. That high-tech glider worth over $100 million instantly broke apart, like paper snapping in half, turning into 2 pieces of scrap metal falling into the river below. Now is it quiet? Johnny's fingers tightened slightly. The green goblin armor on Harry emitted groans of being overwhelmed. That absolute power suppression made the madness in Harry's eyes finally replaced by fear. He finally understood. In front of this man, his so-called revenge was nothing but a joke. No, don't kill me. Harry begged desperately. I am the heir of the Osborne family. I have money. I can give you money. Money. Johnny laughed. A laugh filled with irony. Your company is already mine. Your money is mine too. What do you have left now besides a worthless life? Johnny's hand glimmered with a faint golden light. That was a precursor to the energy wave. If he wanted to, in just an instant, he could turn this second-generation green goblin into a headless corpse. However, at that moment, stop. A cold, authoritative female, voice unmistakably commanding, came from the other end of the bridge. Immediately afterwards, several powerful searchlights shone directly on Johnny. Dozens of black SUVs sped toward the scene, surrounding it completely. A group of fully armed agents quickly got out of the cars, raising energy guns aimed at Johnny in midair. At the forefront of that group of agents stood a woman in a fitted dark blue combat suit. She had a pragmatic short haircut, her features stunningly cold, her demeanor as frigid as a moving iceberg. Especially that uniform tightly wrapped around her curvaceous figure, a kind of chastity-infused allure that was even more deadly than Phil Coulson's blatant charm. Maria Hill, the current deputy director of S.H.I.E.L.D., a level 9 agent. She is also Nick Fury's most trusted right-hand woman, Mr. Johnny Gilda. Hill held a megaphone, her ice blue eyes fearless as they stared at Johnny in midair. I am Maria Hill, deputy director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Please immediately lower the suspect in your hands and cooperate with our investigation. This is New York City, not your private slaughterhouse. Oh, Johnny raised an eyebrow. Something more interesting has arrived. He casually tossed the now terrified Harry to the ground, just like discarding a bag of trash. Thud. Harry fell dazed and directly lost consciousness. Johnny slowly descended. He did not pay attention to the guns pointed at him around. Instead, he walked straight up to Hill with their distance very close. Close enough that Johnny could smell the faint, icy mint scent on her. S.H.I.E.L.D. Johnny looked Hill up and down. He had to admit, this woman had substance. B88W62H92. The system's data feedback was remarkably accurate. Especially those 2 long legs wrapped in combat gear, straight, slender, and full of power. TSK. If they were draped over my shoulder. Looks like that black bastard Fury finally dares to send out a beauty. Johnny's lips curled into a teasing smile. Compared to that middle-aged Uncle Coulson with a receding hairline, Deputy Director Hill is indeed more pleasing to the eye. Hill's expression darkened. As a high-ranking official of S.H.I.E.L.D., she was used to giving orders and accustomed to others' respect. No one had ever dared to tease her like this. Moreover, that kind of gaze. It felt as if he wanted to strip her of her clothes, making her feel extremely uncomfortable, yet inexplicably causing her heart to race. Mr. Gilda, please mind your words, Hill said coldly, her hand already resting on the gun holster at her waist. Harry Osborne used illegal weapons of mass destruction. We need to take him back for interrogation. As for you, Hill took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. You used superpowers in a public place, causing serious panic. The director hopes that you can come with us. There are some matters we need to discuss. Discuss? Johnny scoffed. Suddenly reaching out, he leaned against the car door beside Hill, cornering the icy deputy director against the S.H.I.E.L.D. vehicle. Miss Hill. Johnny leaned down, getting close to her ear. Do you think that with your fire sticks you can invite me? Or do you mean you want to invite me in your own way? Johnny's gaze meaningfully swept over her taut uniform collar. The surrounding agents tensed up, their guns aimed squarely at Johnny's head. As soon as Hill gave the order, they would open fire. But Hill did not move. She even held her breath. At this distance, she could clearly feel the terrifying pressure emanating from Johnny. It was a crushing force of life levels, like a rabbit facing a dragon. Her instincts told her that if she made a move, everyone here, including herself, would not survive 3 seconds. What do you want? Hill gritted her teeth, her voice a bit hoarse. It's simple. Johnny withdrew his hand, taking a step back, and the suffocating pressure instantly dissipated. He pointed to the unconscious Harry on the ground. Take this trash away. I'm not interested in him and don't want to dirty my hands. Sorry, I don't do guys and I don't take in junk. But Johnny turned and walked toward his Maybach. Before getting in the car, he glanced back at Hill, a glint in his eyes like that of a hunter spotting his prey. Tell Fury, if you want to talk to me next time, come alone. And Johnny's gaze lingered on Hill's long legs for a second. Remember to dress casually. I don't like formal occasions, especially in the bedroom. With that, Johnny got into the car, pressed the gas pedal. The black Maybach roared like a beast, breaking through S.H.I.E.L.D.'s blockade and speeding away, leaving behind a furious Maria Hill trembling with rage and a group of agents left in stunned silence. Director, should we pursue? Pursue what? Hill shouted angrily, glaring fiercely at the agent. Clean up the scene. Take the suspect back. She looked in the direction where Johnny had disappeared. For the first time, a crack appeared on her icy face. That bastard dared to tease her, but for some reason the image of that man's domineering presence lingered in her mind. And that line, come alone, ding, detected a Marvel classic quality female, Maria Hill, Identity Deputy Director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Ice Queen. Current favorability 10, angry 20, impress system. Prompt: this target has a strong desire to conquer. It is recommended that the host adopt a strong attack strategy. As long as you break her icy shell, inside is a molten magma. While driving, Johnny heard the system's prompt and couldn't help but whistle. 20 points. Looks like this deputy director is also a bit of a mouth-hating body-just girl. S.H.I.E.L.D. It's about time to put a flag in there. The car entered the underground garage of a high-end apartment. Johnny picked up the gift box from the passenger seat. His mood was excellent, though the wildflowers outside smelled sweet. The home flowers are the real feast. Gwen, Felicia, MJ. Daddy's back. Tonight is destined to be another sleepless night. The morning sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the high-end apartment, shining a little too glaringly on the big bed. The air was filled with a unique scent that seemed to make one's bones go soft. It was the distinct aroma left behind after a night of revelry. Huff. Johnny opened his eyes and let out a long breath. He felt refreshed, almost more energized than after killing fish for 10 years at the supermarket. He looked down. Goodness, this scene was like a world-famous painting. Gwen was tangled around his left side like an octopus, her delicate little face still carrying a hint of laziness after satisfaction. Felicia was curled up in his right arm, her platinum long hair casually draped over his chest, gently rising and falling with each breath. As for Mary Jane, this girl was the most absurd, nearly sliding off the bed, leaving only one long pale leg stubbornly draped across Johnny's belly. TSK, TSK, TSK. This is the kingdom I have conquered. Johnny mused inwardly. This is the life a transmigrator should have. Forget Thanos, forget Dormammu. At this moment, they all must give way to my happy life. Gently pulling Mary Jane back, he patted Felicia's perky rear as a morning greeting. Johnny did not wake them. After all, last night, they had celebrated repelling the strong enemy Harry and teasing the deputy director of S.H.I.E.L.D. The three little fairies had indeed given it their all. Even Gwen, who possessed spider-like resilience, was too exhausted to even move a finger at this moment. Rest well, my darlings. Next, it's time to take over my business empire. Johnny got up, took a shower, and changed into a well-tailored black designer suit. Standing in front of the mirror, he looked at the incredibly handsome man inside. Johnny raised an eyebrow in satisfaction. System, open the panel. Host Johnny Gilda, current combat power 2500, continuously increasing special status Sage mode intelligence 5. Looking at this Sage mode, Johnny's mouth twitched. Damn system, are you happy with this little joke? 1 hour later. Osborne Tower. This skyscraper, emblem of New York's biotech zenith, had in this moment irrevocably changed hands. At the main entrance, 2 rows of hulking men in black suits and sunglasses stood, rigidly aligned bulges at their waists betraying concealed firearms. Their aura dwarfed even that of a presidential motorcade. A black Maybach glided to a halt before the doors. The door swung open. A long, elegant leg descended onto the pavement. Boss. In unison, the 2 rows bowed deeply, their voices thunderous. Passers-by instinctively veered wide, convinced a mafia don had arrived. Johnny adjusted his cufflinks with serene nonchalance before stepping into the grand lobby. Wilson Fisk, the obese crime lord, still convalescing, yet insisted on leaning heavily on his cane at the lobby's center to greet him. Beneath his signature white suit, thick bandages were faintly visible. Yet his fleshy face was twisted into a servile, obsequious grin. Master, you have arrived. With immense effort, he bent low, his tone dripping with absolute deference. Have those boardroom flies been dealt with? Johnny asked idly as he strode toward the private elevator. Completely eradicated, Master. Fisk trailed closely behind, matching each step. As instructed, the compliant remain, the defiant now rest beneath the Hudson River's cold currents. Moreover, finance personnel and security divisions have all been purged and refilled with our loyalists. Osborne Group is now your sole dominion. Your word alone governs all. Excellent. Johnny nodded, satisfied. Precisely as it should be. Having assumed the mantle, not of villainy but of an iron-willed CEO, one must embody its essence without compromise. Such tedious boardroom wrangling belonged to lesser narratives. When one's fist commands absolute authority, boards are rendered irrelevant, mere exhalations of insignificance. Ding! The elevator chimed, arriving at the penthouse level. Johnny entered the opulent office once occupied by Norman Osborne, and now wholly his. He sank into the sovereign leather chair, the very seat symbolizing ultimate power. Then feet propped casually atop the polished mahogany desk, pure unadulterated comfort. Ah, Master. Fisk's expression shifted, growing oddly strained, as if recalling something unsettling. The receptionist just reported an unusual guest requesting an audience. Unusual? Johnny arched a brow. Is it Nick Fury, the one-eyed strategist? Or Tony Stark, the insufferable genius? Neither, Fisk replied, shaking his head, his eyes flickering with unmistakable wariness. It is a woman. A woman who claims to represent the Hellfire Club. And my security detail could not detain her. Oh, Johnny's interest sharpened. Hellfire Club. That den of mutants. Those subterranean rats. Daring to surface and seek him out now. And a woman at that. A name instantly flashed across Johnny's mind. Along with the image, it evoked luminous, statuesque perfection. How intriguing. He lowered his feet, a sardonic smile curling his lips. Show her in. I'd very much like to see what game the Hellfire Club intends to play. 5 minutes later, the office door swung open. A crisp, aristocratic fragrance preceded her, a cold, refined elegance cutting through the air. Then she entered. A vision so arresting it threatened to arrest every heartbeat in the room. She advanced with the languid grace of a panther clad in a custom-tailored ivory business suit. Yet the cut was audacious, a plunging neckline descending nearly to her navel, revealing vast expanses of flawless alabaster skin and the profound hypnotic valley between. The form-fitting skirt accentuated an impossible waist-to-hip ratio, straining taut with every step, as though poised to surrender at any moment. Platinum gold hair cascaded freely over her shoulders. Her face, exquisitely sculpted, bore a haughty, frost-kissed smile, like a sovereign surveying her realm, aloof and untouchable. Emma Frost, the White Queen. TCH. Johnny's gaze swept over her, unapologetic, unblinking. His eyes lingered, deliberately, for 3 full seconds upon the breathtaking swell of her bust. Indeed, her assets were formidable, larger than Felicia's, by a clear margin, and that innate regal magnetism, engineered it seemed to ignite primal urges of conquest in every man who dared meet her gaze. You are Johnny Gillard. She halted before the desk, refusing to sit, towering over him with icy, imperious poise. Her cerulean eyes gleamed with the unmistakable light of absolute control. Not unattractive. Pity your methods lack refinement. Refinement? Johnny reclined, twirling a steel pen between his fingers, a picture of amused disdain. This, ma'am. Are you here to instruct me? At the word, ma'am, Emma's flawless composure fractured, just for an instant. A subtle tremor at the corner of her eye. That wretch, daring to address her thus. Young man, you possess a venomous tongue, she breathed, inhaling sharply, the magnificent swell of her chest rising in response. She suppressed her fury voice glacial as she declared, I am Emma Frost, representing the Hellfire Club. Regarding your acquisition of Osborne Group, we require discussion. Osborne's research in genetic biotechnology holds critical significance for mutant kind. The Hellfire Club stands ready to invest capital and more. She leaned forward, slightly, palms braced upon the desk. The posture deepened the chasm between her breasts, intimate, inescapable. A soft, pearlescent luminescence shimmered within her irises. Telepathy. She was attempting direct neural intrusion. As an Omega-level telepath, even if not yet at her apex, she was accustomed to absolute dominion. In her narrative, a mere flicker of will would reduce this arrogant upstart to a docile puppet, handing over Osborne Group without resistance, perhaps even kneeling to kiss her stiletto heel. Look into my eyes. Her voice turned ethereal, honeyed with seduction. You will agree to every demand I make. You will become my faithful hound. Then, snap. A sharp, crystalline snap echoed through the silence. Emma's mind recoiled violently, as if slamming headlong into an indestructible monolith. An overwhelming psychic backlash surged along her mental tether, brutal, annihilating. Ugh! She gasped, a pallor washing over her features. 2 crimson rivulets spilled from her delicate nostrils. She staggered backward, limbs unsteady, nearly collapsing onto the floor. It felt like a mortal daring to peer into the thoughts of a god, only to be struck down by a single contemptuous blow. How is this possible? Clutching her splitting skull, she stared in raw terror at the man still seated, calm, unruffled, utterly serene. Her telepathy failed, not merely resisted, but catastrophically reversed. What manner of being was this man? His psyche was neither void nor sun, but both an abyss swallowing light and a furnace incinerating thought. Tisk tisk tsk. Johnny shook his head, feigning disappointment. Ms. Frost. Business is business. Why attempt to rifle through my private thoughts? That is profoundly impolite. He rose, circumventing the desk with deliberate, measured steps. With each stride, his presence intensified, an immovable mountain descending upon her. She felt less like a queen, and more like a lamb awaiting slaughter. Who are you? She tried to retreat, yet her legs refused to obey, rooted as though cast in lead. Primal fear, deep, ancient, undeniable. Your identity is irrelevant, Johnny murmured, closing the distance. He seized her sharp, elegant chin, forcing her gaze upward, locking it with his own. What matters is this. Did you truly believe you could turn me into your pet? His stare was glacial, so cold it froze the marrow in her bones. No, it was a misunderstanding, she stammered, trembling. Regret flooded her, absolute, suffocating. She had misjudged him. Gravely. This was no nouveau riche thug. This was a primordial beast wearing human skin. Misunderstanding. He sneered, fingers sliding from her chin down the slender column of her throat, then halting teasingly at the precipice of that breathtaking cleavage. Then let us rectify it, with appropriate consequence. Coincidentally, my newly founded conglomerate requires a supremely capable secretary. And you? He leaned, close, voice dropping to a velvet murmur against her ear. Appear exceedingly capable. Target identity: Senior Hellfire Club Executive Elite Telepath, Diamond Form Mutant. Current status: psychically wounded, gripped by profound terror, worldview shattered. System recommendation: this individual possesses immense ambition and unyielding pride. Employ the absolute subjugation protocol. Shatter her arrogance, or compel her to recognize true sovereignty. Anticipated rewards: immunity to telepathy, max diamond form physiology, maximum physical resilience, and the ultimate transformation, from sovereign queen to devoted servant. Listening to the system's prompt, Johnny's smile widened, warm, radiant, dangerous. Diamond physiology, which meant, no matter how fierce the ensuing battles, there would be no risk of breakage. And the sheer intoxicating dissonance of toppling such a haughty monarch. A sharp, visceral heat flared low in his abdomen. It seems, today this office sofa will require replacement. Emma Frost clutched her throbbing forehead, disheveled, humbled. For the first time, those proud, frigid blue eyes held something new, raw, unvarnished fear. Her telepathy, broken, not only silenced, but violently repelled by a psychic tsunami so ferocious it left her reeling. In that instant, she felt like an ant attempting to decipher a dragon's dreams, only to be crushed beneath the sheer suffocating weight of its awareness. You are not a mutant. Emma gritted her teeth, enduring the searing neural agony, her gaze locked on Johnny's advancing figure. How can your mind be this powerful? Even Professor X, or Magneto, helmeted and resolute, had never imposed such suffocating, soul-crushing pressure. Who I am is none of your concern, Johnny replied, halting before her, gazing down upon the fallen queen who moments ago had commanded empires. A cruel, predatory curve lifted one corner of his mouth. There is only one truth you need to grasp. You chose the wrong adversary. Fisk. Without glancing back, Johnny issued the single command. At the doorway, the towering figure of Wilson Fisk instantly understood. Understood, master. I shall guard this threshold, so thoroughly that not even a fly may breach it. He withdrew, and with a resonant final click, sealed the heavy mahogany doors behind him. The chamber became a perfect soundproofed vault. Despair, cold and absolute, began to coil around Emma's heart. What do you intend to do? Emma recoiled as Johnny's gaze grew increasingly predatory, until her hips met the unyielding edge of the desk. No further retreat remained. What do I intend? Johnny chuckled softly, then loosened his tie with a single feral motion. Ms. Frost, you did suggest we discuss investment, did you not? I propose we negotiate, more intimately. For instance, his gaze traced the breathtaking depth of her décolletage. Your technical contribution. Understanding dawned. Humiliating, degrading, inescapable. Shame, fury, and chilling uncertainty coiled together in her gut. She was the White Queen, core architect of the Hellfire Club. She would never become a plaything for such a man. Dream on, Emma roared, abandoning psychic assault for brute force. CRRRKKK. A rapid crystalline chittering erupted. Her flawless skin transmuted instantly, flesh yielding to translucent, impenetrable diamond. Within seconds, she stood transformed, radiant, invulnerable, a masterpiece carved from living gemstone. Sunlight fractured across her facets, casting prismatic sparks across the room, turning her into a priceless, breathing sculpture. Diamond form, maximum physical resilience. In this state, she required no breath, no sustenance, and could withstand tank shell impacts unscathed. Oh, Johnny raised a brow, genuinely impressed. So you transform. Truly, a stunning physique. Like a life-sized crystal figurine. Still, he reached out, fingertips brushing the cool, flawless surface of her diamond cheek. Do you imagine turning yourself to stone renders you untouchable, eh? Get away. Now diamond-bound, her emotions muted, her voice edged with lethal, emotionless frost. She lashed out, a diamond fist whistling toward his temple with enough force to shatter reinforced steel. Yet, snap, a soft, dismissive sound. Johnny lifted his left hand, casually, effortlessly, catching the blow as if swatting away a gnat. He did not budge, not an inch. Not a single fiber of his sleeve trembled. What? Aisha's diamond-like face revealed a look of human-like astonishment. Her punch, capable of shattering rocks, was actually caught. Moreover, the opponent appeared to catch it as effortlessly as if it were a ball of cotton. Too weak. Johnny shook his head, disappointment evident in his eyes. Whether in spirit or in body, he said, you are pitifully weak. Since you want to play hard, I will indulge you. As soon as he finished speaking, Johnny suddenly exerted force with his hand, grasping Aisha's fist. Crack. Crack. A series of tooth-grinding sounds of shattering echoed. To everyone's astonishment, fine cracks began to appear on Aisha's indestructible diamond fist. It looked like glass on the verge of shattering. Although the diamond form was devoid of pain, the terror of her body about to collapse caused Aisha to scream. Impossible. This can't be happening. This is diamond. The hardest substance in the world. How could you possibly crush it? Hardest. Johnny sneered, applying more force. In the face of absolute power, diamond is merely slightly harder glass. Bang. A crisp sound resonated. Aisha's right palm was directly crushed into powder by Johnny. The sparkling diamond dust fell like rain, scattering on the expensive carpet. No. Aisha, terrified, tried to withdraw her hand, but Johnny's other hand had already gripped her neck, lifting her off the ground. Then he slammed her heavily onto the desk. Boom. The solid wood desk emitted a mournful sound, nearly collapsing. Johnny pressed down, pinning Aisha firmly to the table. The feral masculine aura, mixed with an overwhelming dominance, instantly shattered Aisha's last psychological defense. Change back. Johnny stared at the cold diamond body beneath him, his tone icy and unquestionable. I don't like holding a rock. While the hardness is impressive, the touch is terrible. I'll give you 3 seconds. If you don't want to turn into a pile of dust, then change back for me. Johnny's palm tightened slightly. The threat of having her head crushed at any moment drove Aisha to complete despair. She was scared. She was truly scared. This man was no longer human. He was a devil, a monster in human skin. To crush diamond with bare hands, is he still human? He'll change. Aisha trembled as she canceled her ability. Swish. The light dissipated. The noble and aloof White Queen reappeared. However, at this moment her face was pale, her gaze unfocused, devoid of any semblance of a queen's demeanor. Her crushed right hand, though restored to flesh, still throbbed with excruciating pain, hanging limply at her side. This is more like it. Johnny nodded in satisfaction, his fingers lightly tracing her breathtaking curves. Now you look like a woman. Remember, from today onwards, the Osborne group is mine. The Hellfire Club will also belong to me. And you. Johnny leaned down, fiercely kissing those red lips that still wanted to say something. Overbearing, rude, and merciless. Are also mine. Aisha's eyes widened, wanting to struggle, but under Johnny's terrifying strength, she felt like a chick pinned down by an eagle. She could only endure this storm-like assault. It was conquest. A complete conquest. Ding. Detected that Aisha Frost's psychological defense has completely collapsed. Current status: fear, submission, Stockholm Syndrome budding. Congratulations to the host for achieving the Achievement Diamond Crusher. Reward granted 1. Diamond Incarnation Body advanced. Your physical strength will surpass that of adamantium while retaining touch. No matter whether it's a bullet or cough cough, it can't harm you in the slightest. 2. Telepathy Immunity Max. Anyone attempting to probe your thoughts will suffer a 100-fold mental backlash. 3. Special Skill Queen's Training Manual passive. When facing proud women, charm and intimidation are doubled. Listening to the system's prompt in his mind, Johnny's smile widened. Diamond Incarnation Body. This is a good thing. Not only does it mean invincible defense, but it also implies, in certain high-intensity confrontations, he would possess a truly indestructible body. Even if Gwen the Spider-Woman had great endurance, she would have to kneel and beg for mercy. So Aisha. Johnny released the lips that had been kissed to a swollen state, looking at the enchanting woman before him whose gaze was dazed and whose clothes were in disarray. With a casual wave, Ryup, that expensive haute couture suit disintegrated in Johnny's hands like paper, instantly turning into fragments, snow white and blinding. Now, let's have a good talk about your secretarial duties. The first lesson. Johnny sat back in the large executive chair, patting his thigh. His gaze was playful. Learn how to please the boss. Aisha bit her lip, humiliation-laden tears in her eyes. But looking at Johnny's commanding gaze and that hand that had just crushed her diamond form, she still stood up trembling. With heavy steps, she slowly knelt down. The air in the office still lingered with a captivating and heavy atmosphere. Johnny sat in the boss chair, symbolizing the highest power of the Osborne Empire, playing with a pen in his hand, his mocking eyes falling on the figure on the sofa. Aisha Frost. This once invincible white queen was now struggling to button up the spare white shirt. Unfortunately, her hands were still trembling slightly. It was not due to the cold, but because the 2-hour-long in-depth corporate culture exchange had been far too soul-shocking. Her diamond form had been crushed. Her mental defenses had been breached. Even her proud dignity was being ground into powder beneath this man on the desk. What? And Aisha can't even button up properly. Johnny's voice was lazy, yet it struck Aisha like an electric shock. I can. Aisha bit her lip, her voice hoarse. She raised her head, her originally cold and proud blue eyes now holding a hint of lingering moisture along with a complex emotion of fear and submission intertwined. At that moment, knock, knock, knock. The heavy redwood door of the office was knocked on. Master. Jinbing's voice came from outside, still so respectful, even with a hint of caution. There are guests. Moreover, these guests seemed to lack manners and barged in without an appointment. Johnny raised an eyebrow. They're here already. It seems some people can't sit still now that the Osborne group has a new master. Let them in. Johnny casually tossed the pen onto the table, leaning back into a comfortable position. Just right, I also want to see who is so eager to bring me experience. Oh no, to deliver gifts. Upon hearing outsiders were coming, Aisha's expression changed, and she frantically tried to stand up to tidy herself. But her legs gave way, almost causing her to fall back down. No need to hide. Johnny didn't even glance at her, simply saying indifferently, as my secretary receiving guests is your job. Come stand behind me. Aisha gritted her teeth, suppressing her discomfort, and stepped in her wobbling high heels, inching to stand behind Johnny. Even in her awkwardness, she still tried to stand tall, attempting to maintain the last trace of her white queen dignity. Boom. The office door was not pushed open, but kicked open. The 2 valuable wooden doors emitted a mournful sound, crashing heavily against the wall. Immediately after, a team of fully armed mercenaries streamed in. Clad in silver tactical gear, wielding high-tech energy, rifles moving with precision, exuding a murderous aura. And among them a woman walked in with long legs. She had striking silver hair, wearing a silver tactical suit topped with a long coat. 2 specially designed short guns hung at her waist, tactical daggers strapped to her outer thighs. Her cold and beautiful face bore no expression, only a cruel demeanor akin to the Siberian cold wind. Silver Sable. Codenamed Silver Sable. She was also the actual controller of the nation of Symkaria and one of the top bounty hunters in the Marvel Universe. Johnny Gilda. Silver Sable stopped 5 meters in front of the desk, her gaze sharp as a knife, locking onto Johnny seated in the chair. As for the disheveled woman standing behind Johnny, her face flushed. Silver Sable merely cast a casual glance, categorizing her as the rich man's plaything, showing no interest. I am here on behalf of former Osborne Group board members to take your life. Silver Sable's voice was cold and direct. No small talk, no pleasantries. This was her style. Take the money, do the job, kill, and leave. Additionally, you have illegally occupied the assets of the Osborne Group. According to Symkaria's laws, I have the right to arrest you or execute you on the spot. Upon hearing this, Johnny nearly burst into laughter. Symkaria's laws. Johnny looked at the silver-haired beauty as if she were a fool. Sister, did you get something wrong? This is New York, right next to Hell's Kitchen. You're going to use your countryside laws to govern me. Are you here to tell jokes? Outrageous. Several mercenaries behind Silver Sable were furious, raising their guns to shoot. Silver Sable raised her hand, stopping her subordinates. She looked at Johnny, a flicker of disdain in her eyes. It seems you haven't realized the situation. The outside is already surrounded by my wild battle group. Your fat bodyguard has also been targeted by my sniper. Right now you have no choice but to surrender. Johnny sighed helplessly. He turned to look at Aisha behind him. You see, there are always some self-righteous women who think they can control everything. What do you think I should teach her about being a person? Aisha trembled. She was all too aware of this man's methods. Looking at the confidently smug Silver Sable, she couldn't help but show a hint of sympathy in her eyes. Poor woman. You have no idea what kind of monster you're facing. Since you don't want dignity, then let me help you with it. Johnny withdrew his gaze, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. Tap. The soft sound echoed distinctly in the quiet office. The next second, whoosh, Johnny's figure vanished into thin air. Silver Sable's pupils constricted to the size of needles. As a top expert, her instinct made her feel a deadly crisis. Split up. She shouted, her body instinctively retreating. However, it was too late. Too slow. A mocking voice suddenly echoed in her ear. Then in quick succession, a long, powerful hand unexpectedly emerged from the void, gripping her slender neck. Ugh. Silver Sable felt an overwhelming force lifting her off the ground in an instant. Johnny held her neck with one hand, raising her high. Like lifting a light doll. Fire. Fire now. The surrounding mercenaries panicked, hastily pulling the triggers. Bam, bam, bam. Energy beams rained down like raindrops. However, Johnny didn't even bother to dodge, not even activating his signature aura. Clang, clang. Those energy rounds capable of penetrating tanks struck Johnny's body, producing a metallic clang. Not even a corner of his clothes was torn. Diamond Incarnation body advanced. This is the terror of max physical defense. What kind of monster is this? The mercenaries were dumbfounded. Silver Sable struggled for breath, her legs flailing in the air, desperately trying to pry Johnny's fingers off. But that hand was as unyielding as a vice, not budging an inch. Is this your reliance? Johnny looked at the struggling Silver Sable, disappointment filling his eyes. Too weak. Really too weak. Weaker than that ant playing with stones earlier. Aisha's mouth twitched slightly. The ant playing with stones. Is she talking about me? Johnny casually flicked his wrist. Bang. Silver Sable was forcefully slammed onto the floor. The marble floor cracked instantly, and Silver Sable spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling as if all her bones were about to shatter. Before she could rise, Johnny had already stepped on her proud chest, looking down from above like a god. Now, Johnny leaned slightly, looking at that cold and beautiful face twisted in pain. Can we have a good talk now? About how you will compensate me for this door? Silver Sable gritted her teeth, staring fiercely at Johnny. Though her body ached terribly, the defiance in her eyes had not faded. If you want to kill, then kill. I will never submit. TSK, TSK, TSK. Johnny shook his head, a mischievous smile appearing on his face. I just love this kind of stubborn little wildcat. Conquering you will be even more fulfilling. Ding. Detected Marvel's classic quality female, Silver Sable. Target identity leader of the Simcaria Mercenary Corps, cold and beautiful. Current status, severely injured, shocked, unyielding. Body measurements B88W60H90. Exquisite tactical physique system suggests this target's personality is tough. Conventional methods are unlikely to work. Suggests the host adopt a debt repayment model. Since she came to earn money, let her use her body to repay the debt. Conquest reward, preview mastery of firearms, god level, national level resource mobilization rights, and a brand new tactical uniform. Seduction. Listening to the system's prompts, Johnny's anger instantly dissipated by half. What took its place was another kind of fire. Debt repayment. This I know well. Wanna die? Johnny applied slight pressure underfoot, crushing that softness. Not that easy. You broke my door, scared my secretary, and wasted my precious time. We need to settle this account. Johnny raised his head, surveying the mercenaries who had been terrified into stupidity. Get out. A low shout boomed like thunder. Those seasoned mercenaries were so frightened by the shout that they dropped their weapons and scrambled out of the office. They didn't even care for their leader. The office returned to silence. Only Johnny and the two women, one standing and one lying. Aisha, Johnny commanded without turning back. Go draft a contract. As for the content, Johnny looked at Silver Sable, who was still struggling beneath him, the corner of his mouth curling into an evil arc. Just right. Body for debt. Term 10,000 years. Aisha looked at the woman on the ground, who shared the same hair color and pride, yet was equally disheveled. A strange sense of balance rose in her heart. See, I told you this man is a devil. You can't escape either. Yes, master. Aisha respectfully replied, turning to prepare the contract of sale. Johnny crouched down, reaching out to lift Silver Sable's chin. All right, Miss Silver. Now your subordinates have all run away. No one can save you now. Considering your earlier performance, I think I need to give you a lesson about what true marksmanship is. Silver Sable looked into Johnny's aggressive eyes. For the first time, she felt real fear. It was not the fear of death, but the terror of an impending, unknown, and humiliating fate. What do you want to do? I told you. Johnny lifted her off the ground, slinging her over his shoulder like a sack of rice. His big hand slapped hard on that perky curve. Smack. Crisp, loud. and with an excellent feel. Let me take you to a deeper understanding of the new rules of the Osborne group. Johnny carried Silver Sable, striding towards the recently cooled break room. Aisha, bring the contract directly when it's ready. I want her to sign on the spot. The door to the break room closed once more. As for what horrific yet highly desirable things were about to happen inside, only God and that damned system would know. Jean Bing stood at the end of the corridor listening to the commotion inside, quietly putting on noise-canceling headphones. Being a dog, the most important thing is to hear no evil. However, is the boss' physical quality a bit too strong? Isn't this too much to handle? Is this the world of the strong? Jean Bing sighed, pulling out a cigar from his pocket, but didn't dare to light it. He just smelled it at the tip of his nose. It seems the future of the Osborne group is destined to be prosperous with many children. Bang! The door of the lounge was forcefully slammed shut by Johnny's heel. The dull sound hit Silver Sable's heart like a heavy hammer. Johnny casually tossed the silver-haired beauty onto the oversized leather sofa. Silver Sable let out a muffled groan. Although the sofa was soft, the impact from being thrown to the ground by Johnny had already injured her internal organs. Now even the slightest movement sent sharp pain through her entire body. Yet despite this, she still struggled to sit up. In her iconic silver eyes, while fear was evident, more so was the stubbornness of a national leader and top mercenary. Johnny Gilda. Silver Sable gritted her teeth, a trickle of blood spilling from the corner of her mouth, adding a touch of tragic beauty to her cold face. Kill me. The Wild Pack won't let you go, and Kaiō won't either. Shoo. Johnny placed a finger gently on her blood-stained red lips. Save your strength, Miss Silver Sable. Johnny looked down at her, his gaze mocking, as if he were observing a little wildcat caught in a trap, still trying to show its claws. Wild Pack. Are you referring to those useless fools outside who run faster than rabbits? Johnny chuckled lightly, his finger gliding along her lips, down her tight chin and long neck, finally resting on the zipper of her silver tactical suit. As for Kaiō, that little country struggling to pay taxes, if I remember correctly, your main source of income comes from you taking on dirty jobs all over this world, right? Silver Sable's body suddenly stiffened. That was her Achilles heel. It was also the sole reason she had to turn herself into a cold-blooded killing machine over the years. For the country. How do you know? I'm the new boss of Osborne. I have money, I have an intelligence network, I know everything. Johnny's finger hooked onto the zipper. Zzz. A crisp sound echoed as the specially made tactical suit was opened to reveal a slit. A large expanse of delicate white skin gleamed like ivory under the light, dazzling to the eyes. The muscle lines formed from long-term high-intensity training were tight, bursting with power, yet still retaining feminine grace. Is this the legendary tactical physique? TSK. Indeed, it's top-notch. It possesses a cold, restrained allure that surpasses the sheer wildness of Felicia. Silver Sable instinctively reached out to block him, but was seized by Johnny, her wrist pinned firmly against her head. Don't move. Johnny leaned closer to her face, his warm breath fanning over her sensitive ear. Let's make a deal. Kaiō's external debt seems to be $3 billion. To me, that's just a number. As long as you obediently listen. Johnny's other hand casually roamed over her astonishing curves. I can not only spare you from the death penalty for this offense, but I can also help your country pay off its debts. Even if it means turning Kaiō into my private garden, that's not out of the question. What do you think? Silver Sable's pupils trembled violently. $3 billion. That was a mountain pressing down on her heart, a nightmare that left her breathless. This man actually spoke so lightly about it. Are you serious? Silver Sable's voice trembled. Her psychological defenses began to crack in front of the heavy bomb of national interest. Of course. Johnny smirked, slightly revealing a devilish smile. The premise is, you must prove you are worth this price. Just then the lounge door was gently pushed open a crack. Emma Frost walked in. The once proud White Queen at this moment held a freshly printed document in her hands, her eyes filled with complex emotions as she glanced at the scene on the sofa. Once upon a time, she too had been pressed against the table, forced to sign that humiliating employment contract. And now, it was another equally proud woman's turn. Master, the contract is ready. Emma's voice was soft, tinged with a hint of submission. Johnny didn't even look back, simply waving his hand. Bring it over. Emma walked over to the sofa in her high heels, enduring bodily discomfort as she handed over the document. Johnny took the contract and slapped it firmly against Silver Sable's heaving chest. Sign it. From now on, both you and your Wild Pack will bear the surname Gilda. Of course you can refuse. Johnny released his grip, stood up, and leisurely unbuckled his belt. The sound of metal clashing was particularly jarring in the quiet room. If you refuse, I won't mind flying to Kaiō right now and wiping that country off the map. You know I have that capability. A threat. A blatant threat. But Silver Sable knew this was not mere intimidation. A monster capable of ignoring high-energy laser guns and crushing steel with one hand could easily eradicate a small country. She looked at the man before her, resembling a god or demon, then glanced again at the contract on her chest. Finally, her gaze fell on Johnny, who was poised and ready. Hiss, good heavens. This scale. Is it also monstrous? Silver Sable clenched her teeth, a glint of determination flashing in her eyes. For the country. For the people. This little sacrifice, what is it? Isn't it just flesh in exchange? As long as she could secure that 3 billion, as long as she could protect Symkalia, what does it matter to sell her soul to the devil? I sign. Silver Sable tremblingly reached out her hand, grasping the contract along with the pen Emma passed to her. She heavily signed her name at the end of the contract, Silver Sable. Each stroke felt like it was etched into her dignity. Very well. Johnny nodded in satisfaction. He took the contract and casually tossed it to Emma. Keep it safe. Now you may leave. Emma cast a deep glance at the silver-haired woman who was about to follow in her footsteps, a flicker of pity flashing in her eyes. Yes, master. Emma retreated, closing the door behind her. In the room, only Johnny and Silver Sable remained. So, my Miss Silver Sable. Johnny leaned down, gazing at the cold beauty who had completely given up on resistance. The contract is now in effect. It's time to fulfill your obligations. Let's start with checking the boss's body. Silver Sable closed her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. She slightly parted her red lips, welcoming her inevitable fate. Ding. Psychological defenses of target Silver Sable have completely collapsed. Achieved achievement in the name of the country, referring to selling oneself to save the country. Skill description: no matter what gun it is, it can be wielded like a flower in your hands. Whether for shooting people or, in short, wherever you point it hits, every shot hits the mark. Received additional reward: actual control over Symkalia. Current favorability: 50, humiliation, 10, acceptance. System prompt: this target belongs to the typical love born from hate constitution. As long as the host demonstrates sufficiently powerful strength in subsequent interactions to completely conquer her body, her heart will follow suit. Listening to the system's prompt in his mind, Johnny felt every cell in his body cheering. Awesome. So damn awesome. Is this the taste of power? A single word can make a proud queen lower her head. A single action can change the fate of a country. Moreover, watching the silver-haired beauty beneath him, though her movements were awkward, she was putting an effort to comply. That sense of conquest was even more intense than obliterating 10 hulks. Ugh, Silver Sable let out a vague whimper. That was the start of a new world. This debt repayment lasted a full 3 hours. During that time, the sounds coming from the lounge were so loud that even the soundproof door could hardly contain them. Jean Bing, waiting outside the door, silently stuffed 2 more cotton balls into his ears. This boss, not only is he powerful, his skills in this area are also inhuman. Is this the blessing of having many children? It seems the Osborne group might need to be renamed the Harem group in the future. When Johnny walked out of the lounge feeling refreshed, the sky had already begun to darken. He was straightening his somewhat disheveled collar while speaking to Jean Bing, who was guarding the door. Get someone to buy some supplements and send them inside. Also notify the finance department to prepare $30 billion in liquidity. I have use for it. Jean Bing lowered his head, respectfully responding, yes, master. He didn't ask what the money was for. As a qualified dog, he just needed to follow orders. Johnny walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the already lit night scene of New York. In a good mood. Osborne was secured. The Hellfire Club was settled. Now even Symkalia, this mercenary kingdom, was in his possession. This start was simply perfect. Just then the dedicated phone on the desk suddenly rang. It was an encrypted channel. No more than 5 people in the world knew this number. Johnny raised an eyebrow, walked over, and picked up the phone. Hello. On the other end, a deep, authoritative voice came through, tinged with an uncontainable anxiety. Johnny, Gilda. I'm Nick Fury. Sure enough, it was this black egg. Johnny's lips curled into a playful smile. It seemed that the commotion he caused in Osborne had finally made S.H.I.E.L.D. unable to sit still. Oh, isn't this Director Fury? Johnny plopped down on the office desk, his tone as relaxed as if chatting with an old friend. What? Calling so late? Do you want to treat me to a late-night snack? Or have you finally come to your senses and are preparing to send your beautiful deputy director over to me for a private discussion? The other end fell silent for a few seconds. Clearly, Johnny's unorthodox banter had caught Fury off guard. Mr. Gilda, I'm not in the mood for jokes right now. Nick Fury's voice turned colder. We need an explanation regarding the events at the Osborne group. A sudden purge of board members overnight, unidentified armed forces intervening, and that Silver Sable from Symkalia who reportedly went missing in your building. What exactly do you want to do? Are you planning to start a war in New York? Hearing Fury's questioning, the smile on Johnny's face instantly vanished. What replaced it was a chilling indifference. Explanation. Fury, have you made a mistake? I've never needed to explain myself to anyone. As for what I want to do, Johnny glanced towards the lounge, then at the White Queen who was kneeling on the floor cleaning up the mess. I'm merely reclaiming what belongs to me. And by the way, adding a bit of fun to this boring world. As for your deputy director, Johnny paused, the icy face of Maria Hill and her snug dark blue uniform flashing through his mind. Since you mentioned her, let her come. Tomorrow morning at 10 Osborne Tower. I'd like to have a chat with her. About the future sponsorship fees of S.H.I.E.L.D. After saying that, Johnny didn't give Fury a chance to refuse and directly hung up the phone. Click. The receiver dropped. Johnny stood up stretching. S.H.I.E.L.D. Heh. Now that they're here, don't think they can leave empty-handed. Maria Hill. Your iceberg should melt now. A glint of a hunter's light flashed in Johnny's eyes. Blessed with many children, the next target had already been locked in. The next day, at 9:50 in the morning, Osborne Tower top floor. Sunlight streamed through the massive floor-to-ceiling windows into the office, yet it couldn't dispel the lingering scent here. How should I put it? Like a blend of musk and high-end perfume. Johnny sat in the boss chair holding a cup of freshly brewed hot coffee. It was brewed by Emma Frost herself. The once invincible White Queen was now wearing a patched-up suit that had been torn, kneeling under the desk, carefully wiping some suspicious stains on the floor with a cloth. Her movements were slow, her knees trembled slightly. Clearly, she had not yet recovered from yesterday's high-intensity work. TSK. Johnny took a sip of coffee, his gaze sweeping over the elegant curve of her figure on the ground. I must say, once this woman was conquered, it was like she had become a different person. Once a thorny rose. Now, just a pool of spring water that you could easily mold. All right, stop cleaning. Johnny set down his cup and said casually, there will be guests coming later, so you go hide in the lounge. By the way, Johnny pointed to the closed door of the lounge. Help me check if that little wildcat has woken up yet. If she has, tell her. Her dead is not yet settled. Emma's body visibly stiffened. She raised her head, the once proud and beautiful face, now bearing a hint of complex blush. That was shame, and it was also awe. Yes, master. Emma struggled to stand up, supporting her waist as she walked swaying into the lounge. The door opened and closed. One could faintly hear Silver Sable's weak, tearful curses from within. Bastard, pervert. Johnny's smile grew wider. Knock, knock, knock. The office door was knocked again. Come in. Johnny adjusted his posture, making himself appear more like a serious and domineering CEO. The door opened. Jean Bing squeezed in with his massive frame, then stepped aside to make way. Master, the people from S.H.I.E.L.D. have arrived. As per your instructions, only one person. As Jean Bing's words fell, a tall and slender figure walked in. Dressed in a deep blue S.H.I.E.L.D. combat uniform, her devilish figure was wrapped tightly with no wrinkles in sight. Her short black hair and exquisitely cold face resembled ice. And those ice blue eyes seemed as if they could freeze the air. Maria Hill, Deputy Director of S.H.I.E.L.D., a Level 9 agent. Also known as the Ice Queen in the hearts of countless Marvel fans. Johnny Gilda. Hill walked up to the desk and stood firm. Her back was straight like a javelin. Her gaze swept over Johnny, carrying a hint of unmasked disdain and vigilance. I'm here on behalf of S.H.I.E.L.D. to discuss the illegal armed conflict involving the Osborne group and the diplomatic dispute with Symkaria. Hill's voice was cold and businesslike. She even omitted the formal titles, directly addressing him by name. Johnny was not angry. Instead, he looked at her with interest. Is this the allure of a uniform? Hiss. The tightness was even more thrilling than Felicia's leather outfit. Especially those long legs wrapped in tactical pants. If only they were draped over my shoulders. Ahem. Discuss. Johnny chuckled lightly, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the tabletop. Agent Hill, I believe you've mistaken something. This is Osborne, it's my territory. You speak to me in such an interrogative tone. Johnny leaned slightly forward, and overwhelming pressure belonging to a strong man surged toward Hill like a landslide. Isn't that a bit rude? Hill felt a momentary halt in her breath. It felt like being targeted by an ancient beast. All the hairs on her body stood on end. But after all, she was the second in command of S.H.I.E.L.D. with strong mental fortitude. This is an official investigation. Hill gritted her teeth, holding herself steady. You used heavy weaponry in the city yesterday, causing serious panic. And that silver weasel, she is an official representative of Symkaria. You detained her illegally. Stop, stop, stop. Johnny impatiently interrupted her. Official. Those are rules set for the week. For me. Johnny stood up, walked around the desk, and approached Hill step by step. With each step, Hill's heartbeat quickened. Rules are meant to be broken. Johnny stopped right in front of Hill. They were very close. Close enough for Johnny to smell her cold mint scent and a hint of faint fragrance emanating from her tension. Besides, Johnny lowered his head, leaning close to her ear. Didn't Nick Fury send you alone for a reason? Hill's pupils suddenly constricted. She certainly knew. Before coming, Fury had hinted at her. This Johnny Gilda was an extremely dangerous yet extremely lustful character. For the interests of S.H.I.E.L.D. to win over this powerful force, some sacrifices were inevitable. What do you want? Hill's hand instinctively moved to her waist holster. But in the next second, her wrist was firmly gripped by a hand like a metal clamp. I want nothing. Johnny smiled slightly. That smile in Hill's eyes was more terrifying than a devil. I just want to check the physical fitness of H-I-E-L-D agent. After all, I am also a taxpayer. It's only reasonable to supervise your work, right? Before his words fell, Johnny's hand suddenly tightened and pulled Hill into his embrace. That hard tactical uniform collided against Johnny's diamond-like chest with a dull thud. Let go of me. Hill was filled with indignation and anger, lifting her leg to kick at Johnny's vital points. This was the instinctive reaction of a S-H-I-E-L-D agent. However, too slow. Johnny merely raised his knees slightly, effortlessly neutralizing the attack. He even restrained Hill's long leg. This position was extremely ambiguous. Also extremely shameful. Is this the level of a level 9 agent? Johnny shook his head, his eyes filled with mockery. It seems S-H-I-E-L-D-'s training is still inadequate. Do you need me to give you some special training? Hill's face flushed red. She had never been subjected to such humiliation. Being held by a man like this in such a position. Bastard. I will kill you. Kill me. Johnny's smile deepened. How will you kill me when you can't even draw your gun? With your gaze. Johnny's hand slid down Hill's spine, finally resting at her tight waistline. The sensation there, even through the uniform, felt astonishingly elastic. Fury sent you here for Osborne's biotechnology, right? Johnny suddenly changed the subject. The extremist virus, the regeneration cradle, and even more advanced things. S-H-I-E-L-D. Wants these right. Hill paused for a moment, ceasing her struggles. This was the core of the mission. S-H-I-E-L-D was currently facing infiltration from Hydra, though they didn't know it, yet desperately needing to enhance their strength. Osborne's technology was what they yearned for. Do you wish to cooperate? Hill's voice trembled slightly. Of course. Johnny nodded, his gaze sincere like a patriotic businessman. For world peace, for the future of humanity, I would certainly be willing to contribute. However, Johnny shifted his tone. That damned oppressive feeling surged again. I said I am a businessman. If you want the technology, you must pay the price. S-H-I-E-L-D can't give me money nor power. Then, Johnny's finger gently hooked the zipper of Hill's uniform collar. You can only trade for it with something else. For example, you. Hill trembled all over. She looked into Johnny's eyes, which seemed capable of devouring everything. That kind of naked desire was unmasked. Impossible. Hill gritted her teeth in refusal. I am the deputy director of S-H-I-E-L-D, not your bargaining chip. Is that so? Johnny chuckled softly. That's too bad. It seems the cooperation between Osborne and S-H-I-E-L-D will be terminated. Moreover, Johnny leaned in closer to her lips, just a centimeter away from kissing her. Do you know what I just did to that silver weasel in the lounge? She's quite a tough nut. But now, she has learned how to speak to me on her knees. Do you want to try? Threat. Another naked threat. But Hill knew this man meant what he said. And if the mission failed, Fury would. S-H-I-E-L-D needed strong reinforcements too badly. The Avengers Initiative was still struggling to take shape. Tony Stark was a wild card, and the Hulk was a ticking time bomb. Only this man before her. Though dangerous, he was the only existence capable of crushing everything. Hill's heart was in turmoil. Dignity or mission? What's wrong? Still not decided. Johnny seemed to have lost his patience. His hand suddenly pulled down hard. Easy. That was the sound of the zipper sliding down. Also the sound of Hill's psychological defenses collapsing. The deep blue uniform opened up, revealing the white fitted tank top underneath, along with a deep ravine that could drive any man insane. So beautiful, Johnny exclaimed. His hand easily covered over it. Since Fury sent you here, then I won't be polite. Collecting some interest isn't too much to ask, right? Hill closed her eyes. 2 lines of clear tears slipped from the corners of her eyes. She did not resist anymore. Or rather, she knew resistance was futile. Before this powerful man, she felt like a lamb ready for slaughter. You will regret this. Hill's voice was weak, as if she were in a dream. Regret. Johnny laughed heartily. Regret has never been a word in my dictionary. Only. Conquest. Ding. Detected that Agent Maria Hill's psychological defenses are weakening. Current state, humiliation, compromise, self-exploitation in progress. Achievement unlocked, iceberg melting physical. Congratulations, host, you have received a phased reward access to S-H-I-E-L-D level confidential archives. Skill description, you can access all of S-H-I-E-L-D's dark secrets and scandals anytime, anywhere, including the list of infiltrating Hydra agents. Additional reward favorability 10, though it's negative, but it's slowly warming up. Hearing the system's prompt, Johnny picked Hill up and directly threw her onto the large office desk. Papers scattered across the floor. Now, Johnny leaned over. Let's formally begin negotiations. Deputy Director Hill. The first agenda item. Concerning the endurance test for S-H-I-E-L-D agents. Outside the office, Jean Bing remained like a statue guarding the door. However, he silently pulled out the third piece of cotton from his pocket and stuffed it into his ears. It seemed that today the boss was still very angry. Is this the world of the strong? Indeed. Terrifyingly so. The office door opened again. Maria Hill walked out, though her deep blue S.H.I.E.L.D. combat uniform had been neatly redressed upon closer inspection. The zipper at the collar seemed somewhat distorted, and the belt was tightened more than usual, as if trying hard to conceal some physical weakness. Her complexion remained as cold as ice, but within her traditionally sharp ice blue eyes there was a layer of mist that had not fully dissipated. Even with each step she took, her brows would slightly furrow. It felt as if she had just gone through a marathon, her legs trembling uncontrollably. Deputy Director Hill, take care. Jean Bing still stood at the door like an iron tower, a fake smile on his face, as he kindly pressed the elevator button for her. Hill's body stiffened. She shot Jean Bing a fierce glare, then turned back to glance at the tightly shut office door, gritting her teeth. Tell him. Hill's voice was somewhat hoarse, as if gravel was caught in her throat. The conditions promised by S.H.I.E.L.D. will be fulfilled. But if he dares to leak even a word about today's negotiation details, even if I have to abandon this uniform, I will shoot him dead. After saying that, she hurriedly dove into the elevator. Until the moment the elevator doors closed, Jean Bing vaguely heard a sound, like a long sigh of exhaustion from inside. TSK. Jean Bing shook his head, pulling out the third piece of cotton from his pocket and quietly stuffing it into his ears. The boss's combat power was simply more brutal than when he was chopping people in Hell's Kitchen. Inside the office, Johnny was bare-chested, casually leaning against the boss chair, holding a glass of red wine, overlooking the busy traffic below through the floor-to-ceiling window. His mood was simply at its peak. System, open the S.H.I.E.L.D. confidential archives. Johnny silently thought. That exhilarating negotiation not only made him feel relieved, but more importantly, he obtained the reward he had long yearned for. Ding. S.H.I.E.L.D. Level confidential archives connected. Searching for high-value targets. As the system's prompt sounded, countless encrypted files streamed past his retina. Hydra's infiltration list, alien technology remnants, unreleased superhumans. Suddenly Johnny's gaze fixated on a document marked top secret. Document code name Miracles. Location Sokovia, Hydra's secret research base. Person in charge Baron Wolfgang von Strucker. And in the attachment of the document was a blurry photo. In the photo, a girl in a red hoodie was curled up in a dark cell corner, her eyes reflecting a vigilance and madness like a wounded beast. Wanda Maximoff, the future Scarlet Witch. Also an unresolved longing in the hearts of countless Marvel fans. Found you. Johnny's lips curled into a smile of excitement, like a hunter spotting his prey. My little witch. So you were hiding there. He downed the glass of red wine in one gulp, slamming the glass heavily on the table. Jean Bing. Yes, master. Prepare the car. No, forget it. Johnny stood up, his muscular body gleaming bronze under the sunlight, filled with explosive power. I'll go personally. Some treasures, I can't trust them in others' hands. I need to bring her home quickly. Sokovia. This was a small border town in Eastern Europe, perpetually shrouded in war and cold. Deep within the city, a Hydra base converted from an ancient castle was hidden beneath the pristine white snow. Deep in the base, in an underground laboratory, Baron Strucker stood before a one-way glass, staring feverishly at the two test subjects inside. A silver-haired youth was moving at high speed, so fast that only an afterimage could be seen, while another red-haired girl was sitting cross-legged on the ground, playing with a crimson energy ball. That was the power bestowed upon them by the Mind Stone. Also Hydra's hope for conquering the world. Perfect, simply perfect. Baron Strucker marveled, his greed unmasked in his eyes. As long as we can control this pair of twins, what's the Avengers? The entire underground laboratory shook violently, the lights above flickering erratically, and a piercing alarm rang out. What is happening? Stark growled in anger. Is there an intruder? Is it the Avengers? Hey. No. Commander, a terrified monitor technician pointed at the screen, his voice trembling. No. It's not the Avengers. It's a person. On the screen, the once indestructible base door had now become a massive hole. Amidst the swirling dust, an Asian man in a black trench coat strolled forward casually. He carried no weapons. Yet with each step he took, the fully armed Hydra soldiers around him were struck by an unseen force, screaming as they were sent flying into the walls, their fates uncertain. His aura was fully unleashed. Dominance radiated from him. Those who block my path shall die. Johnny's voice was not loud, yet it reverberated throughout the base, carrying a soul-chilling pressure. He pushed through effortlessly. Whether it was high-tech energy guns or enhanced Hydra agents, they were as fragile as paper before him. He didn't even activate the signature aura. His physical strength and speed alone were enough to crush everything. Monster. Stark watched the approaching Reaper on the screen, cold sweat soaking his back. Quick, activate the defense system. Release all experimental subjects. Stop him. At any cost. Unfortunately, it was futile. In less than 3 minutes. Bang! The heavy blast door of the laboratory was kicked open. The massive steel door flew across the room like a cannonball, smashing several of Stark's trusted aides into pulp. Johnny walked in. He brushed off non-existent dust from his clothes, his gaze directly passing over the trembling Stark, focusing instead on the cell holding the twins. That red figure. Nice to meet you, Baron Stark. Johnny's voice was languid, laced with a hint of mockery. Thank you for taking care of my family for so long. Now I'm here to take them home. Who are you? Stark drew his pistol, trembling as he pointed it at Johnny. I am the leader of Hydra. You can't. Silence. Johnny frowned slightly, flicking his finger. Whooshed. A golden shockwave instantly pierced through Stark's wrist. The pistol clattered to the ground. Stark let out a pig-like scream, collapsing to his knees, clutching his severed hand. Johnny didn't even glance at him, striding directly towards the special cell. He reached out, grasping the alloy bars as thick as an arm. With a slight exertion, a horrendous screech of twisting metal filled the air. That indestructible cage was pried open like it was made of noodles. Inside, the silver-haired youth Quicksilver saw this and attempted to dash out to attack Johnny. But the next second, boom. He was slapped away by Johnny, embedding directly into the wall, unable to dislodge. Big brother, be quiet. Johnny shot him a glance, then turned his attention to the red-haired girl in the corner. Wanda Maximoff. She looked up, her wild eyes shimmering with a crimson glow. Energy from chaotic magic surged between her hands. She was both furious and terrified. Don't come any closer. Wanda screamed, hurling a red energy sphere at Johnny. However, Johnny merely waved his hand. The chaotic magic capable of destroying a tank dissipated like smoke blown away by the wind. Is this your power? Johnny approached her, crouching down to meet her gaze. The composure, confidence, and a powerful aura that seemed to encompass everything. This left Wanda momentarily stunned. Not mature enough, little witch. Johnny reached out, disregarding the energy swirling around her, gently lifting her chin. The touch of his fingertips was delicate and cool. Do you want revenge? Johnny looked into her eyes, his voice filled with temptation. Do you want to destroy Stark? Do you want to stop being treated like a test subject? Wanda's pupils constricted slightly. These were the very things she craved deep within her heart. Follow me. Johnny flashed a brilliant smile, but to Wanda that smile was more tempting than the devil. Be my woman. I will give you power. I will give you freedom. And even. Johnny leaned closer to her face, inhaling her unique youthful scent. I can help you tread upon this world. Underfoot. Ding. Detected top potential target. Wanda Maximoff, Scarlet Witch. Target status: fearful, confused, desiring power. Physical data: B84W58, H86, immense potential especially. Ahem, after the modification of chaotic magic. System recommendation: this target is extremely starved for love and admires power. The absolute strength and savior stance displayed by the host are the best weapons to break through her defenses. Proposed reward: chaotic magic affinity, physique, reality modification ability, low version, and a magical little wife who obeys you. Listening to the system's notification, Johnny's smile grew wider. This was not about saving someone. It was clearly the beginning of a nurturing game. Wanda looked at the man before her. His hands were broad and warm, his gaze domineering yet gentle. In this cold hell, he was like a fiery sun that suddenly broke in, blazing, blinding, yet irresistibly pulling one closer. Can you really give me the power for revenge? Of course. Johnny pulled her into his embrace, allowing her to feel his solid chest. As long as you obediently listen, whatever you want, I will give it to you, including. Johnny smirked, blowing gently in her ear. A warm home, and a group of loving sisters. The snow in Sokovia continued to fall, but the Hydra base had already turned into ruins. Johnny, with the still dazed Wanda in his arms, swaggered out the door, followed by a skeptical-looking Quicksilver being dragged by the collar. Let's go home. Johnny glanced at the little witch in his arms, already plotting the welcome ceremony for tonight. Should he invite Gwen, Felicia, and Hill for a four-person mahjong? Hiss, for the peace of the universe. This waistline might just have to work overtime. New York above Manhattan. A sleek black Quinjet sliced through the clouds, but it did not land on the Avengers Tower or S.H.I.E.L.D.'s helipad. Instead, it arrogantly hovered above Oscorp Tower. The hatch slowly opened. Johnny strolled out with Wanda clad in red. The high-altitude wind was strong, causing Wanda's already disheveled chestnut hair to fly wildly. Instinctively, she shrank closer to Johnny, her wild, yet timid eyes curiously and cautiously surveying the steel jungle beneath her. Is this the taste of freedom? Don't be afraid. Johnny's large hand gently patted her thin shoulder, the warmth of his palm penetrating through her thin red sweatshirt. From today on, this is your home. And also your. Johnny smirked, leaning close to her ear and whispering, hunting ground. Wanda's little face flushed bright red. Although she did not fully comprehend the deeper meaning behind the man's words, the feeling of being invaded and enveloped calmed her heart, which had always been filled with fear. Hey, I said. A voice utterly out of place rang out from behind. Pietro Maximoff, the future Quicksilver, was unhappily dragging 2 enormous suitcases, the spoils that Johnny borrowed from the Hydra base, panting heavily as he followed behind. Can you stop being so hormonal? My sister just got out of prison as she needs rest. Not to hear your bang. Before he could finish, Johnny didn't even turn his head, casually flicking an air bullet. It accurately struck Pietro's forehead. Ouched. This mutant with super speed didn't even have a chance to react before being flipped over and landing on his back. Big brother, mind your attitude, Johnny said slowly, his tone devoid of anger, only a sense of natural dominance. In this home, only I get to speak. As for you, Johnny pointed at the burly bald man waiting respectfully at the entrance to the top floor. Kingpin, take him to report to security. This kid is pretty spry. From now on, send him to deliver takeout by late-night snacks and walk the dog. Yes, master. Kingpin grinned, and that smile seemed far more terrifying to Pietro than Baron Stark. Let's go, silver-haired kid. Kingpin grabbed Pietro by the collar like a chick. No, I won't go. I want to protect Wanda. Pietro struggled desperately, but against absolute strength his speed was rendered useless. He looked to Wanda for help. However, his precious sister was currently burying her head in that man's chest, not even glancing at him. Pietro's heart shattered. She hasn't even gotten married yet, and her elbow has already turned to outer space. After dealing with the troublesome light bulb, Johnny was in a great mood as he led Wanda into the private elevator that went straight to the luxurious top floor. Ding! The elevator door opened, and a warm breeze rushed in. In the spacious and luxurious living room, 3 stunning beauties of different styles were sitting on the sofa, seemingly in the midst of a family meeting. Gwen Stacy, dressed in loose loungewear, holding a cup of hot milk, her belly slightly rounded, exuding a maternal glow. Felicia Hardy, still the lazy little wildcat, sank into the sofa, idly playing with a delicate dagger. Maria Hill, the icy deputy director of S.H.I.E.L.D., was currently wearing one of Johnny's oversized white shirts, frowning at the documents on her tablet, her long legs visible, making one dizzy. Hearing the elevator, 3 pairs of beautiful eyes turned simultaneously. When they saw the ragged red-haired girl in Johnny's arms, the atmosphere fell silent for a moment. Ahem. Johnny cleared his throat, a trademark rogue smile appearing on his face. So, I went out and picked up a stray little witch. I thought she looked pitiful, so I brought her back. To raise. I see, raising her in bed. Felicia raised an eyebrow, her cat-like eyes filled with teasing. With that figure, that aura. Boss, your taste is as exquisite as ever. Hill coldly snorted, closing her tablet. An experimental subject of Hydra. Codename Scarlet Witch. Johnny, do you know what you're doing? She's a dangerous individual. S.H.I.E.L.D. is on the lookout. Stop. Johnny interrupted Hill's professional rampage. He walked straight to the sofa, plopping down and pulling Wanda onto his lap. Here there are no dangerous individuals. Only my woman. Hill, don't forget your current identity. Johnny's fingers lightly traced Hill's taut thigh. In S.H.I.E.L.D. You're the deputy director. But here, you're just my trophy. Hill's face instantly flushed, and she turned her head away, biting her lip, but not daring to refute. Because she knew that the consequence of rebuttal often meant being carried into the bedroom by this man for family discipline. At this moment, Gwen, who had been silent, set down her milk cup. She stood up and walked in front of Wanda, looking at the tense, wary girl. Gwen sighed, a hint of gentle compassion flickering in her eyes. Don't be afraid. Gwen reached out, gently smoothing Wanda's messy hair. Here, no one can hurt you. Are you hungry? We'll go get you something to eat. This damned aura of a legitimate wife. Was this the perspective of a first lady? Johnny was so moved that he almost bowed to Gwen on the spot. Wanda was stunned. She looked at the golden-haired girl before her, and that warmth made her previously erected psychological defenses collapse in an instant. Thank you. Wanda's voice was as soft as a whisper. Okay, from now on we're family, so there's no need to be so polite. Johnny waved his hand, directly declaring family status. He looked around at the beauties, Gwen's intellect, Felicia's wildness, Hill's cold elegance, and Wanda's mystery. This is the empire I have built. To celebrate the addition of a new member, Johnny unbuttoned his shirt, revealing his muscular chest. His eyes sparkled with a light named debauchery. I think we need to conduct an extensive team-building activity. What do you think? Who agrees, who opposes? The women exchanged glances. Felicia licked her lips and leaped forward first. I agree. I just want to see if this little witch's magic can add some new flair to our games. Hill appeared reluctant, but her body honestly did not budge. As for Wanda, she was already a puddle of spring water in Johnny's embrace. The night was still long, and the lights atop Oscorp Tower were destined to shine all night. Ding. Detected host successfully tamed potential target, Wanda Maximoff. Current status, dependent affection skyrocketing. Achievement unlocked, the witch's redemption. Congratulations, host, you have received the reward, Chaotic Magic Affinity Physique Beginner. Skill description, you will have an extremely high resistance to magic and your bodily fluids will generate a deadly allure and enhancement effect on magical beings. Received additional reward affection, 20 all harem members. System prompt: a harmonious family is the foundation for reproduction. Please keep up the good work, host, and ensure that the Scarlet Witch also becomes pregnant. A hem with Saiyan descendants. Listening to the system's notification in his mind, Johnny, busy with his plans, wore a smug smile. Strengthening bodily fluids. This skill, is it for real? But it's damn useful. Wanda, Johnny whispered in the little witch's ear. Are you ready? I'm about to start. Teaching you real magic now. Osborne Tower, top floor. The first rays of morning sunshine, though brilliant, seem somewhat superfluous in this luxurious office. For the air here is permeated year-round with a scent known as hormone. Johnny sat in his executive chair holding a report on the development progress of the symbiotic battlesuit. The efficiency of this sister duo of science, Zhao Hailuan and Maya Hansen, is indeed astonishing. After just one night, the data for the prototype of the first-generation biological symbiotic battlesuit has already emerged. Not bad. Johnny closed the folder, feeling quite pleased. Beneath his desk, our Scarlet Witch Wanda Maximoff was squatting obediently. Her eyes, which were once filled with wildness and vigilance, now appeared somewhat dazed and focused. Red magical energy flickered at her fingertips, as if she were engaged in some delicate operation. The application of magic is indeed far more nuanced than physical means. Johnny reached out and patted Wanda's little head, feeling the tremor from deep within her soul. This little witch learns things incredibly fast. Just yesterday, she was a fledgling who could only throw energy balls haphazardly, and today, she has already mastered the correct usage of chaotic magic. Master. At that moment, the unflattering voice of Kim echoed from the intercom. The HR department has sent a new resume. They say Miss Emma has been too busy lately, and her body can't take it anymore, requiring a personal assistant to help share the pressure. Hearing this, Johnny's lips curled up slightly. Is Emma unable to handle it? She's been thoroughly worn out, and is probably still lying in the lounge questioning her life. Let her in. Johnny patted Wanda's head, signaling that today's early lesson had come to an end. Wanda wiped her mouth a bit reluctantly and stood up. A charming blush adorned her delicate little face. Go on, play with your sister Gwen and the others. Johnny helped her straighten out her slightly disheveled collar. I have important matters to discuss. Wanda nodded obediently, transforming into a red light and disappearing outside the door. Not long after, the office door was knocked upon. Come in. The door opened. Kim stepped aside, revealing a silhouette that could make any man instantly flush. It was a woman with wavy burgundy hair. She wore a beautifully tailored black business suit, and the buttons of her white shirt were done up so tight that they seemed ready to burst. Her long legs, wrapped in black stockings, were straight and slender, each step she took resonating like a heartbeat against the floor. The mature charm and seductive elegance radiated from her very core. She was simply a walking pheromone dispenser. Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow. Hello, Mr. Gilda. Natasha approached the desk, a professional yet alluring smile gracing her face. She leaned slightly, the breathtakingly white skin at her neckline teasingly visible. I am Natalie Rushman, here to apply for the position of executive assistant. Her voice was slightly husky, carrying a unique magnetic quality. It was a voice trained to awaken desire in men. Johnny leaned back in his chair, twirling a pen in his hand, his gaze unabashedly sweeping over her. Finally, it settled on her emerald green eyes. Ding. Detected Marvel Classic high-quality female. Natasha Romanoff, Black Widow. Target identity S. H. I. E. L. D. Ace Agent, Top Assassin, Master of Disguise. Current disguise identity, Legal Department Assistant Natalie. Body data, B89W61H91, Golden Ratio, Max Flexibility System. Suggestion: this is a thorny black rose, also a candy-coated shell sent by S. H. I. E. L. D. Since that old fox Fury is being so courteous, the host might as well eat the candy and send the shell back. Strategy reward preview: master level combat skills, lifespan extension, super soldier, serum mutation, and an all-around agent service experience. Listening to the system's prompt, Johnny nearly burst out laughing. Nick Fury, oh Nick Fury, have you run out of tricks? You send a tough one like Hill, then send a soft one. Do you think I'm the kind of guy who can't move when I see a beautiful woman? Well, although I indeed am, but I'm not some rotten vegetable that accepts everything. Natalie Rushman. Johnny picked up the resume on the desk, pretending to glance at it. Fluent in 4 languages, Harvard Law School graduate, and has modeled a very impressive resume. Thank you for the compliment, sir. I believe I am capable of handling this job, whether it's processing documents or taking care of the boss' daily life. She emphasized the words daily life. Her gaze was teasingly suggestive. If it were that playboy Tony Stark, he would have probably signed on the dotted line by now. But Johnny is not Tony. He is more direct and domineering than Tony. Is that so? Johnny tossed the resume aside, stood up, walked around the desk, and approached Natasha step by step. The oppressive aura like a mountain engulfed her once again. Natasha's heart trembled. Is this the inhuman pressure mentioned in Hill's report? It was indeed as formidable as its reputation. Yet she did not retreat. Instead, she met Johnny's gaze, heat in a provocative smile, gracing her lips. Boss, are you going to personally interview me? Of course. Johnny stepped up to her, extending a finger to gently lift her chin. The sensation at his fingertip was delicate and warm. However, I don't like this facade of a false interview. Johnny's eyes suddenly sharpened like two blades piercing through Natasha's disguise. For example, using a fake name. Natasha's pupils contracted sharply, but being a top agent, her expression remained perfectly composed. Sir, I don't understand what you're talking about. Don't understand. Johnny chuckled lightly. Suddenly he struck. His movements were as swift as lightning. Natasha instinctively tried to block, but before her muscles could tense, Johnny's iron-like hand had firmly grasped her wrist. Then an overwhelming force surged. The world spun. Bang! Natasha was slammed onto the desk. The position was extremely humiliating. Black Widow Natasha Romanoff. Johnny pressed down on her, leaning close to her ear, his voice low and mocking. The ace of S. H. I. E. L. D. What? Didn't Hill tell you when she went back? In front of me, all disguises are as laughable as being naked. Her identity was instantly exposed. Natasha no longer pretended. She was no longer that meek little assistant. Her eyes instantly turned sharp. Since you know who I am, then you should also know my means of dealing with men. Although Natasha was suppressed, her body twisted like a snake, trying to find an opportunity to counterattack. Her tight thighs brushed against Johnny's side, either intentionally or unintentionally. Means. Johnny smiled. He not only did not evade, but instead thrust his leg between hers, completely sealing off all her escape routes. Your means are nothing more than beauty and poison. What a pity. Johnny's fingers slid down her spine, finally resting on that astonishing curve. He squeezed hard. Natasha let out a muffled groan, her body instantly going limp. Your beauty is a pleasure for me. As for the poison, Johnny's eyes glinted with golden light. It's ineffective against me. Since Fury sent you here, don't expect to leave intact. Hill's performance yesterday was quite good, but I'm not done having fun yet. Just in time you're here. Johnny tore apart the troublesome shirt. Buttons went flying everywhere. Let me see. The legendary Black Widow. Just how poisonous you are. Natasha stared into Johnny's eyes, which burned like flames. For the first time, she felt the fear of a hunter becoming prey. This man is not human at all. Wait. Natasha tried to buy time with words. We can talk about the cooperation with S. H. I. E. L. D. Cooperation. This is cooperation. The most intimate cooperation. Outside the office, Kim quietly pulled out the fourth ball of cotton from his pocket. He stuffed it in his ears. Then he turned and stood like a door god at the corridor entrance. The boss stamina is really enviable. Kim sighed. It seems S. H. I. E. L. D. has once again suffered a loss. However, shouldn't the soundproofing in Osborne Tower be upgraded? The noise is probably audible to the security downstairs. Ding. Detected target. Natasha Romanoff's psychological defenses are collapsing. Current state shocked, powerless body betraying will. Congratulations to the host for achieving the achievement Agent Nemesis. Received stage rewards Super Physique Max Stamina Enhancement. Skill description: your stamina is already as strong as iron. No matter how many enemies you face, you can stand tall. Hearing the prompt in his mind, Johnny's movements became more vigorous. Max Stamina Enhancement. Good stuff. Now even if an Avengers feminine version family bucket comes along, I can single-handedly take them all on. Natasha. Johnny looked at the woman beneath him, whose gaze was dazed. A conquering smile crept onto his lips. Welcome to Osborne. Your interview has been approved. Osborne Tower, top floor. Phew. Johnny leaned back in his executive chair, casually lighting a post-coital cigarette. Amidst the swirling smoke, he looked down at Natasha, who lay sprawled across his lap like a lazy Persian cat. At this moment, the Black Widow bore no trace of the sharpness of A.S. H. I. E. L. D. Ace Agent. Her wavy burgundy hair was tousled over Johnny's abs. Her exquisitely seductive face was now etched with exhaustion and a sense of emptiness and satisfaction, as if her soul had been drained. The originally well-tailored black business suit she wore had transformed into a pile of rags casually hanging around her waist. That sense of incomplete beauty only served to heighten excitement. So how is it, Miss Natalie? Johnny's fingers tangled in her hair, his voice hoarse and teasing. Are you satisfied with this executive assistant position? Or rather, do you have any objections to this interview result? Natasha raised her head slightly. A complex light flickered in her emerald green eyes. There was the humiliation of being thoroughly seen through and conquered as an agent, along with a hint of guilty pleasure she was reluctant to admit. This man is simply an untiring beast. Both in strength and in that aspect of ability, he is outrageously strong. No objections, boss. Natasha's voice was incredibly hoarse, as if she were speaking with gravel in her throat. She extended her tongue, gently licking her slightly swollen lips. Your interview process is indeed very intimate. I quite like it. Ding. Detected target. Natasha Romanoff's mental and physical defenses are completely collapsing. Achievement unlocked. Widow Terminator. Congratulations to the host for receiving a binding reward God-level disguise technique. Skill description: now you can perfectly control your micro-expressions, breath, and even heartbeat. No one in this world can see through your lies. Additional reward: master-level combat skills, secret version of the Red Room. Current favorability 85. Love due to sex gradually sinking. Hearing the systems prompt, Johnny's smile deepened. God-level disguise technique. Master-level combat. Although for him now these skills are just icing on the cake, but too many skills never hurt. Since you're satisfied, then obediently go to work. Johnny patted Natasha's smooth back. Emma has indeed been too tired lately from now on organizing documents, serving tea, and Johnny leaned close to her ear, a wicked smile on his face. The task of warming the bed will be handed over to you. Yes, master. Natasha obediently replied, picking up the torn pieces of clothing from the floor, walking into the inner lounge with a mix of disheveled charm. Watching her swaying figure, Johnny felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. S-H-I-E-L-D. As long as they dare to send her, he dares to take them. Bring as many as they want. At that moment, knock, knock, knock. A very restrained knocking sound echoed. Come in. Kim pushed the door open. He first scanned the empty office very keenly, then glanced at the tightly closed lounge door. Then he silently pulled out the prepared cotton from his pocket and discreetly stuffed it back. It seems the battle is over. Master. Kim walked to the desk and respectfully lowered his large bald head. What is it? Johnny adjusted his slightly disheveled belt. It's about the follow-up issues regarding the group's acquisition. Kim's expression was somewhat grim, clearly encountering a problem that even he, the underground emperor, found troublesome. Although we forcibly controlled the board and completed the shareholding change. However, some flies still came sniffing around. The New York City District Attorney's Office and several law firms representing minority shareholder interests have jointly filed a lawsuit against us. They accuse our acquisition process of being illegal and involving violent coercion, demanding a freeze on all assets of the Osborne Group in an investigation. As he spoke, a glint of ferocity flashed in Kim's eyes. Master, should I send someone to deal with those leading lawyers? He made a throat-cutting gesture. Simple, brutal, and effective. TSK. Johnny waved his hand, a look of disapproval on his face. Kim, you're a proper businessman now. How can you resort to violence so easily? We should win people over with benevolence, understand? Moreover, Johnny stroked his chin, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. Lawyers. That reminds me. With a group as large as Osborne, how can we not have a top-notch legal team? Has the other party sent someone? Yes. Kim nodded. The opposing chief lawyer is already waiting in the large conference room downstairs. She has a very strong attitude, saying that if she doesn't see you, she will apply for a court injunction directly. And Kim paused, his expression turning somewhat strange. This lawyer is a bit special. Special? Johnny became intrigued. A lawyer who even Kim found special. Could she possibly transform? Lead the way. Johnny stood up, adjusting his suit. I will meet this fearless lawyer. Osborne Tower, 50th floor, the main conference room. Once used for press briefings, it was broad, bright, and impeccably appointed. Only one person occupied the room. A woman. She wore a deep gray professional skirt suit, its cut immaculate, flattering her tall, statuesque frame. Black curls fell over her shoulders, and a pair of black-framed glasses sat on the bridge of her nose. She looked erudite and efficient, yet carried an aura of uninviting sternness. Jennifer Walters, one of New York's foremost criminal defense attorneys. She also harbored a secret identity, cousin to Bruce Banner. At this moment, she bent over the papers in her hand, brows drawn together in concentration. This is outright robbery. Jennifer cried, staring at the appalling records of share transfers and slapping her pen onto the table. Overnight, every opposing director either vanished or died in accidents. The rest obediently signed their shares away. This isn't a corporate acquisition, it's gangland violence. That man, Johnny Gilda. Jennifer ground her teeth, eyes blazing with fury. This is lawlessness. As a lawyer fueled by a fierce sense of justice, she could not abide bullies who trampling the law. No matter how fat the retainer, she would see this bastard behind bars. At that moment, the conference room door creaked open. Johnny strolled in with his hands in his pockets, those long legs taking him with leisure. Behind him trailed a hulking man who looked like a bodyguard named Jean Bing. The moment Johnny entered, his gaze landed on Jennifer. He raised an eyebrow. So this is the lawyer come to make trouble. She's rather striking. There was an intellectuality to her that hinted at something wild beneath the surface, a seriousness threaded with a suppressed sensuality. Those eyes behind the glasses were stubborn and bright. TSK. Isn't she the fabled legal beauty everyone whispers about? Johnny, with a hunter's instinct, also sensed a faint, fierce green energy within her. Hulk lineage. Interesting. Johnny's smile deepened. Jennifer rose to her feet and met him without fear. Are you Johnny Gilda? She asked directly. Though the man was disarmingly handsome, a fact that made her heart skip for a moment, her professional composure returned like cold water to the face. I represent the Small Shareholders' Rights Alliance. I am attorney Jennifer Walters. Mr. Gilda, regarding your takeover of the Osborne Group, we have amassed substantial evidence of illegal conduct. including but not limited to intimidation, extortion, and Jennifer fixed him with a steady stare and pronounced each word murder. If you cannot provide a reasonable explanation and cease these illicit acts, we will see you in court. Rather than bristle at her litany of accusations, Johnny applauded, slow mocking claps. Bravo, bravo. He crossed to her, pulled out a chair, and sat crossing one leg over the other. Miss Walters, he said, you have a silver tongue. But, he leaned forward. An overwhelming masculine aura washed over Jennifer, as if the air itself had been claimed. Have you considered one thing? Law. In this building, I am the law. Jennifer's temper choked at that arrogance. Mr. Gilda, show some restraint. She took a step back, forcing down the surge of anger in her chest. This is America, not your private fiefdom. You think money grants you carte blanche. Johnny spread his hands, utterly self-assured. Money does buy freedoms. And beyond that. His gaze appraised her up and down as though seeing her essence beneath the fabric. I have more than wealth. I have power. A kind of power that will make a righteous little lawyer fall silent. A chill ran through Jennifer. His look was predatory, like a lion sizing up prey. Yet the Hulk blood in her veins would not permit the ordinary cower of a woman. Instead, it lit a stubborn refusal to yield. Is that so? Jennifer sneered. Then try it. He'll seek a restraining order. He'll drag your crimes into the light of the press. He interrupted coolly. Or you could become my chief legal counsel. The assertion was calm, but absolute, leaving no room for debate. What? Jennifer froze. Johnny rose and closed the distance between them in deliberate steps. Your talent is considerable. I respect that. Instead of defending those little shareholders who buzz like flies, why not work for me? He'll pay you 10 times. No, 100 times more. He stepped up to her, hooked a finger beneath her work badge, and lifted it lightly. Besides, I sense a restrained and very interesting force inside you. If it is never released, it will do you harm. Jennifer's face went pale. How could he possibly know? Her Hulk lineage was her deepest secret, a truth even H.I.E.L.D. might not possess. This man. Who are you really? She demanded. Her voice quivered. She tried to step back, but hit the wall. There was nowhere to retreat. Who I am is not important, he murmured. With one hand braced against the wall, he pinned her to the corner. What matters is that I can help you control that power. More than that. He closed the distance until their faces were only inches apart. I can teach you the exhilaration of unleashing your wildness. So, Attorney Jennifer Walters, would you sign a contract? Lifelong pledge. A mechanical chime sounded in the air. A discreet system voice registered detected elite classic Marvel female, Jennifer Walters, She-Hulk. Target identity top tier attorney, member of the Hulk lineage, potential gamma radiation mutant. Body stats registered B90W62H92, likely to become even more formidable upon transformation. Current favorability 20, hostile shifting to 10, shocked curious. System recommendation: she is an untamed steed. Once mastered, she would be your strongest legal shield and a potent companion in more intimate arenas. Suggested approach for the host: combine power suppression with incentives. Preview of rewards: mastery over gamma energy, unparalleled legal prowess with personal exemptions from ordinary constraints and access to a unique green titanus form experience. Hearing the chime, Johnny's eyes flared with a private green light. Green titanus, he mused, envisioning the rippling musculature of transformation and the raw, overwhelming force it implied. Precisely the sort of specimen to test his own superlative physique. Jennifer, humiliated and furious, shoved at him. Get off me. But when her palm struck his chest, it felt as if she had touched red-hot iron. The solidity of his muscles sent an odd jolt through her. Don't be so fierce. Johnny caught her hand, pressed it to his lips, and kissed it. Since you are a lawyer, let's discuss legal aid. I could use some assistance myself. His gaze lingered on her lips with meaning. In matters of certain physiological needs, perhaps that counts as legal aid. Jennifer blushed with indignation. You cad, she spat, furious. Yet under the weight of his presence, she felt her legs go weak, and the suppressed green energy inside her began to stir, as if yearning for a flush of release. Johnny swept an arm around her waist, and ignoring her struggles, kissed her abruptly. Try it, he murmured against her mouth. You'll know. Osborne building conference room. The once solemn negotiation table has now transformed into a battlefield shrouded in smoke. The weapons of this war are not legal statutes, but rather the most primal hormones. Jennifer Walters' eyes widened in shock. The overwhelming sense of aggression between their lips rendered her mind blank. Immediately after, a wave of unprecedented shame and anger surged within her. Who is she? She is a renowned criminal defense attorney in New York. The formidable woman who silenced prosecutors in court. This bastard dared to kiss her forcefully at the negotiation table. Let go. Jennifer desperately tried to push the man in front of her away. As her emotions surged, the blood within her began to boil. A violent surge of green energy erupted from the depths of her cells. Ziz, her originally dark brown pupils instantly took on an otherworldly jade green. Beneath her tight professional skirt, her muscles began to subtly bulge, brimming with explosive power. Such power could easily overturn a truck. The Hulk's bloodline awakens. Oh, Johnny sensed the changes in the woman in his arms. For an ordinary person, the immense force trying to push him away would have surely shattered their sternum. But for Johnny, who possessed 2,500 points of combat power, it was akin to a kitten scratching for attention. In fact, quite comfortable. Is this gamma energy? Johnny did not relent, but instead tightened his embrace around her waist. The chi within him erupted, instantly forming an invisible shackle that forcibly suppressed Jennifer's imminent transformation. Don't rush into transforming, Counselor Walters. Johnny loosened his grip, slightly gazing into her flickering green eyes, a teasing smile playing on his lips. If you turn into that 2-meter-tall green giant, this sexy professional outfit won't stand a chance. Though I wouldn't mind seeing you burst out of it. But for now, Johnny's fingers traced along her taut thigh, his tone suggestive. I prefer this half-transformed state. Both wild and rational. Simply perfect. Jennifer in terror realized that the immense strength she prided herself on was utterly ineffective against this man. He was like a mountain, completely immovable, no matter how hard she struggled. Moreover, as Johnny's hot hand roamed, that once wild gamma energy within her strangely became docile, transforming into a warm current that tingled throughout her body, surging down to her lower abdomen. What have you done to me? Jennifer's voice trembled, her original anger being replaced by an inexplicable desire. Nothing. Just helping you release some pent-up anger. Johnny lifted her effortlessly and placed her directly on the large mahogany conference table. Crash. The documents, pens, and even the half-finished cup of coffee on the table were all knocked to the ground. Now the court is in recess. Johnny leaned over, her hands braced on either side of her body, looking down at her. We are entering the evidence-gathering phase. Counselor Jennifer, I need to check if you have the ability to serve as the chief legal advisor for Osborne Group. This is sexual harassment. Jennifer gritted her teeth, still making her last stand. I'm going to sue you. Sue me. Johnny chuckled softly, his fingers hooking the first button of her shirt. Then go ahead. But before that, you must first fulfill your defense duty. For example, pop. The button flew off. That stunning white against the backdrop of the jade green gamma energy appeared exceptionally alluring. Prove to me that your physical condition can withstand how much pressure. Jennifer's rationality completely shattered at that moment. The pleasure of being conquered by absolute power mixed with the physiological impulses brought on by gamma energy made her instinctively wrap her legs around Johnny's waist. Bastard. She cursed, then suddenly yanked Johnny's tie down. She took the initiative to kiss him, since resistance was futile. Then, let's enjoy it. Outside the conference room, Gene stood guard like a door god. He silently glanced at the tightly closed door, then skillfully pulled out a fifth roll of cotton from his pocket, stuffed it into his ears. TSK. Boss, this isn't hiring a lawyer at all. This is clearly hiring a sparring partner. And judging by the noise, this female attorney seems to be stronger than that female agent. Gene shook his head, a hint of envy on his face. This is the world of the strong. Even finding a woman must involve someone who can fight. Otherwise, it could easily lead to fatalities. Inside the conference room, the battle was unprecedentedly fierce. With the enhancement of gamma energy, Jennifer's stamina and flexibility reached the pinnacle of human capability. That wild counterattack brought Johnny immense satisfaction. This was what he desired. A battle of equals, though still being dominated. Mr. Gilda, your method of defense is too extreme. Jennifer spoke intermittently, her nails digging deeply into Johnny's back. Yet in her green eyes there was only surrender. Extreme. Johnny smirked, his movements becoming even wilder. This is the passion of courtroom debate. Now, tell me loudly. On this vote, do you oppose or support? Support. Support. I fully support. Jennifer screamed, her body arching as if electrified. The green energy that had been suppressed within her finally found an outlet, exploding in full force. Ding. Detected that target. Jennifer Walters' mind and body have completely surrendered. Achievement unlocked, taming the wild horse. Congratulations, host, you have received the binding reward, Gamma Energy Control Beginner. Skill description: you can now freely manipulate the energy within you and even enhance your strength like the Hulk through anger. Of course, you are even better at enhancing through cough cough, that kind of thing. You also gain an additional reward, Absolute Rationality Passive. Skill description: no matter how violent the energy, it cannot overwhelm your rationality. You are the true master. Current affinity 90, admiration dependence. Hearing the notification sound in his mind, Johnny let out a long breath. Gamma Energy Control. This is quite a good thing. Though he did not need to transform into a green giant, this energy provided a real boost to his physique, coupled with his Saiyan bloodline. It was simply a perpetual motion machine. Johnny rolled off Jennifer and casually grabbed the torn suit jacket, draping it over her. At this moment, Jennifer had returned to her normal form. Her green eyes had turned back to dark brown, but there was a hint of newfound softness and submission in her gaze. She curled up on the conference table like a kitten, traces of their earlier frenzy still lingering on her body. So what do you think, Counselor Jennifer? Johnny lit a cigarette, leaning against the table with a contented expression. Now, can we discuss the employment contract? Jennifer adjusted the jacket to cover her revealing body, her face flushed as if it would bleed. You are such a rogue. Thanks for the compliment. Johnny exhaled a puff of smoke. The contract is right here. He pointed to his chest. The term is a lifetime. As for the benefits, Johnny's gaze swept over her. Room and board included plus. Making you feel good. Huh. Jennifer spat, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl upwards. A salary of $5 million a year, not a penny less. Additionally, she looked up at Johnny with a complex expression. You need to help me control that power. Deal. Johnny snapped his fingers. I have plenty of money. As for the power. He leaned in and kissed her forehead. We can have this kind of training every day from now on. I promise to help you master it. Jennifer rolled her eyes at him, but her body honestly nestled closer to him. At that moment, she knew she had completely boarded this pirate ship. Moreover, it seemed she didn't want to get off. Click. Johnny leisurely fastened the metallic buckle of his belt, producing a crisp, resonant sound. He gazed down at Jennifer Walters, slumped lifelessly in the executive chair like a shapeless heap of clay. Once the razor-sharp legal prodigy known across Manhattan, she now gasped audibly. Undignified, unguarded, utterly spent. Her expensive charcoal gray business suit hung in tatters, torn and disarrayed. Especially her black silk stockings, slit open along the thigh, dangling loosely from one ankle, exuding a haunting, bruised elegance. Well then, Attorney Walters. Johnny reached out and gently brushed aside the damp strands clinging to her forehead, his lips curling into a roguish smile. How did you find your new employer's onboarding orientation? Or perhaps, was the gamma energy inside you sufficiently vented? Jennifer laboriously lifted her eyelids. Those once wild, feral eyes now shimmered only with docility and dazed surrender. You're a monster, she murmured weakly, a curse stripped of venom, soft as a sigh. My back feels broken. Relax. It isn't. Johnny gave a light, deliberate pat to her pert, well conscience. Hulk family resilience is cosmic grade. Rest for half an hour, and you'll be back in court fierce and flawless, fighting my cases. Now, Johnny picked up his sunglasses from the desk and slid them on. I have another debt to collect. Stay right here obediently until I return tonight, and we'll explore legal theory in a new position. At the words new position, Jennifer shivered involuntarily, instinctively clenching her thighs together. Yet deep within her gaze flickered something subtle, almost imperceptible. Anticipation. That accursed addiction to the marrow. Queens Flushing Industrial Park. Hammer Industries' global headquarters stood there. Unlike Stark Industries' sleek futurism or Osborne Group's bioorganic aesthetic, Hammer Tower exuded something else entirely. Ostentatious, gilded opulence. Every surface glittered with excessive ornamentation, every corridor bristled with impractical defensive architecture, just like its owner Justin Hammer, all bluster, no backbone, and profoundly flamboyant. Screech. A convoy of black luxury sedans halted brazenly before Hammer Industries' main entrance. Dozens of broad-shouldered, black-suited bodyguards spilled out swiftly, clearing bystanders from the plaza. The door of the center limousine swung open. Kingpin stepped out first, then bowed deeply, pulling open the rear door. Johnny Galderma emerged unhurried and regal. Hands buried in his pockets, he tilted his head upward, surveying the massive, garish Hammer sign. A flash of disdain crossed his eyes. Truly tasteless, but it'll suffice as an assembly line for disposable combat drones. Let's go. Time to meet Mr. Hammer, the man who dreams of being Tony Stark yet remains forever relegated to clown status. Hammer Industries' main exhibition hall. Justin Hammer stood atop a raised platform, directing workers with theatrical fervor as they hauled heavy machinery. He wore an ill-fitting, exorbitantly tailored suit and gold-rimmed spectacles, his face frozen in that trademark nauseating smirk. Faster. Move it. The Stark Expo opens in days. We'll deliver Tony Stark, the arrogant fool, a shock he'll never forget. Hammer waved his arms, wildly, spittle flying. Let him know Iron Man's tech is obsolete. The future belongs to Hammer Industries. And in the shadows behind him, a heavily tattooed giant sat before a terminal, jaw clenched around a toothpick, fingers hammering keys with furious precision. Ivan Vanko, the Russian genius Stark's sworn nemesis. This wretched software. He muttered in Russian, his gaze dark and predatory. What was that? Hammer whirled around, scowling. I paid a fortune to extract you from Monaco prison, not to hear complaints. I want iron soldiers. Soldiers that fly, fight, and make the Department of Defense beg to write checks. Just as their argument peaked. That may prove rather difficult, Mr. Hammer. A cool, composed, yet unmistakably urgent female voice cut through the hall. Then, the sharp, rhythmic click of high heels against marble. A woman strode in, crisp, white business suit, cascading strawberry blonde hair, bearing the quiet authority of tempered steel wrapped in grace. She held a document tightly in hand, her complexion pale, not from fatigue, but fury. Pepper Potts, CEO of Stark Industries, and the formidable woman standing resolutely behind Tony Stark's chaos. Miss Potts. Hammer blinked, then plastered on his greasiest grin. What wind blew you this way? Has Tony finally seen reason and decided to sell Stark Industries to me? Don't dream, Hammer. Pepper cut him off icily, slamming the document onto the table. I'm delivering a cease and desist letter. You've unlawfully replicated Stark Industries' patented technology and deployed it without authorization. Hold on. Hammer threw up his hands, feigning innocence. Patents? What patents? Everyone knows. The Iron Man armor belongs to humanity. I'm merely paying homage. You. Pepper's chest rose sharply with indignation. Her impeccably fitted suit strained slightly, revealing in that moment the rich, mature allure of a woman who commands boardrooms and hearts alike. Tisk tisk tsk. What a breathtaking tableau. Shame it's ruined by a fly. At that instant, a voice deep and magnetic sliced through the air from the grand entrance. All heads snapped toward the doorway. The double doors swung wide. Johnny Galderma entered, flanked by black-clad guards, like a sovereign stepping into his own cathedral. He didn't glance at Hammer, nor at the Russian giant, still typing furiously. His ocean-deep gaze locked unerringly onto Pepper Potts, center stage, breathless and radiant. In that look, unapologetic admiration and the raw, focused hunger of a predator. Who are you? Humiliated by the dismissal, Hammer exploded. Security. Where's security? How dare you let stray dogs in here? Slap. Before his shout faded, Kingpin stepped forward and delivered a backhanded strike, so precise it sent Hammer's glasses flying. Hammer spun 3 full revolutions on his heels, then collapsed hard onto the floor. Silence, worm. Kingpin's voice was glacial, his aura thick with the lethal stillness of a crime lord. Hammer froze mute with terror. Johnny seemed oblivious to the commotion. He walked, graceful, unhurried, straight to Pepper. First meeting, Miss Potts. He extended a hand, his smile warm as spring sunlight. I'm Johnny Galderma, new chairman of Osborne Group. Though, he leaned in, close enough that his breath stirred a strand of her hair, his voice dropping to a velvet murmur. I'm also Tony Stark's creditor. Pepper faltered. She stared at this impossibly young man, whose beauty was almost intimidating, her pulse leaping twice unbidden. Galderma, the enigmatic tycoon who'd seized Osborne overnight, now dominating New York headlines. Creditor. Instinctively, Pepper clasped his hand. When did Tony borrow from you? He owes me no money. Johnny held her hand, smooth, perfectly maintained, and let his thumb graze her wrist, slow and deliberate. Silky, warm, exquisitely tactile. But he owes me other things. His gaze drifted past her shoulder, to the towering arc reactor model behind her. For instance, the future of this world. And he returned his focus to her face, tired, luminous, undeniably exquisite. A woman as brilliant as beautiful, as grievously underserved by that playboy. Hearing the system prompt, Johnny's inner mischief surged. To NTR, Tony Stark, it was nothing short of a transcendent achievement for any interdimensional traveler. Imagine it, the arrogant genius soaring skyward in his armor, while his girlfriend lay beneath him, in his office. Tisk. The image was too vivid, too intoxicating, to bear. Mr. Galderma, please respect my boundaries. Pepper snatched her hand back, cheeks flushed. Her words were firm, but her eyes betrayed no revulsion, only flustered disorientation, the tremor of being seen, truly seen by a force far greater than herself. After all, Tony had been drowning in parties and bourbon, secretly palladium, poisoning gnawing at his core, neglecting both company and companion alike. Whereas this man, young, commanding, radiating raw magnetism, was a siren call to a woman starved of validation, stability, and desire. I am respectful. Johnny smiled. No pressure, no pursuit. Patience was the truest weapon, especially with a prize of such unwavering loyalty. One had to crack the shell, slowly, deliberately. I simply believe someone of your caliber deserves better than the wreckage Stark Industries has become. Johnny turned, his gaze landing squarely on Justin Hammer, still groaning on the floor. Hammer. Yes. Yes. Hammer scrambled upright, cradling his swollen cheek, bowing obsequiously. What can I do for you, Mr. Galderma? Name your price. Johnny swept his eyes across the vulgar Nouveau-riche hall. Your company. I'm buying it. All equipment. All personnel. And that Russian at the terminal. What a... Hammer's eyes bulged. No. Impossible. This is my life's work. And the Stark Expo. Kingpin. Johnny refused to waste another word. Remind Mr. Hammer of New York's rules. Yes, sir. Kingpin advanced, knuckles cracking like gunshots. No. Wait. I'll sell. Hammer folded instantly. When survival hung in the balance, dignity was dust. Good. Johnny nodded, satisfied. Then he pivoted, toward Ivan Vanko in the corner. The Russian had ceased typing, toothpick still between his teeth, watching Johnny with the cold appraisal of a hunter sizing prey. You're strong. Vanko spoke in halting English. But I fight only for vengeance. Vengeance. Johnny approached, eyes fixed on the crude arc reactor humming before him. To kill Tony Stark. I'll give you the chance. Even. He leaned in, voice dropping to a low, resonant thrum. I'll provide superior materials. Superior engineering. You'll forge the true whiplash, not a toy, but a weapon. So long as you obey. Venko paused, then grinned, revealing yellowed teeth. Deal. With Hammer and Venko secured, Johnny returned to Pepper. She stood stunned, reeling from the sheer velocity of events. In mere minutes, Hammer Industries had changed hands. What magnitude of power did this man wield? Miss Potts. Johnny adjusted his cufflinks, then offered his invitation again. Hammer Industries is now mine. Add Osborne Group to that, and I command capital sufficient not just to rival Stark Industries, but to eclipse it. So, would you consider a transfer? Join me. I offer you the CEO seat of an entire empire. And his gaze grew profound, hypnotic, tender, devastating. I will cherish you far more wisely than Tony Stark ever could. Pepper's heart hammered violently. Her mind screamed refuse. Yet before this man, this gravitational force of charisma and certainty, her denial dissolved into silence. I need time to consider. Her answer was fragile, evasive, offered in retreat. Of course. Johnny smiled, the serene, assured smile of a hunter who already holds his quarry. I have all the time in the world. Oh, and, as if remembering something delightful, I hear the Stark Expo's grand opening is day after tomorrow. I'll be there, in attendance. I do hope to see you in that backless gown I admire most. He said it, and turned away. Pepper remained rooted, face burning crimson. How did he know? I'd chosen that dress. Emerging from Hammer Industries gates, Johnny settled into the limousine. Master, where to? Kingpin asked. Home. Johnny reclined, eyes closed. A productive day. Hammer Industries secured, and a seed planted deep in Miss Potts' heart. Next, we wait for that seed to sprout, then bloom, then bear fruit. But before that, Johnny's eyes snapped open, fixing on a shadowed alcove across the street. There, faint, elusive, almost spectral, a presence lingered, watching. Humph. Looks like one little mouse slipped the net. A faint, knowing smile curved his lips. Ghost. Interesting. Since you've come, you won't be leaving. My laboratory could use an invisible observer. The black, elongated Maybach glided smoothly along the expressway in Queens. The neon lights outside the window rapidly receded, creating dazzling trails of light. Johnny leaned back in the spacious leather seat, shaking a glass of chilled whiskey that seemed to have appeared from nowhere. His mood was quite pleasant. The acquisition of Hammer Industries went even smoother than expected, although that fool named Justin was a bit noisy. Fortunately, the slap from Jean Bing was loud enough to teach him to keep quiet. As for Ivan Vanko, as long as he was given enough hope for revenge, even if it meant building a Gundam, this Russian brute would probably dive right in. Of course, what Johnny savored the most was the legal debate he had with the enchanting lawyer Jennifer in that conference room. A body enhanced with gamma energy was indeed durable. That sensation of tightness combined with strength. TSK. Master, should we head back to the building? Jean Bing, acting as the driver, glanced at the rearview mirror and respectfully asked. Not in a hurry. Johnny took a sip of his drink, his gaze not fixed ahead, but rather curiously focused on a seemingly empty shadow outside the window. A smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth, reminiscent of a hunter seeing its prey caught in a trap. Since we have a guest who has followed us all this way, wouldn't it be rude of me, the new chairman, not to say hello? A guest, eh? Jean Bing was taken aback, and a hint of ferocity flashed in his small green bean-like eyes. As an underground emperor, his perception was far beyond that of ordinary people, yet at this moment, he had completely failed to detect any traces of a pursuer. This suggested that the other party was either a top-tier master of stealth or possessed some kind of special superpower. Stop the car. Johnny commanded lightly. Screech. The Maybach came to a steady halt beneath a secluded overpass. Johnny pushed the door open and stepped out, adjusting his immaculate suit as he waved towards the empty air. Come out. Haven't you gotten tired of following me for so long? The air was deathly silent. Only the occasional sound of a distant horn could be heard, as if Johnny were merely talking to the air. Still quite shy? Johnny shook his head, the smile in his eyes gradually turning cold. I'll count to 3. If you don't show yourself by then, I'll have no choice but to drag you out from that damned quantum dimension. 3, 2. The moment Johnny reached 2, the previously empty air suddenly distorted like rippling water. Immediately after, a blurry figure slowly materialized. It was a figure clad in a grayish-white tactical suit, wearing a red visored mask, with its entire body flickering and shimmering, resembling a television image with poor signal. Ghost. Ava Star. Can you see me? Beneath the mask, a voice processed through a voice changer sounded slightly pained and surprised. Her body was in an extremely unstable quantum superposition state, allowing her to penetrate any object, yet it also subjected her to the constant agony of cellular tearing. See you? Johnny scoffed, pointing at his own eyes. In my eyes, the quantum fluctuation emanating from you is even more pungent than canned herring. This was of course a bluff. Mainly due to that large red dot on the system map, it was hard not to notice. Who sent you? Johnny stepped toward the flickering figure. S-H-I-E-L-D. Or some oblivious competitor. It's none of your concern. Ghost's voice was cold. Her body flickered again, as if preparing to attack. I'm just here to take something. Take something. Take my life. Johnny did not stop his advance, instead getting closer. Don't come any closer. Ghost hissed, her figure suddenly flashing and disappearing from the spot. In the next second, she appeared directly behind Johnny. With a fist vibrating at high frequency, she effortlessly penetrated Johnny's suit, aiming straight for his heart. This was the terrifying aspect of Ghost. Her attacks could penetrate all physical defenses, directly affecting the interior of the human body. Die. However, just as her hand was about to touch Johnny's skin, buzz. A blue light suddenly illuminated from Johnny's wrist. The space stone. The quantum energy that had been in a virtual state instantly solidified upon contact with the light of the space stone, like frozen flowing water. What? Ghost was horrified to find that her hand had actually materialized. Moreover, it was firmly stuck in midair by an invisible force, unable to advance or retreat. Slap. Johnny slowly turned around, extending his hand to casually grasp the wrist that should have pierced his heart. The touch was icy, still trembling slightly. Trying to give me a heart massage. Johnny looked at the terrified eyes beneath the mask, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Your technique is quite unique, but unfortunately, I don't need it. You. How did you do that? Ghost desperately tried to phase out, but she was horrified to discover that her proud quantum penetration ability had completely failed in front of this man. It felt as if the surrounding space had been locked. Is this hard? Johnny shook the gemstone on his wrist that emitted a faint blue light. You should know, when it comes to space, I'm a professional. But Johnny didn't crush her wrist. Instead, he tugged gently. He pulled the flickering woman directly into his embrace. Although her body was taut due to pain, the incredible elasticity could still be felt beneath that tight tactical suit. You seem to be in a lot of pain, huh? Johnny's large hand unreservedly wrapped around her waist, and the tangible sensation made Ghost freeze all over. This was the first time in many years that she had been touched so genuinely by someone. In the past, she had been like a ghost, unable to touch anyone nor be touched by anyone. Loneliness, pain, despair. But now, this man's embrace was damn warm. Let go of me. Ghost's voice trembled slightly, not sure if it was from fear or from this long-lost sensation of contact. Your cells are tearing and reassembling, experiencing death and rebirth every moment. Johnny didn't let go. Instead, he leaned closer to her mask, his voice deep and alluring. That kind of pain must be hard to endure, right? Ava Starr. Upon hearing her true name, Ghost's body jolted. All struggles instantly ceased. You know me. I told you I know everything. Johnny extended another hand, gently grasping the edge of her mask. Click. The mask was removed, revealing a pale face drenched in sweat, yet still hauntingly beautiful. Her eyes were filled with bloodshot and fatigue, resembling a wounded little beast. What a beauty! Johnny exclaimed, his fingers lightly tracing her icy cheek. If such a pretty face were to disappear because of quantum collapse, that would be a loss for the entire world. Do you want to cure this illness? Cure it. Those two words struck Ava like a bolt of lightning, piercing through her most vulnerable defenses. She dreamed of it. To cure this illness, she had to work as an assassin for S-H-I-E-L-D. Do dirty work for Hydra, even steal and rob. You can cure me. Ava's voice trembled, a flicker of hope igniting in her eyes. Of course. Johnny nodded, confidence radiating from his gaze. The Osborne group now has regeneration cradle technology and the desperation virus. Plus this little gadget in my hand. Johnny gestured to the space stone. Stabilizing your quantum state is merely a matter of moments. However, Johnny's tone shifted, revealing that familiar capitalist demeanor. The treatment cost is quite expensive. Can you afford it? Ava bit her lip, her eyes dimming. She was a fugitive, an assassin, besides a worthless life, she had nothing. I can work for you. Ava said softly. I can help you kill, help you steal, whatever dirty work you need. Kill. Johnny shook his head in disdain. I have Gene Bing, I have the hand, and I even have a country to act as my muscle. I don't need you to kill. Then what do you want? Ava looked at him with despair. Johnny smiled. He tightened his arm around Ava's waist, pulling her closer to his body. I'm in need of an observer who can walk through walls for my laboratory. And Johnny lowered his head, blowing softly into her ear. I've heard that this ability to phase and materialize can bring about very delightful experiences in certain situations. For example, when you become solid, tightly wrapping around, and when you turn intangible. I want to try that feeling. Boom. Ava's face flushed crimson, almost dripping with blood. Though she had little social experience, she wasn't foolish. This man actually wanted to treat her like that kind of toy. You? Shameless. Thank you for the compliment. Johnny remained unfazed, stepping even closer. The choice is yours. Either continue to endure the soul-tearing pain until you become a mass of quantum foam and dissipate, or become my woman, enjoy a healthy body and my affection. I'll only count to 3. 3. There was no need to count to 2. The relentless agony tormenting her every moment left her with no courage to refuse. Moreover, in this man's embrace, the sense of stability wrapped in the energy of the space stone was a comfort she had never experienced in her life. It felt like a long drifting ship finally finding its harbor. I agree. Ava closed her eyes, tears slipping from the corners. She resigned. As long as it meant no more pain, she would do anything. Even if it meant becoming a strange pillow. Ding. Detected special potential female from Marvel, Ava Star Ghost. Target identity, quantum mutant assassin in extreme pain. Current status, submissive yearning for redemption. Achievement unlocked, captured a wild ghost girl. Congratulations host, you received binding reward, quantum penetration active skill. Skill description, you can also walk through walls. Of course, more importantly, you can disregard any physical barriers through quantum entanglement and go wherever you desire like someone's bedroom. Received additional rewards, special constitution enhancement, quantum state adaptation. System prompt, the target's body structure is special. It is recommended that the host stabilize her state with the space stone while using special treatment, otherwise there may be an embarrassing situation of getting stuck. Listening to the system's prompt, Johnny nearly laughed out loud. Getting stuck? Wouldn't that be even more interesting? Good girl. Johnny planted a kiss on her pale lips. Let's go, I'll take you to your new home. Tonight, we'll begin the first phase of treatment. I'll use my energy to help you stabilize. Johnny swept Ava into his arms, disregarding the Maybach entirely. He propelled himself upward, leaving Jean Bing standing by the car, silently watching the direction in which his boss flew away. He pulled a wad of cotton from his pocket. Sighing, he remarked, looks like the soundproofing in the building will be put to the test again tonight. Osborne Tower late at night. When Johnny walked into the familiar lounge with Ava in his arms, Natasha and Emma were lounging in loose bathrobes, sipping red wine. Upon seeing Johnny return with another woman, especially one dressed in a skin-tight suit, both of their expressions were quite something. I knew it. Natasha rolled her eyes and swirled her wine glass. The boss never returns empty-handed. What did he bring this time? A ghost, eh? Emma pushed her non-existent glasses, which had been broken, and curiously examined Ava. She looks like she's not in good health. Can she handle the rough treatment? Don't worry. Johnny placed Ava on the bed, grinning as he unbuttoned his shirt. I'm here to treat and save. Perfect timing, you two shouldn't just sit idly by. This is a new subject. About the practical applications of quantum mechanics in multi-person activities. Come help hold her down. I'm going to begin injecting the vaccine now. Under the dim, ambiguous light, a profound discussion on science and ethics was about to unfold once again. 2 days later, the Stark Expo opening ceremony. Countless spotlights lit up the night sky. Johnny, dressed in a deep blue custom suit, walked into the venue with the dazzling Gwen. Behind him followed a crowd of beauties. Natasha, Emma, Felicia, and even Ava, whose complexion had improved significantly and no longer flickered. This arrangement was even more dazzling than Hollywood stars on the red carpet. Johnny, you brought so many people. Tony, that old flirt, will definitely be jealous. Gwen whispered in Johnny's ear, although she teased, her gaze was filled with sweetness. His jealousy is useless. Johnny chuckled, his gaze scanning the crowd, precisely locking onto the figure commanding the scene, not far away. Pepper Potts. She was wearing that backless evening gown Johnny had picked out, elegant and intellectual, yet with a hint of undeniable anxiety. Upon seeing Johnny approach, Pepper's eyes brightened momentarily, instinctively wanting to come over, but hesitating. Look. Johnny winked at Gwen. Tonight's feast has only just begun. Just then a roaring sound of engines echoed through the sky. All the lights focused on the center stage. Iron Man Tony Stark was about to make his entrance. But Johnny knew. Tonight's main character was definitely not the guy in the tin can. It was he himself. And that Russian brute wielding an electric whip who was about to burst out from backstage. The show has begun. Johnny took a sip of champagne, a glint of golden light flashing in his eyes. On the main stage of the Stark Expo, the lights shone brightly like daylight. Accompanied by the exhilarating rock music of AC/DC, a figure clad in flamboyant red and gold armor descended from the sky. Boom. Iron Man landed, kneeling on one knee, striking that classic superhero pose. Behind him, a group of bikini-clad Ironettes danced wildly to the music, eliciting screams and cheers from the audience below. This is Tony Stark. In the VIP box, Johnny held a champagne glass, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He turned his head, glancing at the lovely ladies seated beside him. Looks quite glamorous, doesn't it? Like a circus clown. Emma Frost adjusted her newly fitted glasses, her tone dripping with disdain. As the former White Queen and now the Chief Secretary of Oscorp, she had always scoffed at such ostentatious displays. And those backup dancers' outfits. Felicia wrinkled her nose, a hint of disdain flashing in her cat-like eyes. Such poor taste. Compared to the outfit my boss prepared for me. She leaned closer to Johnny, her voice lowered, carrying a seductive tone that only the two of them could understand. It's simply trash. Johnny chuckled, gently patting Felicia's smooth thigh. Of course. My aesthetic is not something that tin can could ever compare to. His gaze drifted past the floor-to-ceiling window, not lingering too long on Tony, who was showing off on stage. Instead, he looked over the crowd toward the backstage area. Their Pepper Potts was anxiously directing the scene with a walkie-talkie. She wore a black backless evening gown. One had to admit the choice of this dress was perfect. Her large expanse of delicate white skin was exposed to the air, and the deep spine curve became more pronounced with her movements. Elegant and intellectual, yet imbued with a kind of restrained sensuality. What a beautiful sight, Johnny murmured as he took a sip of his drink, a glint of gold flashing in his eyes. It's a pity she's looking at that troublemaker right now. But soon her eyes will only be on me. On stage, Tony Stark had exited his armor dressed in an expensive custom suit, basking in the crowd's cheers. I didn't say world peace was because of me, though it is a fact. He spread his arms wide, his narcissistic demeanor making one want to punch him. At that moment, another clown took the stage. Justin Hammer. The current CEO of Hammer Industries, who was actually just a lackey under Johnny, strutted onto the stage with a ridiculous dance. Ladies and gentlemen. Hammer held the microphone, his face plastered with a phony smile. Inside, he was very nervous. Because he knew what was about to happen. It was the script arranged for him by his new boss, Johnny Gilda. Stark is indeed strong, but he is just one man. And we at Hammer Industries are committed to providing America with mass-produced iron soldiers. With his gesture, the curtains at the back of the stage slowly parted. Dozens of iron drones painted in various colors were lined up in perfect order. The Army, Navy, and Air Force, along with the Marine Corps. The momentum was grand. What is this junk? Tony frowned, looking at the clearly Stark tech-inspired drones, feeling a wave of irritation rise within. Hammer, which scrapyard did you pick up this garbage from? Garbage. Hammer wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, cursing inwardly. You'll find out soon enough whether it's garbage. And we have a special guest. Hammer quickly changed the subject. Our war machine, Colonel James Rhodes. Rhodes, wearing a modified Mark II, rose from the lift. That was the war machine, heavily armed by Hammer Industries. Looks pretty impressive. In the box, Gwen peeled a grape and fed it to Johnny, commenting, but compared to my armor, it's too clunky. That's only natural. Johnny chewed on the grape, his eyes slightly narrowed. Tom was about right. The show is about to start. At that moment, as soon as Johnny's voice fell, the previously motionless iron soldiers on stage suddenly turned their heads in unison. The red electronic eyes lit up in an instant, emitting a chilling buzzing sound. What's happening? Tony was taken aback, not yet able to react. Ka. All the iron soldiers simultaneously raised their weapons. More precisely, all the gun muzzles were aimed at Tony Stark, who stood in the center of the stage. Even Rhodes' war machine raised its Gatling gun uncontrollably. Tony, run. The system has been hacked. Rhodes' terrified voice echoed throughout the venue. Da-da-da-da-da. In the next second, tongues of fire erupted. Countless bullets and miniature missiles poured down on Tony like a torrential rain. Fuck. Tony yelled, disregarding all decorum, summoning his armor to cover his body, and shot into the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The stage was instantly reduced to ruins. Hammer had long seen the situation going south and scrambled backstage, muttering, boss bless, boss bless. The scene descended into chaos. Screams, explosions, and the sound of shattering glass rang out in succession. Those iron soldiers, originally meant for performance, had completely transformed into killing machines, chasing Tony through the air. Stray bullets flew around, debris scattered. Oh. Behind the stage, Pepper Potts was knocked to the ground by the shockwave of an explosion. She looked at the hellish scene before her in terror. Tony! Tony! She shouted into the walkie-talkie, but only a series of piercing static sounds returned. At that moment, Tony was being chased by a dozen air-type drones, unable to attend to her at all. Damn it! Pepper struggled to get up, but the sharp pain in her ankle sent her tumbling back down. At that moment, thump, 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 heavy footsteps sounded. An army-type iron soldier had turned around at some point. Its red glowing electronic eyes locked onto the incapacitated Pepper. It raised its right arm, revealing a dark grenade launcher. No. Pepper closed her eyes in despair. The shadow of death enveloped her in an instant. At that moment, the face that flashed through her mind was not that of the playboy. Rather, it was a young face filled with confidence and arrogance, adorned with a mischievous smile. If only he were here. Whoosh. The sound of the grenade launcher firing echoed. Pepper could even feel the scorching wave of heat rushing towards her. However, the anticipated explosion and pain never came. Instead, it was a warm, solid embrace filled with a sense of security. Boom. The grenade exploded less than 2 meters away from Pepper. Yet all the shockwaves and shrapnel were blocked by an invisible wall. Not a single strand of Pepper's hair was harmed. Pepper trembled and slowly opened her eyes. What came into view was a breathtakingly handsome face. Johnny Gilda. He held Pepper's smooth back with one hand while the other casually rested in his pocket. A faint golden aura surrounded him. The shrapnel capable of shattering concrete struck the aura, as if hitting a wall of copper and iron, bouncing off in all directions. I told you. I will cherish you more than Tony Stark does. Johnny lowered his head, looking at the bewildered beauty in his arms. A gentle, yet domineering smile crept across his lips. Look, didn't I keep my word? Pepper stared at him blankly. At that moment, her heart seemed to stop beating, then started pounding in a frenzy like never before. The background was filled with flames and explosions. And this man was like a war god descending from mythology, shielding her from all calamities. This intense impact shattered the last line of defense in her heart, named reason and loyalty. Johnny. Pepper's voice trembled, tears streaming down her face. It's all right. Johnny's large hand gently stroked her trembling back, his fingertips gliding over her deep spine. That delicate touch made him feel a rush of satisfaction. This dress really suits you, especially when you're in my arms. Pepper's face flushed crimson. Even in this life-and-death moment, she was still stirred by this blatant flirtation, feeling weak all over. Roar. The iron soldier that had failed to strike seemed agitated. It raised its weapon again, preparing for a second round of fire. Such an unromantic piece of scrap metal. Johnny frowned, a hint of impatience flashing in his eyes. He did not let go of Pepper, maintaining his princess-carrying position. Instead, he slowly raised his right hand. His index finger extended. Get lost. A flash of golden light sparkled at his fingertip. Kamehameha. A thin golden beam instantly pierced through the air. There was no obstruction. It directly penetrated the iron soldier's most durable chest armor. Boom. The reactor inside the iron soldier exploded, instantly turning into a dazzling fireball. Instant kill. Pepper stared agape at this scene. She knew Johnny was powerful, but witnessing him holding her and casually detonating a war machine with a finger, the visual impact was 100 times more shocking than Iron Man. What is this? Just a little trick. Johnny smiled, not explaining too much. He glanced around. More and more iron soldiers were gathering over here. Obviously, Ivan Vanko had seen Johnny make his move backstage and was controlling these tin cans to entertain the boss. Looks like tonight's show isn't over yet. Johnny tightened his hold on Pepper. Hold on to me. I'll take you to a safe place. By the way, let me show you what true power is. As soon as the words fell, Johnny propelled himself. Boom. The ground exploded. He shot up like a rocket, directly breaking through the dome of the expo hall. He soared to a height of 100 meters. The night wind howled. Pepper tightly embraced Johnny's neck, watching the battlefield below shrink into insignificance, feeling both fear and excitement. Look over there. Johnny pointed to the sky not far away. Tony was being swarmed by dozens of drones like a headless fly, looking utterly helpless. Occasionally, he had to rely on Rhodes for backup. Is this the superhero you've always trusted? Johnny's voice clearly reached Pepper's ears amidst the wind. If he can't even protect himself, how can he protect you? Watching the red figure struggling in the air, an indescribable disappointment surged within Pepper. Indeed, it was always like this. Every time she had to clean up the mess, and every time she was left worried. And now, the one truly protecting her was this man she once regarded as a barbarian. Johnny. Pepper buried her head in Johnny's chest, listening to his powerful heartbeat. Don't say anything. All right, I won't mention him. Johnny's lips curled slightly. Since her mindset had already crumbled, he decided to add fuel to the fire. Let me show you how I clean up this trash. Johnny hovered in the air. He slowly raised his right hand. On his wrist, the yellow mind stone suddenly shone brightly. Since we're playing Let's Play Big. Spirit Slash. Multi-shadow clone version. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In an instant, dozens of golden discs appeared around Johnny. They spun at high speed, their edges radiating a terrifying cutting force. With the power of the Mind Stone, these spirit slashes even gained an auto-tracking feature. Go. Johnny waved his hand. Dozens of golden lights fell like a meteor shower, cutting through the night sky. Swish, swish, swish. At that moment, it seemed like a golden light rain was falling from the sky above the Stark Expo. Those iron soldiers chasing Tony. They didn't even have a chance to react. They were instantly sliced in half by these terrifying discs. The cuts were smooth, and there wasn't even time for an explosion. In the blink of an eye, the dozens of drones that had been flying around were all turned into scrap metal, falling from the sky like dumplings. Boom, boom, boom. A series of fireballs erupted from the ground. But these fireballs were the most extravagant fireworks Johnny had gifted to Pepper. Oh my God. Just escaping from the encirclement, Tony hovered in midair, lifting his mask. Staring at this shocking scene, his mouth hung open wide enough to fit a hamburger. Is this magic? At that moment, Johnny was gently landing on the highest tower with Pepper in his arms. The background was filled with flames and falling debris. He looked like a king reigning over the world. Do you like these fireworks? Johnny gazed at the utterly dazed Pepper in his arms. This is prepared for you. Pepper looked at him, her eyes glazed over, as if her soul was being drawn into those deep eyes. I like it, she murmured. Ding. Detected. Pepper Potts' affection for the host has crossed the critical point. Current status, shocked, adoring, completely shaken. Congratulations, host has achieved the achievement NTR Iron Man in person. Rewards complete set of arc reactor technology, optimized version. Extra rewards affection 30 deeply rooted feelings. System prompt, if not now, when to kiss. Johnny smiled. He never let the system down. Since you like it, then give me a reward. Johnny lowered his head. In the backdrop of blazing flames, amidst Tony Stark's shocked, bewildered, and heartbroken gaze, he kissed Pepper's red lips fiercely. This time Pepper did not push him away. Her hands tightly wrapped around Johnny's neck. In this chaotic night, in the arena of Iron Man, Johnny Gilda was the only protagonist. Pepper Potts' mind went utterly blank. All around her blazed fire, and falling scrap metal in her ears echoed the screams and cheers of survivors. Yet all of it now felt distant, far removed from her reality. In her world, only one man remained commanding, unyielding, and the fierce, irresistible heat of his kiss. That overwhelming, sun-scorching masculinity instantly shattered her composure as CEO of Stark Industries. Until this moment, she had believed she would love Tony Stark, the eternal boy, for the rest of her life. But just seconds earlier, as death loomed and her desperate cries for Tony went unanswered, it was this man who descended like a god, halting catastrophe in its tracks. In that instant, the balance within her heart tipped irrevocably. Miss Potts. At last their lips parted. Johnny gazed down at Pepper in his arms. Her cheeks flushed, her eyes dazed, and a satisfied roguish smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Seems my reward met with your approval. Then perhaps our contract is ready to take effect. Pepper gasped for breath, her palms weakly pressed against Johnny's chest, yet offering no real resistance. Johnny, you. She tried to speak, but found herself unable to form even a single coherent sentence. Just then, thud. A heavy metallic crash echoed nearby, the sound of an armored suit hitting the ground. Tony Stark retracted his faceplate. The usual cocky grin was gone, replaced by rigid shock and disbelief. He stared at the two locked tightly in each other's arms. At Pepper, blushing vulnerable, radiant in a way he'd never seen before. His newly installed triangular arc reactor suddenly felt like a luminous emerald pulsing green with envy. Ahem. Tony coughed sharply, attempting, unsuccessfully, to dispel the suffocating tension. Look, I truly hate to interrupt your celebration, but gentlemen, this is the Stark Expo. Tens of thousands are watching us right now. And his gaze narrowed on Johnny, thick with acid-laced resentment. Lynn, you've gone too far, haven't you? Stealing my spotlight is one thing, but now you're trying to steal my CEO. Hostile acquisition. Johnny didn't flinch. Still holding Pepper firmly at the waist, he tightened his grip, quietly, unmistakably claiming her. Hostile acquisition. Johnny arched a brow, amusement dancing in his eyes. Tony, you're a businessman. You know how these things work. Premium assets always gravitate toward stronger hands. Besides, leaning close, he whispered softly into Pepper's ear, Pepper chose the safer harbor, didn't she? Pepper shivered, refusing to meet Tony's gaze, burying her face deeper instead. Her silence struck Tony like a physical blow. You? Tony opened his mouth, then found himself speechless. Had Johnny not intervened, Pepper might already be gone. He had saved her, while Tony himself had been careening through the sky like a headless drone, powerless, frantic. That crushing sense of inadequacy hollowed out the pride he wore like armor. All right, Tony. Johnny knew when to step back. After all, even the finest wool shouldn't be shorn bare in one go. Rather than stewing in jealousy, why not tidy up your mess? Those scrap heaps may have stopped moving, but if left unattended, your stock will likely crater tomorrow. As for Pepper, Johnny swept her effortlessly into his arms and turned toward the building's edge. She's shaken. She needs rest. I'll take her home. Home. Tony's eyes widened. Which home? Mine, of course. Johnny glanced back, flashing Tony a dazzling grin. My bed's spacious and exceedingly comfortable. Goodbye, Tin Man. With that, he launched himself skyward, like a human rocket, vanishing into the velvet night with Pepper cradled safely in his arms. Tony stood alone atop the ruined tower, wind-tossed and adrift. Jarvis. His voice held a quiet, hollow ache. Sir, run a scan. Can we coat this suit in anti-green light shielding? Manhattan. The penthouse suite of Oscorp Tower. When Johnny carried Pepper into the living room, the scene was perfect. Gwen, Felicia, Mary Jane, Emma, Natasha, and Wanda newly arrived. A constellation of stunning women lounged together on the sofa watching television, broadcasting the very events from the Stark Expo moments earlier. Johnny's instantaneous dismantling of War Machine and the earth-shattering kiss that followed. Well, our hero returns. Felicia was the first to notice movement at the doorway. Wineglass in hand, her feline eyes swept over Pepper, then lingered with knowing amusement. Impressive efficiency, boss. One trip out, and you've not only resolved the crisis, but brought home a prize. And not just any prize, the lead sheep of Stark Industries. Pepper's face burned crimson to her collarbone. A titan of commerce, she'd faced boardrooms and billion-dollar deals, but never this carried straight into a den of wolves surrounded by sisters in arms. Especially these women, each breathtakingly beautiful, their gazes resting on her with unsettling tenderness, almost like she were a new trembling lamb among them. Put me down. Pepper wriggled feebly in Johnny's arms, her voice barely a whisper. He complied instantly, setting her gently on her feet, yet his hand settled possessively back upon her waist. Allow me to introduce you. Johnny surveyed his inner circle, wearing that infuriatingly charming, irrepressible grin. This is Miss Pepper Potts. Effective immediately, she becomes Chief Executive Officer of Oscorp Group. Of course. Leaning in, he kissed her cheek, boldly, tenderly, in full view of everyone. She is also a new member of this family. Please treat her kindly. Especially you two. Johnny's gaze shifted to Emma and Natasha. Take Pepper to familiarize herself with our environment, particularly the special functions of the relaxation suite. Be sure to give her a thorough orientation. Emma and Natasha exchanged glances, both alight with shared sly understanding. As veterans of this world, they knew precisely what such orientation entailed: a complete, soul-deep initiation. At your service, Master. Emma rose gracefully, approaching Pepper with measured elegance, and that signature blend of haughty poise and quiet devotion. Miss Potts, long admired from afar. We were rivals in business once. But now, she took Pepper's hand, her fingertips tracing a gentle, deliberate line across her palm. We are sisters. Come, I'll help you bathe and change. This gown is exquisite, but rather impractical for what lies ahead. Pepper tried to protest, but was swiftly enveloped by a warm, eager tide of women. Gwen, though quietly envious, softened at Pepper's flustered expression, her innate kindness prevailing. Sister Pepper, don't worry. Johnny's a rascal, yes, but he treats us all with extraordinary care. She leaned in, whispering conspiratorially. And, well, these things grow natural with time. Gwen's own cheeks bloomed pink as she spoke. Watching Pepper vanish into the bathroom surrounded by affectionate laughter, Johnny sank onto the sofa, deeply content. Ding. Detected target. Pepper Potts successfully integrated into host residence. Achievement unlocked. Iron Man's agony. Congratulations, host. Reward granted. Full arc reactor technology suite optimized to nanoscale. Bonus reward 30 covert equity stake in Stark Industries via Shell Company Network. System notice tonight presents an ideal opportunity. Recommend immediate consolidation. Transform Stark Industries CEO into your personal steward. Listening to the chime, Johnny lit a cigarette and drew in a slow, contemplative breath. Arc reactor tech, combined with Oscorp's biotech. The perfect fusion of machine and biology. A spark ignited in his eyes. Time to upgrade my Valkyrie's arsenal. But first, Johnny listened to the muffled splashes and laughter drifting from the bathroom, and smiled. A slow predatory curve of his lips. Rising, he unbuttoned his shirt. First, a lesson for the newcomer on how to become a truly exemplary family member. Johnny strode toward the bathroom. Tonight would be anything but quiet. Inside, the steam-filled chamber, mist swirled above a vast hydrotherapy tub, where silhouettes of pale, graceful bodies shimmered beneath the water's surface. Pepper Potts huddled in the corner, arms wrapped tightly around herself, face flushed scarlet. Staring at these women, unabashed, radiant, utterly at ease in their own skin, her worldview trembled at its foundations. Was this really acceptable? No need to blush, Pepper. Felicia glided over, wrapping herself around Pepper like a sleek, playful mermaid. Look, we all do. And she gestured playfully toward the door. The big wolf is coming in now. The moment the words left her lips, the bathroom door swung open. Johnny entered bare-chested, a modern-day Greek god carved from power and grace. His sculpted musculature gleamed through the haze, intensely magnetic. Everyone's here. He closed the door behind him and locked it. His gaze pierced the steam, locking instantly onto Pepper crouched in the corner. Pepper, I'll wash your back. VIP service. Exclusively for newcomers. Pepper's pulse thundered as he advanced. She knew escape was impossible, or perhaps deep down she didn't wish to flee at all. Then, thank you, she murmured, closing her eyes. Johnny smiled and stepped into the tub, sending waves crashing outward. In that confined, fragrant space, a grand feast of power and desire began, not with fanfare, but with a single inevitable ripple. Meanwhile, far away in Queens, Tony Stark sat slumped before his half-destroyed workbench, clutching a bottle of whiskey. He raised it toward the empty lab in a grim toast. To damn life. He drained a burning gulp, his peripheral vision catching the image frozen on a nearby monitor. Johnny and Pepper locked in that searing embrace. Crack. The glass shattered in his fist. Johnny, Gilda. Gritted teeth, blazing eyes, pure, incandescent fury. You'll pay for this. This isn't over. What he didn't yet grasp was that this was merely the prologue. In this world remade by Johnny's hand, Iron Man's tragedy had only just begun its first act, while Johnny Gilda's legend ascended step by deliberate step toward mythic heights. Morning sunlight streamed unimpeded through the vast one-way, floor-to-ceiling window of the top floor of Osborne Tower, spilling across the disheveled king-sized bed. The air still carried a lingering, intoxicating fragrance, tender, electric, and faintly blush-inducing. It was the afterglow of last night's revelry. Johnny Gilda leaned against the headboard, a cigarette dangling between his fingers, its curling smoke softening the sharp, almost otherworldly beauty of his features. His gaze rested upon the woman sleeping soundly in his arms, Pepper Potts, the indomitable titan of the corporate world, the unwavering anchor of Stark Industries. Yet now she lay curled in his embrace like a Persian cat stripped of its spine, languid, yielding, utterly surrendered. Her once crisp, auburn gold hair spilled in tousled waves across his chest. Her fair skin bore delicate constellations of crimson marks, the gilded medals of last night's onboarding training. Johnny exhaled a slow, perfect smoke ring, his fingertips tracing the smooth curve of Pepper's bare back. Truly the little pepper, he murmured, voice low and rich with morning gravel. That fiery bite lingers far longer than any ordinary candy. Last night's campaign had been nothing short of brutal. Even Johnny, operating under the serene clarity of the sage mode, had to concede that this CEO possessed stamina rivaling even the genetically enhanced Gwen. Perhaps it was years spent managing Tony Stark, the eternal willful child, that had forged such extraordinary resilience under pressure. A soft murmur escaped her lips. Pepper's long lashes fluttered, then lifted slowly. Her first sight, the deep oceanic eyes of Johnny, Gilda, shimmering with quiet amusement. Memory surged in like a tide. The Stark Expo explosion. Johnny's celestial descent before the world's gaze. That searing public kiss. And then, here on this very bed, how she had surrendered step by deliberate step until all sense of self dissolved into pure, unmoored abandon. Awake, Johnny bent low, pressing a feather-like kiss to her forehead. His voice was hoarse, resonant with the warm magnetism of dawn. Good morning, my CEO. Pepper's cheeks flared crimson. Instinctively, she reached for the sheet to shield her naked form, only to find her limbs leaden, every muscle too spent to lift even a finger. Johnny, Her voice was parched, her throat raw as if scorched. I betrayed Tony. Her gaze dimmed, not from shame of the body which had yielded wholly, but from the quiet pang of conscience that lingered in her moral core. After all she had tended to Tony for so many years. Betrayal. Johnny scoffed, crushing the cigarette into the ashtray. He reached out, gripping her chin firmly, forcing her to meet his unwavering gaze. Pepper, listen, while Tony Stark shattered everything first. He drowned in his toys, intoxicated by his own arrogance, so much so that he couldn't even protect you. Without me, you'd be a cold corpse by now. A wise bird chooses the strongest branch. You've simply made the choice an adult must make. His words cut with surgical precision, laying bare the fortress she'd built around her heart. Yes, Tony. He was always like that, forever a boy, forever needing her to clean up the messes trailing behind him. But this man before her, powerful, commanding, enigmatic, offered something Tony never could, an unshakable primal sense of safety cradled in his arms. I understand. Pepper closed her eyes, tears glistened at the corners, yet when she opened them again, resolve burned clear and bright. It was the surrender to strength, and the quiet, solemn acceptance of a new life. Good, Johnny said, smiling with quiet satisfaction. System, extract rewards. He commanded inwardly. Last night's achievement, the Iron Man's agony, had yielded a formidable bounty. Ding. Nanoscale arc reactor technology acquired. Activation confirmed. 30 covert equity control over Stark Industries granted. A torrent of data flooded Johnny's consciousness. Advanced applications of nanotechnology and the ultimate synthesis of biotech and mechanical engineering. Compared to Tony's current clunky mechanical armor, Johnny now wielded technology 2 decades ahead of its time. Now that you're awake, rise. Johnny swept aside the sheets, revealing a physique carved like a Greek god. There's a spectacle awaiting us today. A spectacle. Pepper propped herself up, weakly puzzled. Indeed. Johnny strode to the window, gazing toward Stark Tower, a monolith piercing Manhattan's skyline. A cruel, knowing smile curved his lips. Tony's probably foaming at the mouth, right now, desperate to hunt me down. Perfect. It's high time I claim my new assets. Stark Industries headquarters. The top-floor laboratory was in ruins. Tony Stark stood before the holographic console, clad in the battered Mark VI armor from the Expo, fingers hammering furiously at the interface. His eyes were bloodshot, his hair a wild nest, his entire being radiating the brittle fury of imminent collapse. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Jarvis, have you tracked that bastard yet? Tony roared, slamming his fist onto the console. Last night's humiliation pierced his heart like a white-hot blade. Pepper, stolen, taken in full view of the world by that insufferable Johnny, Gilda. It was disgrace, unprecedented, unforgivable shame for the Stark name. Sir, tracking failed. Jarvis's voice remained calm, delivering news that only deepened Tony's rage. The perpetrator appears to employ an advanced signal shielding protocol. Our satellites cannot pinpoint his location. And sir, just now the board issued an emergency notice. An unknown entity executed a hostile takeover of Stark Industries stock at market open. They currently hold over 30% of shares, making them the second largest shareholder immediately behind you. What? Tony froze. 30%? In a single night? Impossible. Stark Industries was colossal. Mobilizing such capital overnight defied the logic of any conventional financial power. Who is it? Tony's voice trembled. Source remains untraceable. Funds were routed through thousands of shell corporations. Jarvis paused, then added, however, all final transaction paths converge on a newly incorporated holding group. Name JG Group. JG. Johnny Gilda. Johnny Gilda. It's him. It has to be. Tony shot upright, his helmet snapped shut with a metallic clack, eyes blazing with incandescent fury. That thief. He stole my woman, and now he dares steal my company. Dream on. Jarvis, activate all reserve armors. Lock onto Osborne Tower. I'm leveling his lair to dust. Yet, in the split second before liftoff. ZVZT, The lab's holographic displays flickered violently. Then Jarvis's voice fractured into static. Circus system under unknown intrusion. Firewall compromised. Losing control. What? Tony recoiled in shock. Jarvis was the pinnacle of artificial intelligence. How could anyone breach him so effortlessly? Before he could react, every screen in the lab went black. Seconds later, a massive crystal-clear image bloomed across the main display. A young, strikingly handsome face, smiling with infuriating charm. Johnny Gilda. He sat in Norman Osborne's former executive chair, a glass of red wine in hand, raising it in a mocking toast toward the camera. Good morning, Tony. Did you sleep well? You look rather tired. Those dark circles are quite pronounced. You. Tony raised his palm repulsor, aiming at the screen, a futile gesture. Get out of my system. No need to get so worked up. On-screen, Johnny shrugged, perfectly at ease. I'm merely informing you, as Stark Industries' newest major shareholder, I believe a comprehensive security system upgrade is in order. After all, your Jarvis doesn't seem particularly sharp. Bullshit. Tony shook with rage. Also, Johnny ignored the outburst, turning slightly to reveal the figure behind him, calmly organizing documents. Pepper Potts. She wore a sleek, newly tailored business suit, bolder, sharper, and around her neck gleamed the diamond necklace Johnny had gifted her the night before. She looked radiant, more luminous, more captivating than ever. Pepper. Tony's heart clenched violently at the sight. Pepper, are you all right? Did that bastard? Pepper lifted her gaze, meeting his through the screen. Her expression was layered, complex, yet anchored in steely resolve. I'm fine, Tony. Her voice was calm, eerily serene, unfamiliar to him. Johnny treats me well. And she stepped beside Johnny, resting her hand naturally on his shoulder. I've made my decision. Effective immediately, I resign as CEO of Stark Industries. From today onward, I am Chief Operating Officer of JG Group. And she glanced at Johnny, a faint blush warming her cheeks. Johnny's personal assistant. Those words struck Tony like a sledgehammer to the skull. Personal assistant. The woman who once dictated terms to the entire Stark Empire, now willingly reduced to a private aide, and of such an unmistakably unorthodox nature. No, this isn't real. Tony staggered backward, his armor groaned in protest. Pepper, you're being coerced, aren't you? Did he brainwash you? No, Tony. She shook her head gently. This is my choice. For years I waited, for you to grow up, to turn around, but I'm exhausted. Johnny gave me the safety I craved, and the future I deserved. So good luck, Tony. With that, she turned and walked out of frame. Only Johnny's smug, infuriating grin remained on screen. Did you hear that, Tony? Johnny swirled his wine, his gaze disdainful. Some things were never truly yours, and they'll never stay. Whether it's a woman or a company. I'll kill you. Tony erupted. Thrusters ignited, roaring with white-hot fury. He lunged upward, ready to shatter the ceiling. Wait. Johnny snapped his fingers. Snap. Instantly, the Mark 6 powered down, every light extinguished. The thrusters died mid-roar. Clang. Tony crashed heavily onto the floor, a lifeless hunk of metal, like a toy whose battery had been yanked. What happened? Jarvis moved. Trapped inside his own armor, Tony writhed helplessly. The suit he once commanded like an extension of himself had become a suffocating iron prison. Save your breath. On-screen, Johnny's smile turned glacial. Your armor's architecture is antiquated. I took the liberty of optimizing it, just now. Its operational authority now resides with me. What? Tony stared in horror. Remote override. Under Jarvis's watch. How? His technical mastery had transcended all known limits. Impossible. That's my source code. Nothing is impossible. Johnny rose, smoothing his suit jacket. Tony, the age has changed. Do you still imagine yourself the singular Iron Man? In my eyes, you're merely a child playing dress-up in tinfoil. Stay locked in there and reflect. When you decide to surrender the remaining shares, perhaps I'll consider letting you breathe some fresh air. With that, the screen blinked once and went dead. Silence descended upon the lab, thick and absolute, broken only by Tony's muffled, impotent roars from within his armored cage. Johnny Gilda. Osborne Tower. Having severed the feed, Johnny stretched languidly, thoroughly pleased. Exhilarating. Utterly intoxicating. Watching the invincible Iron Man trapped like a turtle in his own shell. This triumph surpassed even 10 rounds of elite wellness therapy. Boss, you were terribly wicked just now. Behind him, Pepper approached, bearing a tray of fruit. Her expression was layered, uncertain, yet unmistakably awestruck. A man who isn't wicked rarely wins a woman's heart. Johnny drew her close, opening his mouth to accept the grape she offered. Besides, disobedient children require special discipline. Enough. Johnny clapped his hands lightly. Stark Industries can wait, for now. Kingpin will handle the rest. Now, we must prepare for our next guest. Guest? Pepper asked, puzzled. Who? Johnny moved to the window, watching storm clouds gather overhead, thunder rumbling faintly in the distance. A knowing, enigmatic smile played upon his lips. An alien prince wielding a hammer, and the treasures of Asgard. Asgard? I wonder, does the legendary Queen Frigga possess the same allure as myth promises? Johnny ran his tongue slowly over his lower lip. The journey of the multitude and fortune system had only just begun. Earth, the novice's starting map, was nearly cleared. It was time to cast one's gaze beyond the horizon, toward the stars themselves. 50 miles west of Old Bridge Town in New Mexico lies a desolate expanse of wasteland scorched by the blazing sun, with the air thick with the taste of dry dust. However, at this moment, this forsaken desert is surrounded tightly. A temporary base of S.I.E.L.D. rises abruptly with countless agents in protective suits bustling around the massive meteorite crater at its center. Or rather, they are focused on the seemingly ordinary hammer at the bottom of the pit, which cannot be moved by any means. Director, it's still not working. An agent wiped the sweat from his brow and reported to Coulson, who stood above. We've tried Crane's winches and even thought about excavating the soil beneath, but this thing is as immovable as if it were welded to its spatial coordinates. Phil Coulson sighed, looking at the damned hammer at the bottom of the pit, feeling his hairline receding by a few millimeters. Since that Johnny Gilda emerged, the world has become increasingly fantastical. First there was the alien invasion, then various supervillains treated like minor enemies, and now this thing has fallen from the sky. Continue to stand guard, do not let anyone approach. Coulson rubbed his temples. Especially. Before he could finish his sentence, a familiar chilling sound of breaking air suddenly echoed in the sky. Boom! A black figure streaked through the air like a meteor, descending with an unparalleled domineering aura right at the center of the base. The ground trembled violently, dust rising. The surrounding agents instantly raised their weapons, nervously aiming at the center of the dust cloud. Stop! Lower your weapons. Coulson's face changed, and he shouted urgently. What a joke! Pointing guns at this esteemed figure. Are you trying to keep S.I.E.L.D.'s compensation funds from being dispersed? As the dust settled, Johnny Gilda hovered half a foot off the ground, dressed casually in a black shirt, hands in his pockets. His deep eyes were not focused on the agents surrounding him, but rather curiously fixated on the hammer at the bottom of the pit. Mjolnir. Thor's hammer. Oh, Agent Coulson. Johnny slowly descended, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. What brings you to this godforsaken place for illegal construction? Mr. Gilda. Coulson approached with a bitter smile, lowering his stance. What are you doing here? What? Is there anywhere on Earth that I cannot go? Johnny raised an eyebrow, his inherent arrogance making Coulson feel a wave of suffocation. No, of course not. Coulson quickly waved his hands. This area has been secured by S.I.E.L.D. due to unknown radiation and... All right, stop with the formalities. Johnny waved his hand and walked straight toward the meteorite crater. As he passed the S.I.E.L.D. agents automatically parted like the Red Sea. No one dared to stop him, nor did anyone want to stop him. Who doesn't know that this esteemed figure can easily destroy even an alien mothership with a finger? Not to mention that both the director and deputy director. Cough, cough. Is this the hammer? Johnny stood at the edge of the pit, looking down at the metallic lump inscribed with runes. A glint of gold flashed in his eyes. Through its surface, he could distinctly sense the vast, ancient energy contained within the hammer. That is Odin's spell. It is also the weight of a dead star's core. Interesting. Johnny stroked his chin. If you're interested, you can try to lift it. Coulson cautiously suggested from the side. We've tried many methods and failed. He actually had some ulterior motives. If even Johnny, the strongest being on Earth, cannot lift it, then this hammer is likely truly immovable. Lift it. Johnny chuckled lightly, his gaze dismissive. A discarded hammer, does it deserve my effort? However, Johnny turned around, his eyes directed towards the entrance of the base. There, a dilapidated off-road vehicle was crashing its way in. Looks like the owner of this hammer can't wait to reclaim his toy. Screech. The off-road vehicle came to a sudden halt outside the security line. The door swung open. First to step out was a pair of long legs clad in work boots. Following her was a woman with wavy brown hair, exquisite features, and an intellectual beauty radiating from her demeanor. Jane Foster, the renowned beauty scientist in the field of astrophysics. Behind her there was also an intern wearing black-framed glasses with a voluptuous figure that seemed a bit dazed. Daisy Lewis. And a burly man with striking golden hair, looking like a bear, yet wearing an ill-fitting t-shirt and an angry expression. Thor. At this moment, he is not the mighty god of thunder, just a mortal stripped of his powers and exiled to Earth. This is it. Thor gazed at the massive meteorite crater, his eyes brimming with joy and longing. He pushed past Daisy and strode toward the base. Hey, big guy, you can't go past. Jane Foster shouted anxiously, trying to grab him, but was pushed away by Thor. Don't block my way, mortal. Thor shouted like a raging bull, directly charging towards the S.I.E.L.D. blockade. Halt. Get any closer, and we will fire, the agents warned loudly. But Thor paid no heed. Even without his powers, his Asgardian physique still far surpassed that of an ordinary human. Bang, bang. Several agents attempting to stop him were swiftly knocked down by his punches. That primitive, brutal fighting style was filled with a violent aesthetic. Who is this guy? Is he crazy? Daisy pushed her glasses up, watching the burly man wreaking havoc among the agents, her mouth slightly agape. But his physique is impressive. Daisy. Jane shot her a glare, but her eyes couldn't help but be drawn to another person. That was Johnny, standing at the edge of the pit, hands in pockets, watching the scene with an expression of amusement. Against the chaotic backdrop, he looked like a deity detached from the world. His black shirt billowed in the wind, outlining his perfect muscular form. That face. Jane swore she had studied stars for half her life, but had never seen a being more radiant than this man. That was the biological essence of ultimate attraction. Who was that? Jane instinctively asked, her heart skipping a beat. I don't know. But that aura, it's clear he's a big shot. Daisy was also captivated, even forgetting to pay attention to the brawling man. Wow, boss, is that your target? A brawling brute, and two. Well, they look pretty easy to fool female scientists. The system's voice resonated in Johnny's mind at just the right moment. Shut up, Johnny retorted in his mind. His gaze swept over Jane and Daisy. Ding. Detected classic Marvel quality female, Jane Foster. Identity astrophysicist, potential future Lady Thor. Body data, B85W60, H88, intellect and beauty. Detected classic Marvel quality female, Daisy Lewis. Identity political science, intern comic relief. Body data, B95W65, H92, hidden gem, especially in that regard. Cough cough. System suggestion, host, this is a buy one get one free opportunity. Win over that female scientist, and conveniently take that intern as well. This is the pinnacle of academic research. Johnny's lips curled into a slight smile. Buy one get one free. I want them both. Meanwhile, Thor had already broken through the line and reached the edge of the meteorite pit. He looked at the familiar hammer, tears welling in his eyes. Mjolnir. Old friend, I have come to take you back. Thor took a deep breath, his face breaking into a confident smile. He firmly believed that as long as he grasped the hammer, his powers would return. He still was the invincible god of thunder. Ignoring Johnny standing nearby, he confidently walked down the muddy slope to the hammer. He extended his hands and tightly grasped the hammer's handle. In the name of this hammer, Thor shouted, pulling upwards with all his might. However, 1 second, 2 seconds, the hammer remained as if it were rooted to the ground. Thor was stunned. He stubbornly exerted himself once more, the muscles in his arms bulging, veins popping, his face turning a deep shade of purple. Oh! He let out a beast-like roar, using every ounce of strength he had. But the result was the same. The hammer did not budge, not even a millimeter. No. No. Thor released his grip and staggered back 2 steps, landing in the mud. At that moment, his pride, his dignity, his faith collapsed entirely. Why? Why? Thor stared at his hands, his gaze hollow and filled with despair. Father, have you truly abandoned me? In the sky, the previously clear weather suddenly turned cloudy, thunder rumbling, as if mourning for this fallen deity. What a sight to behold! A cold voice came from above. Thor looked up abruptly. He saw the man in black standing at the edge of the pit, looking at him with the disdainful eyes of someone regarding trash. So this is the so-called god of thunder. Johnny scoffed. If I were Odin, I would throw you down too. Because right now you are not even as strong as a robust ant. Who are you? Thor was enraged. Even without his powers, he could not tolerate a mortal humiliating him in such a way. I am Odin's son. I am Thor, the god of thunder. Thor shouted as he got up from the mud, charging at Johnny. Put away your filthy gaze. He swung his fist, wanting to teach this ignorant mortal a lesson. Watch out! Jane cried out from a distance, unable to hold back her voice. However, facing Thor's furious punch, Johnny couldn't even be bothered to dodge. He merely slowly stretched out a finger. Bang! A dull sound. Thor's fist, as big as a sandbag, was firmly held back by Johnny's single finger, unable to advance even an inch. What a... Thor's eyes widened in disbelief. Although he had lost his powers, his physical prowess was still Asgardian level. With this punch, he could dent steel. How could this mortal possibly block it with just a finger? So weak. Johnny shook his head, disappointment evident in his eyes. God, in my eyes you are even less than a mosquito. As soon as the words left his mouth, Johnny lightly flicked his fingertip. Boom. An invisible force erupted. Thor was sent flying as if he had been struck by a speeding train. He crashed down hard onto a container dozens of meters away, smashing it inwards. Puffed. Thor spat out a mouthful of blood, sliding down to the ground, unable to rise again. The scene fell into silence. Everyone stared in astonishment at this scene. Instant kill. A complete and utter instant kill. That burly man who had just been rampaging was actually sent flying by just a finger. The earth groaned. The air trembled. At that moment, the magnetic field within a 10-mile radius centered around the impact crater was completely disrupted. Johnny's hand tightly gripped the handle of Mjolnir. Upon it flowed Odin's incantation, a restriction set by the father of gods that could only be shaken by those deemed worthy. But in Johnny Gilda's dictionary, the word worthy never existed. Only I want and I can. Give me. Rise. The golden light in Johnny's eyes surged as the Mind Stone calculated, furiously deciphering the frequency of the runes. At the same time, the vast energy within him surged into the hammer through his arm. If you do not acknowledge me, then I will force you to. If you are a lock, then I will smash this lock to pieces. Ka ka ka. An unpleasant metallic grinding sound echoed. Under the gaze of countless horrified eyes, that stubborn figure, which even the S-H-I-E-L-D heavy crane could not budge an inch. It moved. Though slowly and laboriously, it indeed left the ground. An inch. 2 inches. A foot. Boom. With a sound that seemed to have broken free from some kind of shackles, Johnny raised the hammer, glowing with lightning high above his head. Sizzle. In the sky, the originally overcast storm clouds seemed to respond to some call. A thick bolt of lightning struck down, precisely hitting the hammer in Johnny's hand. Lightning surged. Johnny bathed in the thunder, his black hair dancing wildly, his shirt flapping in the wind. Like a demon descending to the world. Is this the power of the thunder god? Johnny felt the wild, yet submissive energy flowing from the hammer. A smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. It's nothing special. No. From a distance, Thor collapsed in the mud, let out a heart-wrenching scream. His eyes widened, blood seeping from the corners. That scene was more painful than death to him. That was his hammer. That was his glory. That was the only memory his father left him. How could it be lifted by a mere mortal, a mortal filled with evil energy? This is impossible. That is my father's incantation. No one can lift it but me. At that moment, Thor's worldview completely shattered. He was like a 300-pound child who had lost his beloved toy, despairingly pounding the ground, mud splattering across his face. Is this what a god is, eh? Johnny casually twirled the hammer. Mjolnir felt as light as a feather in his hand. He looked down at Thor from a high vantage. You can't even protect your own weapon. What face do you have to call yourself a god? If I were you, I would have found a piece of tofu to smash my head against. Killing mind and spirit. Thor opened his mouth, but could not produce any sound, only managing to gasp heavily. Ding. Detected host forcibly conquering the artifact. Mjolnir hammer of the Thunder God. Achievement unlocked. NTR the Thunder God face-to-face weapon version. Due to the host conquering the artifact not through worthiness, but through violence and mind rewriting, a special reward is triggered. Congratulations, host has obtained Asgardian Physique Intermediate. Congratulations, host has obtained Thunder Law Affinity 50. Congratulations, host has received an additional reward, Odin's Gaze. Don't worry, he is sleeping, just having a nightmare. Listening to the prompt in his mind, Johnny felt elated. Asgardian Physique. That's a good thing. That kind of endurance and recovery akin to a bull combined with his Scion bloodline. TSK. That custom-made extra-large bed at home might need frequent replacements. Withdraw, Johnny thought. In an instant, Mjolnir transformed into a beam of light, drilling into the wrist guard on his arm. Since he had obtained it, it was his trophy. As for returning it to Thor, dream on. Unless he got bored one day. Johnny slowly floated out of the crater and landed on the ground. At this moment, the S-H-I-E-L-D agents surrounding him looked at him not just with awe. It was the gaze of a deity. Coulson wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his expression saying, I knew this would happen. He stepped forward and respectfully handed over a handkerchief. Mr. Gilda, you must have worked hard. It was all right. Johnny wiped his hands and casually tossed the handkerchief aside. His gaze crossed Coulson and landed on the two women still in a daze. Jane Foster, Daisy Lewis, two exquisite beauties. Especially Jane Foster, with her combination of intellect and beauty, was a natural fit for a uniform allure. As for Daisy, Johnny's gaze lingered for a second on her black-rimmed glasses and ample bosom. This kind of adorably naive type would be fun to tease. Hey, beautiful ladies. Johnny strode forward, carrying the residual thunderous aura, and approached the two. That powerful masculine pheromone instantly enveloped both of them. Is that my hammer? Jane Foster stared at Johnny, still dazed from the earlier shock. The man who had just appeared like a god amidst the thunder now stood right in front of her. So close. His face was more exquisite than a movie star, and his eyes were deeper than the starry sky. Gulp. Jane instinctively swallowed. As a meticulous astrophysicist, she should not behave so recklessly. But this is simply biological instinct. It used to belong to that big guy. Johnny pointed at Thor, who was still questioning life in the mud, then flashed a charming smile. But now it belongs to me. Just like. Johnny took a step closer, directly ignoring the so-called social distance. He reached out, gently lifting Jane Foster's chin, his fingertip warm, sending a slight electric thrill through her. Just like certain things beneath this starry sky. Since I've seen it, it's mine. Jane shivered all over. That tingling sensation shot straight through her head, making her legs weak and nearly unable to stand. What do you want? What do I want? Johnny chuckled lightly, his gaze boldly roaming over her. From her delicate collarbone to that slightly ill-fitting yet curve-hugging checkered shirt. I heard you are an astrophysicist. Perfect. I'm very interested in celestial movements, especially the mutual attraction and collision of binary star systems. I wonder if Miss Jane would be willing to honor me with her presence. To discuss the combination of ergonomics and astrophysics. Hiss. Daisy beside them gasped. This pickup line was too hardcore, too overbearing, and too enticing. I. Jane's mind was a mess. Rationality told her that the man before her was very dangerous, extremely dangerous. But emotions were screaming wildly agree to him. Hurry and agree. This powerful, mysterious, and aggressive man was like a deadly poison to her, a female scientist who was used to burying herself in tedious data all day. I want to go too. Just as Jane was hesitating, Daisy suddenly raised her hand. She adjusted her glasses, wearing a lovesick expression. I'm also an intern. I understand physics too. And I can help record data. Record certain special vibration frequencies. Johnny turned his head and looked at this slightly plump, actually curvy intern. He smiled. Very good. I like studious students. Since that's the case, Johnny naturally wrapped his arms around the waists of both women. That assertive stance left no room for refusal. Then let's go together. My spaceship has a bed. Oh no, the laboratory is very spacious. Enough for the three of us to do research together. Wait. From a distance, Thor, witnessing this scene, finally snapped back from his breakdown. That's Jane, the first woman who had shown him kindness and offered him a drink, although they had only known each other for less than half a day. But in the heart of the Thunder God, she had already become his future queen. Let them go. Thor staggered to his feet, rushing over like an injured beast. You robber. Thief. You stole my hammer, and now you want to steal my woman. Your woman. Johnny stopped, turned around to glance at the muddy, disheveled prince. His eyes filled with mockery. Thor, are you still not clear about the situation? Right now you are nothing but a powerless mortal. You can't even protect yourself, yet you want to protect a woman. Johnny snorted coldly. A flash of golden light flickered in his eyes. Kneel. An invisible mental pressure instantly slammed down on Thor like a mountain. That was the power of the Mind Stone. Thud. Thor felt as if his knees had been struck by a heavy hammer, uncontrollably collapsing to the ground. He even smashed 2 pits into the ground. Thor roared in humiliation, trying to stand up, but his body felt as heavy as lead, unable to budge. Remember this. Johnny, holding the 2 beauties, looked down at him. In this world, the weak have no right to mate. And no voice. Want to take back your things? Then roll back to Asgard and ask your sleeping old man, who is truly worthy. After saying that, Johnny ignored Thor's impotent fury. Coulson. Yized. Coulson, who had been hanging back like a transparent man, hurried over. This is your responsibility now. Johnny pointed at the chaotic scene. That big guy, if you don't want him to die, you'd better find a veterinarian for him. As for these 2 ladies. Johnny tightened his grip on the 2 soft beauties. They have been requisitioned by the Osborne group as my personal scientific advisors. If there are any issues, have Nick Fury come to me directly. No problem. Absolutely no problem. Coulson nodded vigorously, as if pounding garlic. No kidding. Who would dare say no at this point? Did he not see that Mjolnir had been easily taken away? Very well. Johnny nodded in satisfaction. I'm off then. Boom. Johnny kicked off the ground, soaring into the sky with Jane and Daisy. The flight technique activated. Amidst the screams of the 2 women, he transformed into a black streak of light, disappearing at the horizon of the vast desert, leaving Coulson alone, standing in the wind, a mess. He looked at the empty crater, then at the Thunder God, Thor, who was kneeling on the ground, crying like a 300-pound child. He sighed, picking up the walkie-talkie. Director, something big has happened here in New Mexico. That Johnny Gilda. He took the hammer of the Thunder God. By the way, he also took away 2 female scientists. Yes, the one named Jane Foster. I understand. I will handle it. Coulson hung up the phone, looking at the sky. Only one sentence echoed in his heart: being an agent these days is too difficult. In the skies 10,000 meters high, Johnny did not rush back to New York. He formed a transparent shield with his chi, blocking the raging winds. Inside the shield, it was warm as spring. Jane and Daisy clung tightly to Johnny's waist, fearing they might fall. The thrill of flying at high altitudes made their hearts race. Where are we going? Jane trembled and asked. Although she had studied astronomy her whole life, this was her first experience of physical flight. Moreover, this man's embrace was so warm, so hard, so secure. To a quiet place. Johnny looked down at the 2 blushing beauties in his arms. A wicked smile crept onto his lips. The night view of New Mexico is quite nice. Let's find the highest peak. I think we can start with a field study on gravitational waves. For example, the vibrations produced when 2 objects are in violent motion. What do you think? Jane and Daisy exchanged glances. Their faces were as red as if they were about to bleed. But none of them said no. In fact, Daisy's hand had already quietly slipped into Johnny's shirt, exploring his firm abdominal muscles. I think this topic has significant research value. Daisy adjusted her glasses, stating solemnly. I agree. Jane bit her lip and reached out as well. Then, let's begin. Under the moonlight, 3 figures intertwined in the air, flying towards the distant highest peak. Tonight was destined to be another sleepless night. The night sky of New Mexico was dazzling with stars. Yet at this moment, this tranquil night was shrouded in a chilling aura. Outside Old Bridge Town, Johnny Gilda was sitting on a massive rock idly toying with the newly acquired Mjolnir. Mjolnir was as docile in his hand as a kitten, occasionally emitting playful arcs of electricity, seemingly trying to curry favor with its new master. At his feet, Jane Foster and Daisy Lewis were leaning against his legs, their faces still flushed, gazing dreamily at the stars above. Or perhaps at this man who shone brighter than the stars. Johnny. Jane extended her finger, tracing circles on Johnny's sturdy thigh. That was absolutely insane. At tens of thousands of meters in the sky, I felt like my soul was about to fly out. Is that too much for you? Johnny chuckled lightly and pinched her pert nose. This is just the beginning. There will be plenty of opportunities for such high-altitude work in the future. As long as you... Johnny's words were cut short. Boom. A blinding rainbow beam suddenly lit up the distant sky. The beam pierced through the heavens and seemed to tear the entire night sky apart. The enormous energy fluctuation even caused the ground to tremble slightly. What is that? Daisy exclaimed in fright, instinctively burrowing into Johnny's embrace. That's the Rainbow Bridge. Jane Foster, being an astrophysicist, instantly recognized the peculiar energy reaction. Could it be? Those gods are coming. Gods. A sneer of disdain curled at the corners of Johnny's mouth. He stood up, his gaze piercing through the darkness, precisely locking onto the landing point of the Rainbow Bridge. Their four oddly dressed figures were emerging from the beam. Sif and the three warriors of Asgard. Is this what they call the Asgardian reinforcements? No way. Johnny shook his head, disappointment filling his eyes. They look like nothing more than a bunch of slightly stronger circus performers. However, just then, at the moment the light of the Rainbow Bridge was about to fade, an even larger and heavier silhouette slowly emerged. It was a giant armor crafted from an unknown metal. It radiated a chilling aura of destruction. Its face bore no features, only two fiery slits. The Destroyer armor. Odin's ultimate weapon. Huh. Johnny's eyes sparkled. Looks like this is the main course for tonight. That little schemer Loki really knows how to spend big. Inside Old Bridge Town, Thor was sitting like a vagrant at the entrance of a shabby bar, holding a cheap beer, his gaze hollow. Once the god of thunder, he had now completely fallen into a state of despair. He had lost his powers, lost his hammer, and even lost his dignity as a man. Johnny's earlier look that phrased the weak have no mating rights felt like a burning knife stabbing deeply at his heart. Am I a waste? Thor muttered to himself, painfully gripping his hair. Just then a familiar voice rang out. Sif and the three warriors rushed over, their faces filled with urgency and joy. We finally found you. This is great. It's so good to see you safe. Thor stared blankly at his former comrades, a flicker of light passing through his eyes, but it quickly dimmed. What are you doing here? To see my joke? No. Thor. Vandal shouted loudly. We are here to take you home. Loki has usurped the throne. Odin has fallen into a deep sleep. Asgard needs you now. Home. Thor chuckled bitterly, pointing at his dirt-stained t-shirt. In this state, can I still go back? Moreover, Mjolnir has also been taken by that mortal. I am no longer the god of thunder. Everyone was taken aback. The hammer was stolen. By a mortal. How could this be possible? Boom. Before they could digest this shocking news, a heavy sound of footsteps suddenly echoed from the end of the street. With each step, the ground trembled slightly. The massive metal monster, the Destroyer, was advancing with a stiff yet oppressive gait. Its fiery slits fixed intently on Thor. That is the Destroyer. Sif's face changed drastically as she drew her sword. Loki sent it to kill you. Protect Thor. The three warriors roared, brandishing their weapons and charging forward. However, in front of the Destroyer, their power was utterly insignificant. Bang, bang, bang. The Destroyer swatted them away as if they were flies. The three Asgardian warriors were thrown against the wall, blood spewing from their mouths. No. Thor's eyes were filled with rage. Though he had lost his powers, the instincts of a warrior remained. He rushed forward recklessly, trying to shield his comrades with his mortal body. Loki, you want to kill me? Spare them. Thor spread his arms, standing in front of his injured allies. The Destroyer halted its steps. The fiery slits on its face flared up, signaling a buildup of energy. In the next moment, a searing beam of destruction was about to erupt, turning this bothersome waste into ashes. Goodbye, Jane. Thor closed his eyes, preparing to meet death. However, 1 second, 2 seconds, the expected heat did not come. Instead, he heard a crisp sound of metal clashing. Clang. Thor opened his eyes in confusion. He saw a black figure that had appeared before him. With one hand, just with one hand, it casually blocked the Destroyer's face, forcing the annihilation beam capable of melting tanks back into its belly. Is this the pinnacle of Asgard's technology? The man turned his head, revealing a profile that made Thor grit his teeth in hatred, yet he had to admit was ridiculously handsome. Johnny Gilda. A mocking smile curled at the corner of his mouth. I suppose it's just a large oven. You. Thor was too shocked to speak. This mortal could actually block the Destroyer with his bare hands. Roar. The Destroyer seemed enraged. Its energy core thrashed wildly, and all its metal plates glowed red. attempting to break free from Johnny's control. Be quiet. Johnny frowned slightly. A blue light suddenly illuminated from the wrist guard. The space stone. Buzz. The surrounding space instantly solidified. The colossal body of the destroyer was frozen like an insect trapped in amber, unable to move. Since you're here. Johnny turned around to face the enormous metallic creature as if looking at a collectible about to be stored away. Then you can't think of leaving. Just right. My mansion's entrance still needs 2 stone lions as guards. Looking at your size, you seem quite suitable. As soon as the words left his mouth, Johnny unleashed a powerful punch. No flashy techniques were used, just pure unadulterated strength. Moreover, with a touch of Thor's divine power. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening crash. The indestructible URU metal shell of the destroyer felt like paper beneath Johnny's fist with a massive hole punched straight through its chest. Not only that, the violent, thunderous power surged through the wound, instantly destroying all its internal energy circuits. Crack. Fizz. The flames in the destroyer's eyes flickered a few times before completely extinguishing. The ultimate weapon that instilled fear across the 9 realms. Just like that, it was rendered useless by a single punch. The entire scene fell into a hushed silence. Whether it was Sif, the 3 warriors, or Thor, even the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents secretly observing from afar. At that moment, all of them gaped, jaws dropped. This is still a human. Gulp. Thor swallowed hard. He looked at the man standing atop the remains of the destroyer, feeling a deep sense of helplessness rise within. This kind of power. Perhaps even at his peak, he wouldn't have been able to achieve it. Done. Johnny dusted off his hands, feeling pleased. System, recycle this pile of scrap metal. Ding. High-value item detected. Destroyer armor remnants, core intact. Recycling successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained URU metal refining technology. Congratulations, host, you have obtained destroyer beam emission schematic. Congratulations, host, you have received an additional reward, King Odin's. Ahem, morning grumpiness. It seems he has awakened, and he is quite angry. Odin has awakened. Johnny raised an eyebrow. If he's awake, then so be it. Could that old man cross the cosmos to fight me? Even if he came, Johnny now held 2 infinity stones along with a slew of Dragon Ball skills. He truly wasn't afraid of him. All right. Johnny turned around, looking at Thor and the others who were still in a daze. The show is over. It's time to disperse. As for you. Johnny's gaze lingered on Sif's striking face for a moment. TSK. This Asgardian Valkyrie indeed had some charm. That wild and untamed aura resembled Felicia's, but with an added toughness of a warrior. You want to take him away? Johnny pointed at Thor. Sure. But Johnny walked up to Sif, extending his hand to tuck a strand of her black hair behind her ear. As a toll, shouldn't you leave something behind? Sif tensed up, instinctively gripping the hilt of her sword. But looking at the smoldering remains of the destroyer beside her, she understood very well. Resisting would only lead to a dead end. What? What do you want? Sif gritted her teeth and asked. Very simple. Johnny leaned closer to her ear, his voice deep and magnetic. Leave a contact. When I have time to visit Asgard, I hope you can be my tour guide. The kind that accompanies me the entire time. Sif was taken aback. Then her cheeks flushed crimson. This mortal dared to tease a warrior of the divine realm. But why did she not feel so repulsed? Instead, there was even a hint of joy at being recognized by a strong person. Is this the admiration for strength that Asgardians have? I understand. Sif lowered her head, unable to meet Johnny's gaze. If you really dare to come. Very well. Johnny smiled with satisfaction. He now had another reason to visit Asgard aside from the legendary goddess Frigga. This Valkyrie seemed quite appealing as well. Get lost. Johnny waved his hand as if swatting away flies. Take your useless prince and roll back to your divine realm. Tell Loki, this piece of land on Earth will henceforth be under the Gilda name. Make him keep his claws to himself. Otherwise, a glint of cold light flashed in Johnny's eyes. Next time it won't just be his claws that are severed, but his head. The rainbow bridge descended once more. Carrying Thor and his gang covered in wounds and humiliation, they left Earth in a disheveled state. Watching the beam of light disappear into the horizon, Johnny stretched lazily. Finally peaceful, he turned around, gazing at the 2 women behind him who had turned into starry-eyed admirers. Jane and Daisy. How was it? Johnny spread his arms wide, wearing that signature wicked smile. Was the fireworks earlier beautiful? Beautiful. So beautiful. Daisy was the first to rush over, clinging to Johnny like a koala. Boss, you were simply dazzling. I want that. That punch that can pierce robots. Teach me. Jane, though a bit more reserved, had admiration glimmering in her eyes. She stepped forward, taking Johnny's arm. Johnny, what exactly are you? Are you a god? A god? No. Johnny embraced the 2 beauties, striding towards his Maybach. I am a being even more advanced than a god. I am your man. Up. The 2 women squealed shyly, yet none contradicted him. In a world where power is truth, being conquered by such a man might indeed be a kind of happiness. Let's go. Johnny opened the car door. Tonight's academic research isn't over yet. It was just interrupted. Now, We need to make up for lost time. The engine of the Maybach roared to life, carrying a car full of springtime disappearing into the vast night. As for S-H-I-E-L-D. As for Odin. As for the future Thanos. Who cares? Let's enjoy ourselves first. More children, more blessings, that's the hard truth. In the early morning of New Mexico, the air was filled with a lingering wildness from the night before. Atop the peak chosen by Johnny, a black Maybach was quietly parked at the edge of the cliff, its windows still adorned with the dew condensed from last night. Or rather the moisture left behind after some vigorous activity. Huff! Johnny pushed open the car door and stretched widely. The morning light spilled over his bare torso, outlining his perfect muscular contours akin to a Greek statue. Each muscle contained explosive power while exuding a deadly allure. Are you awake? He turned his head to glance at the two women still fast asleep in the back seat. Jane Foster and Daisy Lewis. At that moment, they resembled two small kittens battered by the storm, lazily curled up together. Disheveled hair obscured half of their faces, but it couldn't hide their expressions of contentment and fatigue. Daisy rubbed her drowsy eyes and pushed up her non-existent glasses on her nose, which she had lost last night. Boss, good morning. Her voice was hoarse, as if gravel was lodged in her throat. Good morning. Johnny chuckled lightly, his gaze unabashedly sweeping over her voluptuous curves that were still partially covered by a blanket. You performed well last night. Especially that high-frequency vibration record. I was quite satisfied. Daisy's face flushed bright red. She instinctively buried her head into the blanket, feeling like an ostrich that dared not look at Johnny. So embarrassing. Although she was an intern and eager to learn. But that kind of intense field study nearly took her life. At that moment, Jane also woke up. This usually meticulous female scientist at that moment leaned submissively against Johnny's chest like a little woman. Are we going back? Jane's voice was soft, tinged with reluctance. Although last night was exhausting, it was the wildest and most unforgettable night of her life. Beside this man, she felt as if she had discovered the truth of the universe. That is, conquest and being conquered. Of course. Johnny lifted her chin with his hand and pecked her on those rosy lips. Although the scenery here is nice, the conditions are rather rudimentary. My big bed is far more comfortable than this car. And a glint of mischief flashed in Johnny's eyes. Back home, there are a group of sisters waiting for you. I think you'll have plenty in common. Jane and Daisy exchanged glances. Although they had long prepared themselves, after all, how could a powerhouse like Johnny have only one woman by his side? Hearing the term group still made their hearts skip a beat. A group? How capable is this man really? Half an hour later, the black Maybach sped away from the desert like a black lightning bolt racing towards the nearest airport. As for the dilapidated off-road vehicle that originally belonged to Jane, who cares? Just toss it aside. After all, they wouldn't need that junk anymore. At the temporary base of S-H-I-E-L-D, Coulson, sporting two dark circles under his eyes, watched the luxury car disappear on the surveillance screen, finally letting out a long sigh of relief. It's gone, finally gone. If that guy didn't leave soon, he felt like his heart might stop. Last night's earth-shattering battle, even from several kilometers away, had him on edge. A punch to obliterate the destroyer, forcing the Thor's hammer to lift, and casually taking away two female scientists. Is this something a human can do? Sir, an agent cautiously approached. What about Thor? Right now, the agent pointed to a corner of the surveillance screen. There the once mighty Thor sat like a discarded stray dog, squatting by the meteorite crater, staring blankly at the empty pit. After being taken away by Sif and the others yesterday, he had returned in the middle of the night for some unknown reason, mumbling incoherently about Mjolnir, father, and I am unworthy. It looked like he had gone mad. Don't mind him. Coulson sighed, his expression complex. Right now he is just a mortal. An immortal who has been thoroughly humiliated. As long as he doesn't cause trouble, let him be. After all, Coulson glanced at the enormous crater that Johnny had created with a punch. We can't do anything about it. Let's pack up. This mess is better left for Director Fury to deal with. In New York at Osborne Tower. When Johnny walked out of the private elevator with Jane and Daisy, it was already afternoon. Inside the luxurious penthouse on the top floor, the scene was still one of warmth and spring. Gwen was sprawled on the sofa reading a book about prenatal care. Felicia was polishing her cat claw knife. Mary Jane was practicing yoga, and Emma was handling documents. They noticed Johnny's return along with two new faces behind him. The reactions of the women were surprisingly uniform. No surprise. No jealousy. Only a sense of, as expected, oh, the boss is back. Felicia whistled, her cat-like eyes sweeping over Jane and Daisy. This time it's scientists. And two of them. The boss's taste truly seems to be expanding. Not just expanding, but also very selective. Emma adjusted her glasses. Yes, she had gotten another new pair. Her tone was casual, yet her eyes sparkled with a hint of intrigue. Astrophysicist Jane Foster. Quite well known in the academic community. Didn't expect. Emma shook her head. In the end, even she fell beneath your trousers. That's called charm. Johnny shrugged, looking entirely nonchalant. He walked over to the sofa, plopping down and casually pulling Gwen into his embrace. Now let me introduce you. These two are Jane and Daisy. They are now part of our big family. Responsible for, Johnny paused to think. Responsible for researching some rather profound physical issues. For instance, how to use quantum mechanics to enhance family harmony. Puffed. Natasha, who was drinking water, nearly spat it out. This man truly never strays from his field. Jane and Daisy stood there feeling somewhat awkward. Although they had long been mentally prepared, the quality of this harem was simply too high. Every single one could be considered a goddess. Even the maid, actually a ferret who was wiping the table, had a figure enviable to all. This pressure was even greater than facing the destroyer. Don't be nervous. Gwen emerged from Johnny's embrace, smiling as she walked up to the two. As the main consort, she had long learned how to accept new sisters. Moreover, having two more people to share the burden was good for her. After all, the current Johnny was practically a human pile driver, and she couldn't handle him alone. Welcome aboard. Gwen took Jane's hand, smiling sweetly. I'm Gwen. If you have any questions referring to those matters, feel free to ask me. Or, Gwen glanced at Felicia and Emma beside her. You can ask them too. They're quite experienced. Jane's face turned instantly red. But looking at Gwen's sincere smile, the little anxiety in her heart finally eased. After settling in, the two newcomers, Johnny did not rush to rest. He went to the underground laboratory. Here it was his other harem. However, instead of beautiful women, it was filled with various cutting-edge technologies and monsters. Master, Jean remained at the door like an iron tower. Seeing Johnny approach, he hurriedly saluted. Dr. Zhao Hailuan and Dr. Maya are waiting for you inside. And Jean paused, his gaze somewhat peculiar. That thing. It seems to have been a bit restless lately. Oh, Johnny raised an eyebrow. Restless? It seems it is hungry. Or, Johnny pushed the door open and strode in. It misses me terribly. In the center of the laboratory, within that huge custom glass container, the black symbiote was violently slamming against the glass wall, emitting a nauseating scream. It seemed to sense Johnny's arrival, becoming even more agitated. Meanwhile, beside the container, Zhao Hailuan and Maya Hansen, dressed in white lab coats, were nervously recording data. Upon seeing Johnny enter, both of them brightened as if they had seen a savior. Boss. Maya hurriedly approached, her chest slightly trembling with excitement visible beneath her lab coat. You finally made it. This thing. Its activity has suddenly increased threefold. Our suppressants are about to fail. Threefold. Johnny walked to the front of the container, gazing at the rolling black substance that resembled oil. Instead of worry, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Very good. The stronger the better. Only the strongest beasts are worthy to be my mounts. Or, Johnny extended his hand, pressing it against the glass. The chi within him erupted. Boom. An invisible pressure slammed against the symbiote through the thick, bulletproof glass. Screech. The symbiote let out a piercing scream. Its previously violent movements froze instantly, as if it were a chicken with its neck squeezed. Shaking uncontrollably, it huddled in the corner, transforming into a well-behaved black ball. Look, Johnny turned to the two stunned female doctors and shrugged. Isn't it quite obedient? Sometimes, when dealing with disobedient little pets. No need for reasoning. Just need to. Johnny clenched his fist, the knuckles cracking crisply. Give it a punch. Zhao Hailuan and Maya exchanged glances. From each other's eyes, they saw deep reverence and admiration. This man, whether in bed or in the laboratory, was always so domineering. So captivating. All right. Johnny retracted his hand, his expression turning serious. How is the research and development progress of the battle suit? I can't wait to try it on. Report, boss. Zhao Hailuan took a deep breath, calming her emotions. She walked to the control panel and brought up a set of complex three-dimensional models. This is the biological battle suit we've tailored for you, integrating the Doom virus regeneration cradle technology and symbiote characteristics, codenamed Black Emperor. It not only possesses the mimicry enhancement and self-healing abilities of the symbiote, but also eliminates the symbiote's influence on the host's mind and its weaknesses to flames and sound waves through modifications of the Doom virus. Most importantly, Zhao Hailuan pressed a button. The model on the screen began to change. It transformed from a sleek, pitch-black full-body armor into an ordinary suit, then into a casual shirt, even a pair of swimming trunks. It can transform into any shape it will. Normally, it acts like your second skin. Once it enters combat mode, it becomes your sturdiest armor and sharpest weapon. Perfect. Johnny watched the demonstration on the screen, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Isn't this the Marvel version of the Venom suit? And it's an enhanced version without any side effects. Is it finished? The prototype has already been completed. Maya pointed to a nearby metal box. It's inside. However, Maya hesitated. It hasn't been tested on humans yet. After all, the fusion process is extremely painful and carries certain risks. Risks? Johnny laughed. He strode to the box and directly opened the lid. Inside, a mass of genetically modified black fluid was quietly writhing. It lacked the sinister aura of the original symbiote. Instead, it radiated a sense of pure power. For others, it may be dangerous. But for me, Johnny reached out and grabbed the black substance directly. This is a supplement. Buzz. The black substance seemed to sense the vast chi and energy within Johnny. It instantly became excited, wildly climbing up his arm. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped Johnny's entire body. Johnny let out a muffled grunt. He could feel countless tiny tendrils piercing into his pores, connecting with his nerves, muscles, and blood vessels. It felt like countless ants were crawling inside him. But he did not resist. Instead, he opened himself up, allowing it to merge. Because he was confident. Such a minor erosion could not shake his will. Submit to me. Johnny roared in his heart. The light of the Mind Stone shone brightly again. The absolute will of the strong instantly crushed the symbiote's feeble instinctive resistance. He completely took over its control. A few seconds later, the black fluid ceased its agitation. It quickly shrank, hardened, and took shape. In the end, it transformed into a skin-tight armor as dark as ink, with dark red gleams flowing across its surface. The armor's lines perfectly conformed to Johnny's muscles, exuding explosive power. On the chest, a dark red-shaped emblem subtly shimmered. This is the Black Emperor. Johnny clenched his fist, feeling the surge of power within him. Although the enhancement wasn't significant compared to his current 2,500 combat power, the defensive capabilities, adaptability, and ability to change at will that this suit provided were irreplaceable. Not bad. Johnny thought, the armor on his body instantly flowing away like water. It transformed into an ordinary black t-shirt, without any flaws. From now on, I won't have to run around naked after every fight. Johnny patted his chest with satisfaction. He turned around to look at the two female doctors who were already in shock. A wicked smile crept onto his lips. The experiment was a great success. As a reward, Johnny walked between the two, wrapping an arm around each of their shoulders. Tonight, you won't have to work overtime. Come to my room. We'll conduct a more interesting experiment regarding the tactile test of this new battle suit. Zhao Hailuan and Maya exchanged a glance, blushing, but neither of them refused. Even Maya's hand had already quietly reached for Johnny's battle suit that had just transformed into a t-shirt. Boss, does this outfit really change into anything? Of course. Johnny leaned into her ear, grinning wickedly. Including changing into a state of wearing nothing. In the basement laboratory of the Osborne building, the air was filled with a unique charm that lingered after the conclusion of a scientific experiment. Johnny stood bare-chested, his well-defined muscles glistening with fine beads of sweat under the light. He looked down at the two female doctors in his arms. Zhao Hailuan and Maya Hansen were like two puddles of mud, languidly leaning against him, their faces wearing a dazed expression as if their souls had left their bodies. Huff. Maya sighed, her fingers weakly tracing circles on Johnny's chest. Boss, is this battle suit really meant for combat? Of course, Johnny said with a mischievous grin, pinching her cheek. Wasn't the battle just intense? I saw that you two could barely hold on. That's a different matter. Zhao Hailuan retorted, blushing as she spat, though her legs were still trembling. The scientist in her couldn't help but want to explore the mysteries of this battle suit. The sensation, just now, was too real, and the ability to change at will. Zhao Hailuan recalled the shameful moments from earlier. The symbiotic battle suit named Black Emperor transformed under Johnny's command, shifting from rough leather to smooth silk. It could even simulate certain special textures. That experience was 100 times more exhilarating than reality. This is the power of technology. Johnny shrugged, looking entirely unfazed. There's nothing impossible, only things you haven't thought of yet. All right, he said, patting the two women's rears, signaling them to get up. We've collected enough experimental data. I should head back and deliver my findings. After all, Johnny glanced at the clock on the wall. There's a whole bunch of little wildcats waiting to be fed at home. Zhao Hailuan and Maya exchanged glances. Though a bit reluctant, they knew this man's energy was limitless, and they had truly reached their limits. Go on, Maya waved her hand as if shooing away a fly. Let us rest for a bit. We still have to upgrade your battlesuit tomorrow. Upgrade? Johnny raised an eyebrow. I think the vibration function could use some strengthening. Get lost, the two women shouted in unison, returning to the luxurious penthouse. As soon as Johnny stepped inside, he was taken aback by the scene before him. Goodness, this was no ordinary home. In the spacious living room, a dozen stunning beauties were gathered, chattering excitedly. Gwen, Felicia, Mary, Jane, Emma, Natasha, Jennifer, Silver, Sable, Wanda, Pepper, along with the newly brought back Jane and Daisy. This lineup was even more dazzling than the Oscars red carpet. While everyone is here, Johnny whistled and swaggered in. What are you all chatting about? So happy. We're talking about your new battle suit. Felicia jumped up first, leaping into Johnny's arms like a cat. I heard you got something that can transform at will. Show me. I want to see too. Daisy chimed in, adjusting her glasses with a starry-eyed expression. Does it really transform into any outfit? Like a maid outfit? Johnny looked at the pack of women who were eager as wolves, a wicked smile playing on his lips. It seemed tonight was unavoidable. But who would want to hide? Since you're all so curious, Johnny stepped back and concentrated. Then let me show you. Buzz. The black t-shirt on Johnny instantly liquefied, flowing, as if it were alive. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a sharply tailored black tailcoat. Elegant, gentlemanly, and austere. Wow, the women exclaimed in awe. And it's not over yet. Johnny snapped his fingers. The tailcoat changed again. This time it morphed into a wild gladiator's armor. It covered only the crucial areas, exposing a large expanse of solid muscle. It radiated raw primality. Gulp. Someone swallowed audibly. This is too. Gwen covered her face, peeking through her fingers. So outrageous. What is this? Johnny knelt before Gwen, taking her hand. The battle suit changed once more. This time it transformed into a pure white wedding tuxedo. Gwen. Johnny looked at her, his gaze tender enough to make one weep. Do you like it, eh? Gwen was stunned, her eyes instantly reddening. Though they had been together for a long time, even having children. But which woman doesn't dream of wearing a wedding dress and marrying the man she loves? I love it. Gwen's voice choked with emotion. Don't cry. Johnny stood up, gently kissing away her tears from the corners of her eyes. This is just the beginning. Once our child is born, I will give you the grandest wedding in the universe. Let everyone know. You are my queen. Gwen nodded vigorously, diving into Johnny's arms, weeping uncontrollably. The other women around watched this scene with a hint of envy in their eyes. But it was merely envy, for they knew that in this man's heart each of them held an irreplaceable position. All right. Felicia couldn't stand the sentimental atmosphere any longer and intentionally spoke loudly. Don't just focus on being moved. Boss, what else can your outfit transform into? Can it become something more thrilling? More thrilling. Johnny turned around, looking at Felicia's teasing cat-like eyes. He laughed. Of course. For example, the tuxedo vanished in an instant, transforming into several black tentacles. Felicia screamed, caught off guard, and before she could react, the tentacles wrapped around her waist, pulling her right in front of Johnny. Now, let's play a game. Johnny's gaze swept across every woman present. Whoever wins tonight gets to share the bed with me. Of course. Johnny paused, his smile growing more pronounced. If you all lose, then you will sleep together in the big bed. Pervert. Though the women scolded him, their eyes sparkled with excitement. A battle for family status officially commenced in this luxurious apartment. The night was deepening. The lights on the top floor of the Osborne building remained bright. However, the soundproof glass walls effectively blocked the red-faced, heart-pounding sounds emanating from within. Meanwhile, in the basement of the building, Jean Bing sat in the monitoring room, staring at a series of data on the screen, wearing a bitter smile. Boss stamina is truly enviable. He silently took the fifth cotton ball from his pocket and stuffed it into his ears. It seems this building's soundproofing system needs an upgrade. Just then, a strange red light suddenly flashed in the corner of the monitoring screen. Jean Bing's eyes sharpened, immediately enlarging that image. Was that a desert in New Mexico? There, in the meteorite crater created by Johnny's punch, a red energy wave was slowly gathering. It looked like a demon's eye awakening. What is this? Jean Bing furrowed his brows. He had a premonition. This thing likely did not come in peace. Forget it. Jean Bing shook his head and turned off the screen. If the sky falls, a tall person will hold it up. The boss is still busy creating life. This little matter. Let's not disturb his enjoyment. After all, in this world, there was nothing that the boss couldn't resolve with a single punch. If there was, then it would take 2 punches. In New Mexico, deep within that massive meteorite crater, a mass of red fluid-like substance was writhing furiously. That was the reality stone, ether particles. It seemed to sense some kind of summoning. A dark call from the distant cosmos. Finally, a deep, hoarse voice, seemingly from the depths of hell, echoed in the void. I found it. The essence of the Infinity Stones. And another interesting soul. In the darkness, a pair of purple eyes slowly opened. It was Thanos, the Mad Titan. His gaze pierced through countless light years, crossing infinite star rivers. Ultimately, it fixed upon the man in the penthouse in New York, reveling in his harem. Johnny, Gilda, enjoy your final moments well, because the darkness is about to descend. In New Mexico, in the town of Old Bridge, the once tranquil desert is now shrouded in a layer of eerie red mist. The massive meteor crater blasted open by Johnny's punch seems to have transformed into an entrance to hell, continuously spewing dark red energy particles. The agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. had already retreated 5 kilometers away, their faces pale as they gazed at the spreading red mist filled with fear. Sir, the radiation levels have skyrocketed. A technician, trembling, looked at the alarmingly beeping device in his hand. This energy, it is altering reality. Coulson stood next to the temporary command vehicle, gripping the walkie-talkie, tightly, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. He witnessed a lizard that strayed into the red mist instantly transmute into a stone, then into a puddle of water, and finally vanish completely into the air. This bizarre phenomenon surpassed their comprehension. Damn! Coulson gritted his teeth. What on earth is this thing? Just then a familiar, reassuring, or perhaps exasperating sound of something breaking through the air echoed from the sky. Boom! A black figure descended like a divine weapon, shattering the red mist and hovering directly above the meteor crater. Johnny Gilda. He still wore his signature black shirt, hands in his pockets, exuding an air of casual indifference. In his arms he cradled the astrophysicist he had just rescued from the laboratory, Jane Foster. "Is this the surprise you wanted to show me?" Jane nestled in Johnny's embrace, gazing at the swirling red energy below, not frightened, but rather showing a glimmer of excitement. That was the instinctive reaction of a scientist encountering the unknown. "Of course," Johnny chuckled softly, leaning down to whisper in her ear. "This is a treasure that existed before the Big Bang. The reality stone, ether particles." "Reality stone?" Jane was taken aback. "You mean, this thing can change reality?" "Exactly." Johnny nodded, his gaze fixed on the writhing red fluid at the bottom of the crater. "As long as you possess it, you can turn water into wine, stones into gold. Or," Johnny's lips curled into a mischievous smile, "you can make certain things bigger or smaller, harder or softer. It's all just a matter of thought." Jane's face flushed instantly. This man, how can he always be so suggestive? Roar. At that moment, the ether particles at the bottom of the crater seemed to sense the repulsive aura emanating from Johnny, the energies of the Mind Stone and Space Stone. They surged violently, transforming into a gigantic red tentacle that rushed towards Johnny in the air. "Watch out," Jane exclaimed. "Just a little trick." Johnny didn't even blink. He merely extended a hand towards the red tentacle and grasped at the air. Freeze. Buzz. The power of the Space Stone activated. The aggressive red tentacle instantly froze in midair, as if the pause button had been pressed. "Since you're awake, stop pretending to be mysterious." Johnny snorted coldly. The immense energy within him surged forth like an ocean, spilling down his arm. "Come to me." Boom. A terrifying pull erupted. The ether particles, initially resisting at the bottom of the crater, were drawn towards Johnny's palm, as if caught in a tornado, unable to resist. They struggled, frantically morphing into various forms, spikes, blades, even simulating a grotesque, demonic face. Yet against absolute power, all flashy techniques were futile. Snap. Johnny seized the mass of red fluid, feeling its icy, unnaturally slippery texture. It attempted to burrow into Johnny's skin, eroding his body and controlling his will just as it once did to Malekith. Unfortunately, it had chosen the wrong person. "You want to parasitize me?" Johnny scoffed, a flash of golden light flickering in his eyes. The power of the Mind Stone instantly activated, transforming into a golden mental shackles that pierced deep into the core consciousness of the ether particles. Screech. The ether particles emitted a sound only perceivable on a mental level, a scream of fear, a cry of submission. "Be good." Johnny clenched his 5 fingers. The violent power of thunder and the vitality of the Saiyan bloodline erupted simultaneously, brutally, suppressing the rebellious ancient artifact. Seconds later, the once furious red fluid finally ceased its struggle. It obediently coiled around Johnny's finger like a red ring, exuding an enchanting glow. "Is this done?" Jane stared dumbfounded at the scene. That was an artifact capable of annihilating the universe, and it was just tamed. What else? Johnny toyed with the red gem ring on his finger, looking utterly relaxed. "In this world, only I get to play with others. No one dares to play with me." "Of course." Johnny leaned closer to Jane, a mischievous smile on his face. "If you want to play, I might consider it." Jane's face flushed even more. She shot Johnny a glance, but a strange sense of security rose within her. Beside this man, it felt as if he could hold up the sky with one hand if it were to fall. "All right," Johnny said, pocketing the reality stone and gazing towards the distant horizon. There's several black ships resembling swords broke through the clouds, racing towards them. The Dark Elves. Malekith's vanguard. Just got a new toy and here comes a delivery on time. Johnny twisted his neck, cracking it loudly. "How thoughtful. Are those aliens?" Jane, eyeing the menacingly designed ships, nervously clutched Johnny's arm. "Yeah, a bunch of ugly brutes that look like black charcoal." Johnny scoffed, rolling his eyes. "I was going to keep them for specimen research. But they're too ugly, ruining the aesthetics. Better just get rid of them." As soon as he finished speaking, Johnny raised his hand. The reality stone he had just subdued glimmered for the first time, radiating its own light. "Since you all love the dark so much, let's send you to the true darkness." Reality. Rewritten. Buzz. A red ripple emanated from Johnny, spreading outwards. Wherever it passed, reality twisted, rules rewritten. The Dark Elf ships, which were initially aggressive and ready to teach Earthlings a lesson, melted upon contact with the red ripple, as if ice met blazing sun. It wasn't an explosion, nor was it burning. Instead, they directly transformed from solid metal into colorful bubbles. Pop, pop, pop. A dazzling rain of bubbles fell from the sky. The once menacing ships had now become countless vibrant bubbles, refracting dreamlike light under the sun. Even the Dark Elf soldiers inside had transformed into adorable little yellow ducks. Quack, quack. The The dark elves, now little yellow ducks, floated in the air, bewildered, making comical sounds. Utterly confused. What? Jane was completely stunned. What the heck was happening? Turning an alien fleet into bubbles and little yellow ducks. The scene was too absurd. What do you think? Johnny turned to Jane, raising an eyebrow at her dazed expression. Do you like this magic? Is this the power of the reality stone? Jane swallowed hard, feeling her worldview shatter into pieces. Exactly. Johnny snapped his fingers. The bubbles and little yellow ducks in the sky exploded instantly, transforming into countless light points that dispersed into the air. Completely erased, leaving not even a trace. As long as I wish, this world is my playground. And you all are the most precious companions to play games with me. Let's go back. It's too noisy here. We need to continue our unfinished research. New York, Osborne Tower. When Johnny returned to the penthouse with Jane, it was already evening. The women had long been accustomed to their boss' sudden appearances and the tradition of bringing something back each time he went out. But this time what he brought back was not a woman but a red gem. Is this the reality stone? Felicia leaned in, curiously staring at the red light on Johnny's finger. It looks not particularly special. Not special. Johnny chuckled lightly. We'll watch closely. With a thought, the light of the reality stone flickered slightly. Felicia's tight black leather outfit instantly transformed into a maid outfit with minimal fabric. Lace trim, white thigh-high stockings, cat ear headband. Everything one could imagine. Felicia exclaimed in surprise, instinctively covering her chest. But soon after, she looked at herself in the mirror, her expression turning somewhat strange. It seemed quite beautiful. What do you think? Johnny grinned at the other women. Who else wants to try? This is fully automatic changing, you know. Whether it's a nurse, a flight attendant, or... Johnny's gaze swept over each of them. Certain outfits that only exist in imagination. They can all be realized in an instant. The women's eyes instantly lit up. Though a bit ashamed, they thought. This feature was incredibly convenient. In the future, could they wear whatever they wanted? They wouldn't even need to go shopping for clothes. I want one. Daisy was the first to raise her hand, her face full of excitement. I want to transform into Wonder Woman's battle suit. I want to become a magical girl. I want. Looking at these women who had suddenly turned into cosplay enthusiasts. Johnny shook his head helplessly, but the smile in his eyes could not be hidden. This was what life was about. Fighting and killing. What could be more interesting than playing dress-up games with his wives? Just then a voice came through the intercom. Master. Malekith seems to be alive. Our satellite detected a mothership approaching from outside the atmosphere. And that guy seems really angry. Not dead. Johnny raised an eyebrow. Looks like that cursed warrior has some skill. He managed to escape with his master. However, Johnny glanced at the women who were having a great time in the living room. A cruel smile crept across his lips. Since he's not dead, let's kill him again. This time, I want to turn him into a little yellow duck again. I want him to know the consequences of disturbing my enjoyment. Just how miserable it can be. Johnny stood up and adjusted his collar. Ladies, let's pause the dress-up game for a moment. Hubby is going to slay a monster. He'll be back soon. Johnny winked at the women. Make sure to pick out the sexiest outfit. When I return, he'll personally inspect it. Go. The women waved their hands, not taking Malekith seriously at all. In their eyes, there was nothing in this world that their husband couldn't handle. If there was, it was simply because they hadn't played enough. Johnny smiled. He turned and walked towards the balcony. The next moment, a black flash shot into the sky with endless killing intent, heading straight for the firmament. Malekith, Dark Elf, since you are so eager to die, then I shall grant your wish. Perfect timing. I want to try it out myself. With 3 infinity stones enhancing his power. Full throttle output. Over New York, the originally brilliant starry sky was now obscured by a gigantic black battleship. The mothership of the Dark Elves. Malekith stood on the bridge, greedily staring at the brightly lit Osborne Tower below. He could sense it. The ether particles were right there. That was the sacred artifact of the Dark Elves, the key to plunging the universe back into darkness. Insignificant earthlings. Malekith's voice was hoarse and sinister. Hand over the ether, and I can grant you a swift death. Otherwise, boom. Before he could finish his words, a golden energy wave like the dawn light, tearing through darkness, shot up from the top of Osborne Tower. There was no preliminary warning. No unnecessary words. It was pure extreme energy release. What a... Malekith's eyes widened, unable to react in time. The terrifying energy wave had already penetrated the ship's shields, armor, and bridge, and finally, pierced through his proud body. This is impossible. Malekith looked at the massive hole in his chest, disbelief filling his eyes. He was the leader of the Dark Elves. He was once a king who almost destroyed the 9 realms. How could it be that he died without even seeing his enemy? There's nothing impossible about it. A cold voice echoed directly in his mind. In the next life, remember not to knock when someone else is doing their business. That's quite disappointing. Rumble. The massive battleship disintegrated in midair, turning into countless burning fragments, lighting up the night sky of New York. At the top of Osborne Tower, Johnny retracted his hand, without even wrinkling his clothes. He turned around to face the women behind him, all dressed in various sexy pajamas, looking at him with admiration. All done. Johnny shrugged, appearing relaxed. Where were we? Oh right. We were discussing the rules for tonight's group activity. Just then a more terrifying and oppressive aura suddenly descended. It felt as if the weight of the entire universe was pressing down. Space began to distort. A purple portal slowly opened in the sky above the city. Out stepped a giant clad in golden armor with purple skin and a chin marked by vertical lines. Thanos. His left hand bore the golden infinity gauntlet already embedded with 2 stones power soul. Behind him were countless Chitauri soldiers, the Vanguard and the Black Order. This was Thanos' entire arsenal. It was also his greatest respect for this earthling who possessed 3 infinity stones. Johnny Gilda. Thanos' voice was deep and resonant, as if carrying an irresistible will. I've heard your name. Hand over the stones, and I can spare half the lives on this planet for the sake of cosmic balance. This is a gift. Hearing this, Johnny laughed. He laughed so hard that he nearly fell over, tears almost streaming down his cheeks. He slowly ascended, facing the vast alien army alone. That posture was the epitome of arrogance. Balance. Gift. Johnny stopped laughing, his gaze turning sharp as a blade. Thanos, do you think of yourself as a god? In this universe there is only one god. And that is me. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Johnny's aura erupted. Boom. A golden flame shot up into the sky, turning the entire night into day. That was the aura of a Super Saiyan. And it was at full power. What a... Thanos' expression changed. He could feel this power. It was even purer and more violent than the Infinity Stones. Kneel before me, Johnny roared. His figure vanished in an instant, reappearing right in front of Thanos. Without any frills. Just a simple punch. Bang. This punch landed directly on Thanos' face. The man who claimed to be the strongest titan in the universe was sent flying like a cannonball. Not only that, the residual force of that punch shattered countless ships in the background. Is this his true strength? On the ground, Tony Stark, clad in armor, stared blankly at the mythic scene unfolding in the sky. The technology he prided himself on seemed like child's play before this man. So powerful. Captain America's hand gripping his shield trembled. Meanwhile, in Osborne Tower, the women watched the live broadcast on the screen, each one flushed with excitement, even feeling somewhat moved. This was their man. The strongest man in the universe. Roar. Thanos charged out from the rubble, bloodied, and finally losing his calm to madness. He raised the Infinity Gauntlet, its 2 stones glowing brightly. Die. An energy wave swept out. But Johnny didn't dodge. He extended his left hand, the wrist guard suddenly shining with 3 colors: red, yellow, blue. Reality, mind, space. The power of the 3 stones fused together, transforming into an indescribable colorful beam. Wave. The 2 forces collided in midair. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only silent obliteration. Thanos' energy wave melted away like snow meeting a blazing sun. Immediately after, the colorful beam continued unabated, piercing through Thanos' chest, along with the portal behind him and the countless alien army. One strike. Total annihilation. Cough, cough. Thanos knelt in the void, gazing at the gaping hole in his chest, his eyes filled with unwillingness and relief. I lost. Destiny. Ha. Johnny slowly descended before him, casually removing the Infinity Gauntlet. Destiny. I am Destiny. Johnny clenched his fist. The Infinity Gauntlet crumbled to dust in his hand, and the remaining 2 stones flew into his wrist guard. From this moment on, with 5 stones plus the Time Stone from the Ancient One, which could be accessed at any time, the strongest power in the universe was now under his control. After that day, the Earth changed. Or rather, the entire universe changed. Johnny Gilda's name became the only taboo and myth across the cosmos. Whether it was the Kree Empire, the Nova Corps, or those ancient deities, all had to bow their noble heads before his name. Because he was the true king of the universe. And on Earth, Osborne Tower had been expanded into a divine kingdom floating amidst the clouds. This was Johnny's harem. It was also the most coveted sacred place in the entire universe. Wow, wow. A loud baby's cry broke the morning tranquility. In the bedroom, Gwen was sweating profusely, but she held the baby in her arms with a blissful smile. That was their first child. A super baby with Saiyan bloodline and spider abilities. You've worked hard. Johnny walked in and gently kissed Gwen on the forehead. Looking at the little one with golden hair, wide open eyes right from birth, Johnny's heart was filled with a sense of achievement. Ding. Detected the birth of the host's first offspring. Talent: Super Saiyan bloodline, S-class, Spider Sensei class. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward Ultimate Instinct Perfect version. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward God of Destruction power. The Many Children Many Blessings system has upgraded to the Cosmic Divine Race system. Listening to the prompt in his mind, Johnny smiled. This was just the beginning. Boss, I want a baby too. Felicia leaned over, gazing eagerly at the child, her maternal instincts overflowing. I want one too. Wanda was equally eager, red magical energy dancing at her fingertips. I also. Looking at the house full of ravenous goddesses, Johnny felt no pressure whatsoever. Instead, he was filled with determination. Now he possessed infinite energy, infinite lifespan, and infinite power. All right, Johnny waved his hand. One by one, everyone gets a turn. Since everyone is so interested, then well, have a celebration party lasting 7 days and 7 nights. Yay! The women cheered, but no one ran away. Instead, they all rushed forward, burying the king of the universe in their tenderness. Outside the window, the sun shone brightly. This was the era of Johnny Gilda, an era of many children bringing great fortune, a time of myth. The end.